Chapter 281. Ludwig's skills were not lacking, and when compared to the first semester, he had grown even more in comparison to the original work. Savelin Turner crossed swords with Ludwig 5 times in a row. As expected, she overpowered him in just one exchange. Being at her level, she didn't use magical reinforcement, but instead overpowered him with pure technique. It was definitely different from Ellen. With just the minimum necessary movements, she didn't allow Ludwig to approach even a hair's breadth by simply facing his sword. It didn't seem like she was exerting much force. It appeared as if she just slightly tapped his practice sword with her right hand, yet his sword was pushed back and its trajectory disrupted. Currently, there's no one to match Savelin Turner in close combat. Naturally, she would have an overwhelming gap in skill level compared to Ellen, and Olivia Lands would be no exception. It's like there's a sky above the sky. If Ludwig and I were scraping by on the ground, Ellen would be in the stratosphere, while Savelin Turner might be on the moon, or perhaps even in a different star system. After all, she can summon an aura sword without a physical sword, an overwhelming wall. Ludwig didn't seem to have any feelings of self-reproach or emptiness after being defeated so effortlessly. He just scratched his head. I practiced a lot, but I'm still lacking. Lady Turner, call me instructor. I'm not in this position because of my knight qualifications. Yes, instructor. Savelin Turner asked Ludwig to take up his sword and stance. Ludwig, your understanding of the sword is very shallow. You've learned mechanically. You know of the sword, but you don't know why that sword is necessary. Without understanding, you exert too much force. Swordsmanship fundamentally doesn't require excessive force. All universal swordsmanship theories are based on not using magical reinforcement. You need a deeper understanding of techniques. Yes, instructor. If you're curious about the details, come and ask separately. That's all next. With an overly lively spirit, Ludwig stepped back, and it was Delphine's turn. Your name? Delphine Isidra. Ah, pleased to meet you. Delphine Isidra, who was always lively, though not as much as Ludwig, was extremely tense. In front of someone like her, it was only natural to be like this. It's like Einstein coming to a science prodigy class. They're personally watching our study methods and giving advice. Ludwig not being tense is the strange one. Delphine lunged at Turner with her practice sword. This time, just like before, Turner twisted Delphine's sword by pushing her sword diagonally against the tip of Delphine's incoming sword. Ah! Losing control of his sword, Delphine's wrist was completely twisted, and she eventually dropped his sword. Um. Turner tilted her head as she watched Delphine's face turn red and hurriedly pick up the practice sword. You're not majoring in swordsmanship. Ah, that. Yes. Archery. Yes. Oh, how did you know? Such a callus between your thumb and index finger can only mean one thing. Upon hearing Turner's words, Delphine's face drained of color, and she stared blankly at her. The calluses she had formed from relentlessly practicing archery seemed to have caught Turner's attention. I guess there's nothing for me to teach you. Next. Turner seemed to have no intention of giving Delphine any advice on archery and simply passed her by. Embarrassed, Delphine's face turned red as she retreated. Well, couldn't she at least say a few words? How ruthless. Next up was Scarlet. Scarlet, also tense, licked her lips nervously. My name is Scarlet. Nice to meet you. Come. Yes. Rather than immediately thrusting her practice sword at Turner, Scarlet seemed to be slowly probing for an opening. She was looking for a chance to strike. In terms of pure skill, Scarlet was the best among us gathered here. My advantage in swordsmanship comes from a combination of factors rather than pure talent. If you won't come, then I will. As Turner took a step forward, Scarlet, her sword at the ready, took a step back. Was she thinking she'd be completely overpowered if the swords touched? Turner's approach was not particularly urgent. For every step she took forward, Scarlet took one back. However, she couldn't retreat forever. Turner's sword wasn't particularly fast. In fact, it seemed as if she was deliberately moving slowly. Of course, she wouldn't do that in a real battle. It was as if she was posing a question. How would you react if I came at you with a sword like this? With that impression, she swung her sword straight down at Scarlet. Scarlet had seen that the moment a sword touched Turner's, it would either be swept away or deflected. Scarlet chose to evade. As she attempted to dodge by stepping to the side of the sword's path, Turner, who had been swinging her sword down, pulled it towards her body and quickly transitioned to a thrust. It was almost simultaneous, as if she had known in advance that Scarlet would try to dodge. The moment Scarlet's body moved, Turner's sword had already changed to a thrust. However, it wasn't impossible to counter. Scarlet pushed her practice sword towards Turner's thrusting blade. Her sword aimed further inside. If she continued to push like this, Turner's sword would be deflected away from Scarlet's body, not towards it. Using this method, Scarlet could thrust at Turner while avoiding her blade. But as Scarlet's thrust and deflection reached Turner's sword, whoosh, Turner twisted her wrist, flipping her sword around. In an instant, she controlled the inner side and easily deflected Scarlet's practice sword, aiming the blade at her throat. Judging by the outcome alone, it ended in a single round. If you count the previous action, it ended in 2 rounds. Not bad. Savelin Turner seemed to nod in approval, acknowledging Scarlet's judgment and reflexes more than the number of rounds. Thank you. Scarlet seemed perplexed as to why she received praise after being defeated in just 2 rounds. After that, Turner gave Scarlet 4 more chances. Of course, the outcome was not much different than before. If there were any differences, it wasn't just blindly relying on power like Ludwig, but rather employing psychological tactics and trying to find the best course of action in critical situations through quick wits. It seemed that Savelin Turner had noticed such qualities in Scarlet. An excellent student. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Next. That was all Savelin Turner said as she moved on. Shouldn't she be properly teaching something? Of course, if Scarlet's pure swordsmanship skills were considered, I would be no match at all. However, looking at Scarlet's expression, it seemed that there was no need for further feedback. Her face was flushed, and she seemed excited and pleased. Naturally, Ludwig and Delphin looked envious, and Erich couldn't even bring himself to look directly at Scarlet. She had received praise from the continent's best swordsman. There couldn't be a more motivating comment for a swordsmanship trainee. Those with great power and authority can change someone's life with just a few words. Savelin Turner was one such person. Scarlet would surely use those words as motivation to work even harder. Perhaps there was no need to teach anything in detail at that level. The only ones left were Erich de Laffery and me. Erich was hesitating. Step forward. Me. The previous turn was Scarlet's. Erich must have known that he was no match for Scarlet, and he wouldn't want to be compared to her. Why did you even come here? Erich, too, was excited about the name Savelin Turner. Erich, with an expression saying he didn't want to be humiliated if he went out now. Can I go next? No, no. Tap, tap, tap. If the kid doesn't go now, it would be my turn. Even though my skills are inferior to Scarlet's, my overall abilities are definitely stronger. I'm Erich de Laffery, Royal Class First Year Aminus 9. A-Class, you say? Yes. Turner looked at Erich quietly with her training sword's tip touching the ground. This kid is nervous. He's obviously amateurish. Is he really Royal Class? Is this the level of the Royal Class now? No, the one before was fine, right? What's going on? I feel like I'll only say harsh things to him. Numerous thoughts stirred within Savelin Turner's expressionless face. I don't need to see you. Yes. I don't want to humiliate you for no reason. You don't have to do it. It seemed as if Savelin Turner had known all along as she said that to Erich. Excuse me. Isn't hearing that even more humiliating? Next. This time, Savelin Turner looked at me. It was my turn. My name is Reinhardt. All right. I picked up the training sword. Savelin Turner and I are officially acquainted, having met at the Royal Class sponsorship event where I received her support. However, there's no relationship beyond that. The events that transpired at the Spring Palace remain top secret. So while Savelin Turner is familiar with me, we aren't exactly close. That being said, her behavior is somewhat odd. Well done. That's good. Inferring an opponent's sword technique from their shoulder movements and stride is impressive. It's not an easily acquired skill. However, you still lack precision. Don't worry, though. It's just due to inexperience. As you continue training and studying, you'll naturally improve. Good, but a little more like this. Grip your hand tighter. More, even more. You don't have the strength for that yet. I see. That's understandable. You're still young. Excellent. You can already do this much. But it would have been better if you did it like this. Look like this. Do you get the feeling? No, no, not like that. Like this. Yes, that's it. You're a quick learner. More, no, one more time. You're getting better. Let's try it once more. This person. She's been doing this non-stop, just for me. No. Why is she showing such blatant favoritism? Now I finally understood why Sévalin Turner volunteered to teach swordsmanship to the students. It also made sense why she quickly moved on from the other students after only a few words. She wanted to teach me something all along. Good, good, Reinhardt. You're doing great. All the other students were staring blankly at the overwhelming display of favoritism. Chapter 282. How many times would the person called the strongest knight on the continent have needed someone to save their life? Once someone's personal strength reaches a certain level, such situations, if they ever occurred, would be in the distant past. She must have lived her life saving others rather than being saved. Although it was a combination of various misfortunes, in the end, I saved Sévalin Turner's life. Did that event evoke some long-forgotten emotions in her? She certainly bowed her head in gratitude to me, but it seemed she thought it wasn't enough. So she might have thought that, while she's staying at the Royal Class Dormitory using her title as an instructor, she could help me by supervising my training. However, it would be strange to teach only me and not the others. So she called the others as well, pretending to teach them while actually focusing on me. That's fine. Really, it's fine. But this, in the end, I'm the only odd one out again. You should also pay attention to the other students. Ah. It was only then that Turner, who had been focusing solely on me, seemed to come to her senses and looked at the other students. Ah, I completely forgot. I sincerely hope I'm the only one in the world who can subtly read her thoughts from her cold and awkward expression. Yes, I think you're good at this level. All right, let's have everyone try again. At my request, Turner once again observed everyone's swordsmanship. Of course, she didn't put as much effort into it as she did with me, but in the end, that was still enough for our level. Erich and Delphine did receive various pieces of advice in the end. Sévalin Turner's teachings for me were definitely helpful, but they were excessively flattering. Even though I'm clearly worse than Scarlet, hearing that I'm doing great is rather embarrassing. This person clearly doesn't understand that excessive praise can backfire. I think everyone is good at this level. Finally, after making another round, teaching me a few more things, Sévalin Turner announced that the midnight extra lesson was over. Everyone seemed somewhat satisfied and happy. They appeared to be amazed at having seen a legendary figure in person. There isn't much time left of the winter vacation, but I plan to hold these lessons occasionally. I'll announce it when I decide, so be sure to come to the training hall at the designated time. That's all. The lesson ended, and I left the training hall to rest. Reinhardt, you're amazing. You were the only one who received such incredible praise from Lady Turner. Ludwig excitedly patted my shoulder, as if he had received the praise himself. He was genuinely happy for others, which made me realize how flawed I was. It's just something she said. No, Reinhardt, you were really impressive. Unlike her usual self, Scarlett spoke with sparkling eyes. No, you objectively know that you're better, yet you say that. Ah, Turner must know something I don't. Is that the feeling? Erich looked extremely dejected. He hadn't received a harsh scolding or been accused of being useless. Sévalin Turner merely said she wouldn't watch him. It was a form of consideration, not wanting to embarrass him in front of the other students. She couldn't have said he was good when he wasn't. He sluggishly returned to the A-class dormitory, looking downcast. Scarlett silently watched him go. She was an excellent student, labeled a witch, while he couldn't even make it to the exam. It must have been miserable. I couldn't sense any satisfaction in Scarlett's gaze as she watched Erich. It was just the gaze of someone watching another person. Neither negative nor positive, simply observing another. Seeing Scarlett's eyes, I became certain. Scarlett had completely moved on from the dark emotions that originated from Erich and his situation. Getting away from that would be better than wallowing in it. It seemed that Scarlett had undergone a positive change. I wonder when the next class will be. I want to take it again soon. You should consider that it's exam season, you know. At my words, Ludwig scratched his head. I really feel like I'm not cut out for studying. I prefer doing something physical. He's such a musclehead. I slowed down my pace, worried that being around him might influence me. Ludwig, Scarlett, and Delphine headed back to the dormitory while I felt a pat on my shoulder. Ah, Lady Turner. Teacher. She looked at me, as if to correct her title to teacher now that she was in that role. She always seemed sensitive about how I addressed her. Last time, she wanted to be called Lady Turner, and now that she's a teacher, she wants to be called teacher. Yes, teacher. She glanced around quickly to make sure no one was watching. There's something I'd like to discuss with you about today's lesson. It sounded like a clear excuse. Let's take a walk. Sure. She led the way, and I followed. Savelyn Turner and I walked outside the dormitory. It was night, and with the temperature dropping, the Royal Class dormitory area was deserted as usual. The Royal Class is still an interesting place. Still. Yes, she continued walking, her hands in the pockets of her coat. She was Eppinhauser's senior while at Temple, a distant senior. Naturally, she was also a graduate of Temple's Royal Class. During my time, it was no different. There were those who relied solely on talent and did nothing, those who lacked talent but worked hard, and those who were eager and diligent for some urgent reason. She exhaled white breaths. And then there were those born with everything. Ellen wasn't there today. Did that mean she was referring to me when she mentioned someone born with everything? Had I reached the point where I would hear such words? A lot has changed, and I'm no longer the incompetent Reinhardt I used to be. So now I couldn't deny that I had everything. Not someone who came with everything, but someone who continually gained something. That would be a more accurate description. Which category did you belong to, teacher? Can't you tell just by looking? Savelyn Turner smiled at me. I didn't set every detail of her life. I have no idea what her time at Temple was like or her past history. What was Savelyn Turner like during her time at Temple in the royal class? It was obvious without even seeing her. She must have been like Ellen. Ellen Arthurius. She wasn't there today. Yes, she has some other matters to attend to. She probably knew Ellen's identity as well, considering she knew about me. If Ellen were now focusing on participating in Miss Temple instead of training, what would she think? Would she find it pathetic? She walked through the dimly lit park near the dormitory. To be honest, I don't remember much about my time at Temple. I spent 6 years here, only living in the training grounds. I had some friends, but I don't really remember what I did with them. Turner's gaze was empty. She couldn't even begin to count the time she spent here, and there were no memories in any of the places. She must have been a fool who knew nothing but the sword. The time spent here may have been translated into skill, but she had no significant memories left. So it seemed that the places that should have been filled with memories were empty. After graduating, I joined Shanipel, and I've been there ever since. As time went by, people started calling me the best swordsman on the continent, and then some guy named Lagan Artorius took the title of the best swordsman on the continent, and now it's back to me. She walked absent-mindedly. You can't fill your life with just a title like that. She looked at me. Reinhardt, don't try too hard to live. A guy who was born with everything. No, a guy who lives as if he's being chased by something. Did she see me like that? She rested her hand on a tree in the park and ran her fingers down its bark. If you try too hard to live, you'll end up missing out on too much. What was she thinking? I couldn't read her emotions from her expression at that moment. What did you miss out on, teacher? At my question, she opened the flap of her coat and pointed to the scabbard on her left hip. Storm Sword Tempesta. No, what she meant was probably just the sword itself. Everything except this. She had lived only for the sword and had not possessed anything else in life. A person whose life, except for the sword, was all blank spaces. Savelyn Turner was such a person. Seeing her faint and sad expression, I chuckled. Isn't that something you can start filling in now? What? Why do you talk like you're an old lady who's running out of time? At first glance, it looks like you could enroll as my junior right now. What is he talking about? She looked at me with that expression. Well, even if you become stronger, it won't make much difference. So isn't it okay to have some fun now? Don't you have vacations? I do, but Savelyn Turner nodded absent-mindedly. Then it's not like you have no time at all. You could try dating, going out to eat delicious food, and traveling. What's the point of earning money if not to spend it? I'm lecturing someone who has lived a full life. In reality, this person is much older than me. But it doesn't matter. I'm a guy who has gone as far as I can go. What's this? You have to have played before to know how to play. Tusk. What am I supposed to say to you? It seemed like she had never heard such words from anyone in the world, and she looked flustered. Telling the world's strongest person to try dating if life gets boring. I must be a really strange guy. She didn't even seem angry, probably because my words were too absurd. When someone hears something extremely bizarre, they lose their temper and their face goes blank. You're telling me not to live too seriously. But before that, you should start living that way too, teacher. For the superhumans, not only does aging slow down, but at a certain level it stops. and they even become ageless like this. No matter her actual age, if she wore a temple uniform, you'd believe she was in the same grade as us. What does it mean to have lived a full life? I can't believe it. Savelin Turner finally let out a sarcastic laugh. I'm not sure if you're the future of the Empire, Reinhardt. She patted my shoulder. But one thing is for sure, you're the strangest person in the Empire. A strange person. That was also one of the phrases I heard the most. She didn't call me just to have a casual conversation without any specific purpose. Soon, the Emperor will want to meet you. The Emperor. So it has come to this. I'm telling you in advance so you won't be surprised when it suddenly happens. Is it to express gratitude and reward me for saving Charlotte, or does he have a task for me? I don't know. But eventually, this was also one of the things I had to face. Chapter 283, of course, not just anyone can have an audience with the Emperor, nor does the Emperor meet with just anyone. From the results, it is clear. If a commoner with no noble background or any connection to the imperial court wanted to meet the Emperor, they would have to do something like saving the life of the first princess. Technically, it was the second time in my case. Therefore, meeting the Emperor is an honor in itself. However, I'm not the kind of person who would consider it a lifelong honor. Instead of feeling honored at the prospect of meeting the Emperor, I was worried. The Emperor would likely know many secrets unknown to others, including Bertus and Charlotte. I might be able to discuss revolutionary forces without taking sides, and ask questions about the activities of the Black Order and other magical conspiracies. Alternatively, I could obtain information about numerous top-secret spells. Assuming the Emperor trusts the information I provide, there's a chance the Emperor will give me the information I want. I wonder what my connection with the Emperor will be like. It could be temporary or ongoing. As long as my abilities help stabilize Charlotte's condition, it's likely to be the latter. The Emperor will soon want to meet me. I don't know when that will be, but I suspect it will be after the festival and during the winter break. Friday. Final exams were over. Ah, it's finally over. As expected, Kono Lint couldn't contain his joy that this tiresome semester had come to an end. Moreover, the festival starts next week. We'll enjoy the festival for a week, and then winter break begins. Although the final exam results haven't been released yet, I think I'll rank somewhere in the middle. Of course, I won't be in the top tier due to missing many classes. I didn't really care about that in the first place, so it didn't bother me. Of course, while the exams were over for some, this was only the beginning. I was participating in the freshman tournament. Ellen was participating in Miss Temple. Cliffman was participating in Mr. Temple. And lastly, Harriet was participating in the Unlimited tournament. Harriet, are you sure you'll be okay? I'll be fine. I've thought about it. Ellen's participation in Miss Temple was surprising, but what shocked everyone was Harriet's entry in the Unlimited tournament. It was already difficult for magic majors, and it wasn't just a freshman tournament, it was unlimited. Furthermore, the preliminaries start tomorrow. The preliminaries on Saturday and Sunday will determine the finalists, and the main event will take place from Monday to Wednesday. The Unlimited tournament starts on Thursday. Winners of the grade-specific tournaments are granted entry into the main event of the Unlimited tournament, but participation is up to the individual. I haven't decided whether I'll go or not. However, it doesn't seem like a bad idea to participate. Even if winning the Unlimited tournament is deemed impossible, there's no harm in trying for the sake of the challenge itself. It's ridiculous to think that winning is a given even before the actual victory. The first-year tournament preliminaries start on Saturday, and then there's Miss and Mr. Temple. Once the vacation comes after that, I'll have to tackle the remaining tasks one by one. Just as Kono Lint was excited, so was Liana. She grabbed one of Ellen's and Cliffman's hands and began to drag them along. Let's go, all right. Do we really have to? Okay, I got it. I'll go. Cliffman tried to say something, but upon seeing Liana's murderous glare, his face went pale and he nodded reluctantly. Liana's excitement was high in a different sense than Harriet's, and she was clearly thrilled. I wonder if she ever put this much effort into anything. Anyway, who to choose for the real Miss Temple? It was a headache deciding between profit and reality. There would be no one in the training hall today since Cliffman and Ellen were gone. I guess they'll probably be at the noble's mansion over the weekend and only come back for the preliminaries. It seemed like they had already gotten permission from the dormitory. Harriet went to the Magic Research Club's dormitory. and for the first time in a while, there weren't many people in the main dormitory. Anyway, the second semester of the first year ended today. A festival is just a festival. Though it was winter and there were no people near the royal class dormitory, there was a festive atmosphere. Or maybe it's just how I felt. Despite the cold weather, there was an odd sense of excitement in the air. The student council filled the void left by the cancellation of the main event, the Royal Class and Orbis Class match, with numerous performances, concerts, and friendly sports competitions. Temple's various clubs and even graduate students collaborated on these events. While it may be disappointing for those who anticipated the match, there's not much we can do about it. I didn't let my guard down. With nobody at the training hall, I received special lessons from Savile in Turner. Of course, I wasn't alone. Ludwig and Scarlett were there too. Delphine and Erich didn't come. Both had their own reasons. Erich, that guy, seemed to be trying harder lately, but it was evident he wasn't doing well. He had talent, but had played too much in the past. Still, he had talent in swordsmanship. I only had aptitude for swordsmanship, not talent. But my skills were much better than those of talented Erich. In the end, I realized how much Ellen's presence had helped me. It seemed like I was in a situation where I had talent in swordsmanship. Being taught by an excessively talented genius, my progress in swordsmanship was much faster than that of someone with talent. For example, Ellen was like my doping potion. 1 year is a long time, but it's too short for a layman to overpower someone with talent. So naturally, I couldn't help but reevaluate what I had gone through up until now. That's not how you do it. I remembered Ellen saying that and starting to teach me swordsmanship. My efforts began with Adriana and intensified when Ellen got involved. I wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything if I had been alone. I might still be living as someone inferior to someone like Erich. Karduk. Good, but there's a problem with losing precision when going all out. Keying. Don't get too excited, Reinhardt. It's your most prominent characteristic, yet. A regrettable point. Would he feel upset if I call it a flaw? It's written all over your face. Please stop favoring me. Your magical reinforcement is still very unstable. Of course, it's impressive that you can even do it now. Don't take it too harshly. Savile and Turner not only looked after me, but also, of course, Scarlett and Ludwig. At first, Turner seemed a little hesitant about Ludwig's excessive fighting spirit. To be precise, it seemed more like she felt burdened than disliking it. She favored me, and it seemed she personally liked Scarlett. But then, Kong, I'll do it again. Puhak, are you okay? I'm fine, I'll do it again. Bang. Now that's... No, just one more time, please. Watching Ludwig get up after being roughly handled, her expression seemed to change. What is he, a troll? They say his talent is stamina, but... Weird. What is he? Scary. Ludwig continued to request more lessons from Turner with the same vigor he had from the very beginning. Ludwig was an excessively honest character. I'm not talking about a person's honesty, but the honesty of conviction. I may be lacking, but I believe I can improve. I may be weak, but I believe I can become stronger. I may waver, but I will grow more as a result. He's a character straight out of an old-fashioned boys' comic. It's cliched and obvious. Yet, when you encounter such a person in real life, you can't help but feel a sense of fear. Unbreakable will. A person who tries again after failing dozens of times. Let's do it one more time. I thought I had become terrible. But watching Ludwig, who clenched his teeth without complaining, fell, twisted his wrist, and got hit, still expressing gratitude for this opportunity and consistently asking Turner for advice with a smile, I realized anew that a truly terrible person was someone like him. Didn't they say that those who work hard can't beat those who enjoy it? Scarlett, while that guy's doing his thing, let's practice together. Ah, yes. Reinhardt, I was a hard worker. Clang. Ludwig enjoyed it, the protagonist, by his side with unbreakable mental strength, saving the world. Clang. I diligently swung my sword. Reinhardt. Yeah. After the special lesson, Ludwig called out to me, "You're participating in the first-year tournament, right?" Yes, that's right. Scarlett and I decided to participate too. Did you know? Ah, I didn't know. It wasn't surprising since I had expected them to participate. What was surprising was that Scarlett, who would have originally gone to Temple, was participating in the tournament. Ludwig said that, pointing towards the training grounds. I'm going to practice some more. I don't know if Turner will grant my request, though. He grinned foolishly. If I lose to you too pitifully, that would be rude, wouldn't it? Ludwig seemed to be assuming that he couldn't beat me. Yet he would still do his best, because that's who he is. Let's work hard. Let's live kindly. Let's be honest. Such cliched sayings gathered to form a peculiar person. Then I'll go. Good luck in the preliminaries tomorrow. I'll do my best too. All right. Ludwig had become much stronger than in the original work. It was the reward for not getting involved in annoying matters. But the more I got involved in annoying matters, the more strange advantages I gained. Thus, having been involved in many strange incidents, I was definitely stronger than Ludwig now. But will I be stronger than Ludwig later on? That unrealistic mentality of his had no limit. He undoubtedly has something like hero's bloodline as well. Turner seemed to sense that Ludwig was an unusual person. Turner seemed a bit overwhelmed, but in the end, their synergy wasn't bad. Since she met him earlier, Ludwig would become even stronger at an incredible speed. Turner might have organized this special lesson to teach me, but in reality, it would lead to Ludwig becoming incredibly stronger at a rapid pace. He would probably hold on to Turner throughout the entire vacation. Turner might not know him well, but she probably wouldn't reject Ludwig's plea for help. Reinhardt. Yeah, what? In the hallway of Class B dormitory, Scarlett called out, "Do you want to have dinner?" Dinner. I realized that I hadn't eaten dinner because of the special lesson. However, it was surprising for Scarlett to say something like this. Princess Charlotte said that if you have time, we should eat together. Ah, I see. No wonder she didn't seem to be doing any additional practice for the tournament. Ever since Charlotte returned to the dormitory, we had been cautious around each other, only exchanging greetings when we met, without having a proper conversation. Chapter 284. Scarlett, Charlotte, and I headed out to Main Street. No news is good news, and it seemed to be true in this case. As long as Charlotte didn't come looking for me, it meant she was safe. So with no news so far, Charlotte had a bright expression, as if nothing had happened. Since it was winter, the sun had set early, and the night was already dark. However, the bright lights scattered here and there, along with Temple, had already turned Main Street into a bustling celebration. Wasn't the festival supposed to start on Monday? At my question, Charlotte laughed. The entry restrictions are lifted on Monday, but the business and traffic restrictions are lifted on Friday. People with Temple access passes can enjoy the festival a little earlier. So, the festival had practically already begun. During the festival period, Temple, which was usually like a fortress, opens up to civilians. Of course, security forces are significantly increased. But for the people of the Empire, this one-week festival period is the only time they can see what Temple looks like beyond the massive walls. However, it wasn't yet crowded with such civilians. It was the festival's preparation period. There were vibrant lights, street vendors lining the streets, and delicious smells wafting from all directions. People were buying food on the streets, and some students were practicing or performing music and singing. Although the general classes must have been busy preparing for various events, the royal class, which should be the busiest, gets to take a break this festival, thanks to someone. Charlotte grinned mischievously. Well, you should be grateful. Ah, yes, I should have expected that response. While the general classes were busy with festival tasks, the royal class had nothing to do and was leisurely strolling the streets on the eve of the festival. Let's eat that. As I noticed before, Charlotte wasn't picky about food. Following her suggestion, the three of us ate some chicken skewers that were grilled on the street and smelled incredibly delicious. She seemed not only unselective, but genuinely fond of street food. Ouch, it's hot. Nobody's going to steal it. Eat slowly. I didn't know it would be this hot. Charlotte carefully and very slowly nibbled on the hot chicken skewer, blowing on it gently. She nibbled so diligently that it looked like a tiny mouse was eating it. How strange. It's incredibly cute. Scarlett also ate the chicken skewer slowly, while I took a bite and just held it. I seemed to be the only one eating so enthusiastically. Charlotte looked back and forth between Scarlett and me as she spoke. I'm supposedly from a poor background. Scarlett is actually from a poor background. It's too sweet. How sweet can it actually be? Charlotte tilted her head, curious, and hesitated when I offered her a bite. Why? No, just try it. What's with the Is it dirty? No, not that. It's not that, but if you don't like it, just say so. No, it's not dirty at all. As I tried to take it back, Charlotte grabbed my arm and took a big bite of the skewered chicken I was holding. She seemed to be doing it reluctantly. Scarlett's eyes widened as she watched the scene. Seriously, you'd think these kids had never seen something like this before. What's the big deal? With her face flushed, Charlotte mumbled and lowered her head. It's not even that sweet. It's a matter of taste. You're really picky about the strangest things, aren't you? Charlotte looked at me as if I were some bizarre creature. Then she turned her gaze to Scarlett, who was eating only one bite like me. Why isn't Scarlett eating more? It's too spicy for me. I had grabbed a random one, and it turned out to be spicy. Charlotte stared intently at Scarlett, who sheepishly offered her skewered chicken. Do you want to try it? Charlotte took a small bite from the tip of Scarlett's skewer and grimaced. Charlotte's face turned beet red. Well, I thought Scarlett's reaction meant it was tolerable, but apparently not. I'll go get some water. I shouldn't have made you try it. Charlotte couldn't even chew properly, and her mouth was slightly open. What is this? What did I just eat? That was the look on her face. We took a break sitting by a nearby fountain. Even after drinking the water I bought, Charlotte continued to rinse her mouth for a while, clearly irritated. Why do they sell that stuff and charge money for it? They should at least warn you. Who would eat that? Charlotte touched her lips and pouted. It's not just spicy, it's painful. My lips hurt. Can't you handle spicy food? Do I really need to eat that? There are people who enjoy it. It was actually the best-selling item. Scarlett's comment left Charlotte's mouth agape. Why would anyone? I don't really know. On Main Street, you can find all kinds of food, but both the royal class dormitory and the dinner we had at the Spring Palace the other day were quite far from being spicy. It seemed like a life without much interaction with chili powder. Scarlett was eating the spicy skewered chicken she couldn't handle, little by little. Is she good with spicy food, or is she just forcing herself to eat it? She doesn't seem to be enjoying it, but she's still eating it somehow. Didn't you say it was spicy? Yes. In response to my question, Scarlett took another bite. It would be a waste to throw it away. Ugh. Charlotte and I locked eyes. It was a heartwarming remark. Then what does that make me, who threw mine away earlier? Charlotte and Scarlett quietly nibbled on their share of the skewered chicken. I threw mine away because it was spicy, but I had another reason as well. Can't you eat a bit more neatly? You're dripping sauce everywhere. That's why I handed them some napkins. I held back from wiping it off for them. I really hate it when that stuff stains clothes. It's disgusting when it dribbles down all sticky. What? When did this happen? That's true. Upon seeing the sauce smeared on their skirts, lips, and even their hair, both Charlotte and Scarlett panicked and wiped it off. Eventually, they both started eating in an odd posture, leaning their necks forward. A princess and a pauper eating skewered chicken in the same position, both with sticky sauce smeared all over. What a rare sight. Ah, it's tasty, but it's so inconvenient to eat. After throwing the remaining skewers into the trash can, Charlotte brushed off the splotchy, sauce-stained clothes. Of course, brushing it off didn't make it clean. Still, experiences like this are part of life, right? Let's go. Let's eat something else. Charlotte led the way with excitement. Scarlett watched her with a smile. Lately, I don't know why, but she seems to be in a good mood. Charlotte and Scarlett were close to each other. Of course, Charlotte probably hasn't told Scarlett much. That's why they're considered close, but there's still quite a distance between them. Still, I know that Charlotte values Scarlett. I don't know what happened, but I'm glad. Similarly, it seemed that Scarlett also valued Charlotte. Charlotte certainly looked happy. Only then did I understand why Charlotte had called us, skipping dinner on Friday. Once the real festival starts, there will be so many people that it will be difficult to roam around. The tournament preliminaries start tomorrow. Even with a bracelet that prevents her from being perceived, I have my own affairs and Scarlett has her own, so we'll be busy. Doesn't that look delicious? Charlotte must have wanted to enjoy the festival with us in advance. Charlotte's platinum blonde hair, which seemed to fly through the streets, shimmered brilliantly as it caught the winter night lights of Temple. We didn't sit down and eat at one particular spot. Instead, we walked around, trying various street foods that caught our eye. Rather than one person ordering 3 items, we shared a single dish among us. That included stir-fried noodles and beverages. It's nice to be able to try so many different things. For Charlotte, this kind of experience was undoubtedly a first, but she seemed to enjoy it. Surprisingly, the most flustered person was Scarlett. She was amazed that Charlotte could nonchalantly share a straw for a drink. Scarlett didn't mind it herself, but it was unexpected for Charlotte. We came across some rather nostalgic items as well. Ah, the taste of memories. Not the best memories, though. After seeing a coconut with a straw, we bought one and each took a sip. Scarlett stared at the coconut with a bewildered expression. Was it always this bad? Exactly. No, could it be a different variety? It tastes so different from what I remember. It's probably just idealized in your memory. Maybe. The taste of coconut water on a scorching, deserted island during the summer couldn't have been like this, especially not in the winter. In a place overflowing with food and drink, the coconut was nothing more than a bizarre, bitter juice. Charlotte laughed, thinking about their time on the deserted island. Aha, I thought I was dirty now, but compared to back then, this is nothing. Princes, princesses, dukes, and duchesses all looked disheveled back then, with no exception. I experienced that during my time in Class A. While Charlotte had gone through it while commanding Class B, I thought it was the end when it rained so heavily back then, remember? I do. When Asher summoned light with holy magic, it felt like we were saved. Yes, I felt the same. The two of them reminisced about a mission they had in Class B. Ludwig caught dozens of fish on the first day. He's really something. If only he'd use his head a bit more. I still think he has many strengths. Oh, I didn't mean he has a lot of weaknesses. I know what you meant. Watching their conversation, it seemed that Charlotte usually led the conversation, while Scarlett would add comments or agree. Scarlett seemed to be a good listener. Noticing that I might feel left out, Charlotte looked at me. Back then, Reinhardt, you were amazing too. I didn't do much. When I heard from Bertus later, he said that without you, half of you would have been wiped out on the first day. So Bertus had said that. It was surprising that the two of them even had a conversation. Of course, they didn't exactly ignore each other, but they tended to bicker, if that could be called a conversation. To be honest, I didn't take the lead in the beginning, but I acted first in front of those who wanted to give up. That's why Bertus, whose mentality was wavering, started to take command. In the grand scheme of things, I hadn't done much. Under Bertus's command, with the magical support of Harriet and Adelia, the camp was established, and there was Ellen's hunting. During the last orc hunt, Ellen and Harriet had practically done everything. Of course, it can't be denied that it's important that I initiated the start of it. As they say, well begun is half done. Holding a coconut that tasted strangely different from what she remembered, Scarlett sipped through the straw. This year felt really long. Scarlett looked up at the night sky. The streetlights were too bright to see the stars. This year was monumental for humanity as the war against demons ended, yet the demon realm didn't perish. But for another reason, this year felt incredibly long. For both Scarlett and me. So many things happened. At the end of the year, at the tail end of Temple's second semester, I'm summarizing this year while only leaving the final event of the festival. Scarlett was holding the coconut tightly. Though not as delicious as she remembered, it still resembled the taste she had in her memory. Let's do well next year too, together. Yes, we should. We must do well, whatever that may be. When I asked Charlotte if she was going to participate in the Miss Temple contest, she said she had no plans. She said it would be funny whether she won or not. If she won, it would mainly be because she was a princess, and if she lost, the winner would be uneasy. Of course, Olivia probably wouldn't worry about such things. Anyway, Charlotte didn't seem to have any plans for the festival. But if Charlotte participated in the tournament, wouldn't victory be guaranteed? I don't know to what extent Charlotte can use her abilities, but she managed to corner Savalin Turner. I'm not sure if she can only use it in specific conditions like darkness. Of course, there's no chance that Charlotte, who fears and dislikes her own abilities, would participate in the tournament and wield her shadows. Friday passed, and Saturday came. The royal class dormitory felt empty. Ellen, Liana, and Cliffman would be at the Grants Duke's mansion. Harriet and Adelia seemed to have spent the night at the Magic Research Club, doing something. Bertus had returned to the royal palace as well. So only Heinrich, me, and the three hopeless brothers were left in the dormitory. At breakfast time, while eating, Heinrich, who was dining nearby, glanced at me. The preliminaries start today, right? Yeah, that's right. Ever since the Edina Archipelago incident, he hadn't been friendly, but at least he didn't pick unnecessary fights. There are no restrictions on majors for the tournament. There's no clause prohibiting participants with supernatural powers, so there's no issue if Heinrich or Liana were to compete. However, Liana seemed more interested in dressing up, and Heinrich didn't participate either. He clicked his tongue in disapproval. I would have participated if it wasn't for you. It seems certain they would lose to me, so they must have given up on participating. Somehow, it's irritating to hear them talk so casually about it. Heinrich seems to have unwavering faith in my victory. The three clueless brothers listening nearby don't seem to have a different opinion either. Kono Lint suddenly looks around. There are no female students here who used to scold him for his nonsense. Hey, I heard there's another event too. Kono Lint whispers as he scans the surroundings. Care asks with curiosity, "What is it? A cross-dressing competition?" Huh, cross-dressing. Yeah, apparently it's a thing. It's not as big as Miss Temple or Mr. Temple, but there's a competition where men dress as women and women dress as men. Erich frowns deeply at this. Are they crazy? Why would they hold such an event? Still, it seems to be held every year. People must enjoy it. A cross-dressing competition. Just hearing about it makes me feel dizzy. I glare at Kono Lint. Shut up, both the participants and the spectators must be perverts. That's what I, who once transformed into a woman and confessed to Kono Lint, say. I feel sick. I might throw up. Damn it. And I'm worried. Something is bound to happen. I'm worried that an event like this will happen. Event occurs cross-dressing competition. Objective. Win the cross-dressing competition. Reward. Magic +5. Increased magical resistance. Ah, I feel really dizzy. You annoying little brat. I don't know why you're doing this to me. What are you even up to? Are you the first-year Royal Class Aminus 11 Reinhardt? Yes. Your participation in the cross-dressing competition has been registered. I swear I'll kill you. Chapter 285 at the registration desk for the cross-dressing competition in the temple's headquarters. I wore a hood deep enough to make sure no one would recognize me. Excuse me, teacher. I'm not a teacher, but do you have something else to say, Reinhardt? Please don't say my name. I'm somewhat well known, and someone might recognize me by my name. There are students all around me registering for various competitions, and here I am, the only one at the empty cross-dressing competition registration desk. The kids are looking at me like that. Oh, that guy. Is he participating in that? Wow, such a big deal. He must be so embarrassed that he came wearing a hood. No, but he'll have to show his face during the competition, right? They're looking at me with that kind of expression. You know, that cross-dressing competition. Can you keep my identity a secret? Ah, you want to participate, but keep your identity a secret. Is that what you're saying? Please don't say it so loudly. However, the registration staff seemed to understand what I was saying and smiled softly. Please refer to this pamphlet for detailed competition information. Rain. Yes. Don't look at me like that. Are there many people like me? No, but I have a reason. The annoying guy wouldn't listen to anything else, so he eventually offered to increase my magical power. How can I not take that? After finishing registration, I hurried out of the temple headquarters, worried that someone might see me. Damn it, I muttered to myself, hastily moving away. This sucks. This sucks. This sucks. This really sucks. Fortunately, I didn't run into any familiar faces. If the fact that I'm participating in the cross-dressing competition becomes known, it's all over. Why would you participate in that? I have no excuse to tell them. I said both the participants and spectators are perverts, and if they find out that I participated in this, it's suicide. You actually like that kind of thing. Ellen, Harriet, Olivia, Bertus, and Charlotte. Everyone who knows me would be shocked. But there's no way they'll find out. I asked to keep my identity a secret, and they'll introduce me as an unidentified cross-dressed man. It's written that way in the participant's guide pamphlet. If a participant requests identity protection, the organizers must guarantee the secrecy. It's a competition that's well prepared for participants with a sinister hobby. I'll change my face with the ring. Later, if I get caught, I'll make an excuse that I did a good makeup job. But I shouldn't get caught in the first place. Since I'll be participating with a changed face, there won't be anyone who could recognize the unidentified cross-dressed man as Reinhardt. Besides, there's no reason for the royal class guys to come and watch the cross-dressing competition. The announcer suddenly introduces royal class, first-year student Reinhardt. If only it didn't blurt out such nonsense, I would never get caught. All I need to do is be careful of sneaky bastards like Kono Lint. I should threaten them with death if they go to watch the cross-dressing competition. No, on the other hand, if I say something like that, they might suspect that I'm participating. Magical increases power by 5 and an increase to magic resistance. It's a massive leap towards mastering magic, and I feel like I understand the reason for the increase in magic resistance. It's a good thing. The chances of winning are very high. Why can't I just enjoy it? Why do they always make me go through such trouble when they want to give me something? Just give it to me for free. Why is the reward greater when enduring humiliation rather than risking my life in battle? Next up, the preliminary match between Royal Class, First Year Aminus, 11 Reinhardt, and Dardia Class, First Year C-32 Orlanken Varnistor. Please take your positions. My mental state is so shaken that I can't even focus on the situation at hand. This is the preliminary tournament to select the first-year main contestants. In the massive preliminary arena, not just here, but preliminaries are taking place everywhere. I can't properly see my opponent's weapons or face. I'm distressed. So distressed, I feel like I'm going crazy. The opponent is clearly intimidated by the fact that I'm from royal class. Start. At the referee's signal, I charged at him. I even threw away the practice sword I was holding. Holding a practice sword in this state feels like crossing the line. I'll use my fists. I just heard it, but I already forgot the opponent's name. I'm sorry, friend whose name I don't know. Thunk. Ugh, Reinhardt wins. Anyone who meets me today should consider themselves unlucky. I'm very sensitive today. Whack, thunk, boom, clang. In the Group C preliminary venue, a monster was rampaging. Who? Who is that? They're from royal class. They have no weapons. Regardless of whether the opponent has a sword, a club, or a spear, they charge at them with a speed that's hard to follow with their eyes and end the fight in a single strike. Having a weapon basically means having distance. If you have the advantage in distance, you have the initiative to attack. That's why, in a battlefield, a sword is obviously better than bare hands, and a spear is obviously better than a sword. But they embrace the overwhelming penalty of being unarmed, and in a situation where they'd lose if they took a single effective hit, they charge at their opponents without giving them a chance to attack and suppress them. No matter how they are from royal class, it's still odd. They're the same first year as us. They're famous even within royal class. Like most students, they admire the Royal class and the now non-existent Orbis class. The Orbis class isn't a major subject of envy. They earn their place through effort. However, the perception of the Royal class is a bit different. Talent. Only those who possess it can gain admission. That's why they are the target of envy and jealousy. It may not be as intense as the negative emotions that came from the Orbis class students, but there is bound to be envy as everyone admires them. However, everyone's perspective changed as they saw a monster that could finish any fight within 5 seconds while maintaining a scowl, as if something incredibly unpleasant was happening. An overwhelming physical ability that renders all the martial arts they had learned so far meaningless. Is that what the royal class is like? What have we learned up until now? What was I desperately training for? The presence of the royal class makes people feel that it's unfair, but seeing their skills with their own eyes also makes them feel self-destructive. What does it mean to be a knight aspirant and specialize in close combat? There's no way they could be on the same level as those monsters. And though they may not like it, they have no choice but to accept it. If they're that capable, then they deserve such treatment. If there is a place that raises such monsters, a place where there are people like them that make you lose even your confidence to confront them, of course, it's worth receiving special treatment from the Empire. I want to forfeit. How can I win against someone like that? Even if they were not their direct opponent, those in Group C would eventually have to face that monster. Many students forfeited without even fighting. Preliminary round, Group C, the group I belonged to. Each group held a tournament-style preliminary round, with the final group winners advancing to the main event. There were a total of 32 main event contestants. Over the weekend, 32 group preliminaries would take place. I participated in the preliminaries, fighting when I had to, and going where I was told to fight again. Before I knew it, due to the last contestant forfeiting, the winner of Group C is Royal Class Aminus 11, Reinhardt. I stood there, staring at the back of the person leaving the arena, who hadn't even considered fighting me. Only then did I look around. All the students who had been eliminated in the preliminaries were staring at me as if I were some kind of monster. I checked my condition, not a drop of sweat or a single scratch on me. In the exam hall, I acknowledged the distance between me and the students looking at me in awe. Is this the distance? Even the royal class has people who are no different from the general class. But ultimately, it's a place with individuals who possess incomparable talent and skill. Even Erich de Laffery, who is dismissed as a lost cause and lives in self-loathing, would easily suppress those people if he participated in the preliminaries here. I see the sense of distance in their eyes. I am very far from them. I've grown distant. I know that gaze. I know what that gaze means. That gaze was the one I used to look at Ellen with from time to time. Somehow, I had become an entity that was looked at with that gaze, rather than being the one looking at someone like that. The way they looked at me was too far away. It's a gaze that sees a different dimension, one that can't even acknowledge me as the same human. Now I can no longer be like them, and I never will be. Group C champion. I effortlessly secured a spot in the main tournament. The main tournament is divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, each with 8 participants. The winners of each group battle each other, with the last remaining contenders fighting for the championship trophy. In the preliminaries, I didn't face anyone from the previous Orbis class or Ludwig. The organizers must have thought about it, balancing each group. They wouldn't foolishly put strong contenders for the main tournament in the same group. After all, this is a tournament and a spectacle of a festival. The strong contenders for the championship will not be placed in the same group in the main tournament. So, in the main tournament, I won't face Ludwig or any unexpected Orbis class participants from the start. If there's an Orbis class participant, it's likely to be first-year Aminus 1, Graydon Amaral. Originally, he would be the runner-up, beating Ludwig and then losing to Ellen in the finals, but I wonder if he participated. If he did, could I win? If magical reinforcement works properly, it seems like I could compete. In Ludwig's case, I'll win, but for Graydon Amaral, I'll have to take it more seriously. The grade-level tournament takes place on Monday and Tuesday. The main tournament group matches are held on Monday, with semi-finals, finals, and ranking matches for group winners on Tuesday. On Wednesday, there's the cross-dressing contest. On Friday, the finale of the festival, the Mr. and Miss Temple contest, and the Unlimited Tournament finals will take place. The Unlimited Tournament's preliminaries will be held today and tomorrow. The Unlimited Tournament is the main attraction, really. After the grade-level tournament winners are determined on Tuesday, the Unlimited Tournament main matches begin on Thursday. I'm thinking of participating, but I wonder how Harriet is doing. I know her preliminaries are today as well. I easily won because I faced first-year students, but it wouldn't be strange if Harriet gets eliminated in the Unlimited Tournament, where upperclassmen usually participate. If she doesn't make it to the main tournament, won't she be really hurt? Contrary to my expectation, I won, you know. Harriet casually shrugged her shoulders. How? What do you mean how? I won all the matches, so I'm the winner. What on earth did she do? Did Harriet overpower upperclassmen in close-range combat situations? Harriet said she wouldn't tell me, sticking her tongue out and quickly leaving the dormitory. She seemed to be heading to the Magic Research Society mansion. Could she have improved so much in just a few days? No, that's not it. I'll try harder. Harriet had been trying to become stronger for a while, since before she even said that, since she felt left out when we went to Darkland without her. Harriet had been constantly trying to become a magician who could hold her own. More precisely, to become familiar with combat. This must be the result of her efforts. But then, her. Did she really stop by the dormitory just to brag about winning her group preliminaries? Why is she so adorable? Sunday. Your Highness, I must have misheard. No, you heard right. I have scolded Elleris quite a bit, but this time it seemed like something Elleris couldn't understand even with her intelligence. I understand that too. I definitely understand. You need a dress. That's what I'm saying. If she understood this, it would be even stranger. A cross-dressing contest. I need clothes. I'll also need a wig. Of course, I can use Sarkagar's ring to make my hair longer. If it were Liana, she might be shocked that I would do such a bizarre thing. But in the end, she would probably laugh and dress me up in various things. Of course, there's no way I would choose that option. Considering how Ellen and Cliff would see me, it makes me want to choke myself. But there's no way I have a good eye for this kind of thing. So the only person I can confide in is Elleris. Please help me choose a dress. A cross-dressing contest. That's how it turned out. Why on earth? Elleris's lips were quivering. Our kid. He was always strange, but he's become even stranger. It's because of that gaze. Well, anyway, it's something extremely important and necessary for me. It's difficult to explain in detail. Is it related to the future? Well, you could say that. To be precise, it's related to my growth. Elleris was still confused. Well, I can't possibly understand what the connection between you cross-dressing and preparing for the future is. Elleris's eyes were trembling intensely. Elleris, I'm a million times more distressed than you are. Still, you must have a plan. I have a plan. Some bastard said they'd boost my stats if I won the cross-dressing contest. That kind of plan. Please, stay strong, Your Highness. It seemed Elleris knew I wasn't telling her everything as she saw my dying expression. Elleris patted my shoulder, which was gradually withering in misery. As always, the only one who understands me is Elleris. Chapter 286, the cross-dressing contest, though fundamentally ridiculous, is still an official competition, endorsed by the Student Council and Temple. It has a proper prize for the winner and a well-organized format. Thankfully, there aren't many participants, so there's no need for preliminary rounds. Men dressed as women will simply appeal to the audience to determine the finalists, without engaging in any demeaning activities. Participants will directly proceed to the finals, where they'll appeal to the audience in numerical order. The winner will be determined through a vote afterwards. While it's impossible to become a completely different person, changing clothes and slightly altering the face should prevent anyone from recognizing me. I have Sakigar's ring as a cheat code for this situation. It's a terrible thing to say, but there's no way anyone could be more beautiful than me in that contest. So, first, I need a dress for the competition, and then I must decide on an act for my appeal. Should I dance or sing? I really want to cry. I've faced countless moments of injustice and sadness while living here, but this is the first time I feel so wronged that I could shed tears. Why? Why are they doing this to me? I must not let anyone discover that I'm Reinhardt. I have to make sure that nobody can even guess that it's me. I must suppress my usual snarky behavior. If I suddenly lose my temper and cause a scene, someone might speculate that person might actually be Reinhardt. Most of the people who will attend the contest probably won't know me, but there might be someone who has heard of my infamy, and Kono Lint is likely to attend. Elleris returns after a short while, empty-handed. Well, I went to the boutique, and they told me that most dresses are custom-made. They need to measure your size and make the dress. Of course, there are ready-made ones, but they're not suitable for your height. My height is around 181 cm. I could change it with Sakigar's ring, but adjusting my height could be risky in case of unforeseen situations. Why are you participating in a cross-dressing contest? No, but weren't you shorter back then? What did you do and how? I might hear these comments, so it's better to appear shorter. Let's go with a dress with a long hem. I can pretend I was bending my knees. It should work if I lower my height a bit. Ah, you mean a hoop skirt. I don't know what that means, but it seems that's the name of the dress I had in mind. I'll reduce my height with Sakigar's ring. If I wear a voluminous hoop skirt dress that hides my legs, I can later claim I was bending my knees, even if someone finds out. Decreasing my height will also reduce the chances of someone recognizing me. As long as the organizers maintain secrecy, everything should be fine. Though it's depressing to prepare for being exposed, there's no choice. Since I can alter my body shape, I don't need a dress that fits me. Instead, I can adjust my body to fit the dress. Elleris attempted to leave, saying that she would go and check again. The sleeves. They should be long too. If my arms are visible, wouldn't that be strange? Hearing my words, Elleris trembled her lips and nodded her head. Yes, Your Highness. Damn it, seriously. I hate how I'm genuinely worried about how to properly cross-dress. But I have to win. I have no choice if I want to win. If I sloppily end up in second place, I think I'd really want to die. As I waited for Elleris, who went out to buy a dress, I stared blankly at the ceiling with my mouth open. What should I do for appeal? Someone, please kill me. In the end, I spent the entire Sunday preparing for the cross-dressing contest. I should be focusing on the tournament main event starting from tomorrow. Why does it feel like I'm taking the cross-dressing contest more seriously? Elleris brought a booklet of design collections from the boutique, and we looked through them. The design was an issue, but the important thing was that the sleeves and skirt should be large. We chose a dress called a hoop skirt, similar to a wedding dress style. We even bought the dress and brought it back in a trunk. Although it was a series of self-loathing, I couldn't do it half-heartedly. As I said before, there's no point in sloppily ranking high without proper preparation. If I don't get first place, this whole ordeal becomes pointless. Right now, I was trying on the dress Elaris had bought. That was also included in the highest priority condition. I should be able to wear it by myself. So, I was actually wearing the dress Elaris had bought. Without changing the shape of my face, I only adjusted my height to match the length of my hair and dress. To make sure nobody could recognize me as myself, I changed my hair color from blonde to silver. If the hair color is too different, the impression would change drastically. Elaris looked at me with a warm expression. Say something. If it looks like a dog, just say it looks like a dog. I really don't understand why your highness has to do this. Elaris trembled her lips, looking troubled. It would be strange if the lord of the demon realm didn't go crazy while having his subordinate evaluate his cross-dressing. But somehow, it suits you quite well. Damn it, don't be proud of that. What's important is this. Can you recognize that it's me? Yes, the hair color has changed, but the impression doesn't seem to have changed much. Of course. After all, the original is still the same, and I haven't put on makeup, so there's no way they couldn't recognize me as myself. Do you want to look in the mirror? I don't want to see it. I really don't want to see it. Show me. But still, I have to look. Elaris summoned a reflection mirror in the air. My appearance was visible in the magically formed mirror. A lifeless Reinhardt, seemingly burdened by all the worries and concerns of the world, with silver hair and wearing a dress, stared back at me. I felt nauseous, dizzy. Why? Why on earth? Come to think of it, didn't this all start when I transformed using Sakigar's ring and used a trick to receive a confession from Lint? Even the possibility of that was something that the trickster couldn't have known, but didn't I show it? Thinking about it, this is ultimately my karma and my fault. Sadly, when I set the appearance of Reinhardt, I made it look good, so it wasn't too terribly strange. But the problem was that even from afar, those who knew me would be able to recognize me up close. I needed to move on to the next task. Can we start? Elaris carefully laid out the makeup tools she brought in front of me. Elaris said she knew nothing about makeup techniques. There would have been no reason for her to learn such a skill. So, while shopping for a dress at a boutique, she learned makeup techniques through an attribute. I didn't know how much she learned in that short time, but I didn't need to worry. Elaris was Elaris, and I believed she would do well. But the problem was that she would be applying makeup to my face, not her own. I first took off the uncomfortable dress and collapsed into a chair. I had tried on the dress, so I didn't need to wear it anymore. The only time I would wear it after this would be during the main event of the cross-dressing competition. Phew. All right, let's do this. Yes. Elaris seemed to have no idea what she was doing, her eyes darting around nervously, but she was applying makeup to my face nonetheless. I didn't have much to say about it. However, as the makeup progressed, Elaris's expression became increasingly strange. It was a kind of puzzled look. Why are you looking so uneasy? Well, how should I put it? Elaris's lips trembled. You look too perfect with it. Mirror. I was able to see my nearly finished makeup. Damn. Even I could see it. The makeup looked great. It wasn't just that Elaris had applied the makeup exceptionally well, but also that the original face was good to begin with, so whatever changes we made, the result was just as we wanted. Still, Reinhardt's face isn't my real face. It's just a customized character's face. It's something I could change at any time. I don't even remember what Valia, the original, looks like now. Of course, that face was fine too. I've spent more time with Reinhardt's face, so it feels more like my own now. Anyway, the fact that it looked so good was even more annoying. The problem was just that. No matter how I look at it, it still looks like Reinhardt. It does indeed. Reinhardt's face wasn't intentionally made that way, but it ended up with a strong impression over time. So it felt like a real-life version of what if Reinhardt was born a girl? Even if I couldn't recognize myself right away, anyone who knew me would inevitably say something like, "Isn't that Reinhardt's younger sister?" Or does Reinhardt have a sister? I could imagine Lint asking me to introduce him to my younger sister. It's the worst. There are limits to makeup. It successfully made me look more convincing, but it didn't hide my identity well enough. Now it's time for the final step. First, we need to do something about these filthy-looking eyes. I began some very fine, detailed work on my face, using the power of Sakigar's ring. I slightly adjusted the sultry appearance of my eyes, thinned out my jawline, and made very small, incremental changes that weren't too obvious. For now, let's put any feelings of self-loathing aside. I'm going to win. No matter what it takes, I will definitely win. It took quite some time to finish the fine adjustments while looking in the mirror. It felt like I was walking to the gallows. If only I were participating in Miss Temple, the situation might be better. I could simply transform into a completely different appearance. That would actually be more comfortable. But this was a cross-dressing competition that I initially signed up for under Reinhardt's name. I had to achieve the bizarre goal of maintaining Reinhardt's appearance as much as possible while appearing completely different. The organizers would keep my identity a secret, but they would know it. It would be strange if a completely different person appeared. So I changed the color and length of my hair, and I could say it was a wig. And then the makeup. With heavy makeup, I could look like a completely different person. Surprisingly, Elleris seemed to do very well for someone who had only learned makeup techniques in a short time. Her talent was extraordinary. She must have observed some makeup techniques before. I simply entrusted my face to Elleris with a dying expression. The important thing was that Elleris couldn't enter Temple. There were two ways. Either learn makeup techniques from Elleris or go to Elleris on the day of the competition, get the makeup done, and then return to Temple. Both options were equally terrible. Both Elleris and I had expressions that were dying by the minute. With a feeling like saving a preset, I memorized the appearance of Reinhardt, just as I did with this look. After finishing all the work, my eyes felt like they were going to pop out. Your Highness. Why? Now, even if the face isn't that of a girl, it feels strange. It seems to be at that level. I'll stop here. Elleris stopped talking as my dying expression seemed to worsen with her praise. That's right. If this face isn't that of a girl, it's weirder. But the more I look at this, it's either Reinhardt's sister or brother. Yeah. Since I couldn't change the overall framework, whether I changed the hair color or made minor adjustments to the face, it ended up being a derivative character of Reinhardt. But I couldn't turn everything upside down either. It's hell. Elleris hesitated and opened her mouth with difficulty. Your Highness, I think I know what the problem is. What is it? The expression. Elleris pointed at my face in the mirror. The expression is the problem. My expression in the mirror. A dying expression, and I could see the immense stress. The feeling of irritation reaching the tips of my hair, just about to explode. That's right. It's the default expression of Reinhardt MK. I no wonder my usual expression is sullen. It's not that my eyes are dirty, but I've been making an expression that can't help but look dirty. However, preparing for this made me more stressed, so my already filthy expression was about 10 times worse than usual. So now I'm in a state that's 10 times more like Reinhardt than usual. Try. Smiling a little. I'm not in the mood to smile at all. How could I smile after doing all this nonsense, seeing myself in the mirror? But it didn't work well. The corners of my mouth trembled, seemingly about to lift. Forcing a smile was more challenging than I thought. Damn it, practicing smiling while looking in the mirror. Am I preparing to be an announcer? More refreshingly. I'm trying. I had to make a refreshing smile while my mood was plunging into the depths. It was truly hell. Elleris's point that the expression was the problem was correct. Indeed, it seems to have an effect. Just by changing my expression, I looked like a completely different person, even to the point where there was no resemblance, though all I did was change my usual expression to a smiling one. Eventually, time passed, and I practiced smiling in Elleris's semi-basement room until midnight. Finally, this much seems perfect. You look like a completely different person. Really? In the mirror, there was an image of me smiling brightly, disgusting enough, although my mental state had shattered into tiny pieces. Even I could see. It didn't look like Reinhardt at all. With this, all preparations for the cross-dressing contest were complete. I now knew the feeling of having bile rise in my throat. No, even worse, the feeling of having bitter water come up. That night I almost cried in my sleep. No, I really just sniffled a bit. Chapter 287, on the outskirts of a provincial city in the Saint-Ouen Duchy, Saint Thion. Adriana was readjusting to life in the monastery. It was a calm and peaceful existence, like the turning of a wagon wheel. As if the noisy days at the temple never happened, Adriana's daily life was quiet. Sister, the abbess is calling for you. Ah, yes, understood. Adriana left the prayer room at the call of another nun and slowly walked through the silent hallway. There was no rush here. Everything was still and solemn. While it might not be considered a pleasant place, Adriana was readapting to this environment and feeling content. There were faces that came to mind from time to time, but she had left that behind. Now, it was time to forget. Knock, knock, Adriana here. I was told you called for me. Come in. Abbess Melia had taken care of Adriana since she was very young, practically being her adoptive mother. Of course, when Adriana was very young, someone else held the position of abbess, but Melia took over after the previous abbess passed away. Melia regretted that Adriana had returned from the temple. She had sent Adriana to the temple so that she could share her talents with more people. However, Adriana ultimately chose to come back, and while the abbess was saddened, she didn't blame her. Abbess Melia of Artuan Monastery was seated in a modest library filled with books, looking at her with a gentle smile. "Please have a seat." "Yes." Adriana sat on a wooden chair, and Melia sat across from her. The room was simple and unadorned. The only valuable items here were the books. While the Artuan monastery was not difficult for thieves to enter, it was also a place where they would likely put down their own belongings and leave empty-handed. The host of this modest dwelling of the faithful, Abbess Melia, looked at Adriana with a tender smile. "How is life in the monastery, Adriana?" "It's good, Mother Superior." "Is it difficult to readjust?" "No, everyone treats me well, just like before." Since her return from the temple, everyone at the monastery had been attentive and caring, so there were no issues with getting along with others. The abbess, like now, regularly called for Adriana to help her readjust through conversations. "Do you regret leaving the temple? If you change your mind, I can still talk to them on your behalf." "I'm fine, Mother Superior." Melia occasionally inquired about Adriana's willingness to return to the temple. Of course, Adriana's answer was always the same. She no longer wanted to experience chaos. Adriana believed that spending the rest of her life in this calm and tranquil place was the best thing for her. "Is that so? You're still very determined about this?" "Yes." Adriana had no desire to return to the temple. It would be a lie to say she had none at all, but for now she was content with her current situation. Melia stood up, leaning on the table. "How about we take a walk together? It's been a while." "Yes, Mother Superior." Talking with the abbess about various topics was also enjoyable for Adriana, so she followed her without hesitation. Melia didn't head to the monastery's interior, but went outside instead. The outskirts of Saintchen, a provincial hub city in the Saintuan Duchy. Aside from Artuan Monastery, there were no places where people would gather, so the area around the monastery was quite barren. In the wintry field, dried grass fluttered in the wind. "It's chilly." "Ah, thank you, Mother Superior." As Melia placed her hand on Adriana's shoulder, a faint white light wrapped around Adriana's body, transferring warmth. Wrapped not in coats, but in warmth derived from their sacred power, the two walked together through the frosty field. "Adriana." "Yes, Mother Superior." "It's been almost a year since the Demon King was defeated." "Yes, that's true." The story now takes place after a grand narrative had ended, after an event that humanity had not dared to hope for. The demon realm, which had threatened humanity for a long time, had collapsed, and the Demon King had been defeated by the hero. Humanity had achieved the victory they had long desired. Adriana did not know why the abbess suddenly brought up this topic, but since Melia had always started with such stories before sharing helpful advice, Adriana silently walked beside her. With the fall of the Demon King and the disappearance of all the demons who served the demon gods, both human and our religious followers have achieved their goals, right? Yes, the demons who served the demon gods. If the demons were the enemy of humanity, then the enemies of those who believed in the five great gods were the forces of the demon gods. Since the demons who followed the demon gods had fallen, those humans who also followed the demon gods would be eradicated. Thus, Adriana had no objections to the claim that this was also a victory for the faith of the five great gods. However, I think this victory is also a crisis. A crisis? Adriana tilted her head. Melia gazed at the wintry field with deep eyes. The Empire has started to fear the power of the five great gods' faith. Ah! In order to fulfill the will of the gods, and for our sacred duty, they see the potential for rebellion in the holy knights who have gathered. How faithless they are! Adriana had never heard Melia speak like this before. The Empire needed the power of the five great gods' faith to win the war against the demon realm, but now that the hunt is over, they want to suppress us like hunting dogs. Suppression, you say? Yes, the Empire is gradually encroaching on areas where they should not tread. They have already trespassed. Melia turned her head and looked at Adriana. The gaze in her eyes was not the always gentle and affectionate motherly gaze Adriana remembered. It seemed as if anger and hatred were breathing within. By replacing the Holy Knights leader at their whim, the Empire has already revealed its ambition. Adriana. At those words, Adriana felt like she was choking. With trembling lips, she cautiously spoke. But the former leader of the Holy Knights, because of the crime he committed. Adriana, that's just the Empire's propaganda. Rumors are distorted and truth is twisted. The former leader of the Holy Knights achieved the great feat of subjugating the demon realm. The Empire, fearing that the Holy Knights would cause a rebellion, saw him as a target they had to keep in check. Upon hearing this, Adriana could only widen her eyes. The leader of the Holy Knights had been caught trying to torture his adopted daughter, and because of the criminal charges, he had been dismissed. The Empire had replaced the Holy Knights leader with fabricated rumors and manipulated evidence in order to control the powerful Holy Knights and their leader. The latter was a mixture of truth and lies, but the Empire did indeed harbor such intentions. People tend to believe in appealing rumors rather than credible ones. The latter was an appealing rumor for believers, suggesting that the Empire had begun oppressing the five great religions. However, Adriana knew the truth. It was the truth that she and Reinhardt had discovered. In reality, it was another first-year student who had come very close to the truth. The abbess was unaware that she was directly involved in the matter and believed that the replacement of the Holy Knights was a conspiracy by the Empire. Besides, there's no need to explain anything else when the successor to the Holy Knights is a pro-Empire figure. This place is far too distant from the Imperial Highway. The dismissal and replacement of the Holy Knight commander were perceived as religious persecution by many religious figures. Riveria Lands was a hero of the demonic war. What he had done made it inevitable for his position as Holy Knight commander to be dismissed, but ultimately it could only provoke resentment from the majority of religious figures. In reality, the dismissal of the Holy Knight commander was not a decision made by the Empire, nor could it be. The religious figures believed that the decision made at the Five Great Popes Conference was due to the Empire's pressure. Adriana, it is a virtue for religious figures not to get involved in political matters. However, when politics begins to oppress religion, it becomes an issue that requires attention. Therefore, Melia, the abbess of Artuan Monastery, who had never spoken about politics in her lifetime, was now discussing politics because she believed the Empire was oppressing religion. Melia stared intently at Adriana with deep eyes. The Holy Knights now exist as a united organization for the transportation of the five great religions' followers since the demon realm has disappeared. Unfaithful people misunderstand and misjudge their intentions, and they may try to dismantle the Holy Knights, believing that they threaten the Empire. The Holy Knights, where the power of the five great religions came together, were an unprecedented organization. Although the Holy Knights were created to subdue the demon realm, they were not a group that could be disbanded just because the demon realm disappeared. The Holy Knights also served as a platform for communication between the various members of the five great religions. If the Empire arbitrarily tried to dismantle the Holy Knights, it would lead to serious consequences. However, despite the Empire's silence, religious figures like Melia already believed that religious persecution had begun. The conflict between demons and humans began in a similar way. Neither side intended to attack, but they prepared powerful armies, imagining that the other would attack. That's how the demonic war began. What do people do when they start believing in non-existent violence? We cannot stand idly by like this, Adriana. WL Abbess. We must unite the power of the five great religions and confront the Empire. Naturally, they prepare for violence. However, Adriana felt a mixture of fear and doubt at Melia's words. The Artuan monastery was not a force to be reckoned with. Adriana didn't know how they were supposed to join forces, what was happening, or why she was being told this story. Adriana, the Nameless Order needs you. The Nameless Order. It was the first time Adriana had heard the name. Melia silently held Adriana's hand and led her somewhere. Adriana, it's frightening to send you off alone, but the person you're going to meet now has promised to protect you as much as possible, so you don't have to worry. They said there would be no danger. Who? Who am I meeting? In the winter wind. As Adriana crossed the hill, she could see a carriage parked by the roadside and a few people standing next to it. Though they were all strangers, there was one face Adriana recognized. Finally, Adriana seemed to understand why the abbess of the St. Thion monastery on the outskirts of the royal capital had said this to her. Melia gently held Adriana's hand. The only thing left for them is to restore their honor after being unjustly caught in the Empire's schemes. Adriana seemed to understand why Melia was reassured to send her off to someone. If she didn't know the specifics, there was no reason to fear entrusting herself to that person. Are you Adriana? Adriana could not help but turn pale as she looked at the cold-faced middle-aged man, the former commander of the Holy Knights, Riveria lands. He stared intently at Adriana. It was clear from his eyes. Riveria lands knew that Adriana was involved in his dismissal. He had found out, but Abbot Melia didn't know that. She's a good and obedient child, but has a strong will. Commander, I entrust Adriana to you. Don't worry, I know she's a valuable asset. That's why Melia handed Adriana over to Riveria lands so easily. Melia believed Riveria lands was innocent, so she handed Adriana over to him. Melia, who had been like a mother, had become a member of a secret organization with an unknown identity. Riveria lands placed his hand on Adriana's frozen shoulder. You don't need to be so nervous, Adriana. Adriana couldn't speak and trembled. Riveria lands' cold gaze fixed on Adriana. Anyone would think you've done something terribly wrong. Why was he taking her with him? What was Riveria lands planning? Adriana knew nothing. Chapter 288 Monday. The long-awaited temple festival had begun, and for me, it was a week full of challenges to tackle. For the next week, temple opens its doors to all civilians. Of course, most of the visitors are parents coming to see their children at temple. With students from all over the continent gathering, some parents come to meet their children during the festival, while others are simply ordinary people who visit to enjoy the temple festival. Even in this case, the safety of temple students is the top priority, so restricted areas exist, and security is significantly reinforced compared to usual. However, the fact remains that countless people will gather. The opening of temple to civilians means that the festival period is the most vulnerable time for temple. Although there are no accidents this year, a disturbance occurs during the festival at the end of next year, right before the gates collapse, exploiting the weakened state. But it's not certain whether that will happen or not. If the changed history affects it, an accident could even happen this year. If the Black Order comes to temple to find me, this timing would be the easiest. Whether they're coordinating opinions internally or whatnot, they haven't made a move so far. If they come, I'll deal with them accordingly. I'm also confident that they won't try to kill me at least. Anyway, Monday. Although it's the festival period, we're not on vacation yet. Cliffman, Ellen, and Liana all returned to the dormitory. All the Royal class students were gathered in the main hall, following the instructions of the Student Council. In front of all the Royal class students gathered on the first floor, Ceres Van Owen, the Student Council president, stood on the stairs. The week-long Temple Grand Festival begins today. She used formal speech since she was in front of the entire school. Originally, both the Orbis class and the Royal class were to participate in the opening ceremony at the Great Stadium. However, as you all know, this year, not only the opening ceremony, but also all official events and schedules during the festival have been cancelled. Exceptionally, the Royal class has been granted unlimited free time during this festival period. Students who wish to participate in the tournament or festival individually are free to do so. This year, just enjoy the festival. If you want to do something, do it. If you want to play, play. You may participate in activities to assess your achievements from your diligent efforts throughout the year or relax comfortably. There are no official event precautions, but I will inform you of general precautions. A considerable number of civilians have entered temple. They come from various backgrounds and social statuses. I urge you not to cause unnecessary disputes with civilians and not to become involved in them. Friction between students and civilians always occurs during the temple festival. It could be the fault of the students or the civilians. If an unidentified civilian exerts unfair pressure on you, ask the nearby guards for help, and they will promptly take action. As security is currently greatly reinforced, you will be able to see temple guards anywhere. Of course, if you exert pressure or force, you may be dealt with similarly. In other words, don't cause trouble and don't get into it. After finishing her speech, Ceres Van Owen looked down at the students. As the Royal Class Student Council President, I hope this festival will be a successful conclusion to your year. The festival is an event for all Temple students who have worked hard throughout the year to enjoy. So have fun and relax, then greet the winter break with a comfortable mind. Of course, for me, this didn't feel like a break after a hard run, but rather the last hurdle to get through the year. I'll validate how much my skills have improved since the beginning of the semester through the tournament. If I win the first-year tournament, I'll see how far I can go in the main unlimited class tournament. Miss and Mr. Temple, and even the darn cross-dressing competition. Let's catch a breath once this ordeal is over. I hope you enjoy the festival. That's all. With the applause of the students, the festival began. As soon as the words were spoken, some students eagerly dashed out of the dormitory, while others returned to their rooms with a disinterested expression, as if they couldn't care less about the festival. Harriet was moving with a group for the time being. They were members of the Magic Research Club. You guys go have fun. I'm fine. No, it's fine. Let's go quickly. I'm really okay. There's still a lot to improve. The main event is not far away, so we need to polish our skills. First-year Magic Research Club members were gathered around Harriet. Junior, are you practicing again today? Aren't you going to have fun? Redina joined in as well. Ah, yes, I plan to. Seniors, you can go to the festival. No, this is more fun. That is. It seemed the Magic Research Club was pushing Harriet, who had participated in the unlimited class tournament. Without telling me exactly how it was done, Harriet won the group preliminary and advanced to the main event. I didn't have confidence in myself, but Harriet did it. The fact that Harriet's practical abilities were at that level meant that Harriet's combat abilities were at least on par with mine, if not greater. Battered, bruised, and rolling in pain, Harriet felt a desire to become skilled in combat and was gradually succeeding. So it seemed Harriet was focusing on preparing for the unlimited class tournament rather than enjoying the festival. The Magic Research Club members appeared to be helping her with that. They were grouped by major and were already creating synergy independent of my assigned tasks. It was a good thing. Before heading to the Magic Research Club, Harriet and I made eye contact. Harriet could come to watch, but she would be busy with her own tasks. She glanced at me with a somewhat apologetic expression before leaving the dormitory. It's not like it was such a big deal that she needed to feel sorry. Harriet left the dormitory. I was at the end of the A-class dormitory line, and Ellen was at the front. She must have spent the weekend trying on various things and contemplating what to do at Miss Temple. She turned her head and looked at me. Since she had left Temple on Friday and returned late last night, it had been a few days since we saw each other. She must have tried makeup at the Grants Duke's residence, but naturally, Ellen was now barefaced, and her outfit was just the school uniform. Ellen tilts her head as she stares at me intently. But what should I say? It seems like there isn't much difference from usual, but does she look prettier for no reason? Ellen, come to my room. I just got new cosmetics this morning. Ah, okay. Ellen gazes at me quietly before being dragged away by Liana's arm. Do you always have to call her? Ah, yes. Isn't it time to do this on your own now? Why is she sulking? Sorry. With Ellen in her right hand and Cliffman in her left, Liana drags them away. Even as she's dragged away, Ellen keeps staring at me. Is she considering whether to watch today's tournament or not? Somehow, instead of enjoying themselves, everyone seems busier than usual. It feels more like a festival that isn't a festival. Reinhardt, whoa, what now? Suddenly, Olivia hugs me from behind, making me jump in surprise. Play with me. There are so many things I want to eat and do. Olivia gazes at me with her sparkling eyes. I have the first-year tournament finals today, so I'm busy. Oh, right. Can I go and watch then? If you want to come, you can come. If you don't have to. Olivia, who had been talking, locks eyes with Ellen, who is being dragged away by Liana. Is she entering Miss Temple? Yes, that's what I heard. Olivia releases her hug, glancing between me and Ellen. Are you going to vote for her? I couldn't answer, and Olivia pinched my cheek. Stupid, can't even answer a simple question. Olivia chuckled and then disappeared somewhere. Monday, although countless events, performances, and activities are taking place all around Temple, I'm far from the hustle and bustle of the festival. Today is the day of the first-year tournament finals. The finals of each grade's tournament will be held in the same stadium, and the seats will be filled with spectators. I'm in Group A. It's the first match. There are a total of 32 first-year finalists. Round of 32, round of 16, and quarterfinals. I have 3 matches scheduled, and tomorrow the semi-finals and finals are left. To prepare for the first-year tournament, I moved with Ludwig and Scarlett. Needless to say, both Scarlett and Ludwig passed the preliminaries. Ludwig smiled as he looked at the brackets. Coincidentally, we're in different groups. That's fortunate. I'm in Group A, Scarlett is in Group B, and Ludwig is in Group C. We won't face each other until deciding the winners of each group. If we face each other in the tournament, it'll be at least the semi-finals. Is it a coincidence? Did they intentionally set it up like this? Ludwig, my sin is great for making you like this. Of course not. If they put all the championship contenders in one group, there'd be nothing to watch later. Ah, I see. There are 4 main groups in total. Groups A, B, and C have members from the royal class, and there's a familiar name in the Group D bracket, Gladen Amaral. Although the Orbis class has disappeared, he has moved to the general class and is participating. I can't be sure if there are other names from the Orbis class, but I don't recognize any. I confirmed that Gladen Amaral was in Group D, but I couldn't tell who would face him if we won our respective groups. We were on our way to the stadium where the tournament's main matches would take place. We would play 3 matches today, and the semi-finals and finals would happen tomorrow. Ludwig was smirking. The kids said they'd come too. What if we get nervous? There are only 2 people from B class who made it to the finals. So, except for a few, the rest of them seemed to be coming to watch the tournament together. More precisely, they were coming to see Ludwig and Scarlett perform well. It seemed like almost everyone would come, except for the Magic Research Club. What about my side? I didn't think Ellen and Harriet would be able to make it. Even if Olivia said she'd come, she seemed a bit upset earlier, so she might not come either. What about Charlotte? Since the B-class kids will be there, would she come? But then again, she might not be coming just to see me. Well, whether they come or not, I should just focus on my task. Why am I feeling a little sad for no reason? Why am I feeling like I'm the only one whose parents won't come to a sports event where everyone else's parents are attending? Have I been acting like a child for too long? I really don't seem to be that different from a young kid now. Reinhardt, let's do our best. Yeah, my response came out unintentionally stiff. Chapter 289 Temple was overflowing with people, to the point where it was hard to move. Of course, there were more students than usual, but the crowd of visitors was also enormous. Even though Temple usually had a quiet and solemn atmosphere, seeing it bustling with people felt refreshing. Perhaps due to the large crowd, some commotion could be heard among the cheerful conversations. A student getting into an argument with a passerby, or an outsider yelling about their identity while being escorted out by security guards. There was no shortage of incidents in this bustling environment. Scarlett, Ludwig, and I made our way through the crowd towards our destination, Temple's main stadium, a circular stadium used for important games and events. The stadium was quite large, with seating capacity exceeding 30,000. It was a place used for important sports events within Temple, including important matches like the current tournament. Today, the main matches of the grade-level tournament would take place here. Naturally, large screens were prepared for the spectators. Semi-finals and finals would be held here tomorrow, and the main matches of the unlimited class tournament would also take place in this stadium. It was a space that anyone involved in sports clubs would likely have visited, but obviously I had never been here before. The Royal class students who were coming to watch the tournament would arrive later, but since we were participants, we had arrived early. There are really a lot of people. As Ludwig stared at the crowd gathered at the entrance of the stadium to watch the tournament, his voice trailed off. The tournament is one of the main events of the festival. Wait, Scarlett, does that mean the kids coming to see us won't have seats? Don't worry, Ludwig. Royal class students can enter as extra attendees for all events. Scarlett seemed to have looked into this beforehand and knew quite a bit about it. There were countless privileges for royal class students in Temple. Ah, I see. But what does extra attendees mean? How can people enter when the seating capacity is already full? Think of it as designated special seats. Would you understand if I said there are seats that aren't included in the regular seating capacity? That's what's allowed for the royal class. Ah, I get it now. Maybe. For a brief moment, a sense of pathetic seemed to flash across Scarlett's expression. It's really hard to understand people. Why has the relationship between the main heroine and protagonist become like this? Although Scarlett didn't dislike Ludwig, she often seemed to view him as a slightly lacking friend. This will be part of my story too. We headed not to the spectator entrance, but to the staff entrance. As the identities of the finalists were shared, all we had to do was submit our identification to be guided straight to the players' waiting room inside the stadium. The players' waiting room was spacious, as it was strictly forbidden for spectators to enter the massive stadium. Inside, there were not only amenities, but also exercise equipment, priests prepared for injuries, and security guards for safety. There were a total of 36 finalists for each grade level. With all grades gathered, the total number of participants exceeded 200. Separate rooms were prepared to accommodate each participant. We were guided to the waiting room for the first-year students. Once all the finalists have arrived, we will deliver instructions and announcements. Until then, you can relax in your own waiting room or in the hall. We were told to ask the desk if we needed anything, and the three of us sat in the hall for now. Ludwig seemed to admire the fighters' waiting room, which was no less luxurious than the royal class dormitory. Scarlett felt the same way. Some participants had already arrived and were either resting or preparing in their own ways. However, most of them were alone. They were chosen from the countless classes in Temple. It was impossible for 3 people from one class to make it to the finals, like the royal class. So everyone saw each other as opponents and remained on guard and tense, regardless of the comfort of the place itself. Most of them were either deep in thought, doing warm-up exercises, or engaging in some form of mental training. Although it was at the high school freshman level, it was similar to a national team selection match. It was a competition to determine the strongest 17-year-old in Temple. To exaggerate a bit, it was a competition to determine the strongest in their age group across the continent. There was no way not to be nervous. Reinhardt, want some bread? Of course, Ludwig, unaware of such concerns, asked cheerfully, waving the bread he had found somewhere. Scarlett and I naturally made eye contact. We both seemed to have similar thoughts, but still originally you and him, no, never mind. Ah, give me one. This is tasty. Me too. In the end, Scarlett ate some too. The wary gaze of the surrounding participants turned towards us. In a place filled with people who came alone and saw everyone around them as enemies, 3 people who seemed to know each other well were gathered and eating bread. 3 finalists who appeared to be from the same place. In that case, there's only one possibility they could think of. They would inevitably realize that we were the ones from the royal class. Caution, hostility, fear. Countless gazes were fixed on us. Only then did Ludwig seem to notice, glancing around, while Scarlett quietly nibbled on her bread. What's up with you guys? Have you never seen someone eat bread before? Either eat some yourselves or stop staring. Annoyed by their gazes, I snapped at those around us. However, this place was filled with people who thought highly of themselves. Unlike other inexperienced ones, these people took pride in their skills and had strong self-esteem. What did you just say? In this tense situation, there were more than enough people willing to confront the one who had spoken up first. I rested my arm on the sofa, smiled at the approaching guy. Is that guy really a high school student? He looks like he's over 2 meters tall. Of course, that didn't intimidate me. I didn't know about the others, but this guy in particular had been glaring at us with disdain. You've never seen someone eat bread before. What's so great about that? This guy. You don't seem like a royal class, but you must think you'll automatically win since there's no Orbis class. As the atmosphere turned sour, Ludwig stepped in. Ah, ha, ha, Reinhardt, why are you suddenly like this? Calm down. I'm sorry, my friend is a bit sensitive. The guy looked back and forth between Ludwig and me, and I glared back at him. Who are you in the main event? A group, Reinhardt. Good for you. I'm in a group too. With a grin, he cracked his knuckles as if to say he'd show me a lesson. What's so good about that? I chuckled, seeing his reaction. It's not a good thing for you. Why would it be good when you're going to lose? I don't understand. Eventually, after the battle of nerves, the unknown guy backed off, and a voice came from behind. "You're still causing trouble, I see." "Ah, you. It's our first time talking, but it seems you remember my face." "Of course I do. Though we didn't have a conversation, I remembered his face." Scarlet and Ludwig tilted their heads, seeing him for the first time. "Guess you don't know my name, though. It's Graydon Amoral." He extended his hand towards me. There was no hostility in that gesture. "Ah, long time no see." He was someone who had lost the privilege of being in the special class because of the commotion I caused, so I felt somewhat sorry for him. Gladen Amoral sat on the sofa across from me. "I used to be in Orbis Class 1, but it's gone now." At his words, Scarlet and Ludwig seemed to understand why we were gathered here, their expressions suggesting an aha moment. Gladen Amoral didn't seem to have any particular feelings towards me. After all, Lint's exposure of Rilke Ehren's actions wasn't something he had done alone. The entire Orbis Class 1 had agreed to it. He was known to have a cold personality, but the fact that he had initiated conversation and offered a handshake indicated that something had changed in him. I wasn't sure what exactly that change was. "I thought you would participate in the tournament." "Really? I don't know the exact reason, but I just had that feeling." He chuckled at the joke Ludwig made about the bread he had offered. "So, did all of the first-year students scatter?" "Yes, but since we're all still in Temple, it's not like we can't meet if we want to." The Orbis Class 1 students had dispersed into regular classes. However, it seemed like Gladen Amoral had taken the initiative to create a club through the Student Council to maintain a gathering of former Orbis Class 1 students. After all, a club is a gathering regardless of class. Having shared hardships, their relationships couldn't be easily severed. Without me even asking, he said that Rilke Erin was doing well. He joked that she was going through a late growth spurt, and that although it seemed like she was growing taller, in reality, she wasn't growing at all. I think it's a blessing in disguise that things turned out this way. It was honestly like hell. Although the Orbis class had disappeared, it seemed like they were doing well. Strangely, this gave me some comfort. While all the problems I had caused led to numerous changes and accidents, it seemed like there must have been some positive changes somewhere. Gladen Amoral was in Group D. The four of us gathered here were the strongest contenders for the championship. This wasn't my first encounter with Gladen Amoral, but it was the first time we had a conversation. However, it seemed clear that he had some kind of goodwill towards me. Of course, I have no intention of losing Reinhardt. That being said, the competition was still a competition. Both he and we knew that. At the main stadium of Temple, powerful protection and barrier magic has been set up. This allows for a few special events to take place here. Each of you participating in the main tournament will be subject to powerful protection magic. From now on, the battles you will engage in will not be in the form of practice duels. If you find yourselves in a situation where you could receive a fatal injury, powerful protection magic and summoning magic will activate, transporting you to a safe place. Of course, this will count as a loss. In short, no matter how hard you try, your opponent will not be severely injured or killed. This is why the Temple Tournament creates an environment that is very close to real combat, allowing participants to draw out their full potential. Although this is the explanation, what I want to say is simple. Think of this as real combat and use every means at your disposal to achieve victory. There is no such thing as cheating. Of course, there might be injuries like bruises or broken limbs. However, as long as the injury can be treated afterward, it will not result in a loss. So keep in mind that you won't be considered defeated just by taking a single punch. The 36 first-year finalists listened quietly to the explanation. This was completely different from the countless practice duels I had with Ellen. Even if they attacked with the intent to kill, the protection magic and barriers in the stadium, along with numerous safety measures applied to the participants, guaranteed maximum safety. That's why they could fight with their best effort. They could showcase their inherent roles as spectators and push the participants' combat abilities to the limit. After all, it's a spectacle of battle. The purpose is to display battles pushed to the extreme and show what kind of monsters the Empire has nurtured. Tension filled everyone's faces, and even the usually relaxed Ludwig seemed to be struck by the reality that the main tournament was about to begin. When you are called, please be ready. The 36th tournament. Today, they must determine the main round's group winners. Group A, first match. Royal Class First Year A 11, Reinhardt. Dalrun Class First Year C-2, Ragers. Please prepare. I ended up participating in the very first match of the grade tournament and all the festival tournaments that would follow. As they say, watching fire and watching battles are the best spectacles. Temple Main Stadium, with a capacity of 30 seats. I thought I wouldn't be nervous, seeing it fully occupied, but I was. Well, it's just a fight between kids, right? Even if the first to sixth grade tournaments run all the way through tonight, how could there be so many people gathered? There are even people who can't sit in the seats and have to stand while watching. Is this really enjoyable? Ah, it was then that I truly realized that, no matter how advanced this world was, there was no presence of mass media such as TV, smartphones, or the internet. In a world where stimulating entertainment is rare, even watching children, who are the talents nurtured by the empire, engage in sword fights is quite an extraordinary sight by their standards. On the large screens installed throughout Temple Main Stadium, my face and my opponent's face appeared alternately. Ooh, the strange exclamation from the audience when my face appeared. It feels weird. Among the countless people filling the seats, I tried to see if there were any familiar faces, but there were too many to recognize. Everyone was looking at me. I felt strange searching for someone who had come to see me. Probably none. Everyone is busy, but oddly enough, in a crowd of tens of thousands of people, which should be impossible to find, strangely enough, far away, I saw a black-haired girl with a calm expression. It was Ellen. Ellen was looking at me. Next to her were Liana, Cliffman, and Harriet, and even Olivia Lands, with whom relations were undoubtedly bad. Our Reinhardt is the best, so handsome, Kyra. And next to them, the B-class guys were there too. Charlotte was quietly smiling at me. She didn't say anything, but it was clear she was supporting me. And of course, Savelyn Turner was sitting next to her, probably for security reasons. She was sitting with her arms crossed, silently watching me. Seeing them, a smile unknowingly spread across my face. Fight on. I could see Ellen's mouth forming the words. Win, win. Harriet struggled but made a trumpet with her hands and yelled. Not only Harriet, but also the Magic Research Club members, and even Redinna had come. Junior, fight on. What? I thought they would all be too busy to come. But they were all here. Even Ellen and Olivia, who didn't get along, were sitting next to each other, trying to distance themselves just a little. Everyone was gathered. Who? What I held in my hand was not a practice sword, but a real one. I was told to choose a weapon that suited me, so I picked a longsword with the same weight ratio as the one I used in Darkland. My opponent was also armed with a longsword. Now, the long-awaited Temple Grand Festival, the first-year Group A tournament. Match number 1 will begin now, woo-woo, with the announcers' shout and the thunderous cheers. Right. Since it's the first match, I should show something interesting. I'm sorry, my friend. I have to show my friends who came here in the midst of their busy schedules what I've been doing this past year, don't I? I believe. I cast magical reinforcement. Kurang. An explosive power surged, and blue flames erupted from my body. Hearing the cheers grow louder and seeing my opponent falter, I added swiftness, striking power, and hardening. Self-suggestion, magical reinforcement. With all of these combined, I will win. Adding the power of spirit speech as well, I took a step forward, with just a single step. Kwung. The next moment, I was right in front of my opponent. Victory. I desire nothing else. Wowowa, did we really need to come and watch this? Harriet grumbled, seemingly dissatisfied amid the cheers. The third match of Group D for the first years had just ended. The match featuring Reinhardt, who they had come to see, ended in less than 5 seconds. There was still plenty of time until Reinhardt's next match. After the first-year group finals, the second-year group finals would begin. Although it wasn't necessary to watch all 36 matches for each grade, Reinhardt's matches seemed like they would all end in the blink of an eye. So, when the audience watched Reinhardt's match, they were overwhelmed but also confused. Wait, what? Their reaction was that it was impressive but somehow underwhelming. In terms of excitement, watching a match where someone was desperately fighting while rolling around was more entertaining. Ironically, they had come to watch Reinhardt's match, but there wasn't much to see of Reinhardt himself. Both Ellen and Harriet were busy. However, they eventually decided to come here after much consideration. Olivia Lands, who they encountered halfway through, reluctantly joined them while showing her displeasure. The reason was simple. If we're together, Reinhardt will find us more easily. If they were sitting alone in the audience, Reinhardt might not find them. But if they were sitting with friends, Reinhardt would find them more easily. Indeed, Reinhardt managed to locate them. When Reinhardt won his first match with an overwhelming difference, Olivia was the only one screaming in a state of confusion, yelling, take me away, causing an awkward situation as everyone around stared at her. Reinhardt's next match would begin after all the round-off 36 matches in Group D were over. Harriet looked at Ellen quietly. Harriet had thought Ellen might participate in the unlimited tournament, but surprisingly, Ellen entered Miss Temple instead. Ah, when is Reinhardt's turn? I didn't come to watch this. Hey, when is Reinhardt's turn? Check the schedule. You should check it yourself, Senior. Seniors should be obeyed. Reinhardt doesn't like people who say things like that. Oh, you didn't know? Ah, whatever. Let's drop it. In front of Reinhardt, she acted like an angel. Olivia was willing to give everything to Reinhardt, but she was abrasive toward everyone who was close to him. The increasingly crooked and twisted personality of Iridian's saint, Olivia Lands. Both Ellen and Harriet wanted to beat her, even though they were participating in different competitions. Could they win? Contrary to their worries, Olivia Lands acted as if they were not even worth considering. No, she deliberately ignored them and tried to provoke them. Ah, this is so boring. Bring Reinhardt here. Please, just be quiet. As Olivia started to cause a scene, Ellen furrowed her brow and glared at her. What? You want to go out there with me right now and have an event match? People would really love it. Not there, right here, right now. Should we? Show me. Ha! Don't copy Reinhardt if it bothers you. Moreover, Ellen's personality also became strange whenever she encountered Olivia. Olivia Lands. If those two were to storm the arena, all the matches afterward would not be able to capture the audience's interest at all. Both of you, please stop. Harriet felt nauseous just watching the two of them. Chapter 290 time passed, and all 32 matches of the first-year students had concluded. Now, it was time for the second round of matches, the top 16, to begin. There would be a total of 8 matches. Naturally, the first match of the top 16 would feature Reinhardt. Reinhardt, keep it up, Olivia cheered with a shrill voice. From now on, the top 16 matches will be conducted in a best-of-3 format. The announcer added that today's main event, the quarterfinals, would follow a best-of-5 format. Reinhardt had made eye contact with his supporters during the round of 32, but this time he wasn't looking their way. He should have looked at least once, that's what Harriet thought. Wait! Olivia's expression suddenly hardened, interrupting her cheers. Something's off. Ellen seemed to notice something too. Both Ellen and Olivia felt something that the other spectators couldn't detect. What's going on? Olivia murmured blankly, looking serious. Reinhardt's condition. It seems a bit off. It seems like there's a problem. Both Ellen and Olivia could intuitively tell that something was wrong with Reinhardt's condition. Meanwhile, at a seat farther to the right of theirs, where the B-class students were gathered, Savelyn Turner was watching Reinhardt with her arms crossed. Just like Olivia and Ellen, Savelyn Turner was aware of the issue with Reinhardt. Of course, she knew it more accurately than the other two. Reinhardt isn't accustomed to magical reinforcement. Perhaps that's the case. Charlotte knew that to some extent as well. Using an unfamiliar power can push you to your limits. Limits. Reinhardt had always managed to draw on new power in crisis situations. However, this time was slightly different. This wasn't a real battle, but a tournament where he had to keep fighting in succession. The unfamiliar magical reinforcement would cause his condition to deteriorate the more he used it. Reinhardt is vulnerable to successive battles. If he used magical reinforcement, his condition would inevitably worsen as the number of battles increased. Not all Royal-class students gathered here had come to cheer for Reinhardt. Nevertheless, most of them were somewhat certain of Reinhardt's victory. Ludwig and Scarlet were incredibly skilled, but Reinhardt could also use magical reinforcement. However, now they realized that the magical reinforcement could ultimately hold Reinhardt back. Charlotte looked at Reinhardt, who had a worried expression, and said, "Does he have to win without using magical reinforcement? That would be the best approach. It might be possible today, but what about tomorrow? Half-baked power comes at a price. We will now begin the first match of the Temple Tournament round of 16. With the announcer's shout, the first match of the round of 16 began. I finished the round of 16 with a 2-0 victory. There were no dangerous moments. However, there were a few close calls in the first set when I tried not to use magical reinforcement. My opponent was from a regular class, but they were not someone to be underestimated. In the end, I had to use magical reinforcement again in the second set. It's entirely possible that a student from a regular class who hasn't entered the Orbis class could train hard and become more skilled than the Orbis class students over the course of a year. I tried to resolve it with self-suggestion alone, but it didn't go as smoothly as I thought. Ludwig and Scarlett greeted me when I returned to the waiting room. There were separate observation seats in the waiting room so they could watch the matches. It seemed that Ludwig and Scarlett had been watching my match from there. "You were amazing, Reinhardt. Good job." "Thanks, magical reinforcement. I was well aware that it was a double-edged sword. It's only natural. Before today, I had only used this power twice. I succeeded in using it for the third time, but I had to pay the price for using a power I was not yet familiar with. I didn't pass out, but my body felt heavy, as if it had been soaked in water. Moreover, I didn't have enough time to recover before the next match. It's not a normal injury, so even if I receive healing from a priest who is on standby, my condition won't improve. There were no problems up to the round of 16. However, the upcoming A-Group main tournament quarterfinals consist of 5 matches with 3 wins, and tomorrow's semi-finals will also be a best-of-5 with 3 wins. I don't have the confidence to easily beat Graydon Amaral, Ludwig, or Scarlet without magical reinforcement. If my worsened condition doesn't return to normal by tomorrow, or if I use up too much energy in tomorrow's semi-finals, I might not be able to win the championship. I was under the illusion that magical reinforcement had become my true power. I sat quietly in the athlete's waiting room, watching the next round of 16 match. Bang! A man who resembled a bear or a human tank aggressively pushed his opponent. Magical reinforcement is a power that dramatically increases physical abilities. Thud. Richard Hallman from the Horizon class takes the first set. The man who crushed his off-balance opponent won the first set. I might not know much about him, but it's clear that he could overpower me with his strength alone. He is my last opponent today. Facing him in my current condition is a bad matchup. Can I beat someone like him without using magical reinforcement? My fingers were trembling on their own. In accordance with the principle that losers leave the waiting room, the number of people in the waiting room had noticeably decreased. First-year students in the Horizon class. Richard Hallman. The certainty of facing that tank-like guy who had a dispute with me in the A-Group main 8-match tournament had become clear. Lilka is in that class. Ah, really? Gladen Amaral seemed to know and explained it to me. Lilka Erin was in the same class as that kind of guy. I'm not close with her, but I'm somewhat worried. They say he's famous for being cruel. He claims he didn't get into the Orbis class because he failed the character evaluation during the entrance exam. Not sure if that's true. While stories related to the Orbis class could be exaggerated, I had witnessed his abilities for myself since he made it to the main tournament. A guy whose character is as bad as his skills are good. Seems like he's just like me. Ha! Is that how it goes? Gladen Amaral chuckled. Somehow, this guy changed from indifferent to having a decent vibe. Of course, if Gladen Amaral and Richard Hellman face each other, the outcome will undoubtedly be Gladen Amaral's overwhelming victory. I've seen all of the matches involving Ludwig, Scarlet, and this guy. Without a doubt, he is the best here, excluding all other abilities. Assuming I don't use magical reinforcement, I wouldn't be able to beat him. My self-suggestion has reached a rank, but I'm not sure if I can secure a definite advantage. I might have a chance if I use the power of spirit speech, but I still haven't figured out how to make it work properly. Boom! Richard Hallman, the winner, burst open the door of the spectator seats and strode in, looking at me. Are you prepared, royal class scum? The chances of winning have become uncertain, because I realized that magical reinforcement was not yet my true power. He looked at my silent face and clearly sneered. Why aren't you saying anything? Starting to get scared. I looked up at him, crossed my arms and grinned. Didn't you fail the character evaluation for the Orbis class? That's right. I didn't get in not because I couldn't. What about your character? Your face looks so horrible that I think you failed because of your hideous appearance. Isn't that right? His face contorted, and I snickered. That's the way it is. Insulting someone for something they can't change is more effective than insulting them for something they can. Really, you're so ugly. How can you walk around with that face? Hey, get lost. Your face looks like it's rotting. Go wash your face with some dripping soup. I wondered where that stench of pig was coming from, so I didn't just make personal attacks. You damn bastard. Go ahead, try it. If you want to be disqualified. I even stuck my face closer to him. He looked enraged, but he didn't take a swing. If he did, he would be disqualified. Seeing Richard Hellman with a clenched fist, I laughed. You're holding back pretty well for someone with such a filthy temper. It seems like there's no problem with your character. Are you sure it wasn't your face that got you rejected? Damn it. Reinhardt, please stop. In the end, Ludwig and Scarlett scolded me. Graydon Amaral, thinking this might lead to an accident, angrily took Richard Hellman and left the stands. We weren't the only ones in the stands. Everyone else was looking at me like I was crazy. Was a thug from a regular class trying to mess with me. My character was of royal grade. Reinhardt, I really don't understand why you're doing this. In the end, even the noble character of Ludwig had something to say. I'm really glad that Reinhardt is in the same class as me. Scarlett also sighed deeply. Everything went as expected. Scarlett, Ludwig, and Graydon Amaral advanced to the finals of each division without any issues. The first-year tournament had only one match left today. The only variable was that my magical reinforcement was consuming my condition. Even if I win 2 games in the group finals, which are best of 5, I would still lose if I vomit blood and collapse in the last 3 games due to deteriorating condition. Wow, now, only the matches with skilled opponents remained, so the audience's reaction was heated. Of course, I still don't understand what's so fun about this. From the perspective of someone who grew up watching the wealthy wear full-body armor, fly in the sky, and shoot laser beams from their hands, this is a very uninteresting form of entertainment. This world is a barren land of culture. It would take a battle between superhumans to create a dazzling spectacle, but the first-year tournament isn't at that level. An unlimited class tournament would have many more exciting things to watch. Finally, the last duel of today. I watch Richard Hellman, who is standing across from me. He was glaring at me with eyes that seemed ready to devour me. Why did I keep provoking him to such an extent? Honestly, it was just something I did, but also to see that expression. If the opponent has a personality that easily loses their cool and gets excited, there's no reason not to provoke them. Winning without using magical reinforcement is the best. I wouldn't have to worry about this if I could create an overwhelming difference in class with magical reinforcement, but now I'm trying not to use it. If so, I must clearly understand the difference between me and my opponent and engage in battle. My weapon is a longsword. A longsword is a two-handed sword, but it's not impossible to use with one hand. Therefore, I use it with one hand or both hands interchangeably. The blade length is about 1 meter. However, the tall Richard Hellman, who is almost 2 meters tall, wields a two-handed sword, commonly known as a Zweihander. The blade length is approximately 1.8 meters, which is as tall as I am. His weapon surpasses mine in reach and weight. Since an overly long sword is disadvantageous when thrusting due to its weight balance, his weapon has a ricasso for gripping and swinging above the guard. In other words, it has an extended grip and a second guard called parrying hooks to protect above the ricasso. It's a sword with a structure that looks like an extra handle and guard have been added to a regular sword. Judging by his physicality, he should be able to handle that greatsword with one hand to some extent. Both in attack range and height, he has the advantage. In the duel against Rilke Erin, she ultimately had no choice but to rely on kicks because of her short stature. Reach and weight class alone can determine the advantage or disadvantage in a fight. One must accept and understand this. At a minimum, the opponent has the upper hand. But when have I ever only taken on advantageous battles? A monster-like person wielding a monstrous sword is bound to be weaker than any opponent I have faced so far. It's only the quarterfinals. I've become stronger, but I'm far from perfect, and I've only realized that I can never be perfect. The only penalty is that I have to fight while sealing one of my most important powers. I use magical reinforcement in the semifinals or finals. Now is not the time. Starting now, the Temple Tournament quarterfinals. A battle between Reinhardt of the Royal class and Richard Hellman of the Arisen class. Whoa, Reinhardt, keep it up. I faintly heard Olivia's cry. And then, Reinhardt, an unexpected voice joined in. Even though the battle had started, I was so surprised that I couldn't help but turn my head. Ellen was shouting with her hands cupped around her mouth. Win. Not only was I surprised that Ellen would do that, but Harriet and Liana, who were sitting next to her, were also astonished. She had only shouted once. But everyone who knows Ellen knows that her doing so is an extremely rare sight. That's why they were all so surprised. Olivia was also watching Ellen shouting in amazement from right beside her. Ellen did something she never does, an unexpected action. Ellen looked at me and shouted, "If you don't win, I'll scold you." Above all, I was the most shocked. It wasn't self-suggestion. My condition hadn't improved either, but strangely, the trembling in my hands stopped. Until now, I had relied on self-suggestion for everything. I believed in myself and changed, and up to now, I developed myself using that. All the power I possessed, which I couldn't have had otherwise, originated from that power. But this time, it doesn't come from there. This time, it's not supernatural powers, evolution, phenomena, or magical reinforcement. Win. Ellen's single shout made all the trembling stop. Something that shouldn't improve anything, a single cheer shouldn't be able to restore the broken balance of my body caused by the instability of the magical circuit. Why, then? Why do I feel like everything is all right? Ra. Why? The human tank charges at me with a ferocious momentum. Why don't I feel like I'm going to lose it all? Chapter 291, the greatsword Zweihander was swung towards me. Clang! I parried his sword with mine, twisting it to force it outwards, and then transitioned into a half-swording stance, thrusting towards his neck. An amateur would have already exposed their neck and met their end here. However, my opponent was a dirty fighter, and even though he was agitated, his skill was undeniable. He pushed his sliding sword back up diagonally, hooking my blade with the parrying hook of his Zweihander, and repelled it. In a contest of strength or weapon weight, trying to push your sword further in is foolish. Clang! I drew my sword back diagonally and put some distance between us. Richard Hallman quickly changed his stance. Clang, clang, clack. Several exchanges followed. He kept me at bay by taking advantage of his longer reach. It's a good strategy, and there's no danger even if it doesn't work. There's no reason not to use an overwhelming advantage. He was simply doing his best. The one with a longer reach always has the initiative, while the shorter one must endure the disadvantage of having to close the distance. That's why fighting spear-wielding opponents with a sword is so annoying. During the preliminaries, I crushed spear users with my physical strength rather than skill. Though my opponent's weapon wasn't a spear, the difference in reach was significant. And there's another thing. Clang! His sword was much heavier than mine. Hence, the limit of weight carried by the tip of the sword was bound to be different. It's a difficult weapon to wield, but if handled well, it can be as effective as a blunt weapon. And he had the physical and physiological conditions necessary to handle the Zweihander. Why, you were talking so big, but now that we're actually fighting, you're struggling. Richard Hallman sneered at me with a sinister smile. To others, it seemed I was on the losing end, and in reality, I was being pushed back. Don't talk rubbish during a sacred duel. Just wipe your sweat, kid. Hee hee. Although he was laughing, I could sense his impatience. No matter how physically superior he is, that weapon's weight is considerable. He must have trained a lot, but close combat inevitably consumes a great deal of stamina and energy. This is different from simple exercise. The precondition of a fight is that battle fatigue sets in. Having the initiative means he must continuously use that advantage and maintain an attacking stance. I was calmly retreating, simply accepting the disadvantage of not having the initiative due to the difference in reach. Get tired. When the opportunity arises, I'll strike. Neither of us is Ludwig, so our stamina is not infinite. He is impatient, and I am looking for an opening. If I can't do anything about the disadvantages stemming from our weapon difference, I have no choice but to exploit the penalties he's burdened with. Clang, clang, clang. I calmly move back and occasionally dodge to the side, inducing his attack and evading it. Get more impatient. A little more hasty. I lure him by stepping back, drawing out his attack. He holds his sword in a long stance, with his right hand on the handle and his left hand on the ricasso, stabbing in a reverse grip. Although held in a short grip, it's a monstrous two-handed sword from the start. Even when held like that, its reach is much longer than my weapon. A reverse grip stab is fundamentally a downward strike rather than a straightforward thrust. The wider the gap between the hands holding the sword, the easier it is to balance the weight, and the stronger the force becomes. To counter that downward strike, I inevitably have to lift and push in a half-swording style, but he's also applying force in a half-swording manner. If I want to respond to his downward stab, I have to use the same half-swording style and push. However, his sword has a parrying hook, while mine does not. So even if I win the power struggle, the parrying hook on his sword will block mine. But if I get pushed back, my hand holding the sword will be sliced by his blade as it slips. The difference in weapons. Some options become impossible due to that difference, while others become possible. Pushing or deflecting against his long-held reverse grip stab is difficult. If I clumsily clash swords, I'll be the one pushed back. His reverse grip stab. From that single move, this chain of judgment and decision-making happens almost simultaneously, from 1 to 10. Some of it was learned in class, but the real realization came thanks to Ellen. Ellen taught me various attack and defense methods that changed depending on the numerous weapons she used. In this situation, it's suicidal to block such a close downward stab with a half-swording technique against an opponent with that weapon. In an instant, the judgment arises not from the head, but from the body, a memory that has been embodied. Should I call it a spinal reflex? After countless practices and training, I no longer derive conclusions from my thoughts. I've reached a state where my body recalls memories because I've collided so many times. Among everything I have, this is the only fruit of my labor. Even if it's called my only possession earned through sweat, having been broken, rolled, hit, knocked down, and struck so many times that my body couldn't help but remember, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. This is not a cheat. According to the general knowledge I gained through Ellen, in a situation with such weapon differences, I should evade a powerful downward strike instead of pushing it away. Neither he nor I wasted time in temple, so there's no reason to underestimate each other before the competitive spirit. He probably doesn't think this attack will work either. There must be a clear calculation in his head. After all, such fights are both physical and strategic. He assumes that I will evade his downward stab and designs another derivative attack in that situation after making me dodge it. If I dodge to the side or backward, he'll likely design a derivative attack that quickly changes his sword grip to stab or swing in a different direction. As his sword strikes down, he makes such designs, and I create plans to thwart them. The important thing is, in a general situation with a general judgment, the correct response in this situation is to evade. However, I make a judgment that I shouldn't, the judgment he thought I couldn't possibly make. With that, I scatter his entire plan. I lift my downward swinging sword. In a situation where my opponent's weight, reach, and physicality are all superior to mine, I make the worst move. In a typical situation, it would be the worst move. But I am not typical. I put all my strength into a single sword strike. A single blow, screech. I am a supernatural powers user. The ability to achieve something beyond ordinary is undoubtedly part of my power. With a sudden burst of explosive power, I brush away his sword and stab the half-sword I'm holding at his exposed chest towards his neck. Flash. Richard Hallman, with his eyes wide open, is reverse summoned by the recall artifact. Critical hit success. First set. Reinhardt Army takes it. It's my victory. Best of 5, first to win 3. Total 3 wins, 0 losses. Royal Class Reinhardt Army finishes the first-year tournament main A group match without a single loss. Wow. I was quietly watching Richard Hallman, who had been resummoned to the tournament venue after the reverse summoning. He doesn't know that I'm a supernatural powers user. And since this isn't a comic book for boys, I didn't bother to explain to him that I'm actually a supernatural powers user and the details of my abilities. So he probably thought I pulled off some strange trick. Of course, I had been using supernatural powers in all of my previous battles. However, I didn't use my self-suggestion in a focused strike. After all, a single opening in a battle can lead to defeat, so I just endured his attacks normally and exploded with power for a moment. I just needed to find a brief opening and penetrate. He didn't even know what he was hit with. He must have felt bewitched. He must have thought he had clearly assessed his opponent's abilities, but suddenly it seemed like an unusually strong force was released momentarily. You used some trick. Definitely cheating, Richard Hallman muttered bitterly. I didn't bother to explain to him. Lack of information about your opponent is your mistake. Even if he claims cheating, there's no rule against supernatural powers users participating, so it's pointless. I've already won. So I don't plan to provoke him or rub salt in his wounds. All that's left for me is the main A-group victory. Unbeat. I succeeded in minimizing the use of magical reinforcement and achieving that. Although my battles had been rather bland in this way, I continued my undefeated streak with no set losses. The cheers of the audience were passionate. At first, it was a little nerve-wracking, but after a few times, the numerous gazes of people watching me didn't feel terrifying, nor particularly enjoyable. Many people were watching me in the stands. I was watching those who wished for my victory. Semi-finals, and if I win there, the finals. Now, there are only 2 matches left. I watched all the remaining matches. Like me, Graydon Amaral finished with 3 straight wins and no set losses. Ludwig wrapped up with a record of 3 wins and 2 losses after a close battle. Scarlett first secured 2 wins, then lost 1 set, ultimately finishing with 3 wins and 1 loss. As expected, everyone made it to the finals, although the set scores varied. The special class members all advanced. After the first-year main tournament ended, a brief rest was given, and the audience either took a break or stayed in their seats. Additionally, the brackets for the semi-finals were determined right away. My eyes met Scarlett's. Ah, Reinhardt. Well, it turned out this way, Scarlett and me. Ludwig, right? Nice to meet you. Me too, Graydon Amaral and Ludwig. The semi-finals were set like this. As everyone was a formidable opponent, I could only think that it didn't matter who we faced. Magical reinforcement would be the key to this showdown. The deciding factor for winning would be the timing of using this power, which can't be used multiple times, and whether one could endure the aftereffects. The fact that the finals were happening tomorrow made me feel uneasy. I thought the week-long festival would be long, but as there were numerous events, the participants had to endure tight schedules. The finals wouldn't be the end. Regardless of the outcome, I still have to participate in the cross-dressing competition on Wednesday. Reinhardt, what's wrong? No, nothing. As my expression suddenly darkened, Ludwig and Scarlett checked on me. Great job, everyone. When we left the stadium to return to the dormitory, Charlotte was there to greet us. Charlotte and the rest of Class B and most of Class A, Ellen and Harriet, didn't say much, but their feelings were evident in their expressions. I should have just participated too. I could have knocked them all down with a single blow. Liana was making a ridiculous remark while scratching her ear. It seemed that everyone except Bertus was there. The 3 hopeless brothers, Heinrich, and even Cliffman were there. Now I saw Cliffman, but were they there too? Where were they? It seemed like they were sitting on the other side, and I just didn't notice them. Olivia Lands, Redina, and even Savalin Turner were present. Junior, I heard you've become an expert in fighting. Do you have to say it like that? Just say good job. True, it'd be strange if you couldn't do it after all that hitting and getting hit. Redina laughed and grabbed my arm. We all decided to go eat something delicious together. Let's all go. It seemed that both Class A and Class B, all participants, had gathered to celebrate everyone's successful challenge for the finals. In the original story, Classes A and B had a competitive relationship, constantly bickering and biting at each other, with a terrible relationship. Although Class A unilaterally harassed Class B didn't like Class A either. However, the 2 classes were now gathered, talking to each other, and planning to go out somewhere to celebrate this great day. You participated in the Unlimited tournament. Ah, yes. I heard it's been a long time since a Magic Major student has participated. It's quite impressive. I'll do my best. Yeah, I heard you're amazing. Well, not that amazing. Although Harriet didn't seem very close with Charlotte, she was leading the conversation. Let's go, Reinhardt. Ludwig smiled and pulled my arm. Everyone was leading the way. I suddenly became aware of myself as a part of this scenery. I saw the relationships between people that had changed because of me. It wasn't intentional, but the situation turned out perfectly. Everything was perfect, almost too perfect. Chapter 292, the Royal Class first year has a total of 22 students. With the exception of Bertus, all 21 students had gathered. Including Olivia Lands, Redina, and Savalin Turner, the number increased to 23. Of course, Olivia, thinking that she shouldn't be part of this gathering, patted my shoulder and left after saying good job. I didn't forget to thank Olivia for coming. Despite having a terribly bad relationship with Ellen, she firmly supported me from her seat. The same went for Ellen as well. Regardless of the fact that my head felt like it was going to burst, I was genuinely grateful to Olivia. Take good care of yourself. Winning is good, but don't get hurt. That's all I need. Yes. After Olivia left, Scarlett and I led the large group of 22 students and wandered around the streets. There were musicians playing on the streets, performers, and the streets were bustling with activity. B-10 Liana Sessa, a music talent, borrowed an instrument from a street musician and played it much more perfectly, causing passers-by to stop and applaud. When was the last time we all hung out and did various things together? I couldn't remember well. Of course, we didn't have time to play late into the night. After gathering for a meal and walking around for a while, the group split into those returning to the dormitory and those staying on the streets. Charlotte was going to have some more fun, leading some students from Class B and Sayville in Turner. Those returning included me, who had the finals tomorrow, Ludwig, Scarlett, and music talent Liana Sessa. Also, the members of the Magic Research Society and Harriet. Before I knew it, Ellen was walking beside me. I was really surprised when she suddenly shouted earlier. But now, she had returned to her usual calm self. Is your body okay? Should I answer honestly, or should I lie and tell you not to worry? Ellen glared at me for my nonsense. Seeing Ellen's lips pout after a long time made me feel strange. Honestly, I'm fine. The condition disorder was not a serious injury, but it gave me a sense of anxiety that could make a slight difference at a crucial moment. Just like Richard Howman, who had never beaten me because he was always slightly behind, it was a very important issue. Don't get hurt, and don't overdo it. I will. In the end, both Ellen and Olivia said the same thing. Harriet was walking a little farther away, exchanging conversations with the Magic Research Society members. It seemed that the Magic Research Society was working together to support Harriet's participation in the Unlimited tournament. Especially, Louis Ankerton seemed to be seriously considering it. What kind of achievement did they make? There was a high possibility that it was a result I didn't know. Can Harriet win? I think that might be difficult. However, just qualifying for the main event of the Unlimited tournament is already a tremendous achievement. It could be due to good luck in the matchups, but luck also needs the support of ability. As if feeling my gaze, Harriet, who had been concentrating and talking for a while, looked at me and tilted her head. What? No, I just wanted to tell you to do well. Isn't that what you should be hearing right now? Well, that's true. There's still some time left before the Unlimited class tournament, and the finals are tomorrow. Harriet seems dumbfounded by my words and chuckles for a moment. I'll do my best. Harriet shows a warm smile. It's my first time seeing her smile like that. So, you should do your best too. Not everyone is cheering for me, and not everyone wants me to win. But there are people who want me to win. Initially, I started this just for the achievement points, but somehow it's becoming less and less about that. Now, even without any special rewards, I wanted to win. As soon as we returned to the dormitory, Ellen, Liana, and Cliffman hurried off to prepare for the Miss and Mr. Temple competition. Olivia didn't seem that busy, so what on earth are they so busy with? Obviously, Harriet, who would undoubtedly be busier, had gone to the Magic Research Club's mansion instead of the dormitory. The hopeless trio and Heinrich seemed to be staying to enjoy the festival, and almost none of the remaining B-class members, except for the top four, were left. It's a festival, and while I've played my share, there's still a lot of time left. It's oddly quiet. As I changed into my training clothes and came out, Ludwig, who was sitting in the dormitory lobby, spoke to me. Did I accidentally enter the B-class dormitory? I'm pretty sure I know the difference between right and left. What are you doing here? Of course, since there's no distinction between A and B class anymore, it doesn't seem to matter. Ludwig stood up from his seat. I'm a little anxious. Anxious? Honestly, no matter how I think about it, Graydon seems stronger than me. Ludwig didn't look scared, but could there be anxiety lurking within his expression? So, can you practice with me? Scarlett said she's taking a break today. Um, Ludwig is a cunning guy, but I haven't gotten involved with him beyond a certain point. I didn't want to influence the protagonist more than necessary, especially with another character. But it's impossible to avoid forever. All right. I didn't have anything in particular to do anyway. As long as I don't use magical reinforcement, I can get treated for any injuries by the on-duty priest, so there's no reason to refuse. Clang, clang, clang. Ha, ha. Phew. Ludwig took a short breath and scratched his head. It's no use no matter how much I try. I only used self-suggestion without magical reinforcement. We sparred about 10 times, and the result was my complete victory. Self-suggestion is an A-rank ability. It's clearly a high-tier supernatural power. Spirit speech, a higher tier ability, has derived from it, so there must be a clear limit to self-suggestion. But in the end, supernatural powers are still supernatural powers, and my enhanced abilities were more than enough to face Ludwig. The conclusion was clear. If Ludwig reaches the finals, I would undoubtedly win. I wouldn't even need magical reinforcement. Damn it, I'm the one who's tired. But even though I won, I was the one who was exhausted. With his stamina ranked S or higher, this guy kept losing in the matches, but it was my stamina that was running out. What is this? I won, but it feels like I lost. Let's take a break and resume later. Phew, all right. My stamina isn't weak, but since Ludwig's stamina was monstrous, we practiced sparring while controlling our pace. The dormitory was empty due to the festival, and it was the A-class training hall that only Cliffman and Ellen would visit in the first place. We had plenty of time, so we crossed swords for hours. I was exhausted, and Ludwig was drenched in sweat as well. The sun had set, and we were at our physical limits, so we decided to stop soon. I'll lose, right? Ludwig muttered as he hung his practice sword on the rack. It's not about showing a weak side. It's just that he intuitively knows that he has no chance of winning against Gladen Amaral. He knows he'll lose, but he won't give up. That's the kind of guy Ludwig is. I wiped the sweat off with a towel hanging on the chair while looking at Ludwig. I guess so. I have no intention of denying it. Gladen Amaral's skill is above Ludwig's and Scarlet's and mine. I can only face him with my supernatural powers and magical reinforcement. But first, I must win the quarterfinals against Scarlet without any problems. Ludwig opened the window of the training hall. The cold winter wind blew in, but it felt surprisingly pleasant because we had been sweating so much. Reinhardt, I have a question. Ludwig, looking out the window, spoke to me with his back turned. I saw a serious side of him that I hadn't seen before. What is it? You fought before knowing that you would lose, right? I did, but you won them all. Ludwig stared at the darkness of Temple during the festival where darkness spread and winter arrived. I was the protagonist of some strange events. I fought battles I knew I couldn't win, but I won them all. Everyone acknowledged that a novice with F-rank combat power had become the strongest candidate to win the first-year tournament in just 1 year. I was the egg that always broke the rock by hitting it. How do you think that happened? Ludwig seemed curious about the secret. It's not about questioning my supernatural powers, magical reinforcement, or the many coincidences, nor is it doubting the cheat I have. You have to believe. Believe. Yes. I didn't have much to say, so I ended up talking about my supernatural powers, which Ludwig already knew, self-suggestion. I might lose, and I probably have no choice but to lose, but I have to believe that you can win. Yes. I put my practice sword on the rack, leaned my back against it, and folded my arms. I have to believe that I'll win no matter what it takes, instead of just trying my best and losing. What if you still lose in the end? What does it matter? The result isn't important. Saying you'll do your best even if you lose is like preparing an excuse for failure. It's like making a place to run away for your defeated self in advance, right? I lived with that mindset for a while after returning from Darkland. I can't say I don't have that mindset now, but I know what my best is. Even in a moment without possibilities, I have to believe in the possibility. That way, I can grab even the slightest chance when it appears. Saying you'll do your best even if you lose is just consolation, not self-suggestion. My ability is self-suggestion, not a statement about the past efforts. It should be described in the future tense, as in, I will win, rather than reflecting on the past. It's not about judging the past, but shaping the future. That's how I've created myself up until now. Instead of preparing such excuses, I think it's better to believe that I'll win, no matter what. That's all there is to it. Of course, Ludwig is not a supernatural power user like me. Even if he accepts what I say, it won't change anything for him. Running away. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what I was doing. Saying I did my best wasn't enough. Yeah. Ludwig closed the window and turned his head. Even if I lose, even if I can't win against Gladen Amaral, let's meet in the finals, Reinhardt. Ludwig clearly said that. Chapter 293 Reinhardt, I heard he has supernatural powers. That's cheating, isn't it? Did you really just say that? Ah, no. Well, I'm sorry. Richard Hellman snapped and then lowered his head. In the top eight, Richard hadn't won a single set and was quite angry. Before his opponent even had to use magical reinforcement, he had already sensed his defeat. He was pushed back by some strange force, unintentionally creating gaps, which led to his loss. Lack of information about the opponent was also a mistake. So when he looked into it, Reinhardt was a supernatural power user from the start. That's unfair. Why did he, who had trained diligently and honestly, have to lose to such an unreasonable and absurd thing? Richard Hellman gritted his teeth with his eyes wide open. If it weren't for supernatural powers, he would have won. He could have crushed his opponent, but such an excuse was ultimately useless. Richard Hellman was now in the dormitory of the Horizon class, one of the regular classes. Both classmates and seniors were gathered. Although it was temple, it was a festival period, and various aspects were quite lax, so they were gathered in the dormitory drinking. Compared to the royal class, it was somewhat lacking, but it was still temple, so the space was not too cramped. They seemed to be students who were not particularly diligent in their temple life. A senior, who looked like the leader of the gathering, poured a full glass of alcohol for Richard Hellman, who almost became the protagonist today, but ultimately lost, due to the variable called Reinhardt. Glug, 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 anyway, you have to keep your promise, right? Ah, that. The promise. You said you'd participate in the cross-dressing competition if you couldn't make it to the top four, right? The reason the cross-dressing competition always had a strange popularity was that people used it for penalty games like this. They would have a match among themselves, and the participants would always be there to mock the loser. The one being laughed at, the one laughing. That's why the participants in the cross-dressing competition usually end up participating with this kind of atmosphere. Not long ago, Richard Hellman had confidently accepted the bet. Of course, he didn't expect the situation to turn out like this at the time. Excessive confidence brings misfortune. Richard Hellman's face turned pale. Ah, no. Why should I do that? Didn't I say I would participate in the cross-dressing competition if you made it to the top four? You said the opposite, right? Hey, is there anyone here who didn't hear that? Raise your hand if you didn't. The ultimate laughter-holding challenge began. No matter how rebellious Richard Hellman's personality was, he didn't have the guts to confront his seniors, but he was rebellious enough to punch someone who laughed at him here. Ah, I'll do whatever you tell me, but please, not that. Join the cross-dressing competition. That's all I'm asking from you, punk. The senior chugged his drink and exhaled. While Richard was at a loss for what to do, a first-year student cautiously muttered, "But isn't the registration for that already closed?" Richard's expression momentarily improved. "Don't you think I know that? Hey, they'll accept applications even an hour before the tournament." As if there was never a way out from the beginning, the senior students laughed and seemed to enjoy the situation. If you had won, that would have been a disaster. Did you really think you were going to make it? You know, that's impossible, right? From the start. The senior students knew that there was no way a general class student could advance to the semifinals in a tournament where special classes were obviously participating. You swindler, Reinhardt. Richard Hellman was filled with hatred towards Reinhardt, but he had no idea that they would meet again. The day after the festival began, Tuesday. It was the day when the finals of the grade-level tournament took place, and naturally, the first-year matches started first. Although yesterday was also the main event, the real attractions were today. Therefore, there were even more spectators today than yesterday, and the seats were overflowing. Perhaps to prevent being overwhelmed, the others left me alone today. However, they were all sitting somewhere in the stands. Not only me, but Scarlett and Ludwig also advanced, so all the first-year Royal Class students would be seated in the stands like yesterday. In the end, both the Royal Class and the Orbis Class were the products of elitism. The fact that not a single General Class student made it to the top contenders in the end proved that elitism was right. I'm not sure about that. There's a high probability that I will face Graydon Amaral in the finals. Ludwig seemed to have made some kind of decision, but willpower alone doesn't necessarily lead to strength, except in special cases like mine. If I use magical reinforcement against Scarlet, I will also have to use it against Graydon Amaral in the finals right after. That's the worst-case scenario for me, who is vulnerable to consecutive battles. If I pass out, I'll be disqualified. Even so, I can't afford to overexert myself. The tournament is ultimately to earn achievement points and to become stronger. It would be ridiculous if I ended up with an irrecoverable injury while trying to gain achievement points. I'm certainly not in a favorable situation. I hold a powerful double-edged sword, but if used incorrectly, I could not only lose the championship, but also suffer injuries. In such a situation, the semi-finals of the first-year tournament began with the first match. The semi-final match between first-year Royal Class students Reinhardt and Scarlett is about to begin. Wow! As the cheers erupted, I stood opposite a girl with fiery red hair and red eyes. Her weapon was a longsword, similar in style to mine. However, her sword was slightly shorter and lighter than mine. Nevertheless, the difference in reach wasn't very significant. Although Scarlett and I haven't practiced together often, we've had quite a few practice matches during our swordsmanship classes this semester. Scarlett is fast, agile, and uses a sword technique based on excellent reflexes. She avoids power struggles, deflecting her opponent's sword with outstanding skill or reversing the sword path with a flick of her wrist to pierce their weak points. She predicts her opponent's sword path based on solid fundamentals and attacks with counter-like precision. Fundamentals, that's something I definitely lack. Ellen, who is capable of applying everything from the basics, summarized the key points for me. My current skill level isn't bad, but I didn't build it up from scratch. In a way, I'm a student who has only learned how to solve problems. I've learned conclusions rather than theories, like this is the answer in this situation. On the other hand, Scarlett has a perfect understanding of the theory, which allows her to understand all the problems based on that theory. The problem stems from the absolute difference in time invested in swordsmanship. That's why I shouldn't be in this position in the first place. If it weren't for Ellen, the supernatural powers, or the magical reinforcement, I wouldn't have been able to be here. But in the end, I'm here, and I have to face Scarlett, who has an overwhelming advantage in actual skills over me. Scarlett, one of the two main heroines in the original work and ostracized due to her ominous aura, has regained much of her lost confidence. In the original, it was Ludwig, but now Charlotte is the one leading Scarlett. The red-haired girl looks at me. Reinhardt. Yes, Scarlett speaks before attacking. The audience can't hear our conversation. You are my idol. What? I couldn't help but be taken aback by the unexpected comment. However, I understood what she meant. Both Scarlett and I share the background of coming from humble beginnings. I was afraid of being expelled from Temple, but you always seemed confident, as if it didn't matter. Scarlett was there when I dueled with a third-year student named Mayatan. It was a time when Scarlett and I had no connection or relationship. That duel took place in the A-class dormitory. Back then, Scarlett, who was still being harassed, watched my duel till the end, despite Erich's taunt. After that, although I had no further contact with Scarlett, I knew she held something akin to goodwill toward me. When I was injured, she would visit and have brief conversations about various topics. It wasn't so much that she liked me, but it was a different feeling. We crossed paths at various places and exchanged trivial stories. I sensed that Scarlett somehow valued me. Watching you made me think. My weakness is not because of my background, but simply because I am weak. I can do it like that. It's okay to do it that way, and even if I get expelled, it's not that important. Not everyone likes you, but then again, not everyone hates you either. As long as you live a confident life, you can gain something, and even if you earn the hatred of many, it's okay as long as you don't do something that deserves everyone's hatred, because not everyone will hate you, and someone will like you. Just as it's impossible to make everyone like me, it's also impossible to make everyone hate me. I learned that by watching you. After seeing you, I tried to change. I can't change completely, but I'm trying to change little by little. Because you can do it, I thought I could do it too, and I must do it. I had thought it was Charlotte who had changed Scarlett, but it wasn't. Scarlett and I had no connection, but she realized that she could live like me, so she was in the process of changing. Scarlett, who had gone to Temple, was now participating in the first-year tournament. In the end, both were trying to prove themselves in some way. Scarlett wanted to prove something. I'm sorry. This wasn't the place for conversation, but I really wanted to say it. I thought that Scarlett's participation in the tournament was aimed at becoming my opponent in this arena. It's an honor to be your opponent here. Unknowingly, I had become Scarlett's idol. Scarlett pointed her sword at me. Scarlet, who had been speaking kindly until now, had her eyes darken and her expression harden. I will do my best. As the inaudible introduction dragged on, the murmuring audience regained silence when Scarlet took a step. Scarlet's determination to do her best was different from before. It was also different from what I encountered during practice duels. This place is the main stadium, a place where you can attack with the intent to kill your opponent. Soon, it's a place where you can unleash everything you have to overpower your opponent. That would be a courtesy to you, Scarlet. The Crimson Girl charges at me. As she rushes towards me, I feel her red eyes piercing the air as if tracing a trajectory. Clang! Ah! With an immense pressure on my hand, I felt an intense sense of discomfort. Self-suggestion. It's not working. Supernatural powers are useless against me. Scarlet is not a supernatural power user. However, it's not accurate to say she isn't either. Her talent is undoubtedly related to supernatural powers. The Crimson Swordsman Scarlet. Her talent is immunity, originally named Spellbreaker in the source material. Magic and supernatural powers don't work on her. The nickname, Witch, for Scarlet doesn't make sense in the first place. Scarlet is essentially immune to all types of mental magic and even attack magic with her bare body. She neutralizes all supernatural powers. The nickname Witch for Scarlet, who has extreme resistance to magic, is nonsense from the start. Of course, her body is not completely immune to magic. If it were, she would neutralize the barrier magic of this stadium, adjustable anti-magic power. When pushed to the limit, it becomes an immune state. Anti-magic power definitely exists and can be trained. However, there are only two people in this world who have resistance to supernatural powers. One is Ellen Artorius, who has resistance to supernatural powers, and the other is Scarlet. And Scarlet's resistance ability is overwhelmingly superior. That's why Scarlet's talent doesn't grow. There's no room for growth for immunity-level anti-magic power and supernatural power resistance. But it did. I maintain a serious expression and distance myself from Scarlet. Self-suggestion is not an ability that influences others, but an ability that influences myself. However, the fact that self-suggestion, a power that enhances myself rather than attacking Scarlet, does not activate, means that Scarlet's supernatural resistance is affecting the surroundings. No matter how high the anti-magic resistance is, one can only resist magic that is used on themselves. A mage cannot block magic cast on the ground. Scarlet can now influence the supernatural powers happening around her. I'm not sure if it's possible with magic as well, but it's clear that she can block the activation of my self-suggestion. Scarlet's talent has evolved even more than the original. The reason might be me. I cannot know how I influenced her, but Scarlet has definitely changed. Instead of practicing and sparring as usual, she was trying to defeat me by using her talents. Is this what giving her best meant? Did she not use this ability in our practice sparring so far purely out of respect for me? Clang, clank, clash. My supernatural powers were sealed. Without the assistance of supernatural powers, I can't use magical reinforcement either. Clank. Ah, soon. Even magical reinforcement, which required the assistance of self-suggestion, was blocked. It wasn't Graydon Amoral or Ludwig. Scarlet was my nemesis. In this situation, Scarlet's talent is useless to anyone else. Scarlet's talent only has an effect on me. Scarlet might lose to Graydon Amoral, and I might beat Graydon Amoral, but Scarlet can have an overwhelming advantage against me. Clank, clank, clash. The only thing I could do while retreating and barely deflecting Scarlet's relentless sword strikes was because my body remembered the basics I had accumulated so far, and the things that should be called wrong answers. I had to defeat Scarlet with pure skill. But is that possible? Even though the time I spent and the time Scarlet spent are qualitatively different, Scarlet is overwhelmingly ahead quantitatively. Self-suggestion had become a part of me. Now that it was gone in a combat situation, I felt like I had lost an arm and a leg. I didn't realize it when I used it like my own body, but now that it was blocked, I felt an extreme sense of powerlessness and emptiness. Self-suggestion accounted for most of my strength. Without supernatural powers, I was this helpless. Clang! Scarlet pushed up my sword and struck it down, twisting her blade around to aim for my neck. Ah, poof, reverse summoning. Royal Class Scarlet wins the first set. I lost the first set. Chapter 294. Whoa, there were cheers in the audience, but some spectators who had been watching the tournament since yesterday were confused. What? Why did Reinhardt lose? Olivia Lands exclaimed, as if she couldn't understand it. Most of the reactions from the royal class were like that. Even the B class felt the same way. Reinhardt, who had been on an undefeated streak, repeatedly retreated while struggling against Scarlet, only to lose the first set after being constantly pushed back. He couldn't use magical reinforcement at all and was simply overwhelmed. Of course, Scarlet's swordsmanship was dazzling, quick, and she accurately exploited any gaps. Reinhardt was unusually powerless. Everyone present knew that something was off with the situation, but they didn't know specifically what was wrong. He can't use his supernatural powers. Everyone, except Ellen. What? He's unable to use his supernatural powers. Although others didn't know, Ellen did. Having crossed swords with Reinhardt to the point of being fed up, Ellen knew everything about his swordsmanship. She was aware of when he used his powers, when he didn't, and even when he temporarily used the power of reinforcement. Ellen had a detailed understanding of all of it. That's why Ellen could tell that for some reason, Reinhardt was unable to use the power of self-suggestion. Why can't he use it? I don't know. It was Harriet who responded to Ellen's words. Ah, as far as I know, her ability is immunity. Could it be related to that? Although Ellen wasn't particularly interested in B-class matters, Harriet knew because of the Magic Research Society. Immunity, a unique talent that can be very powerful depending on the situation. Upon hearing that it might be exerting its power, Ellen nodded her head. So, it's possible that she's preventing Reinhardt from using his supernatural powers. What? If Reinhardt can't use his powers, which is his specialty, that's cheating. Olivia grumbled, but everyone else agreed that using supernatural powers was already borderline cheating. By now, they knew that the senior, who was extremely biased towards Reinhardt, would defend him no matter what he did. Arguing with her was exhausting, so it was best to just leave her to rant on her own. The conclusion was one thing: a strange talent called immunity. It was exerting a tremendous influence on Reinhardt. Upon hearing the story, Savelin Turner looked at Reinhardt, who was resummoned to the arena for the second set. Charlotte was watching Scarlet and Reinhardt. Both Scarlet and Reinhardt had different meanings to her, but they were precious people. If her heart leaned towards one side, she would feel sorry for the other. However, this time the opponent was tough. What do you think will happen? In response to Charlotte's question, Savelin Turner shook her head. It will be difficult for Reinhardt. Savelin Turner didn't know much about Reinhardt's supernatural powers, but if he couldn't use magical reinforcement either, the outcome was clear. If he summons Tiamat, it might be different. But that was something he couldn't easily reveal. Savelin Turner predicted Reinhardt's defeat. If he had met Scarlet in the finals, he could have been the runner-up, or if Scarlet had been eliminated in another group in the quarterfinals, he might have won. In the end, Reinhardt's luck with the matchups was terrible. The next set ended up going the same way as the first, and I had no choice but to give it up. Current set score 2-0. If Scarlet takes one more set, her place in the finals will be guaranteed. The announcer's voice rang loudly in my ears. The screen alternated between a composed Scarlet and my tense expression. Scarlet had promised to give it her all, and that's exactly what she was doing. I did my best, even using my full strength during practice matches. Scarlet had been holding back her power when sparring with me. Out of respect or admiration for me, Scarlet was giving her all in this match. I wanted to ask her to go easy on me, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. I had my own abilities, and Scarlet had hers. We were both just utilizing our respective skills. Scarlet didn't laugh at me or show concern for my losing streak. You said I was your idol. Why would I be your idol when I'm so weak in front of you? Of course, I knew she wasn't talking about skills alone, but I couldn't find a way to break through her emotionless expression. From the beginning, I was using supernatural powers to overcome a massive skill gap. Now that I couldn't use those tools, there was no chance for me to overpower Scarlet. I never thought I would be blocked by Scarlet. I hadn't considered the possibility that her talent could block my supernatural powers. Such a thing was impossible in the original story, so I thought it couldn't happen here either. For example, in the original story, Liana's lightning would not harm Scarlet if it hit her. Now, Liana wouldn't even be able to activate her lightning in front of Scarlet. I had to admit it. I was arrogant. I was thinking about the finals after Scarlet, not Scarlet herself. But reality had me struggling and giving up 2 sets. Now I had to accept defeat. There was no way to win. In the end, my supernatural powers were a significant part of me. My compatibility with Scarlett was poor. The only consolation was that there was only one person like Scarlett with such a level of immunity in the world. As I was considering accepting defeat as the price for my arrogance, Scarlett asked, "Are you giving up?" The start of the third set had already been announced, but Scarlett hadn't approached and instead asked the question. Is it because you've only ever relied on your accidentally awakened supernatural powers? Without them, are you a powerless and pathetic person who can't even use magical reinforcement or anything else? Scarlett said this calmly. Was she criticizing me? Was she looking down on me and marking me as a dog that tucks its tail and runs away when trust is gone? It didn't sound like it. That's not true, Scarlett, with her sword pointed at me, spoke. When you fought against the seniors, even though you knew no one would help you, and even though you knew getting up would only lead to a worse situation, you kept getting back up. Scarlett took a step closer to me. I remember the look in your eyes back then. What was I thinking at that time? I couldn't remember well since it was a long time ago. However, sometimes other people remember events we've experienced better than we do. It seemed like that was the case for Scarlett. It was a vivid memory for me too, but it seemed even more intense for Scarlett. There was nothing, and everyone only wished for my defeat. Yet in that situation, I struggled to get up, being knocked down, flying back and falling, but I kept getting up. I had no allies. Still, in the end, I managed to land a hit on Mayaton and ultimately awakened my supernatural powers. I don't know what my eyes looked like at that moment, as those were my own eyes. But Scarlett remembered. Show me that look again. Scarlett slowly walks towards me, not to hold my hand, but to aim a sword at me. Emotions are inherently imbalanced between two people. Scarlett was not important to me, but I was important to her. I didn't do anything for Scarlett, but she took something from me. Through trying to give meaning to it and change, she became a different person and gained different abilities. That's why Scarlett calls me her idol. Scarlett doesn't want me to give up here. She doesn't want to see her idol tuck tail and run away just because their supernatural powers are sealed. She wants to see me, like back then, gritting my teeth and getting up, accomplishing something. Scarlett doesn't know me. She only idolizes me. Within her idolization, there's a version of me she wants, and it's different from the real me. She has magnified certain parts of me and defined them herself, in a way, deifying me. Scarlett wants something from me. I have no reason to fulfill her wish. This is coercion. You can do it. So show me. Show me that someone like me is no match for you. In Scarlett's calm and quiet eyes, I see the intense desire she has for me. A sort of obsession, wanting me to remain her hero forever, becoming even greater, staying in front of her. A painful childhood experience can twist a person. Scarlett is no exception. The memories of wandering the streets and the torment in Temple twisted Scarlett. Though she escaped the quagmire, she had no choice but to succumb to a new distortion. Scarlett sought salvation from me, not Charlotte. That's why she wants me, the one who gave her salvation, to adhere to my way of life. Just as I've always managed to do, even when I knew it was impossible. Now, she wants to be my trial and wants me to overcome even this. Now that my powerful tool, supernatural powers, is neutralized, my situation isn't much different from when I faced Mayaton in the first semester. Scarlett has turned me into a desperate underdog, just like in the first semester, as if to challenge me to overcome it. What will happen if I lose, if I fail to find the answer? Will Scarlett be disappointed in me? If she's disappointed, what's next? Will she despair, realizing that I can no longer be her idol? I have no reason to be responsible for all those emotions. Scarlett idolizes me on her own and tests me. However, I now know the real reason why Scarlett participated in the tournament. It wasn't to prove herself. It was a completely different reason from the original. Scarlett entered the tournament to make me prove myself, not her. Knowing she is her own greatest enemy, she wanted to see me surpass her, so she participated. I can't fulfill all her wishes, nor do I have a reason to. I never said I wanted to be her idol, and there's no reason I have to be. Scarlett hasn't improved. She hasn't improved, but rather changed. She had a twisted life, and meeting me just twisted it in a different way. Scarlett. I could never face her comfortably, a victim of a bizarre situation where she was bullied for having red hair and red eyes. Every time I faced her, I felt uncomfortable and strange, as if my mistake was wandering in reality. So when Charlotte protected Scarlett, my guilt was somewhat alleviated. Somehow it was resolved. I felt a strange mix of guilt and relief, as if someone else had solved my mistake. Didn't I wish for someone to solve it on my behalf, thinking I couldn't ruin the original plot? I might have left it alone, knowing it was an evasion of responsibility. But in reality, Scarlett found the answer not from Charlotte, but from me. I don't know what would happen if Scarlett could no longer idolize me. But Scarlett, who idolizes me, gets along with everyone and tries to be confident in himself. All the problems that arise from her idolizing me only affect me. She might impose something on me, expect things from me, and be disappointed on his own terms. In that case, that's the proper price I should pay for creating her artificial misfortune. Okay, Scarlet. My mind cleared up. I held my sword and aimed at Scarlet, who approached me one step at a time. Self-suggestion doesn't react. I don't know what you want from me. However, my experience hasn't disappeared. The answer lies there. Show me more. Magical reinforcement. I must do it even without the help of self-suggestion. I might get hurt or suffer injuries. If I fall, there's no victory. But that's okay. The girl who's too late to fix, who wants to live well while being broken, tells me something. I can't fix her, but I can make her live as she is. I don't feel it, but I've felt it before. It may seem impossible, but I've done it before, like switching from a four-wheel to a two-wheel bicycle. I'll fall after not riding for long, but believing that I can go a little further. Faith doesn't generate as much power, but isn't faith like that from the beginning? It's rather strange that faith has generated power as I believed until now. Originally, faith is just an echo without an answer. Therefore, like all humans, I regress to a primordial state of faith and belief. I can do it. There's no reason I can't do it now, as I once used the power that flows through my body. I move the feelings I sense little by little. Scarlet watches me. The boiling sensation throughout my body was an entirely new feeling. Without the help of self-suggestion, I now truly step onto the path of a superhuman. You've done it. Yes. Scarlett seemed happier about my strength than her own. You are broken, just like everyone else in the world, as if all the bad things you've experienced were my responsibility. If you've overcome all your problems by idolizing me, and I have to always be in front of you for you to live like this now. Let's go. I will remain your idol forever. Chapter 295. The moment magical reinforcement was used, the outcome was decided even before the swords clashed. As Reinhardt's body was enveloped by the blue flames of magical power, Scarlet lost the grip on her sword in the next instant. Clang! Reinhardt's sword, which charged in a split second, knocked Scarlet's sword away. Most weapon techniques are designed to face opponents of the same level. That's why a fight between those who have reached the superhuman stage and those who haven't can't be established due to the difference in their levels, not their skills. Weapon lost. Soon, combat incapability. Reinhardt wins the third set. The announcer's shout marked the end of the third set. What on earth is going on? Olivia seemed puzzled. She didn't know that Reinhardt could only use magical reinforcement with the help of self-suggestion. It appeared as if he had deliberately avoided using it, until now. Only Ellen and Scarlett knew about it in the arena. Among the audience, only Ellen could accurately grasp the growth Reinhardt had achieved in this short moment. Unknowingly, Ellen clenched her fists. Reinhardt. Reinhardt had advanced to the next level. No one else could know, but Ellen was all too aware of how significant this progress was. She was so happy. Ellen couldn't decide what to do, holding back the urge to rush to Reinhardt immediately. Putting aside Ellen's excitement and the audience's astonishment, the match continued. The score was 2-1. Even if Reinhardt successfully used magical reinforcement without the aid of supernatural powers, it was still a double-edged sword. In the next two sets, he had to beat Scarlet using magical reinforcement alone, since he couldn't use supernatural powers. However, would that be enough to win the finals? The crisis was averted, but the victory remained uncertain. Now let's begin the fourth set. But in the situation where Scarlet and Reinhardt faced each other, Scarlet suddenly raised her hand. Yes, what's the matter? Ah, the announcer's flustered voice echoed through the stadium. Scarlet, a first-year Royal Class student, has declared her forfeit. Forfeit. At this unexpected declaration, not only the audience but also Reinhardt, her opponent, was greatly taken aback. Reinhardt has to win. I shouldn't drain his strength here. After leaving those words, Scarlet forfeited the match. She seemed satisfied already. Scarlet wanted to see me not give up. She wanted to see my reaction when my most powerful weapon and method, supernatural powers, were neutralized. Scarlet hoped that I would somehow overcome it, as I had always shown something and never gave up before. I managed to repay her insistent yet non-coercive encouragement. Scarlet's original goal was just that. The moment I succeeded in magical reinforcement without the assistance of supernatural powers and overpowered her, Scarlet stopped testing me. The outcome would have been uncertain if the sets had continued. I activated magical reinforcement without the assistance of supernatural powers, albeit briefly. My fingertips were tingling, and my entire body was filled with a strange pain, as if my muscles were torn apart. Even with the aid of self-suggestion, it was a power that couldn't be used for an extended period, so it was inevitable that my body suffered greater strain from using it without any assistance. Scarlet could have defeated me, but in the end, she gave up after seeing the results she wanted. One way or another, Scarlet had entered the tournament to lift me up another level. We gave it our all, clashing with all our might. Things that were impossible during practice bouts became possible in this stadium. The audience was buzzing, but I returned to the waiting room, and Scarlet left with a stern command to win. It was a gaze that felt both uncomfortable and responsible, as if expectations were being forced upon me. If I had been an ordinary person, a regular Reinhardt, I might have told them to stop talking nonsense. But I couldn't say anything because I felt indebted to Scarlet in many ways. Ludwig and Graydon Amaral left to prepare for their next match. So I was the only one left in the first-year waiting room, and the audience seats were also occupied by me alone. No matter who comes up next, I can use self-suggestion. Scarlet, the most unexpected and formidable opponent, forfeited after seeing the change in me that she had hoped for. Probably, Ellen was the only one in the audience who noticed my transformation. She had been nagging me to try magical reinforcement, and it felt like ages since I had whined that it wasn't possible. But this time, I succeeded in magical reinforcement without the aid of supernatural powers. Will she praise me? What's this? Do I want to be praised by my teacher like some impatient kid who did something right? Well, Ellen is actually my teacher, so it's not that different, is it? Anyway, left alone in the waiting room, I continued to apply self-suggestion to ensure my condition fully recovered while watching the semi-final match to determine my opponent in the finals. How much time had passed? Now, the second match of the first-year tournament semi-finals will begin soon. Ludwig and Graydon Amaral were entering the arena. In the original story, Ludwig couldn't win a single set against Graydon Amaral. Ellen doesn't give a single set to Graydon Amaral either. However, Ludwig has become much stronger than in the original story. Even so, he can't win. At this point, he ranks just after Ellen and me. If he masters magical reinforcement, he could immediately surpass me. Scarlet is a bit of a special case, so we'll count her as an exception. Will alone can't become power. When my self-suggestion was neutralized, I felt a sense of alienation, realizing that the power I desired wouldn't come to me. I had become too accustomed to my supernatural powers. That's why I realized once again how absurd it was to draw power through faith that shouldn't have been answered. But Ludwig decided not to say that he would lose anymore. The screen showed Ludwig's face. The normal Ludwig would always be wearing a slightly smiling expression that had a friendly and good-natured look. But now his face had turned cold and hardened. It was an expression I had never seen before. Graydon Amaral. He was number Aminus 1 in the first-year Orbis class and had a skill level that was in no way inferior to the Royal class. That's why he was a strong contender for the next star of the Orbis class. You can do it. You can defeat those Royal class guys. Just keep doing what you're doing now, just like this. No, you can work even harder. He had heard those words so many times that they were drilled into his ears. Graydon Amaral had always perfectly executed everything he was asked and needed to do. Graydon Amaral, a man who thought he had to bear the burden of forced improvements, but realized that the path he was on was a hellish one. A man who escaped from that place. Graydon Amaral found laughter and composure. Having realized there was no reason to live a life of coercion, Graydon Amaral had become kind and gentle to others, unlike in the past. He no longer lived feeling like someone was chasing him from behind. But that didn't mean he had become lazy. Somehow, finding leisure in his abilities, he felt they improved when he focused on the training he wanted to do, the satisfaction that came from voluntary training. Thus, While Graydon Amoral's personality had changed, his skills had not declined. In fact, it would be fair to say they had progressed. The man who once never laughed had found his laughter again. However, his opponent, Royal Class B-11 Ludwig, kind and gentle Ludwig, who was friendly to everyone, had no smile on his face right now, as if he had made up his mind about something, as if thinking that if he touched the wall behind him, everything would be over. Ludwig, who had lost his laughter, was pointing his sword at Graydon Amoral. The two who had swapped places were now pointing their swords at each other. Graydon Amoral spoke to Ludwig. "You seem determined." After a moment of silence, Ludwig, still with a stern expression, opened his mouth towards Graydon Amoral. "I'm the weakest member of the royal class. My talent may be good enough to enter the royal class, but it's considered the most insignificant talent there." "What's your talent?" "Endurance." Ludwig would usually laugh and scratch his head at such a statement, but now he spoke calmly with a stern expression. "But there was a friend in Class A who entered without a single talent, called infinite aptitude. There was a lot of talk in Class B too. They said Class B-11 should be taken by that friend. Of course, I didn't think that way. But the important thing is, that friend really had nothing. They didn't even have a tiny advantage like my endurance. But that friend may have been weak, but they were never feeble. They never backed down from all the bad things they experienced. They always got up, no matter how many times they fell. They could have given up. Giving up would have been right, but they always got up again in those moments." Graydon Amoral felt he knew who Ludwig was talking about. "I'm the opposite. Let's work hard. At anything. If we work hard, even if we're behind right now, we'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with our talented classmates. That's what I believed. I lived with the mindset of a loser, always hoping for a later time. He had always thought too objectively about his current self. I'm not there yet. I'm still not as good as them, so let's work hard. Even if I'm behind now, someday I'll be able to stand side by side with them. There's nothing I can do about it now." But that friend always clashed, even when they knew they couldn't. They kept on clashing, falling, getting hurt, believing they could win even if they couldn't. They went through this whole year with reckless and risky attempts. Right now, I'm much weaker than that friend. I'm sure I was originally stronger than that friend. But while I rationalized many other things with the thought of working hard, that friend left me far behind and went far away, hiding behind excuses for myself. While I insist that it's enough because I'm working hard now, that friend challenges the impossible and confronts it. It may have been impossible, but they believed it could be done. Yes, I admire Reinhardt, catching up to this distance that has been created. I think that's what I have to do from now on. It might not work, but I decided to do it anyway, believing that it must be done. Reinhardt said I have to believe in it. Now, I won't hide behind the excuse that I'm working hard, because if I only think about that, I'll stay the same. Ludwig, holding his sword, stares at Gladen Amoral, the worst of Class B, who used to accept reality and resign under the names of effort and perseverance. Ludwig is now gone. He changed. Now, he doesn't console himself with the words that he'll work hard. Not just to work hard, but to do well. Not just to do his best, but to win. So, he abandoned the part of himself that used to console himself, believing that everything that didn't go well would eventually get better. Willpower cannot be strength. However, there is only one person in the world who knows the truth of this world. While willpower cannot be strength, Ludwig is the protagonist of this world, the nucleus of causality. By nature, a protagonist can turn willpower into strength. Such a protagonist, Ludwig declares, "I will defeat you." The world is always on his side. What is this guy? I couldn't help but doubt my eyes at the results of the semifinals. It was a 3-0 victory for Ludwig. They seemed to have some conversation, and as soon as the duel started, the situation unfolded as I had thought. Ludwig's sword, with overwhelming power, cornered Gladen Amoral. He didn't use magical reinforcement. He didn't use supernatural powers either. With only physical strength, Ludwig neutralized all the swords Gladen Amoral threw at him and counterattacked, an overwhelming weight difference. Ludwig achieved what should have only been possible with magical reinforcement, using just his bare body. The audience was also staring blankly at Ludwig, who had defeated Gladen Amoral with monstrous strength. Wow! Although people who didn't know the situation were excited by the overwhelming and amazing fight itself, I was dumbfounded. That's not a speed and reaction achievable without magical reinforcement. I don't know what he did, but Ludwig has changed. If he's this good without magical reinforcement, it's clear that he'll be even crazier with it. At least I could tell that my words yesterday had some impact on Ludwig. Willpower cannot be strength, except for me who has the powers of self-suggestion and spirit speech. Watching Ludwig with a determined expression standing tall among the cheering crowd, I realized what I had overlooked. The current world's strongest, Savelin Turner. The next world's strongest, Ellen. Another candidate for the world's strongest who should have died but survived, Olivia Lands. Harriet de Saint-Ouen, who has the greatest talent in magical history. And me, who recorded an amazing growth in just 1 year with the talent of infinite potential. What does that all matter? Wow. In the end, the protagonist is Ludwig. The protagonist can turn willpower into strength. They can transform anger, sadness, a desire for revenge, and longing into power and create unbelievable strength. Whether there is a reason or not, the world lends its strength to Ludwig's desires. In situations where strength is needed, use strength. In situations where fate is needed, use fate. The power I possess. In the end, self-suggestion is just an extreme version of the power Ludwig has. The power to turn willpower into strength originally belonged to Ludwig. This world is created for the protagonist, and Ludwig will have everything he needs. Ludwig looks somewhere. More precisely, he looks at the inner auditorium. I look down at Ludwig through the window. Ludwig looks up at me. The guy who said we'd meet in the final match really did end up meeting me there. Nothing went as planned. It was foolish to believe that I could easily achieve a 10-0-point challenge in the first place, and there was no easy way to do it. I barely won against Scarlett, whom I hadn't considered a significant challenge, and advanced to the finals only because of her forfeit when defeat seemed imminent. Ludwig completely overwhelmed Graydon Amaral by a huge margin. If I work hard, someday I can reach you all. Believing so, Ludwig discarded his weakness. The original storyline had changed so much that it was now unpredictable and meaningless. It wasn't about awakening magical reinforcement or using supernatural powers. Ludwig was simply the protagonist. With that single advantage, Ludwig became stronger. After a brief rest, the final stage begins. My physical condition isn't at its best, but it's not severely bad either. If I use self-suggestion, I'll be able to face Ludwig, and with magical reinforcement, I can overwhelm him. However, it's uncertain whether that would be possible up to the third set. If I can't control my pace properly, I'll face the pathetic situation of losing due to poor condition management, not because of Ludwig. The long-awaited final stage is about to begin, a battle between the Royal Class A and B. They avoid calling it the Battle of the Bottom-Ranked. While the announcer is giving a speech, Ludwig and I are staring at each other. His usually smiling face had become serious. Finally, he has an expression I like. Ludwig, who had been lacking in seriousness, became serious. Did it have some effect? ... It seems so. Ludwig also seemed to find it hard to believe what had happened to him. He looks at me silently. Can I catch up to you? You still have much to learn, kid. Holding my sword, I smile at Ludwig. You should think that you can catch up. No, you should think that you can step on someone like me and rise above. Ha ha. Right, that's it. That's how it was. Ludwig looked at me with a smile, but it wasn't the awkward smile he'd shown so far. However, it's strange. You, Reinhardt, are definitely strong, but there are many people stronger than you, Ludwig sighed, holding his sword. At some point, I just can't do it. What can't you do? Beat you. The smile vanished from Ludwig's face once again. I can't imagine it. I knew what he meant when I saw his expression and heard his words. There's only one person I think of that way. That girl watching me from the stands. There are many people stronger and more exceptional than her. But I can't imagine myself defeating Ellen Artorius. Ellen always looks down at me from a much higher position, seemingly ready to teach me swordsmanship. In the original work, Ellen was that kind of existence to Ludwig, an insurmountable wall, an existence that always needed to be looked up to. Now, it's my role to look at Ellen. You've become so strong so quickly that it feels like you're far ahead of me, no matter how hard I try to catch up. It couldn't be helped. Ellen was already strong when she entered, but I started from a worse state than Ludwig and managed to overtake him by a large margin. That's why Ludwig's attention is inevitably drawn to me, not Ellen. Ludwig felt the wall not with Ellen, but with me, and had no choice but to make me his goal. Ellen may be stronger than me, but Ludwig's goal can only be to surpass me, an insurmountable wall. For Ludwig, that wall has become me, not Ellen. In the original work, Ellen's place is now mine. The long-awaited final match of the first-year tournament is about to begin, the protagonist's eternal rival and object of admiration. Is that my role in this world? It might not be possible, but I'll believe in it. Ludwig took a deep breath. That I can beat you. I gripped my sword and looked at Ludwig. I only taught Ludwig one thing. Don't make excuses for defeat, but commit to victory. It's nothing special, but in the end, it's what I taught him. No, and that is my forte. You can't beat me. Ludwig looked at me and spoke. I will. I looked at Ludwig and spoke. I will. And we looked at each other and said simultaneously, I will beat you. Krrrr. A blue magical reinforcement enveloped my body, and Ludwig charged at me. Quang. The moment our swords collided, they shattered as if they had made a promise to do so. Chapter 296. The sword broke. However, neither I nor Ludwig were taken aback. As if he knew it would happen, Ludwig attempted to strike my head with the broken sword's pommel. Ah, magical reinforcement. I let him hit me. As I allowed the hit to my head, I threw a punch towards Ludwig's abdomen. Crash, thud, ka. Ah! Ludwig, who was hit hard in the abdomen, rolled several times on the ground before standing up. Both of our weapons were broken. There was no time to recover. Both Ludwig and I threw away our broken swords. Ludwig charged at me, and as maintaining magical reinforcement for a long time would make the next set more difficult, I had to finish it quickly. As soon as the fallen Ludwig got up, I rushed towards him, aiming for a takedown. I tackled him to the ground and followed with a pounding attack. At this point, that was my goal. Boom! Ludwig collapsed onto the floor, covering his face. This moment was already the end. The moment I thought that, he grabbed my waist as he fell and flipped me over. Magical reinforcement provided protection, but it didn't increase my weight. Boom! I lost my balance and flew backward in an instant. He was insane. His full strength was already beyond the range of a normal person, even without magical reinforcement. He was an even greater monster than me. My endurance was unstable. Ludwig, physically weaker, had greater endurance. I didn't know what kind of change had occurred in his body, but I couldn't face him without self-suggestion and magical reinforcement. I will win. I never thought I'd be in the position of a rival, but now that I am, I can't back down easily. Just as Ellen's mere existence had been the driving force for Ludwig's growth in the original story. I, too, am the driving force for Ludwig's growth, just by existing. Furthermore, starting from the bottom, I also stimulate Ludwig's jealousy and feelings of inferiority. The stronger I become, the faster Ludwig grows stronger. I must not lose to you. I must always be the wall above you, so you will grow even stronger. The protagonist must be strong. Someday you may be stronger than me, but right now I must be stronger than you. That's what it means to be rivals. That's why I can't lose. I seriously face the guy I created, who has always been subtly unlucky and avoided. He thinks of me as a rival, so I have no choice but to respond to that thought. The last one standing is the winner. You must lose to me right now. I will concede the final victory, but you must always lose to me up until then. For that, I think I can't lose and believe I won't. You can't beat me. I declare that I will never be defeated. Ah! As I charged at Ludwig and threw a punch, he evaded my outstretched arm with a simple gesture, then grabbed my arm to try to knock me down. However, as I leaned into the force he was pulling with, I lifted my knee and struck Ludwig's chin. Smack! Ka! Ludwig, who took a direct hit to the chin with my knee, fell over. He should have been knocked out, but Ludwig rolled a few times and then got back up. I could see blood trickling from Ludwig's gum, though he still seemed to be in perfect condition. He didn't show any signs of pain. I had to admit, he had incredible endurance. Of course, in a situation like this, the sensation of pain could be relatively less intense. I can't lose. The unexpected variables that arose in this tournament, which I had entered for achievement points, changed my purpose. Scarlet and Ludwig, who had been mere competitors, each gave meaning to my existence in different ways. I thought we had no connection, but as a result of my actions so far, these two viewed me in different ways, but ultimately in a similar manner. Scarlet idolized me. Ludwig felt I was a wall he wanted to catch up to but could never reach. So I will overwhelmingly defeat him. The more insurmountable the wall, the more eager the eccentric Ludwig is to overcome it. For his growth, I must do this. So show me. With lips stained by blood, Ludwig charged towards me. I had created a world where the world would be on my side, but I still had much more. Self-suggestion, spirit speech, magical reinforcement, and intuition, and even Ellen as a training partner. With all these conditions, Ludwig couldn't catch up to me even if he tried. So I will crush him. At this moment, my greatest weapon is not magical reinforcement or supernatural powers, but my intuition. I saw through my intuition. Charging forward means shifting the center of gravity forward. The important thing is timing. If I can read when and how Ludwig will attack in each stride, I can counter it. It's important to figure out which foot he puts power into, but more importantly, the shoulder. By looking at the shoulder, I can predict the movement of the arm. Although skilled fighters can punch without moving their shoulders, neither Ludwig nor I are at that level. If the arm doesn't move, but the waist does, I can guess that he will use his leg to attack. The movements with a sword are not much different. Every action has a starting point, and it must come from the body. Ludwig's right shoulder retracts as he charges. The slight retreat of his right shoulder means his right arm will soon extend towards me. Then, using his left foot as an axis, he intends to land his right fist on my face. It was too clear. There were many ways. I could let his right fist pass by and strike Ludwig's face with my left fist as he came in deep, or use the momentum of his incoming right arm as a weapon against him. As soon as I read what kind of attack was coming, the outcome was all but decided. I didn't dodge or block the attack. Before Ludwig took a step forward and assumed his attacking stance, I took a step forward, jabbing in. Knowing that Ludwig would move his right shoulder using his left foot as an axis when he charged, I thrust at a point one timing ahead. At the very moment just before the attack began. Whack! Just before his left foot hit the ground, I kicked Ludwig's calf, sending him off balance. Ugh! In the end, it seemed as if he had charged at me only to be kicked away. The damage was even greater because it was an unexpected situation. Ludwig couldn't get up this time, rolling on the ground. It was a perfect counter, carrying both the power of magical reinforcement and self-suggestion. It would be strange if he could get up. First set. Due to Ludwig's inability to fight, Reinhardt wins by default. Ludwig couldn't get up at all. Ah! As the priests rushed over for healing, Ludwig lay on the ground, looking up at me. It was a gaze as if looking at an incomprehensible being. Indeed, I had toppled him with just one precise move after seeing him charge at me. He was completely red. No matter what he does, he will be red in the future. How on earth is he supposed to beat such an opponent? That seemed to be his thought. My characteristic intuition provided excessive efficiency. Perhaps it was because it was the power I gained in return for experiencing the most dangerous situations in my life. I was smiling. I told you that you can't win. Not yet. I swallowed the rest of my words. It felt like I had become a villain. No, I actually am a villain. I am the Demon King, and Ludwig is the second hero of mankind after Lagan Artorius, the hero who always loses to the Demon King. But one day, he will catch up with the Demon King and bring justice. It seemed like an excessively perfect picture foreshadowing my eventual downfall. Having received healing from the priests, Ludwig stood up. Let's try again, Reinhardt. Although it was a questionable expression whether it was right to take on an incomprehensible opponent as a rival, Ludwig didn't give up. There won't be much difference. Even so, we won't know unless we try. He will get up again and again, no matter how many times he falls. He will not give up and will constantly collide. I have always been the egg that breaks the rock, but this guy is the one who throws the egg until the rock is shattered. I don't think I'm superior to Ludwig. Someone who has never been broken, and someone who gets up again after being broken hundreds, thousands of times. Ludwig will be even greater than someone like me. However, greatness cannot buy victory. Right now I am stronger and Ludwig cannot overcome this gap. Set score is 1-0. Reinhardt has taken the first set. Now the second set of the freshman tournament finals. It starts right now. Whoa. In the screams that had become familiar in just 2 days, Ludwig and I received replenished weapons. This time it's a sword. Is there any difference between a fist and a sword? In this freshman tournament, which had already been filled with irregularities, there were no more surprises. I took overwhelming victories in 2 consecutive sets. Hence, I won. Though I was at a technical disadvantage compared to most close combat mages, I had the upper hand against Ludwig. No matter how much his physical abilities increased, my magical reinforcement put me ahead, and his movements were too easy to read. It didn't make sense for me to give up even a single set in this fight. Ludwig's only chance of winning was if I used too much magical reinforcement and became exhausted, but that didn't happen. With my victory in the finals, the first and second places were secured, followed by the battle for third and fourth place between Scarlet and Graydon Amoral. The result was Graydon Amoral's victory. That's how the first-year tournament came to an end. I never thought I'd have a moment in my life when I'd hold a trophy like this. Achievement unlocked, first-year tournament champion. You have earned 10 achievement points. It was the first time I'd ever earned so many points at once. People cheered for me. Can I catch up to you? There was no despair in Ludwig's expression after his complete defeat, but it seemed like he was having doubts. You know what I have to say, right? Yeah, Ludwig smiled at me. I have to believe I can catch up to you. No, I held the championship trophy and crossed my arms. You shouldn't just believe it, you should think it's inevitable. Ah, right, that's true, somehow. It felt like the protagonist of my self-suggestion had joined my class. Ludwig, who held the second-place trophy, said, I can catch up to you, Reinhardt. It'll never happen, you know. It was a strange religion where I didn't agree with the future he'd chosen, but asked him to believe it was true. We each believed in the future we had chosen. In the end, Ludwig and I had different foundations, but similar powers. Some strange things happened while trying to earn achievement points, but my plan didn't go too far off course. I won, and from a distance, Ellen was watching me. She had said she'd scold me if I didn't win. Now that I've won, will she praise me then? Chapter 297 Praise. What? Praise. What? The same question and answer were exchanged twice, and Ellen and I stared at each other with puzzled expressions. You said I'd be scolded if I didn't win, so since I won, you should praise me. I never said I'd praise you. As Ellen said that, Olivia shouted, Reinhardt is the best. I knew Reinhardt would win. The praise here is so exaggerated that it doesn't feel special when I hear it. Why? Ellen insisted. She never agreed to praise me. In the end, the tournament concluded, and as everyone had expected, I won. We fought and won, but there was no animosity between us. Ludwig was unique in his way, and so was Scarlet. Just like yesterday, students from Class A and B all went out together to celebrate my victory. It was a festival, after all. Both Harriet and Charlotte sincerely congratulated me on my win. On our way back to the dormitory, Ellen stopped me for a moment. We waited for everyone else to leave, and then we were left alone. Ellen seemed hesitant. Praise could be given, but did it seem unbearable to say it? Her face was slightly flushed. I know, saying this is a bit weird. What is? I was proud. I felt like my head went blank at her unexpected words. I was proud of you. It wasn't so much joy, but rather, it was embarrassing. No, it's not like she said I was amazing or cool, but being proud is a bit odd, isn't it? Are you my mom? At my words, Ellen's puzzled expression returned. It was as if she had raised me or something. I fed her more, didn't I? I taught you. She seemed to feel like this child who was hopeless became a tournament winner after being taught by me for a year. So you're saying you're amazing? Yes, Ellen nodded with a smile. You followed me well all this time. In front of that smile and those words, I couldn't say anything else. Most of what made me who I am now was thanks to Ellen. Ellen looked at me and smiled dazzlingly. You've worked hard up until now, Reinhardt. Congratulations. In the end, even if all of this was thanks to Ellen, I was the one who persistently learned swordsmanship while constantly bothering Ellen. Even if there were many coincidences and cheats, I was the one who swung the sword, clashed, fell, and learned stubbornly. Not all of my strength was gained through effort alone, but I couldn't say that my effort was not there. That's why Ellen spoke to me about the hardships I've endured. Well, thanks, I whined about wanting praise, but when I actually received it, it was a bit. That's right. Yeah, in the end, I even got praised by Ellen. It seemed like there was no one who really disliked my victory, and both Ludwig and Scarlet seemed to have a better impression of me, so the outcome was good. However, my shoulders felt increasingly heavy, and my insides felt queasy as if something was weighing me down. It was because of the side effects of magical reinforcement. To truly overpower Ludwig, I had used magical reinforcement throughout all 3 sets, and as a result, the fatigue on my body was no joke. It was unreasonable. I wasn't dizzy enough to faint or vomit blood, but it was disorienting. However, it didn't seem to be solely due to magical reinforcement. I wanted to forget about it in the joy of victory, but in the end, I couldn't forget what I needed to forget. Today is Tuesday. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Ah, the cross-dressing competition. It was coming up tomorrow. This must be how it feels to grin and bear it. My condition didn't seem to be improving, and if anything, it was getting worse. In the end, I was certain that I wouldn't be in any condition to do anything after the cross-dressing competition, so I gave up my spot in the unlimited class tournament finals. Tuesday night. The Magic Research Club's mansion. Harriet was experimenting with something in the mansion's basement safe room. The room was a large laboratory, equipped with protective barriers and soundproofing magic, strong enough for testing even high-level destructive spells. Although there were outdoor practice areas, destructive spells usually involved loud noises, so they were typically conducted in well-prepared locations like this. There was no way they could conduct such experiments outside during the festival. Harriet was in the middle of her experiment inside the safe room, and the Magic Research Club members were all watching her from outside the security window. Wuong, a stream of fire shot from Harriet's fingertips and hit the dummy on the opposite wall. Bang! With an explosion, streams of fire burst from above Harriet's head down to her shoulders, wrapping around her. A low-level destructive spell called Firebolt. 5 firebolts were instantly formed and struck simultaneously. Kaboom! The casting was so fast that it was almost non-existent. From Harriet's wrist to her forearm, blue magical lines formed a strange pattern. It's a success. It worked. I can't believe it actually works. After that, Harriet demonstrated numerous other low-level destructive spells like Lightning Bolt in quick succession, and even cast multiple firebolts at once, showcasing a wide variety of spells. These were all spells Harriet had mastered long ago, and most people could perform them even if they didn't major in destructive magic. The difference, however, was the abnormally fast casting and the ability to multicast. As Harriet emerged from the safe room, the Magic Research Club members all looked at her with excitement in their eyes. "You did it! It's complete now, isn't it?" In response to Christina's question, Harriet smiled weakly, seemingly exhausted. "Well, to some extent, but I think I still need to make some improvements." "Junior, you're really a genius." Redina excitedly jumped around, happy as if it was her own accomplishment. "I never thought this would actually work," Louis Yankton muttered in disbelief. Harriet laughed at his stunned expression. "What's the point of being surprised when you're the one who made it?" "No, I thought it would only work in theory, not that it would actually work in practice." Louis Yankton was even more dumbfounded at the sight of the successful realization of his creation. "In my opinion, this is a line of magic that no one but you can use. There's no way other mages could do this. I didn't even think it would be possible in reality." In other words, Louis had created a tool that Harriet could use perfectly. Louis Yankton was a genius for creating it in such a short time, but the even greater genius who could use it was Harriet alone. "Really? Well, that's good for me." On Harriet's right arm, below her sleeve, the blue patterns around her wrist glowed and hummed before disappearing shortly after. "Ah, even Reinhardt won." As Harriet stretched out, tired, she let out a deep sigh. "I should do something too." The unlimited class tournament was on a different level from the freshman tournament. Although she couldn't predict who would win, Harriet didn't think she would be pathetically eliminated. The members of the Magic Research Club knew what Harriet was capable of, so they didn't think her confidence was arrogant. Olivia Lands, an annoying person who kept interrupting and spouting nonsense without consideration. Harriet was determined to bring her down. That person would never expect to be struck out of nowhere while focusing only on Ellen. Wednesday. Harriet was busy and not in the dormitory, and those participating in Miss and Mr. Temple were also absent, likely beginning their preparations in earnest. Soon, all my close friends would be busy with their own affairs. And I'm not free either. "Reinhardt, we're going to watch the parade. Do you want to come?" Lint, Heinrich, and the annoying trio, who seemed to be friendlier since the tournament, invited me. "No, I want to rest." "Ah, did you overdo it yesterday?" "Yeah. In reality, I did push myself too much, and I wanted to rest since my whole body felt heavy, but I couldn't rest today. The cross-dressing contest. I have to participate. This event, which increases my magic power by 5, could be the most important event of this festival. My current magic power is 14. 2. And if it increases by 5, it'll be 19. 2. If it increases by another 0. 8. My magic domination talent will awaken, so I can't give up. Ultimately, the fact that none of my close friends were trying to invite me anywhere today turned out to be a good situation for me. No one would be around to ask where I went, so I could participate in the cross-dressing contest and return without being questioned. To sneak out of the dormitory, attend the cross-dressing contest, and come back. I must be insane. Yes, I'm the crazy one who sold my soul and dignity for events and challenges. From the moment I transformed into a girl and confessed to Lint, I had crossed an irreversible river. It's all my fault. If I had stayed put, I might have been fine, but that candy vendor found out something strange about me and made me do this. If I hadn't done that, I might have been given other easy events during the festival. It's my fault, all my fault. It's my huge mistake. The cross-dressing contest was held at night. Of course, it wasn't in a huge space like the main stadium, but in a smaller indoor auditorium, like a regular classroom. I already knew the location. Now it was lunchtime. The contest starts at 6 p.m. However, I had to start preparing now. I had prepared a dress that I could put on and take off by myself, but I couldn't do the makeup on my own. First, I'd go outside the temple, get my makeup done by Elaris, then come back with my dress. Of course, I planned to go out and return wearing a hood. Fortunately, during the festival, the temple gate's security checks, including the access card inspection, were more relaxed. I'll finish all the preparations outside the temple, then spend time in a secluded place until the contest starts. When the contest is about to begin, I'll quickly head inside. There's really no point in wandering around the temple. I don't know why they consider so many possibilities for something like this as if it's a secret operation. In reality, this is 100,000 times more nerve-wracking than a tournament. What if someone finds out? What if the host suddenly announces, Reinhardt? What then? Should I just not go? Eventually, my magical power will increase over time. Isn't it too much to stake my life on it? Do I really need to control my magic? I have spirit speech, don't I? Right, there's no need to be greedy here, is there? Even though my head is spinning, I leave the dormitory with a half-dead expression. The streets are bustling with the festival, but I don't have the energy to pay attention to where they're going. As I consider giving up on participating in the cross-dressing contest, my brain feels like it's splitting in two, thinking about what kind of expression I should make to look less like Reinhardt. No, the brain is originally made of left and right hemispheres. My mental state is deteriorating in real time to the point where I forget even the most obvious things. I don't even know why I left, and it's broad daylight. Elaris is still running the shop, although it seems the business isn't going well. But today, she told me she would close the shop and wait at her house. In a residential area near the Aliga shopping district, Elaris opens the door after I knock on the basement entrance. Have you arrived, Your Highness? Yeah. Elaris had already prepared by cleaning the room and laying out the makeup tools. Elaris glanced at my complexion and tilted her head. Did the tournament not go well? No, I won. Why the expression? Forgetting the reason why I couldn't help but have a bad expression even after hearing the happy news of winning, Elaris nodded slightly with a trembling smile. Anyway, good job, Your Highness. It's an admirable growth. Thanks. Elaris, who said something that could be either praise or consolation, seated me in a chair. Shall we? Start right away. What's the point in dragging it out when we have to do it anyway? Both of us wore grim expressions. First, I washed my face, and then I changed my face shape to the one I had sculpted before using Sakigar's ring. It's a subtle change, but with makeup and a different expression, I look like a completely different person. Elaris summoned a reflective surface, and my slightly changed face, still without makeup and with silver hair, was visible. Why? No, no, don't say anything. Even I think it's weird. It's like drawing a girl and insisting it's a boy. I'll start now. Yeah. The curtain rises on a hellish time. It's just one day. After today, there will be no more of this terrible ordeal. No matter how hellish the world is, once it's over, I'll remember it as if it wasn't that bad. Just as morning comes, even if you twist a chicken's neck, time will flow, and the cross-dressing contest will end today. No matter how slow time passes, tomorrow will come. And when tomorrow comes, I will part with this dirty state and be left with only inflated magical power and achievement points. When it's over, I'll think, that was a good thing to do, and endure the shame while feeling proud of myself for doing this. I make up excuses for self-justification. Ah, at this rate, my self-suggestion will end up ranking up. Chapter 298 preparations had been completed long ago. I had plenty of time anyway. I had already changed my hair to that same disguise from before. Changing my hair color seemed to play a significant role, as well as my facial expressions. Thanks to the efforts of Elaris and me, my original appearance had become quite faint. And one of the most important things, voice. I changed it to an ambiguous tone, neither overly feminine nor masculine. If I used my original voice, someone might recognize me just by hearing it. The fact that I made myself resemble Reinhardt without really doing so, and changed my voice to this ambiguous tone, was a sad detail for the sake of not getting caught. If I were a complete stranger, I could just change 180 degrees. I would have preferred being Miss Temple. With the last insurance in place, I had no reason to hesitate. All that remained was to return to the temple at the start time of the cross-dressing contest. However, if I returned too quickly, I wouldn't know what might happen. From the beginning, the participants needed to gather earlier than the start time to prepare. So I was spending time in Elaris' semi-basement room and had just come out to the Alaga shopping district. I was dressed in casual clothes. Of course, not in the temple uniform, nor in women's clothes. For now, I had only put on makeup and slightly altered my facial features and body shape. No. Then, haven't I changed everything? Worried that someone might see, I put on a hooded robe and carried a trunk. It felt like I was going on some secret mission. Is status really that important? Do I have to do all this? Feeling a mix of self-loathing and self-justification, I leisurely headed towards Alaga Station. Inside the station, I always checked to make sure the shops were properly set up. Of course, they were expanding more than when they first started. When I first proposed the business idea, it was something I thought would be nice to have. But once the business began, the Merchant Guild realized it was quite lucrative and continued to expand their investment. The number of shops seemed to be increasing, from simple snack shops to more. Soon, the moment would come when the rotatory gang's members alone wouldn't be enough to support the scale of the business, and they would have to rely on others' help. At this rate, a large underground shopping mall structure might be established, although I don't know when that would happen. Anyway, it was a fact that the gang's revenue was growing exponentially. Even if other organizations or merchants entered the scene, it wouldn't be a bad thing. We hold the business rights, so there are countless ways to make money, whether it be collecting a rights fee or treating them like tenant farmers and taking their money. If we don't like the businesses that move in, we can wield our business rights and chase them away. That's what power is all about. It's fascinating how I can now make such malicious thoughts without a second thought. That's life. In front of the shops at Alaga Station. The Alaga district is like Yangtze in Seoul, with a large floating population and famous for its shopping streets. Of course, the merchants are more infamous for their unscrupulousness. I saw some kids loitering around the shops. How much is this? Ah, that's 10 coins. What about that one? One of them was asking the price in front of a gang member managing the shop, while the others were carefully watching from the gang member's blind spot. These kids, what are they up to? One of them acted as a distraction, while the others sneakily stuffed various items into their clothes. Busy passers-by either didn't notice or simply ignored them. Well, compared to the trouble I got into as an underground vendor, this is cute mischief. But still, a livelihood is a livelihood. Where are these little brats? Just as I was about to approach the budding juvenile delinquents. Smack. Ouch. Got you, you little brats. Someone suddenly appeared and grabbed the back of the two kids' necks. Sensing that the situation had gone awry, the kid who had been distracting the gang member tried to run away. Grab that one. Following the order of the person who caught the two kids, someone who had been waiting sprang into action and quickly nabbed the escaping kid as well. As the three kids were suddenly caught red-handed, the passers-by began to watch the spectacle in surprise. Wait, who are these people? Their outfits didn't resemble security guards, nor did they seem to be gang members. The gang member in charge of the shop looked as puzzled as I was. You little punks don't know how long we've been waiting for you, huh? Slap. Ouch. I could only watch as the thug hit the child's cheek. You too. Ouch. Slap. Kids like you who commit such acts. Slap. Ouch. Sniff, sob. We'll lock you in an underground dungeon for life, so you'll never see the sun again. Smack. My body moved on its own. I grabbed the hand of the thug who had been ruthlessly hitting the child's cheek. What? Well, they did wrong, but why go this far? I mean, hitting a child like this. These three punks have hit more than 20 stations with over 20 thefts under their belt. They're practically career criminals. No need for a lady like you to care. Ah, a lady. I felt my hair losing color at that remark. Well, I have silver hair, so it's already bleached. But these three kids were professional thieves, 20 times. They dared to steal from me 20 times. They deserved a good beating. No, I wanted to beat them up myself for that. The people around us watched with confused expressions as the thugs hit the kids, as I suddenly intervened, and as the children began to cry after being hit. The children seemed even more terrified as the gazes of their captors suddenly changed, as if they were begging me to save them. But still, it's wrong to do this. In front of people. It's quite embarrassing, isn't it? Embarrassing. Was it too embarrassing to intervene in this situation? When I didn't back off and added a comment, the brow of the person who seemed to be the leader of the thugs furrowed. You need not concern yourself with this, miss. Just be on your way. It was a threat. No matter how I looked, these people weren't guards. Their attire was no different from ordinary passers-by. But by now, I also had some discernment. The wrists holding the children, their thick necks, trapezius muscles, and forearms, as well as the calluses on their palms. From just those things, I could tell a lot. They weren't thugs. They were trained people, and a lot of them at that. If I intervened further, the commotion would grow. The children were looking at me as if pleading for help. No, it wouldn't be helpful even if you looked at me, since I was planning to hit you instead of that person, right? I didn't want to cause more trouble in this mess. I didn't know who these people were, but if I continued to argue here, there was a high chance of getting entangled in a troublesome situation. I didn't want to be exposed as Reinhardt, a Temple Royal class. As I seemed to be backing off, the thug smirked. Seems you're a young lady who grew up sheltered thanks to your pretty face. Be careful, the world isn't that easy. Ah, I felt my screws coming loose. It's been a while. This jerk. What? What's so great about a guy who beats up children in the streets when he can't even learn to do it right? My unexpected curse made his expression change rapidly. With my screws loosened, I couldn't hold back anymore. Who are you people anyway? You're not even guards. This is a matter for the guards, not for nobodies like you. I warned you to be careful. Careful, this son of a slap. Ha, you're the type to have your hands fly out before your words. I grabbed his outstretched hand as he tried to slap my cheek. He was astonished that his arm was caught. That's right, even though my body had become smaller, my strength was still the same, and my self-suggestion was intact. I glared at him. Are you confident? I'm not the Reinhardt you used to know, of course. Today I was different in many other ways. Sigh. A bitch like you gets involved because we're dealing with this crap. His gaze changed, and a strange light filled his eyes. Intuition detected it, killing intent. If he starts using force from now on, I will have to respond seriously. As the nerve-wracking standoff between the man in front of me and myself continued, an unknown battle of wits was about to begin. Stop! A voice cut through the silence. What's going on? A figure appeared, cutting through the bustling crowd. My lord. I thought I made it clear not to cause a commotion. Bertus, with a calm expression, was approaching. Wait. Why is he here? This isn't good. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like a bad situation. I apologize. No, I was rude too. I was looking at Bertus, who was stiffly apologizing while offering me tea. Bertus didn't recognize me at all. I never thought my disguise would be verified in this place. It's only natural that he couldn't recognize me due to my thick makeup and numerous alterations. Feeling relieved that he really couldn't recognize me, but also breaking out in a cold sweat not knowing when I'd be exposed. Recently, due to the temple festival, there has been a surge in users of the magical train, leading to various inconveniences. That's why we have deployed additional security forces and even used personnel without guard uniforms. However, since they are not professionals, they sometimes overreact. I understand that this can be inconvenient. No, I didn't know about that. Nevertheless, their response was clearly wrong, and we plan to discipline them according to internal procedures. Although it may not be enough, I hope you can forgive us for this much. Yes, of course. I had been wondering what Bertus was doing, leaving his post at the temple dormitory. He was here. Bertus didn't reveal that he was the prince. He only introduced himself as the person responsible for the safety and operation of the magical train during the festival. The temple festival attracts people from all over the continent to the royal capital. The influx of people inevitably leads to a significant increase in magical train users. Not only does the temple get crowded, but so does the royal capital. It seemed that Bertus was more focused on taking charge of practical matters during the festival rather than enjoying it in order to gain another achievement. Considering his rival Charlotte, he probably felt the need to have at least one more achievement under his belt. He's a workaholic. Charlotte is enjoying herself. Even so, I felt it was better for Charlotte to enjoy the festival rather than work at a time like this. Unexpectedly, I found out that Bertus had been absent from his post because he was in charge of the overall operation of the magical train during the festival. He was here to deal with various issues arising at the Alaga station, and it seemed that he had placed undercover agents in anticipation of a group of young thieves who had committed more than 20 thefts. That's when I saw the scene of the agents who were chasing the thieves lose control. This, what a terrible coincidence. It's such a terrible coincidence that I would meet Bertus at this exact moment. It's so unfair. Is this on purpose? Why is this happening to me? Bertus apologized to me without revealing his identity as the prince. Bertus, this is simply fate. There's no denying it now. It feels like a prince's touch. I didn't know the details, so I'm sorry. Now that I knew the guy who had fought the kids was actually undercover police, there was nothing more to say. The kids would receive legal punishment, and since he couldn't beat me, he'd face discipline for trying to punch an innocent person. There's no reason for me to stay here any longer. More than anything, I don't want to remain in Bertus's line of sight. Well, then, I'll be going. But about your silver hair, Bertus's voice caught me as I tried to leave. It's a rare hair color. Ah, it's dyed. Ah, I see. Bertus narrowed his eyebrows as he looked at me. By any chance are you a temple student? Ah, why do you ask? Oh, you just look familiar. Damn it, damn it. I need to run away, but Bertus seemed surprised by his own words and widened his eyes in confusion. Ah, I didn't mean anything by it. Really, it's just that. You look familiar. No, that might sound strange. Bertus must have realized how his words could be taken the wrong way and clamped his mouth shut. An awkward silence. When should I run away? Bertus was struggling to find something to say, thinking he had said something strange, while I was just looking for the right moment to escape. You seem to be going on a trip, aren't you? Bertus asked, looking at my trunk. Should I say I'm going on a trip? Ah, just. Yes, I mumbled vaguely as I picked up the teacup. It was the red tea Bertus had poured for me, the teacup. You don't know how to hold a teacup, so you can't be a noble. A long-forgotten memory suddenly flashed through my mind. How am I supposed to hold the teacup? The way I'm holding it is just like Reinhardt, right? Isn't that how it is? No, there's no way Bertus would remember such a thing. But what if he does? I felt like going crazy with anxiety. You crazy fool, just bear with it. Why are you making the situation like this? Even if the situation is unfavorable, I was the one who started it. As I struggled with the urge to smash my own head, I held the teacup with both hands. Shaking, of course, I trembled like someone with Parkinson's disease. Bertus quietly watched me. Ah, I have a bit of Parkinson's. Ah, I see. I finally managed to take a sip with the teacup held in both hands. The act of trying to appear normal only made it more bizarre. You seem quite young to have Parkinson's, quite unexpected. Bertus also lifted his teacup. Right, having Parkinson's at this age is strange. Is there no reason for it? Parkinson's at a young age. Because of alcohol addiction. Whatever reason I had come up with seemed so shocking that Bertus spat out the red tea he had been drinking. My face. I'm so sorry. Bertus, genuinely flustered, hesitated as he tried to wipe my face with a handkerchief. It's fine. I took the handkerchief Bertus handed me and wiped my face. Young age with tremors. The reason is alcohol addiction. My impromptu response was indeed absurd. Bertus looked deeply embarrassed, as if he never imagined he would commit such rudeness in his life. I carefully wiped my face with the handkerchief. Damn it, what am I going to do if my makeup comes off? Isn't it infuriating just worrying about that? I'll be leaving now. I'm really sorry. Bertus bowed his head with a disheartened expression. It's better that he's this flustered. It's clear he thinks I'm leaving early because of the rudeness he committed. Fortunately, even the perceptive Bertus was deceived by my flawless disguise. "May I ask your name?" As I was about to leave the station restroom, Bertus asked me that question. I hadn't thought of a pseudonym for my disguised self. I'm already real enough. I don't want to be any more real here. There's nothing good about knowing who I am. Ah! With Bertus's subtle reaction behind me, I hurriedly left the place like I was running away. Chapter 299. After the mysterious lady left, Bertus wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. How could I make such a mistake? Due to committing a rudeness beyond imagination, Bertus was covered in cold sweat. If someone had done that to him, he would have had murderous thoughts. Bertus had never seen or heard of anyone spitting out their tea in someone's face, nor had he ever imagined it. It was an extremely impolite act. However, the other party seemed startled but not angry. It was indeed a preposterous response. Her hands were shaking excessively, and Bertus wondered why someone whose identity was unknown would be so nervous. Suddenly, claiming alcohol addiction. It was a response that didn't match her elegant appearance at all. Her attire was not luxurious, but rather ordinary. It was hard to tell what was inside the large trunk, but it didn't seem to be a luxury item. Strictly speaking, she seemed to be a well-raised commoner's daughter. Her distinctive features were her silver hair that seemed to shine, and her delicate facial features that resembled a painting. Her makeup appeared heavy, but it didn't feel out of place. She was a strange person in many ways. From a distance, he had heard her sharp voice even while approaching the commotion. You're the type to have your hands fly out before your words. Are you confident? It wasn't something a well-raised young lady would say. Startled, Your Highness. Oh, sit down. Bertus looked at the man who approached him, frozen in fear, and the other two men he brought with him. Without Bertus saying anything, the three of them knelt before him instead of sitting on chairs. Bertus crossed his legs and folded his arms, looking at the three kneeling men. Why are you doing this? Sorry, Your Highness. Do you not understand my words about aiming for the safe operation and management of the magical train and stations? You not only create discomfort for the citizens, but also try to attack them. Sorry, Your Highness. The man who ultimately couldn't control his anger towards the mysterious lady and tried to hit her. These three were not just ordinary soldiers, they were Bertus's retainers. In other words, they were knights of the Salerian Duchy. Bertus chuckled. How much did you get? Pardon. It's fortunate that nothing happened. If you had really attacked that lady, I would have been scolded for a week for allowing citizens to be attacked by the person in charge of security. My half-brother would have just watched me self-destruct without doing anything. It's a shame. That lady was extraordinary enough to block your slap with one hand, huh? It's really fortunate that she didn't turn my week of effort into bubbles. I'm sorry, I was short-sighted. Hey, how much did you get? I don't understand. If you didn't get money from Charlotte, why would you do such a crazy thing? Tell me, how much did you get from my half-brother? At Bertus's malicious joke, the expressions of the three Salerian Duchy knights turned pale. Bertus's words and actions now oddly resembled Reinhardt's. Please kill us, Your Highness. Although Bertus's judgment was twisted, he had no intention of killing these three. The moment knights become part of the privileged class, especially those from families closely associated with power, they often find themselves above the law. Some individuals believe that their privileged status comes from within themselves, which can lead to ignorance and arrogance. Among the knights of the Salerian Duchy, there were those who fit this description. They would boss around the guards with a few words and even kill people without taking responsibility. These people thought it was fine to kill a few citizens. It was quite foolish for them to attempt to punish a citizen in public. If you try to ruin my week again like this, it'll be fun, Bertus said with a fierce expression before leaving them behind. Short-sighted individuals, even if competent, are useless. Those who enjoy violence should be sent to places where they can indulge in their violent tendencies. Bertus had already decided where to transfer the three of them. If they had just punished a petty thief, it wouldn't have been a big deal. However, had they hit the citizen who tried to stop them, the problem would have escalated. Bertus didn't see it clearly, but he had heard that the silver-haired lady had grabbed the knight's wrist. She seemed like someone who wouldn't have much strength. To be able to grab a knight's arm with one hand, even if not at full strength, was impressive. Bertus knew that physical size and strength didn't necessarily correlate, as he had seen a few exceptional cases. Who could she be? For the first time in his life, Bertus was genuinely curious about the identity of the person. She seemed somehow familiar. It wasn't her face or expression that seemed familiar, but rather something about her demeanor. You're the type to have your hands fly out before your words. Are you confident? Somehow her behavior felt familiar. However, the silver-haired lady's impression was too strong, and Bertus couldn't think of anyone else. Seeing her flustered when they met face to face was somewhat endearing. It's not good to know someone so distinguished. And even though he hadn't told her, she seemed to know who he was. Of course, his face wasn't entirely unknown, so it wasn't strange for her to recognize him. Who could she be? What kind of person was she? Bertus became troubled because of this unexpected encounter. It was already awful to have encountered Bertus by such a rotten coincidence. The fact that it would have been fine if he had just ignored the children being hit made it even worse. At first, it was just an act, but living like this made it feel like he had really become this kind of person. No, but still, isn't it wrong to beat the kids like that? Even if it's true at this point, saying it seemed a bit hypocritical. Let's not worry about it. Bertus wouldn't come to watch something like a cross-dressing contest. He was supposed to be busy with important tasks and wouldn't even be able to set foot near the temple during the festival. As the temple drew closer, his steps became heavier and heavier. He really didn't want to go, but he had to, because it was all for his own good. There was no choice but to go. For some reason, the trunk felt as heavy as dragging a piece of iron. At least one thing was decided. If he kept going on like this, something strange might happen. First, no matter what happened, he had to endure it. If he didn't, things could get worse. Why do I have to? Kono Lint stared blankly into the air with unfocused eyes. Lint was currently wearing a women's dress prepared by the organizers. Kono Lint wanted to cut off his own tongue for making such unnecessary remarks. A cross-dressing competition today. What's that? Heinrich von Schwarz, Kea Voiden, Erich de Raffeli, and Kono Lint. The four of them were enjoying various activities together during the festival. They're accepting applications until tonight. The one who brought up the topic did so with malicious intent, thinking it wouldn't be them. Let's play rock, paper, scissors, and the loser has to participate. What do you think? Boys sometimes risk their pride on strange bets. To be more precise, they take unnecessary risks to see the embarrassment of others. What? Why would I do that? Are you crazy? Why not? It's fun, right? How embarrassing it would be. The sight of each other doing something they would never want to do in front of many people. The emotions felt from seeing their faces soaked in shame. A lifetime of teasing. There's no reason not to look. Naturally, everyone's reaction was lukewarm. Kono Lint thought so too before saying it. It's okay as long as it's not me, right? There were four candidates. Therefore, the probability was 1 in 4. It was an irresistible gamble. Before rational judgment took over, Kono Lint proposed it. If you don't participate, you're out. The result. Now, Kono Lint being in the waiting room behind the main hall where the cross-dressing competition was held explained everything. It was okay as long as it wasn't them, but it meant someone had to do it, and that someone was Kono Lint. Although the probability was the same, it was strange that the one who proposed it first often ended up being the one caught in the situation. Kono Lint was that person. Hey, can you stay still? Okay. Look at your face. Why is your skin like this? Makeup doesn't even stay on well. Tusk. Liana de Grants was applying powder to Kono Lint's face. Normally, Liana treated him like a mere servant, but now he was enjoying the honor of having a young noblewoman like her apply makeup to him personally. Under normal circumstances, Kono Lint would have been excited and his heart would have been pounding, but now he felt like he was dying in real time. What? Cross-dressing competition? Do you guys have that kind of hobby? A punishment? It's him. Hee hee. Right, that's interesting. Makeup. Sure, I'll do it, no big deal. Sure, I'll do as much as you want. When is it? Today. They didn't even think about applying makeup, but friends tend to be very enthusiastic about helping when it comes to such misfortunes. Knowing that Liana was already supporting Ellen and Cliffman for the Mr. and Miss Temple contests, everyone went to Liana. As if their previous coldness never happened, they successfully enlisted Liana, who usually didn't talk much, once Kono Lint's participation in the cross-dressing competition was confirmed. It seemed like it didn't matter as long as it was fun. So not only did Liana do Kono Lint's makeup personally in the backstage waiting room where the cross-dressing competition was held, but also helped him pick out his clothes. Of course, Liana didn't lend her own clothes to Lint. She had dressed Lint in one of the many women's outfits prepared by the organizers and was deep in thought, trying different makeup looks and wigs on him. After pondering for a while, Liana clicked her tongue. How about that? What? No matter what I do, it just looks funny, doesn't it? Despite her best efforts, Liana chuckled at Lint's appearance, which seemed comical. Similar scenes were unfolding all around them. The competition wasn't particularly large, so the waiting room was just a huge hall behind a grand auditorium. Some people were sighing deeply, while others were having their makeup done by someone else. For the most part, expressions were sour. There were those who diligently looked in the mirror, fidgeting with their appearance, which was even harder to watch. And then, over there, a gigantic human tank was wearing the largest size dress available, but it looked like a short skirt on him. Seeing himself like that was even more grotesque than feeling ashamed. This place was hell. Kono Lint wondered who was more vicious, the demons that were in hell or the audience who came to laugh at those demons. Fortunately, since non-participants were limited to one person per contestant to help with makeup and styling, like Liana, she was the only one who could laugh at Lint's appearance. His mouth was the problem. There was no point in wallowing in self-pity, as he couldn't undo it anyway. Participant number 1. Kono Lint wore a tag with his number on it, and it was number 1. The participant numbers were supposedly assigned randomly, not by registration order. Yet he, the last one to sign up, had to be the first to go. That made him want to die even more. Why couldn't you be born prettier? Why is that my fault? Why do I have to be born pretty? I'm a man. Really, but you aren't exactly handsome either. Please have mercy. While applying makeup, Liana seemed to find the situation quite amusing as she kept chuckling and playfully poking Lint. Who could they blame? Only themselves for causing this hellish situation. In that hell, where they tried to hold back laughter while looking at each other, they prepared for the competition in a slightly chaotic backstage. Kono Lint saw someone sitting in a corner among people who looked like they were in a similar predicament. The person was wearing a robe. They seemed to be a participant. Though their face was obscured by a hood, Lint could see the person had silver hair, a beautiful jawline, and shimmering pink lips. Somehow, the atmosphere was different around them. As the person sat quietly without engaging in conversation with anyone, someone approached them. It seemed to be a staff member from the competition organizers. Although the conversation couldn't be heard from afar, they seemed to exchange some words before the hooded person nodded and took off the hood. For a moment, Link Kona was at a loss for words. The other participants who had also caught sight of the person felt the same. It seemed that the staff had a conversation with the person, then nodded their head. What are you looking at so intently? Liana also turned her gaze in the same direction when she noticed that Lint couldn't take his eyes off the person, and she dropped the cosmetics she was holding. What? Are girls allowed to participate? No, that can't be right, Liana muttered blankly. It was such a shocking sight that she couldn't help but say that, even though she knew it wasn't possible. A girl, or perhaps not a girl, but certainly it looked like one. The girl put the hood back on after the conversation with the staff member ended. Do you think that's a boy? Liana looked back at Lint with a stunned expression and asked. The face was no longer visible, but I don't know. Both of them and everyone else who saw the silver-haired participant were taken aback. What's more, Lint thought he had made eye contact with the girl just before she put her hood back on. He clearly saw the girl's face turn red under the hood. Could it be? Lint Kono had a feeling about the girl's face and attitude, even though he only saw it for a brief moment. She couldn't have fallen for me, could she? Kono Lint was jumping to strange conclusions. Participant number 40. Lint could see the number on the girl's chest, even if he didn't know anything else about her. He could see that the girl kept mumbling something under her hood, just using her lips. Damn them. Why are they here? Why on earth? Of course, he didn't know that most of it was close to being curses whispered under her breath. Chapter 300. As the competition start time approached, everyone except the participants and the organizers had to leave the waiting room. I guess this is the best I can do. Leaving behind Lint, who couldn't avoid looking ridiculous despite wearing a wig and full makeup, Liana left the waiting room laughing. Only about 40 cross-dressing competition participants remained. Most of them had gloomy expressions, as if they had committed a crime. Of course, some of them looked surprisingly good in their cross-dressing attire. These people were probably hobbyists who enjoyed this kind of thing. With over 100,000 students at Temple, it was only natural that there would be some who had such preferences, and among them, one person looked incredibly dangerous and outstanding. Participant number 40, wearing a hood. They were so anxious and nervous that they were biting their nails. Although Lint was aware that this situation was awful, he couldn't help but wonder what made that person so anxious. Why did they even come here if they felt like that? Are they in the same situation as me? Now the competition is about to begin. Participant number 40, please remove your hood. The participant seemed unable to hear the host and didn't know what to do. Please remove it. Finally, with no choice, they reluctantly removed the hood. The other participants couldn't help but forget their words when they saw him. No way. Is that person really a man? Everyone had that expression. Participant number 40 couldn't laugh at the situation, but for some reason, they showed an awkward, forced smile with the utmost effort. Did she accidentally come out here thinking this was the Miss Temple competition? Maybe. Other participants, who seemed to know each other, murmured nearby, and Lint started to wonder if that was actually the case. It seemed more plausible that way. Yes, there could be no other explanation. That face couldn't belong to a man. Everyone was convinced that the beautiful girl had mistakenly submitted her Miss Temple application to the cross-dressing competition and felt lost amidst these strange participants. If she applied for the Miss Temple competition and saw cross-dressing men, even one wearing a large one-piece dress, she would undoubtedly panic. She obviously wanted to leave, but felt too shy and embarrassed to do anything. Even though the organizers hadn't said anything, everyone began to feel sympathy for the girl with a blushing face who seemed to be nervously tapping her feet, even though she wasn't. Eventually, someone had to step up. She shouldn't be in a place like this. Someone had to escort her out as quickly as possible. The chivalry that had sprouted in everyone's hearts was first put into action by one person. It was a human tank in a one-piece dress. Contestant number 24, a massive and intimidating human tank. Among the participants, most of whom did not suit their outfits, this individual stood out as particularly ill-suited for approaching a beautiful girl. Kono Lint was astonished inwardly. No, out of everyone, you're the one who shouldn't approach her. For that seemingly fragile and delicate girl, the massive figure before her was excessively monstrous. A muscular behemoth in a one-piece dress, with a long blonde wig that only made it appear more sinister, the magic warrior approached the beautiful girl. The girl just stared blankly at the colossal figure approaching her. She managed a clumsy smile without a word, but her lips quivered. She was clearly terrified. Kono Lint was sure he would collapse, frothing at the mouth, if such a monster approached him in that manner. However, the human tank, Richard Hallman, who believed he was acting like a gentleman, didn't seem to be aware of his own appearance as he offered a gentle smile. It seems you've chosen the wrong event to participate in. This is a cross-dressing contest, not the Miss Temple contest. His words might have seemed cool in another context, but the situation, attire, and the fact that he was a cross-dressing contest participant made it anything but cool. Naturally, all eyes were on him. The silver-haired girl's eyes darted around. She wanted to say something but hesitated, her lips trembling with tension. You don't need to be scared. This is just a simple event. If you explain to the organizers, you can just leave. The same thought crossed everyone's minds. That guy. He obviously thinks he's incredibly cool. Was he trying to find out the girl's background, using his current gentleness and consideration, and maybe even get a promise for a meal later? The girl, who seemed unable to repel the magic warrior with silence alone, hesitantly opened her trembling lips. I'm a man. A vague, ambiguous voice emerged from the girl's mouth, making it difficult to discern whether it belonged to a man or a woman. Richard Hallman asked back, his face showing confusion, as if he was sure he had misheard something. The girl, no, contestant number 40, who had just revealed that they were not a girl, bit their lips slightly. Of course, they were simply annoyed at the monstrous figure in front of them who couldn't understand their words. Get lost, you bastard. Their actions, driven by such feelings, appeared to others as an expression of resentment towards someone causing them distress. Anger and resentment, similar but subtly different. Everyone else just misunderstood that poor creature as they pleased. When their words didn't seem to deter the others, contestant number 40 spoke tersely. I, I came to the right place. At those words, not only Richard Hallman, but also the faces of the others around them hardened. People sometimes find it hard to believe things they see with their own eyes. It was unbelievable to see, and now they had heard it from their own mouth, that creature. They claimed to belong to the same biological category as themselves. What? This can't be happening. Richard Hallman had a look on his face as if he'd lost the love of his life right in front of him. The human tank returned to his seat with a drained expression. But the others couldn't help but cast sidelong glances at participant number 40, whose face was flushed and bowed in embarrassment. With a face so red it seemed like blood might drip from it, number 40 bit their lip, unable to say a word. Ah, damn it. I washed my hands in the bathroom near the waiting room. I couldn't wash my face, nor did I want to use the bathroom. I just couldn't stay there, feeling like I might snap and go off on someone. Damn it. I had thought that Lint might be in the audience, but why on earth was he participating? And in that state? My heart almost dropped when I thought Liana, who had done my makeup, might recognize me. When I first arrived, the organizers had questioned whether I was the one who had applied, and I had to explain myself. Fortunately, my disguise and makeup were so perfect that no one recognized me. In fact, they even told me I looked like a completely different person. That's why Lint didn't recognize me, and even the human tank I faced in the tournament didn't recognize me. In fact, he even seemed like he was trying to be nice to me. But seriously, do they think I'm dumb enough to sign up for Miss Temple as a cross-dressing contest? Ah, phew. Honestly, I'm going crazy. I need to stay focused. If I let my guard down, Lint might recognize me. Only Reinhardt could make that kind of face, right? Oh, speaking of which, anything could happen with this insane turn of events. I must smile. I have to manage my facial expressions perfectly so no one recognizes me until the end. I'm sorry. Huh, this is the men's bathrow. Oh. Even the event staff mistook me for someone else. Damn it. It's problematic when things go too well. Too much is as bad as too little. It's clear that I went overboard this time, and my participant number is 40. There are only 40 participants, and it's supposed to be random. It's undoubtedly been decided on purpose. Absolutely. The long-awaited cross-dressing contest, or at least that's what they are calling it, began. Now, let's begin the 8th annual Temple cross-dressing contest hosted by the Temple Student Council. For 8 years, this cross-dressing contest has been held annually. Although there was no overwhelming cheer like during the tournament, the auditorium of a general class building was filled to capacity. There were curious onlookers drawn by the novelty of the event, as well as students who came to witness their friends' lifelong dark history as part of a penalty. Even without thunderous cheers, the audience was filled with people wearing excited expressions and prepared to laugh. Among them were a group from the Horizon class who came to see Richard Howlman's dark history. And even Liana, Heinrich, Erich, and Kea from the Royal class attended the cross-dressing contest. 4 Royal class students were gathered to witness the dark history of Kono Lint. Heinrich asked Liana, who was sitting next to him, "Did it go well?" In a sense. When the one who claimed they'd be fine as long as they didn't fall into their own trap got caught, everyone was excited. They were all looking forward to what bizarre appearance Kono Lint would present. Erich asked Liana, "By the way, what number is he?" Liana grinned and looked at Erich. "Number 1. Ah, heh." Everyone couldn't help but chuckle at the news that he was the first participant in this hellish competition. Imagining Kono Lint's expression now brought them happiness. Well, there are really many outstanding participants this time. The long-awaited first participant of the cross-dressing competition. Let me introduce them right now. The host was filled with tension in this bizarre competition. Royal Class first-year student. Introducing Kono Lint. Please welcome him with thunderous applause. It wasn't thunderous, but the mention of the Royal Class elicited a grand round of applause. Wow, Kaya! Liana was more excited than when she was watching a tournament, screaming and clapping. Although she seemed like a noble lady, even those who weren't close friends knew Liana cared very little about that. The hopeless trio, now joined by one more, looked at Liana in disbelief. It was shocking how excited they got about others' misfortune. Devilish. Amidst these thoughts, the first participant with a flushed face, Kono Lint, took to the stage. Liana's makeup was perfect. The choice of attire was perfect. The choice of wig was not bad. You. What is that? However, there were some flaws in the clothes hanger. All four of them seemed to understand why this cross-dressing competition was held every year for 8 years despite its bizarre title. At least it was funny. Lint, you're a royal class student, right? Yes, you look really cute. You can be confident. Kono Lint glared at the host as if to say, stop messing around. Ah, I misunderstood. It wasn't Lint who was cute, it was the outfit. Ah. Lint's expression soured at the host's words, and the audience burst into laughter. The cross-dressing competition was like this. Participants who took part in it due to some awkward circumstances and a host who gently scratches at them. Did you do the makeup yourself? No, my friend. A friend. Surely they're here watching, right? They're very talented. Who are they? Can they raise their hand? Upon hearing this, Liana, who was in the audience, raised her hand. She showed no sign of embarrassment, even as the attention focused on her. The host looked back and forth between Kono Lint and Liana. Oh, it's a female. Is she your girlfriend? Ah, absolutely not. When an extremely disgusted expression crossed Liana's face, the audience laughed once more. The trio looked at Liana as if she were some kind of monster. She was quite skilled at openly mocking people. She's denying it so fiercely. Are you hurt, Lint? Ah, no, why would I be hurt? Kono Lint, who appealed that he wasn't hurt by vehemently denying it, seemed to be dying by the second. Why did the royal class participate in the cross-dressing contest? Isn't it the same as the others? Because it's a punishment. You think they're the same as you. I don't think so. The devil-like students of the royal class were busy mocking him, but the audience's reaction was slightly different. First of all, Kono Lint had the royal class premium attached to him. In Temple, where the number of students is nearly 100, there are only about 100 in the royal class. So the royal class has a certain reputation that precedes them. To most ordinary class students, the royal class is an elite group with unquestionable authority, and they are undoubtedly arrogant. But there, in front of them, a student from the royal class is dressed in an awkward, ridiculous cross-dressing outfit, not knowing what to do. It's hard not to feel closer to a royal class student, who is usually seen as an existence in the sky, with the royal class premium attached to his status. Isn't he cute? Yeah. The female students' reactions were particularly different. Although Kono Lint doesn't fall into the handsome category, no matter how you look at him, it's still just about barely possible to hear people saying that he's cute. With Liana de Grance's makeup added, it was enough to say that he's cute, even if he can't be called pretty. Of course, male students would not agree at all, but there were quite a few female students who found Kono Lint's awkward and embarrassed appearance cute. So cute! You're so cute, big brother. Junior high school girls also waved their hands wildly and screamed, and Kono Lint's eyes were spinning, not knowing what he was going through. After various questions were exchanged, the host moved on to an important question. By the way, Kono Lint is said to be a supernatural power user. Oh, supernatural powers. People know they exist, but very few have seen them firsthand. Even in Temple, it's mostly royal class students or those with supernatural powers. No matter how much supernatural powers exist, they are still an unfamiliar concept to people. That's why the expectation for a royal class student in a funny cross-dressing outfit, who is said to be a supernatural power user, can't help but be amplified. It wasn't for nothing that they falsely claimed it was a random order and put Kono Lint at number 1 and Reinhardt at number 40. At the mention of supernatural powers, not only Kono Lint, but also the male students of the royal class stiffened their expressions. It doesn't seem like you've decided what to do during the appeal time, so how about showing us your supernatural power? Teleportation, that's cool. Oh, those who know it know it. Kono Lint's supernatural power is not something that can be shown to the public. Of course, the penalty has been somewhat offset by now. Still, if he teleports, he will end up with only his underwear. Ah, no, absolutely not. Kono Lint's desperate cry echoed. The male students were dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as Kono Lint's dark past was on the verge of potentially being squared. Liana seemed to think this was going too far as she stood there with her mouth agape. If she had lost her mind even a little, she might have yelled, "Show us! Show us!" However, Liana was still holding on to her sanity. But there were people here who didn't know the detailed situation. "Show us!" Someone's shout started it all. "Show us! Show us!" Everyone's desire to see the supernatural powers of the supernatural person was unanimous. What? What do we do about this? Liana mumbled, looking at Heinrich with a blank expression. Well, yeah. No matter how much Lint had fallen into their trap, this time he was in a desperate crisis. Chapter 301, I Can't Show It. Show us, show us. Lint wanted to bite his tongue and die as he listened to the cries of the people in front of him. I've got myself into a mess. The host, knowing nothing about Lint's situation, believed that having supernatural powers must be something extraordinary, while the audience was excited to see the teleportation demonstration from a royal-class, supernatural person. If Lint suddenly teleported wearing only his underwear at this event, it could become a chaotic scene at worst, and even if things went well, he would definitely be a laughingstock. There is a serious flaw in his ability. That's why he can't show it. He had to say that. He was already embarrassed to be standing in front of people in this state, but he didn't want to do anything more embarrassing. People would probably want to see a skillful teleportation show, flashing here and there, but what they would actually see was a pervert in underwear, flashing dangerously around. He had to say it. But, show us. Show us. Lint listened to the shouts directed at him and saw the gazes fixed on him. Although he was standing here in this state, he saw the gazes directed at him. They were gazes of admiration. It was a look Lint had never received before. Just being a royal class attracted subtle jealousy and envy from others, as well as admiration. The boy had never experienced that. Within the royal class, his ability had long been branded as mediocre. Wow, that's amazing. In a little while, you'll be able to teleport your clothes too, right? Congratulations, Lint. When he could finally teleport with his underwear, his supernatural classmates celebrated with him. It's a pathetic ability, but it's less pathetic now for the sole reason that he received support and praise. He couldn't dream of achieving great things with his ability, like Reinhardt, who was always successful and involved in incredible events, awakening his powers while fighting a senior, returning from Darkland after causing an incredible commotion, awakening magical reinforcement on his own after a fight, winning the first-year tournament. Those kinds of events. They weren't his role, the kind that left people speechless and amazed. But now people were watching him. Just because he was a royal class, just because he was a supernatural person. There were even people who whispered that he was cute. For the first time in his life, he was receiving attention. If he told them that he couldn't use his ability because his clothes would come off, what would happen? There are even useless people like that in the royal class. Wouldn't their gazes change to that? The thought of their expectant gazes turning cold was painful enough. A useless ability. No, an amazing ability, but one with a major flaw that makes it impractical. How long will he have to live like this? While waiting to see what else could be teleported along with underwear, I wonder if I have to be satisfied with such small advancements in life. When will I become a useful person? Kono Lint felt the people's shouts from afar. The sound of the announcer's voice seemed like a distant echo. Amidst the countless gazes of people, Kono Lint felt strangely alone. He didn't want to be like Reinhardt. That reckless guy chooses only the most dangerous tasks, equal to his accomplishments. He didn't want to live like that, nor did he think he could. However, he didn't want to suffer while seeking danger like that ill-fated handsome guy with a devil-may-care attitude either. Still, a little bit. Like how the world was oddly generous to him. Couldn't it be a little more generous to me as well? For how long do I have to live a life where I can't show my supernatural powers to anyone, even though I call myself a supernatural power user? If there's one thing he learned from watching Reinhardt, it's that recklessness sometimes brings results. Recklessness doesn't always lead to failure. Me too. There must be something prepared for me in this world, and he knew that he wouldn't grasp it unless he tried. If the fruit is ripe on the tree, it will never be mine unless I take the risk of climbing the tree. Show me. Kono Lint regains his sense of reality after a short but intense contemplation. The boy made up his mind. The royal class students who had been mocking him until now turned pale. They sensed something in the boy's determined expression. Hey, no. In particular, Liana, who had enjoyed the situation the most, vigorously shook her head and cried out. While she found moderate humiliation amusing, Liana wasn't inherently a cruel person. Desperate to stop him, she tries to prevent him from crossing a point of no return. No, but Lint couldn't hear anyone else's words now. I decided to do it. Even if I fail, there are times when I must move forward. Show us, big brother. It wasn't because of the cute middle school girl sitting in the front row, squealing with excitement. Lint, if it's difficult to demonstrate, you can show us something else. It wasn't because of the annoying announcer beside him. Show me. It wasn't because of the cries filled with envy from the numerous people staring at him. I told you not to do it. It wasn't for anyone else. For himself. Fed up with this stagnation, he was tired of himself. That's why, though he couldn't live like Reinhardt, he decided to follow the way he had accomplished things so far. There are situations where he can't back down, and this is one of them. Pushing himself to the limit, he moves on to the next stage. If he fails, it will be a huge humiliation. If he succeeds, he will no longer have to live as a small-timer. There is no situation more extreme than this. He has to do it, so he will. I will show you something. Wow, Kono Lint, still wearing the dress, focused his eyes. He would teleport while moving the clothes with him, finally stepping onto the path of a true supernatural power user. The target location was to the right of the stage. Using the ability itself was easy. The only problem was not knowing how to overcome the penalty. Still not knowing, he resolved to awaken the ultimate power of teleportation in an extreme situation. Ha! Kono Lint focused with both hands clasped. Pop! Wow! In an instant, silence filled the auditorium. Kono Lint had succeeded in teleportation. Wah! The audience was stunned. So was the host. What? What's going on? The royal class classmates who had been watching the situation were also dumbfounded. It wasn't the expression of those who found the expected side effects, but rather the astonishment at witnessing a completely unexpected spectacle. Likewise, Kono Lint, the person involved, was wide-eyed in shock. Undoubtedly, Kono Lint had succeeded in teleportation, but their body remained in place. It was their clothes that had moved. Kono Lint had teleported all of his clothes, except for his underwear, to the right side of the stage. Kono Lint was flustered. So were the classmates. Kono Lint's ability had evolved. What had just happened was unthinkable. Those who knew would understand that Kono Lint's ability had undergone a near-miraculous change, far beyond a significant improvement. Is this what they meant by teleportation? No. However, the host and others could only assume that Kono Lint's teleportation ability was originally like this. Instead of teleporting themselves, he teleported the clothes he was wearing. Kono Lint had achieved a miraculous growth in ability. But suddenly becoming almost naked, except for his underwear, was effectively the same outcome. So far, it was participant number 1, Kono Lint. Kono Lint fled to the back of the stage, and it took time for the many shocked students and audience members to recover from the sudden situation. What? What did I just see? Liana muttered blankly, her mind numb. It was partly due to Kono Lint's sudden underwear exposure, but also because Kono Lint had used a completely different ability than before. Heinrich, Kea, and Erich were all equally flustered. It was inevitable that people who didn't know Lint would be shocked and have a dumbfounded reaction. After all, teleportation didn't necessarily mean that only the person themselves would move. However, those who knew were astonished to see Kono Lint, who had only ever teleported their own body, successfully transport an object. In the end, the clothes had moved, making for a ridiculous scene. But it was fair to say that the ability itself had evolved beyond a significant development. Those who didn't know the truth had expressions of shock, and there were some peculiar people who found the fleeing Kono Lint adorable as he panicked. But the 4 who knew the truth were speechless, with their mouths wide open for a while. Well, let's introduce our next contestant, number 2. As the host tried to recover from the confusion by continuing the competition, the 4 of them stayed glued to their seats, which was weird. After all, they were initially here to see Kono Lint's ridiculous antics, so there was no need to stay now that it was over. Of course, there was still the process of introducing all the contestants and determining the winner through voting, but it didn't really matter to them who won. Although there were shocking results, their main task was done, so there was no reason to stay. However, not only the Royal Class 4, but also other people were not leaving their seats easily. What have you prepared for the appeal time? I will show you my dance. The contestants' antics were amusing enough to keep watching. Both those who had been penalized and those who seemed to have volunteered provided quite entertaining spectacles. Hey, what's that? What is it? Ouch, ouch, it's funny, but why are you hitting me? Forgetting the shock given by Kono Lint for a moment, Liana laughed and smacked Erich sitting next to her. Come on, shouldn't you shave your leg hair before coming here? Ah, Liana laughed while hitting the person next to her. This is crazy. Oh, my stomach hurts. There were various cases such as dancing, singing, and suddenly breaking things for the sake of appeal. When a contestant who looked good in drag, a music major, beautifully completed a deep baritone solo, everyone was stunned enough to clap absent-mindedly. As the drag show continued, Liana suddenly had an idea and clapped her hands. That's right. What is it? Are you going to hit me again? Erich, as if he had been trained, shrank when Liana's eyes lit up. That's right, you know. Smack, smack, smack. Of course, she hit him again. Ah, why do you keep hitting me? Liana smacked Erich's shoulder a few times and then looked at the three hopeless brothers. There was a weird person in the waiting room earlier. A weird person? Erich asked, and Kaya's expression became strange. Wouldn't it be weirder if there was someone who didn't look weird among those people? That's true. In a waiting room filled with people immersed in cross-dressing, wouldn't it be even more bizarre if there was someone who didn't look strange? A normal person would be a rare species in a place full of weirdos. No, I mean, there was someone who was insanely pretty. Liana chose a rough expression after some thought. The fact that Liana used such an intense expression as insanely pretty. Obviously, given the place, it must be a man. Liana, who had forgotten about the strange person due to the shock earlier, recalled him and tilted her head. I think it was number 40. It seemed Liana was curious enough to stay until then, and the other classmates also became curious since Liana had made such a big deal out of it. How attractive could they be? They were simply curious. What could one do if a man in drag looked that pretty? None of them understood why they were still seated, but they remained in their seats anyway. Now, introducing contestant number 24, Richard Howman. Everyone wanted to shield their eyes from the sight of the towering man in a dress that barely contained his over 2-meter tall frame, and even the host seemed at a loss for words. I feel like leaving. Liana's lips twitched as if she had seen enough. Well, yes. The sight of the muscular giant in a dress, blushing furiously and fiddling with the hem while crossing his legs, was undoubtedly unbearable to watch. After a maddening conversation between the broken host and the bashful, drag-clad human tank, the host decided it was too difficult to continue and quickly moved on to the appeal segment. What have you prepared for your appeal? I'll show you a squat. Everyone stared blankly as the human tank demonstrated a heavy squat in his dress. Since it was a sight too terrible to behold, many people chose to leave at that point. Amidst the chaos and laughter, the drag contest approached its final contestant. Now, we're down to the last participant of the 8th annual drag contest. The final contestant, who will undoubtedly astonish you in various ways. We cannot reveal their real name as they requested anonymity. Contestant number 40, please come out. The mysterious contestant wasn't the only one with number 40. There were quite a few participants who kept their class and name secret, so it wasn't that unusual. Liana had seen them once before, and the other three spectators were curious about what kind of person they would be, given Liana's words. And so, the last contestant, the mysterious contestant number 40, slowly walked onto the stage. Wow! The audience's reaction to contestant 40 walking under the highlight was nothing but astonishment. What? What is this? No way. What is this? The reactions of the royal class students weren't much different. Liana, who had already seen contestant 40 once, was just staring at them with her jaw dropped. Radiant silver hair shining in the spotlight. It was undoubtedly a wig, but it looked so lifelike that it could pass as their real hair. Golden eyes, mesmerizing pink lips, a beautiful jawline, and delicate features, all accompanied by a slender white neck, fragile shoulders, and while hidden under the dress, a perfect waist. And there was a gentle, kind smile on their face. Thus, everyone had the same question in their minds. Is that really a man? That's a lie. Excuse me for asking this, but are you really a contestant in the drag competition? Yes. There was an ambiguous, androgynous voice. Instead of cheers or praises, everyone seemed to have lost their senses. It was a feeling of, is this even possible? You requested to keep your identity secret. Is there a reason for that? For a moment, there seemed to be a crack in contestant 40's seemingly impenetrable expression, but they soon regained their composure. Well, everyone has their secrets. I see. Do you usually dress like this? Contestant 40 stared at the host for a moment in response to the provocative question. Everyone caught a glimpse of Contestant 40's real expression for a brief moment, but no one saw it clearly. They quickly regained their smile and said, "No, not at all. So this is your first time?" "Yes. It seems fine, but people are watching." Their expression appeared calm and collected, but Contestant 40 was tightly clutching the hem of their dress. It was clear that they were very nervous. Their face was gradually turning red, and it was evident that they were extremely embarrassed by the situation. Chapter 302. So, is there a particular reason why you decided to participate in this cross-dressing contest? It's for the money. Ah, the prize money. Of course, that makes sense. The host continued to ask difficult questions, and Reinhardt seemed to handle them well at first. However, as the host kept probing, his grip on the dress tightened with each question. As embarrassment and shame piled up, and Reinhardt struggled to respond, the audience's expressions grew stranger. In fact, his behavior wasn't much different from that of contestant number 24, the human tank, earlier. No, it was entirely identical. But while people were repulsed by number 24's behavior, they somehow found themselves drawn to Reinhardt's. Is it because he's cute that everything's forgiven? Maybe. Dangerous thoughts began to spread among the crowd. So if you win the prize money this time, what do you plan to do with it? Buy another dress, perhaps? Of course, the host didn't stop his malicious line of questioning. Reinhardt's awkward smile, as if he was in distress, was enough to win the audience's sympathy. Stop tormenting him. Give it a rest. Ask some normal questions. Eventually, the audience began to scold the host for making Reinhardt uncomfortable. Unknowingly, they had become emotionally invested in his. "Oh dear, it seems I went too far. I apologize." "No, it's okay." The host asked questions about Reinhardt's daily life and hobbies, and as the malicious questions disappeared, he calmly answered them. Although it was the same cue and a session as before, people started to find themselves hoping that it would not end quickly. "I feel like I shouldn't watch anymore," Erich mumbled blankly. He felt that he was entering a dangerous stage. Right. The other two male students weren't much different. Under normal circumstances, Liana would have sent a contemptuous glance, but this time she couldn't. "Why do I feel jealous while looking at a man?" Liana also mumbled blankly. "Now it's time for the appeal. Let's do it later. You're going too fast." The audience tried to slow down the host's progress. Reinhardt seemed to be embarrassed by the audience's behavior and just chuckled, but it only fanned the flames of their fascination. "Well, it seems that contestant number 40 has had a considerable influence on the tastes of many people. I'm sorry." "Oh, there's no need for you to apologize, but we can't delay any longer. We have voting and the contest needs to wrap up soon. So, what have you prepared for your appeal?" The host ultimately didn't grant Reinhardt any more time. "I'll sing." It wasn't particularly novel since many others had done the same. Of course, there was no accompaniment prepared, so everyone sang a cappella or brought their own instruments. Singing is a common talent, but everyone was excited to hear contestant number 40, who seemed to be unique and mysterious, sing. "What song is that?" "It's an original composition." "Oh, an original. Are you a music major?" Reinhardt subtly smiled at the seemingly probing question. "Well, I'm not sure." One way or another, Reinhardt sang during his appeal time, and everyone was astonished by the song she sang in his delicate voice. It was a song with never-before-heard lyrics and melody about a woman working in a bean field. Introducing it himself, the title was Chilgapson. Though bizarre and peculiar, it was a completely new style in the cultural world of Hwangdo, which was quite shocking. After all the participants had introduced themselves, it was time for the voting. The 40 participants returned to the stage. From Kono Lint, who had shown a sudden lingerie show but had a shocking hidden ability development, to the mysterious participant number 40, who seemed to be able to go straight to Miss Temple, they all took to the stage. The result was clear without even looking. Everyone was staring blankly at number 40. The more they stared, the redder his face became, and he pitifully tried to maintain a forced smile, trembling his lips. His nearly insane appearance from not being able to bear his own embarrassment only fueled the audience's sympathy. Of course, the song he sang was quite bizarre in its new style, but the audience didn't seem to mind. As such, Reinhardt's eccentric behavior was seen as having its own charm. Really? He must not have wanted to participate. Everyone agreed that, regardless of whether it suited him or not, participant number 40 was genuinely struggling to endure this event. The reason for coming to such an unwanted event. But how much money does he need? Money. People could only guess that participant number 40 really needed the prize money. They started murmuring and speculating amongst themselves. I don't know who he is, but he must be incredibly good looking. Why not just go to Mr. Temple? Maybe he's going to Mr. Temple too. Oh, right. Winning both the cross-dressing competition and Mr. Temple would double the prize money. All the audience's hearts became united. The men were curious about how the participant would look originally. The women were curious about how handsome he would be originally. If he joined the cross-dressing competition due to financial needs, then he would certainly participate in Mr. Temple as well. Everyone concluded that they might be able to find out his true identity by watching the Mr. Temple contest. While everyone was murmuring, the Royal Class students were alternately looking at Kono Lint and participant number 40. It seemed as if the sudden lingerie show by number 1 had been forgotten, but Kono Lint was both embarrassed and appalled. Kono Lint was captivated by the complex emotions of both confusion and joy in this situation. He sent a triumphant look to his friends, but ended up looking more at participant number 40. Hey, by the way. What? Erich nudged Kao's side. Don't they keep looking at me? Erich was, of course, referring to participant number 40. No, I thought they were looking at me. Wasn't it me? Liana frowned at Heinrich and Kao's words. What are you idiots talking about? They're a guy, aren't they? If they were looking, it must have been at me, not you guys. All four seated in the audience thought that number 40 kept glancing at them. Me? Because it's me. I think it's definitely me. No, it's obviously me. Seriously, what are they talking about? All four started arguing over this trivial issue. In reality, they were all correct. Number 40 kept shifting their gaze, occasionally making eye contact with the four. Though they hastily averted their gaze each time, it was evident that they were doing so, which led the male students to have such thoughts. But they are a guy. No, even so. No, it can't be. Could it be? Could they actually be a girl? Such bizarre thoughts led them into a confusing delusion. Of course, number 40 was not like that. They were just being observant. This time, Liana was looking somewhere else, not at number 40. Why? No, that person over there. Liana whispered to Erich, pointing somewhere. Don't they look a bit creepy? Someone was standing at the very back of the auditorium, wearing a black robe and quietly watching number 40. Of course, just like number 40, who was hiding their identity to participate in the contest. There were quite a few audience members wearing hoods to conceal their presence. However, the excessively dark black robe was enough to create a sense of discomfort just by looking at it. Yeah. Erich also felt a chill and shivered slightly. Leaving those concerns behind, the voting began. Number 40, a contestant who had dressed as a woman out of financial desperation. They would have secured many votes to begin with, but after revealing their need for money to enter the competition, they began to receive sympathy votes as well. Without even looking, it was certain that number 40 would win, and indeed they did. It was a unanimous victory that no one objected to. It was a hellish time. How do you feel about winning? Ah, well, I'm really grateful. Yes, nevertheless, this was the pinnacle of hell. Holding the crown and trophy given to the winner, he forced a smile, hoping this hellish time would end quickly. Event completed cross-dressing contest. You've acquired 40 achievement points. Your magical status has increased by 5. Your anti-magic resistance has increased. In the end, after going through this ridiculous time, I got the rewards I wanted. And the prize money, 20 gold coins, 20 million won. In reality, it's quite a large sum. However, I wondered if this money could make up for my lost dignity and the dignity I might lose in the future. My initial magical status was 14. 2. Now my magic power is 19. 2. If it increases by just 0, 8 more, I'll gain a talent called magic domination. Yes, it won't be long now. I did all of this for a reason. The crown and trophy for the winner, the winner's speech, and the applause and cheers from the audience. Oh my, take me with you. Since you're prettier than me, I'll just call you my sister, the hysteria of the female middle school students. Bro, take me too, bro, the hysteria of the male middle school students. Let's be secret friends. High school students were no different. It's dizzying. I feel like I'm going to throw up. Nevertheless, I tried my best to maintain a smiling expression. Just as Bertus hadn't noticed me, it seemed the others hadn't either. And the host who had tormented me with their ridiculous questions looked at me with a sly smile. Now, as a celebration for your victory, would you be able to give an encore of the song you just sang? At their request to sing the song one more time in celebration of my victory, I ended up performing Chilgapson again. I don't know about anything else, but it was pretty amusing to see everyone's bewildered expressions, not knowing how to react to this situation. Do you guys know the sadness of Chilgapson's summit? Anyway, the cross-dressing contest was over. Now all I had to do was safely dispose of the trophy and go back to being Reinhardt. Bruuwo, I feel weird. Should I just kill all of you and go to hell? Chapter 303, I had won. I had achieved what I wanted, and everything had gone as planned, but it felt as if my soul had been robbed. And I realized that only thinking about the cross-dressing contest itself had been a mistake. Anyway, I had to escape the contest venue, and obviously there wouldn't be any security forces to escort me. I should have considered the possibility that there might be crazy people lurking around trying to catch me, but I only thought about winning and didn't plan for a safe route to return. A significant number of the audience who had left were waiting to swarm me as I tried to leave. I couldn't help but sense it when I saw the crowd gathered outside the auditorium. I felt like a celebrity. However, what set me apart from celebrities was the fact that I was the winner of a cross-dressing contest. People, both men and women, were curious about my identity and swarming around me. Would you even know who I am if I said that I'm Reinhardt? You wouldn't. So why are you curious about something you wouldn't even recognize if I told you? If I went out like this, I'd be caught. If those people entered my safe zone, I couldn't guarantee that I wouldn't throw a punch. The other cross-dressing contestants watched me helplessly stuck near the exit and left with awkward smiles. Naturally, there wouldn't be any crowd around them. What should I do? It seemed like this was the only exit. Should I escape through a window? If you're not going to leave. As I was stuck near the door, someone who couldn't pass me by without speaking approached me. When I turned around, there was Kono Lint. Although he wasn't in his dress anymore, he still looked funny because of the makeup. Of course, I came here dressed, so I don't have any clothes to change into here. Oh, I'm sorry. As I moved out of the way of the door, he tried to pass by, hesitating. He seemed more nervous around me than when I was Reinhardt. Kono Lint, I didn't see exactly what he was up to, but I knew something had happened. He teleported something other than himself. In the original work, the maximum development of Kono Lint's ability was to move along with all his clothes. I'm not sure what happened, but this guy gained the ability to move other objects. I don't know if it's an improvement or what, but it's a fact that Kono Lint has made a leap in his ability, incomparable to the original work. His ability improvement today is even more tremendous than my 5-point increase in magical power. Now Kono Lint kept glancing at me, trying to leave through the exit. Ability improvement, spatial movement of things other than himself. Wait a moment. Without realizing it, I grabbed Kono Lint's arm. Why? Yes. Kono Lint's face turned red as I grabbed him, and his lips trembled. He looked unsure whether to be happy or not. That's not it, you fool. There are people waiting outside. Can you, teleport me outside? Right now, Kono Lint is the only one who can save me. Of course, he was startled. Kono Lint carefully explained that his ability wasn't originally like that there could be side effects, and that there was a possibility of ending up naked. Well, that could happen. Such things could happen. No, it's okay. I'll use the points. The achievement points earned from the tournament and the cross-dressing contest totaled a whopping 14 points. Combining it with the existing points would make 18 points. I can use this much without any problem. I'll take responsibility for any side effects, so please do it. But still, you might see something unpleasant. Even when I insisted that he should just do it, Kono Lint seemed to be in a difficult situation. It's okay. I won't blame you. I'll bear it all. He looked at me with an expression that seemed to think it's better to be thrown far away naked than to be caught by people outside. No way, you'll succeed. Even if you don't trust yourself and I don't trust you, the points are like a guard, right? After a long struggle, Kono Lint nodded his head with a flustered expression. All right, I'll try. It was the first time Kono Lint succeeded in teleporting an object today. Now he has to succeed in teleporting a person. Of course, there's a possibility that only my clothes will be teleported, so I'll use the points. Kono Lint successfully teleports me to a desolate area outside the main hall, my clothes too. 100 achievement points are required for this event. 100 points. Surprisingly, it was much cheaper than I expected. I thought it would be around 500 points. Has his ability already developed tremendously? 100 achievement points will be used. Your hand. Ah, yes. Kono Lint, shaking, took my offered hand. Just relax. Don't be shy, okay? I stared intently at Kono Lint, whose face turned red as he focused. If it doesn't work well, don't blame me too much. It will work. He stops focusing and looks at me. Do you trust me? No, what are you talking about? Just hurry up and send me. Of course. I couldn't show my true feelings, so I could only say that with a smile. Pop. Then the scenery in front of me changed in an instant, along with the feeling of darkness. Hugh. This was my first time experiencing this kind of teleportation, so I couldn't help but gasp in surprise. In an instant, I was teleported to the outskirts of the main hall, not to the crowded place, but to an open field outside. Kono Lint wasn't with me. I was alone. The effect of the points was certain. Fortunately, I was still fully clothed. Since I managed to escape from people's sight safely, all I had to do was change clothes and return to normal. As I was thinking that, Russell, I could see something falling from the sky. What is this? I picked up the object that had fallen from the sky and held it up to the dim light around me. Oh no. The moment I saw it, I realized he had made a mistake with my teleportation. The clothes Kono Lint had been wearing just a moment ago had fallen off. Kono Lint succeeded in teleporting me to the outside of the main hall, a place with few people. His clothes also came along. That little brat. He not only sent my clothes, but also his own. No wonder, it was too cheap. Could it be that a new penalty has arisen, requiring Kono Lint to send his clothes along with the person? Are you still this incompetent? Should I return this? No, shouldn't you just come this way? Since the situation is like this, you should come looking for your clothes, right? However, this is a roadside. Appearing here in just underwear would be too difficult for Kono Lint to handle. People would only think I was just a girl wearing a dress. Should I return this? What's the point of escaping like this? I feel like just giving up, but there's no way I could do that. Damn it! In the end, I had no choice but to reluctantly head back to the main hall, where the cross-dressing contest had taken place, while still wearing the dress. Fortunately, I didn't have to go to where the crowd had gathered in the main hall. A bit further away, I saw familiar faces on a bench. Heinrich, Erich, Kare, and Liana were nearby, perhaps waiting for Kono Lint to appear soon. It was dangerous to go to them. However, I hated being caught by people calling me their brother or boyfriend more than death. Why isn't he coming out? Is he changing his clothes? Everyone was complaining about Kono Lint not coming out soon, and I approached them. Fortunately, the lighting wasn't bright enough for people to easily see me. Excuse me. Huh. Everyone seemed surprised when the cross-dressing contest winner suddenly appeared with clothes in hand. You're a prettier man than I am. What's up? Do you need something? Liana asked with a smile. You're really a bad girl. The other guys had frozen, so the only one I could talk to was Liana. You're in the royal class. Right? Yes, but why? It was no problem for me to recognize that since they were wearing royal class uniforms. Well, these are Kono Lint's clothes. Everyone's faces looked perplexed at my words. I asked him to teleport me outside, but he accidentally sent his clothes along as well. It would be difficult for him, so I wanted to return them, but it's a bit. Ah, I understand. Liana raised her hand to stop me from saying more and snatched Kono Lint's clothes. You're quick-witted when it comes to things like this. My opinion of her, which had just been that she was a bad girl, changed completely as she looked at me and smiled, sizing me up. If you have that kind of hobby, come play at the Grants estate. Pardon. Just mention the name Liana de Grants, and they'll open the door for you. You can try on any men's or women's clothes you want, right? While laughing, it was clear that the intention was to mock me. You're really a terrible person. Anyway, after returning Kono Lint's clothes to these guys, I left the place as if fleeing. I've seen enough of this dirty scene. Let's get back to normal now. There's no end to witnessing dirty scenes. Yeah, there's no way I get through this unscathed. In a situation where the purpose is to embarrass me, there's no way they'd let me off easily. As I tried to escape, Someone who recognized me chased after me. Well, I'm not a strange person. I wondered how desperate for money you must be to participate in such a contest despite struggling so much. Hum. A middle-aged man with a bald head grabbed me and began a speech. He seemed to be one of the audience members, and he kept talking about how he wasn't a strange person, that he had a decent business, and that his children would soon be entering temple. So, if you're in a difficult situation, I can personally sponsor you. What is this? I don't know why it escalated to this point. He might actually be a good person who wants to help me because of my situation. But his eyes look strange. Don't you know your eyes look really weird right now, sir? It gave me goosebumps all over my body. Of course, I don't want you to misunderstand. I don't want anything from you. I just thought we could talk about any difficulties you might have in your life at Temple. That's all. That's what you say, but your eyes look strange, you know. He's clearly not a student or a staff member of Temple. Should I just tell him to stop spouting nonsense like a loser? Unfortunately, the festival means there are people everywhere in the temple. Of course, security is tight as well. Punching him in a crowded place and getting dragged off by security would be even more humiliating. Obviously, they would find out I'm Reinhardt too. This is the final test. If I can't hold back here and throw a punch, the gossip that royal class Reinhardt won a cross-dressing contest and hit a middle-aged man only to be dragged off by security will spread like wildfire. Then it's really suicide. I must endure. I couldn't hold back once and ran into Bertus. If I can't hold back now, it's really over. I understand what you're saying, but I'm fine. Oh, you should just accept an adult's help. Let's go somewhere quiet and at least have a talk. I'm fine. The prize money is enough, and it's not that difficult for me. I'm offering because your situation looks so tough. Don't think too strangely about it. Do I look like such a strange person? It's not because I think you're a strange person, but I'm really fine. Well, let's just have a talk then. Just leave me alone, you annoying person. It's infuriating. I've hinted enough, but if he still can't understand, should I just yell at him? He seems determined not to let me go. I keep telling you not to make me look like a strange person. It's hurtful. Let's go somewhere quiet and have a cup of tea while we talk. I couldn't use my fists, but at that moment when I thought I should say something harsh. What are you doing, mister? A person with a deep, resonant voice approached. When I turned around, there stood a human tank. Although I had changed into my own clothes, so I was no longer in a one-piece dress. The human tank, Richard Howman. He wasn't alone. He was with a group of people. Were they classmates? There were quite a few of them. The middle-aged man froze at the appearance of a giant even more intimidating than a thug. What do you want? No, I have something to discuss with this student. This student doesn't seem to have anything to discuss with you, though. As he said this, Richard Howman looked at me. Damn it, it's strange, but I'm glad you showed up. Chase him away. I don't know if my desperate gaze worked, but the over 2-meter tall giant tilted his head and looked down at the middle-aged man. It doesn't seem like you have anything to say, huh? That's because I'm not a strange person. Late at night, holding a frail student back and hindering their way isn't that strange. Why don't you leave before I hand you over to the temple guard? He called me a frail student. You were beaten 3 times in the tournament by that frail student, you punk. And he was definitely going to say girl. That. It seems there was a misunderstanding. I apologize for my intrusion. In the end, the middle-aged man fled with his tail between his legs due to the giant's appearance. Wow, impressive, Richard. He's definitely trying to show off. You guys are so noisy. From behind, some brats who looked annoying even from a distance were whistling. I'm grateful they chased him away, but it seems like I got stuck with even more irritating brats. Are you all right? Richard looked down at me and coughed awkwardly. I feel like giving up now. I think I'm going crazy. No, I've already gone crazy. Thank you. Seeing Richard's classmates or seniors whistling, my blood pressure shot up. Those guys probably came to see Richard's reaction. I don't know why this guy entered the cross-dressing contest, but anyway. With a flushed face, Richard spoke without looking at me properly. There might be misunderstandings, so it would be best for you to leave quickly. Yeah, I should. Hey, are you just going to let her go? Ask her to eat with us. Hey, stop it, Richard shouted at those behind him. This guy, at least he's acting like a gentleman. I thought he was just a piece of trash. But when I think about it, I was the one who started the fight during the tournament, not him. I am the overwhelming trash. Richard looked at me with a troubled expression. Please go quickly, before it gets more difficult for you. Ah, yes, thank you. In the end, with the unexpected help of Richard Howman, I was able to shake off the creepy middle-aged man. Chapter 304. No, my supernatural powers have gotten stronger, but now I have to teleport the clothes too. Why does life always have to be so complicated? I don't know. How am I supposed to know that? The more Liana laughed while holding her stomach, the more Kono Lint's face soured. Thankfully, the participant number 40 who he teleported had returned his clothes to the royal class students, so Kono Lint could get dressed and come out to the street. Kono Lint didn't wish for victory, he simply wanted time to pass quickly. He just wanted to return to the dormitory, recover his broken mental state, and rest. It was a terrible experience, but it was finally over. Or was it only bad memories? The person who said they believed in Kono Lint, even though Kono Lint couldn't believe in himself, that bright smile. That trust ultimately led to the successful use of a new ability, albeit with a penalty. Who could they be? It would be nice to at least know that much. Could they at least be friends? The hand that had briefly held the girl, no, the boy, to teleport them was strangely soft. Due to the tension in the waiting room, Kono Lint had bitten his nails, making them look horrible, but the hand he held was very soft. As more and more strange thoughts filled Kono Lint's mind, he shook his head roughly, trying to rid himself of those thoughts. Why are you like this? Liana thought Kono Lint had lost his mind and discreetly stepped back a few steps. Hey, isn't that them? As Kea pointed out, they saw someone who looked like a girl but wasn't a girl with silver hair in a hoop dress. They could only see the person's back, but they were definitely the number 40 participant who had worn that outfit today. Erich also looked in that direction and nodded. That's right. It looks like something is happening. Heinrich furrowed his brow at the sight. The participant, who was much shorter than the towering figure over 2 meters tall, stood facing them. A group of ill-natured-looking people surrounded them, snickering. They couldn't hear the conversation from this distance. However, it seemed like the giant and the group were teasing or threatening the number 40 participant. Everyone realized that the giant was the one who participated in the cross-dressing competition. The memory of such a huge figure in a dress was shocking enough to be remembered. Liana smirked. Ah, so the guys are tormenting the poor, pretty boy. The wording was strange, and everyone's expression soured, but it was true from a distance. They didn't know what was going on, but it was clear that the situation was difficult. I guess I'll have to rescue him. Just as Liana was about to set out to help the clearly distressed, pretty boy. Aren't they just letting them just go? Ha! As the crowd surrounding him parted, the silver-haired boy deeply bowed to the large man before abruptly going on his way. No one knew what had happened, but it seemed like they had let him go without any trouble. Even more surprising was the fact that they had exchanged pleasantries, as if they were thankful for something. What's going on? Asked one student. Nothing happened. It's a good thing, right? Another student replied. Liana, looking a little disappointed, watched the large male student as he walked away. She continued to watch number 40, who seemed to be leaving unscathed. Anyway, that guy is full of sin, Liana said, laughing as if she found the whole situation amusing. But I'm still curious about what his major is and which class he's in, Liana added before closing her mouth. The group that seemed to be bothering number 40 had let him go without any issues. It was clear that there had been a misunderstanding. However, Liana waved her hand towards number 40 as he continued to walk away, more precisely a little behind him. Hey, look at that. That, that person over there, isn't that the one who was at the tournament earlier? Liana pointed to someone wearing a black robe, silently following number 40 from behind. It seems so, Erich agreed, recalling the eerie black robe as well. The mysterious person wearing the black robe, who had already seemed suspicious, was indeed trailing number 40. Everyone's expressions turned serious at Liana's words. Isn't that person really dangerous? One asked. The identity of the mysterious person following number 40 was unknown. Not only Liana, but the other royal class students also believed that something was bound to happen to number 40. Let's follow them. Isn't it dangerous? Kea asked hesitantly, worried about getting involved in unnecessary trouble. Is this the time to worry about that? The one who responded was surprisingly Kono Lint, not Liana. A tail had been attached. And this time, Reinhardt was certain that it wasn't a simple pervert like the middle-aged man from earlier. At the tournament, Reinhardt had noticed someone in a black robe staring intently from the very back. Although it had felt uncomfortable, there was more than just one person like that, so he had brushed it off. But now that person was following him. What did they want with him? Reinhardt wanted to get rid of H-High's dress and makeup, but an odd person was chasing him. They weren't closing the distance quickly, but they were definitely getting closer. Although they couldn't harm him on the main street, Reinhardt just wanted to go back quickly. He even tried to blend into the crowd on Main Street to shake off the pursuer, but the black-robed follower continued to follow him from a certain distance. Reinhardt could have reported the strange person to the guards, but he didn't want to get involved in any troublesome matters. Why am I experiencing this? Reinhardt wondered as he turned into an alley. He planned to shake off the pursuer and head out of Temple. Then he would return to the dormitory as Reinhardt. As soon as Reinhardt turned the next corner in the alley, he was startled. The mysterious person in the black robe, who had been following him from behind, appeared right in front of him. This person was dangerous. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I found myself throwing a punch. Whoosh! However, my fist met only air as the mysterious figure in a robe effortlessly dodged my straight punch with a slight movement of their head. Their movements were extraordinary. Despite my sudden attack, the figure didn't retaliate. I only intended to make contact since it seemed like your business was finished, Reinhardt. I have no intention of attacking you. At their words, my mind froze. They knew me, and no one else had noticed me. Who are you? Despite the hostility in my voice, my opponent remained calm. You must have known that the Order would soon contact you. The Black Order. They said they'd contact me soon. Of all times, why did it have to be today? It felt like more than just my mind freezing. It felt like being hit with a hammer. No, no. Of all times, why? I had managed to keep this a secret from Ellen, Bertus, Harriet, and all my dormmates. But somehow, at the worst possible moment, I had been exposed to a mage who was neither friend nor foe just before discussing important matters. When did you see me? How did you even? I saw the participant list. Participant number 40, Reinhardt. Damn it, they saw that. But how did they even know I was participating in a cross-dressing contest? Even if the Black Order isn't exactly dealing with classified information, are they allowed to dig through participant lists and find out things like that? The Black Order agent looked at me from beneath their black robe. Well, you see, this is because of my personal circumstances. I have a reason for this. I can't explain it properly, but I do have a reason. I have no interest in your personal preferences. Instead of respecting my preferences, the agent dismissed my words as if they had no interest in such things. That's not what I meant. The stalker I had suspected of trying to harm me actually had no interest in my situation. I tried to explain my situation, but they didn't seem to care at all. To them, I should be a formidable person, a lord who commands vampires. Yet here I am, dressed like this. Shouldn't it hurt my credibility? What matters to us is not how well you pull off cross-dressing, but the valuable information you possess for us. This attitude, like it doesn't matter. Somehow it hurts. Even Ellen isn't this indifferent. Is the Black Order a group of extreme indifference, or is it just this individual? Whether they infiltrated the temple easily due to the festival, or if infiltrating the temple is actually a simple task, I couldn't tell. Regardless of my embarrassment and sense of danger, the Black Order agent only spoke their piece. You said you needed the Order's knowledge, and you can provide information on Cantus Magna to us. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. Talking like this was utterly embarrassing, but since they didn't seem to care, I felt like I was the only weird one here. What knowledge do you require? The negotiation with the Black Order. It all began at this bizarre timing. Are they really unrelated to the gate incident? I can't tell for sure, but I must find a way somehow. There's no time for jokes or embarrassment. The method to open a dimensional gate to another world. My question was met with silence from the agent. They didn't even ask why I was curious. They just stared at me in silence. Do you know? I asked what knowledge is needed, not that I would give you the answer. If you provide valuable information from your side, we will also share equivalent knowledge. So, do you admit that you have knowledge worth sharing that's equivalent? I don't need to know the specific method. Just the fact that the Black Order can tell me the method to open a dimensional gate to another world is enough evidence for me. If I give them information about Cantus Magna, they'll teach me how to open a gate to another world. The moment they say that, the Black Order becomes a group capable of causing the gate incident. I'm not curious about the method. I just need to know if you know it or not. I can't answer that. However, the Black Order was not so cooperative. Then the trade is too unfair. Even if I give you information about Cantus Magna, you might not be able to give me the information I want, right? Why should I make such a deal? There's no reason to make a trade where one side suffers a loss. My goal is to confirm that we both have cards to play. Do you have solid information on Cantus Magna? I wonder. Isn't the information not ready? The agent's expression changed slightly. It seemed a bit angry. It's similar to you not being able to tell me yet whether your knowledge is ready or not. Could this be called a battle of nerves? Neither of us was showing hostility or aggression towards each other. We will discuss this issue and make contact again later. In the end, it seems this matter couldn't be decided on this front. By then, I hope the information on Cantus Magna is ready. What if it's not? I don't think you're the type to play games with us. Ultimately, all we learned during this contact was what each party wanted, but nothing substantial was exchanged. However, the Black Order didn't outright deny knowing either. It seemed like there was a slight possibility of resolving the gate incident. My heart was racing wildly. Solving this won't solve all the problems, and there will be other issues. But it would mean overcoming the biggest obstacle. The Black Order didn't seem curious about my intentions at all. They just seemed to be waiting for the exchange when both sides are prepared. I will come back at an appropriate time. Fizz. Bang. Just as the conversation was about to wrap up, a sudden flash of light flickered in midair and collided with the edge of the agent's right cheek. However, a defensive spell that manifested in an instant blocked the flash of light. What on earth just happened? Pretty boy, come here. Looking back, there were Liana and Kono Lint, along with the royal-class folks who had come to watch the cross-dressing contest, watching over me. Why did they follow me all the way here? But looking at their desperate expressions, I could guess what they were thinking when they chased after me. Anyway, pretty boy, why are you calling me that? Liana's face turned pale as she shouted. Hurry, Liana called out to me in a rush. The agent seemed to understand the situation and gave me a subtle nod. Is that a signal to leave? He may be calm, but he seems to have a sense of what's going on. Yes, yes. As I hastily ran towards Liana, she grabbed my hand tightly and glared at the agent in the black robe. Hey, asshole, are you a magician? I don't know what you're up to, but what kind of nonsense is this inside temple? Get out of here now. Zap, zap. Flashes of light flickered near Liana's hair, as if she would send a bolt of lightning if he tried anything foolish. No, no, this isn't good. Even if it's you, picking a fight with a Black Order agent is not the best idea. Fortunately, it seems my plan was thwarted. The Black Order agent, pretending to be a kidnapper, slowly backed away. Until next time, pretty boy. That? Did he just mock me? Whether it was an act or a taunt, the agent slowly retreated and turned to disappear. As the black robe vanished, Liana looked at me with a worried expression and asked, Are you okay? Did anything happen to you? Yes, yes, nothing happened. No, you didn't have to come. Sai, why didn't you go back sooner? Even if you tried to avoid us, why would you come to this alley? Are you a fool? Where do you live? I'll take you there. No, it's okay. I'm fine. Thus, the painfully long day came to an end with Liana's unnecessary intervention. Chapter 305 In the end, Liana insisted on escorting me, and it took quite some time to dissuade her. Fortunately, the others persuaded her for a while, saying that it seemed fine for Liana to just let me go. With a reluctant expression, Liana finally let me go. There was talk about reporting to the guards, but I managed to dodge the issue, saying that nothing major had happened. I wiped off all my makeup and changed my clothes outside temple before returning to the dormitory. I left the dress in Elleris' basement. It was an expensive dress, so I thought it would be better to sell it than throw it away. Of course, I threw away the trophy. In martial arts, there's an expression called Jinwan Jingi. It's like a concept of the ultimate emergency battery, similar to the primal biological energy of humans. When you use it, you die. I felt that my whole body was drained of energy, as if I had used such a thing. Since I was out all day, no one in the dormitory would have seen me. Of course, there were many others who were out and about as well. Naturally, I returned quite late, So when I came back to the dormitory, I could see the people I had encountered today in entirely different appearances. "Hey, what have you been doing all day?" Liana de Grants, who cheerfully told me that her sister was coming to pick her up. "I was just wandering around the festival. Alone. Sometimes you just want to be alone." My shoulders tensed up for no reason. They might find a connection between the me they just saw and the me now. In reality, they didn't recognize me at all, but facing them as Reinhardt made my heart race with anxiety. "Is it you?" "Yeah." "Ah, could it be you?" I pretended to be fine, but cold sweat ran down my spine. Liana laughed and draped her arm over my shoulder. "Didn't you watch the cross-dressing contest?" "Why would I go there? In fact, I went. Not only did I participate, but I was also the winner. It's even more surprising that you didn't recognize me at all." "Ah, you missed a good spectacle. You should have seen that person." Liana laughed and went into her room. The hopeless trio, no, quartet, encountered me after that but didn't show any particular reaction. However, "What? Huh? Oh no." Kono Lint's reaction was somewhat strange. But in the end, he didn't seem to have noticed either. Of course. I returned as Reinhardt, not just wiping off my makeup, but also reverting my body shape, height, and facial features back to their original state. It would be weirder if they recognized me. That's how it should be. Right. Southern outskirts of the royal capital. A crowd had gathered in the grounds of a fairly large, abandoned monastery. The identities of these people couldn't be discerned from their clothes alone. But someone was sitting in an old wooden chair in the center of the area where a bonfire was burning. The man sitting in the chair, former Holy Knight Commander Rivria Lands, was staring at a female student in temple robes standing across from him. Her name was Radia Schmidt. She was a semi-finalist in the Unlimited tournament and a sixth-year student in the Temple Royal class. It doesn't seem like a great idea. I think it's worth trying. Even Bolton said he'd take necessary measures if the situation goes that way. Elaine Bolton. Yes. Well, he has no reason not to welcome Olivia's return. Radia Schmidt, with her determined expression, seemed to be resolute about something. "But if things don't go as you expect, the plan will proceed as is, Radia." "Yes, Commander." Although the current Holy Knight Commander was Elaine Bolton, the female student called Rivria Lands Commander. Everyone here didn't hesitate to call the former Commander, Rivria Lands, Commander. After finishing her business, Radia Schmidt turned to leave, but then turned back. "Commander, do you have more to say?" Radia couldn't hide her regretful expression as she looked somewhere in the monastery. "Does it have to be that child? In the end, that child is also a faithful, in God's embrace." "Enough!" Rivria Lands cut her off, seemingly not wanting to hear more. "I'm not unaware that Reinhardt would be more suitable for this role." The mention of Reinhardt sparked a strange emotion in the female student's eyes. Twisted hatred and anger flickered within her gaze. "But Reinhardt is a Temple Royal class student like you, and even a classmate of the Crown Prince and Princess. You know, we can't meddle with him recklessly. Of course, if the situation isn't favorable, we may have to turn to him, but for now, this is the best option. Keep that in mind. Also, we haven't necessarily decided to sacrifice that child. Depending on the situation, no one may get hurt." "Yes, Commander." After finishing her words, Radia Schmidt left the abandoned monastery. A man beside Rivria Lands spoke cautiously. "Do you think things will go as she expects?" "Not at all." Rivria Lands shook his head with a stern expression. "Her idea is bold, but things won't go as she expects." "Is that so?" "I'm worried. I know she's talented, but—" Rivria Lands clicked his tongue as he looked in the direction where the female student had disappeared. "We can only hope she doesn't do anything useless." "I'm sorry. I thought it would be helpful so." The man who brought Radia Schmidt to the nameless monastery bowed his head to Rivria Lands. "But what's done is done." The usefulness of Radia Schmidt was not limited to just this one time. Although she was soon to graduate from Temple, she was also scheduled to join the Order of Holy Knights. From now on, be more selective in choosing people to join. "Yes, leader." Whether they liked it or not, Radia Schmidt was a valuable asset to the group. "How is Adriana doing?" "Quiet for now." "I see." Rivria Lands nodded and instructed the man beside him. "Keep an eye on her for now. Monitor Radia Schmidt's progress, and if things don't go as planned, send a letter to Olivia. She'll understand if we mention that we have Adriana." With Adriana in their possession, it was all too easy to lure Olivia out of the temple. The important part was what came next. Riveria Lands stared intently at the burning flames. Only Olivia Lands could restore the honor of the fallen Holy Knight's leader. From there, slowly, Riveria Lands intended to write the history of the sacred land that would continue for 1,000 years. Sitting on a hard wooden bed, Adriana looked at the pale moonlight coming through a small hole. The room had nothing but the hard wooden bed and two holy knights standing guard. Adriana buried her face between her knees. The nameless monastery. Here, under Riveria Land's guidance, Adriana lived under the surveillance of the monastery's holy knights. She had thought that Riveria Land sought revenge against her, but her worth did not stem from that. In a few days, Olivia will be here. You just have to explain the situation to Olivia and persuade her to change her mind. That was all Riveria Lands had said. What situation and what kind of persuasion was he talking about? It was about convincing the faithless Olivia to regain her faith, but Adriana couldn't understand why she had to do that. All she knew was that she was bait to lure Olivia. Riveria Lands wanted to change Olivia's mind. Even if he failed, he intended to regain his authority and honor by making her retract her words, as she was the one who caused his downfall. Adriana was nothing but bait for that purpose. Adriana had refused. She said Olivia had made her own choice, and there was no reason or need for her to force Olivia to change her mind. Since then, Adriana had been imprisoned like this. The nameless monastery. Adriana knew that these people were trying to create new divisions among humanity after the end of the Demon War. She had been disappointed in those with faith. She thought it was the fault of the believers, not the gods. However, if those who believed in the gods were so wrong, shouldn't the gods warn their followers? Olivia will be here soon. Knowing she was being held hostage, there was no way Olivia wouldn't come. That's just the kind of person she is. Adriana was desperate in her hostage situation, but there was nothing she could do. A festival was taking place at Temple in the north. In some ruins to the south, Adriana was crouching, silently cursing the guards. Thursday, breakfast time. Kono Lint was having breakfast. The news that Kono Lint had participated in a cross-dressing contest had spread throughout Class A, however. The only one who was shocked to hear this was Cliffman. "Are you okay today, Harriet? How's your condition?" "I'm great, don't worry." Ellen showed no interest, and Adelia and Harriet were busy talking about something between themselves. Expecting Reinhardt to make a fuss about it, he only said, "Ah, why did you participate in that?" It was unexpected. Kono Lint thought he'd be upset, disgusted, or criticize him. That's why Kono Lint was cautiously observing Reinhardt's reaction. Even if he wasn't the first to provoke, he could still be spiteful. Kono Lint had an odd feeling when he came across Reinhardt last night. It's hard to express in words, but something felt off. A strange sensation. Something seemed to be understandable but not quite, and yet he couldn't grasp what that was. Such a subtle feeling. Although it was the festival season, the morning scene didn't differ much. Everyone was in their usual spots, except for Bertus, who seemed to be busy with his own affairs. A typical breakfast time. Kono Lint cautiously observed Reinhardt. Watching him meant he was keeping an eye on him. And Kono Lint saw Reinhardt's hand as he ate beside Ellen not far from him. That hand. The nails, their shape. As if they were bitten recklessly, they were crooked and jagged. Upon seeing those nails, Kono Lint felt an almost electric sensation throughout his body, a near revelatory intuition. The anxious number 40, the nail-biting number 40, the number 40 who asked if he could teleport him, the number 40 who obediently extended his hand when asked. Those nails, bitten and destroyed. Ah! Kono Lint inadvertently muttered, then met Erich and Kao's curious gazes, as if asking what he was talking about. Absolutely not. The one from yesterday, the silver-haired angelic figure. It's hard to put into words, but that one. That someone, and just because Reinhardt's bitten nails look similar, that. It was number 40 with silver hair and golden eyes. Reinhardt's eyes are blue, but that could be solved by wearing lenses. Ah, what's wrong? Why are you like this? Kono Lint knew that his thoughts are far-fetched. Aren't you participating in the unlimited tournament today? Will it go well? It'll work out somehow. But aren't you participating too? You won the first-year tournament. No, I decided not to. Lucky for you. What? You think I'd lose to you? Heh, where does the idea of you winning come from? You just watch. Their voices are also quite different. Compared to yesterday's soft and warm voice, doesn't Reinhardt's voice sound unpleasant even when saying the same words? There's always a qualitative difference between people. The soft and gentle number 40 and Reinhardt have a gap as wide as an angel and a devil. Kono Lint tried to forcibly suppress the unpleasant imagination that was creeping up in his mind. But isn't it a bit similar? If you put a silver wig on that face, with golden eyes, a slightly shorter height, and a slender figure than that, isn't it a match? Ah, seriously, what's wrong with you? Where does it hurt? In the end, Kono Lint let out 3 frustrated sighs on his own and got scolded by his friends who were quietly eating nearby. Chapter 306. Starting from Wednesday, all the events I needed to participate in the festival were over. Since Liana was helping Cliffman and Ellen prepare for their contest, there wasn't anything for me to do. Today is Thursday, and the Unlimited Tournament main event is taking place. Tomorrow, Friday, there will be the Miss and Mr. Temple contest and the Unlimited Tournament finals. Although I had the right to advance to the main event of the Unlimited Tournament by winning the first-year tournament, I decided not to participate. It wouldn't be bad to participate for the experience, but using magical reinforcement seemed to drain my condition more than I expected, and I was hesitant to take the risk of injury. I had unexpectedly struggled in the first-year tournament, which I had entered with a light heart. And now, when I don't know when I'll have to fight in a real battle due to the issues with the Black Order and the Vampire Council, I couldn't afford to push myself further in the tournament. So there's really no need for me to participate in anything else. Even that ridiculous cross-dressing contest is over. Of course, the Black Order now thinks I have strange taste. Harriet was in Group C of the Unlimited Tournament main event. Since the participants had to prepare at the stadium in advance, Harriet had no choice but to leave early. Before leaving, I had a brief conversation with Harriet. I'm not sure what to say, but will you be all right? I felt sorry for saying this, but I really couldn't understand how Harriet had managed to advance to the main event. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Harriet seemed annoyed by my concern. I had been asking questions all morning because I was anxious, and although Harriet didn't seem very confident, she didn't seem particularly worried either. What about the earrings? Harriet wasn't even wearing the earrings enchanted with the calming spell. Harriet sighed at my question. Artifacts are prohibited, remember? Right, that makes sense. Of course, with Sakigar's ring, I'm always using an artifact. That means Harriet will have to fight without anything to help control her easily excitable nature. Anyway, don't push yourself too hard. If you think you can't do it, just give up. Be careful, as you might not die, but there's still a chance of injury. Keep in mind that most of the main event participants can use magical reinforcement. Hey, even my mom doesn't nag me this much. In the end, Harriet snapped. Then she looked at me with a sad smile. Do you really need to worry about me that much? Was I being that obvious? No, that's not it. No, I get it. You can't help it. And honestly, I don't feel that bad about you being like this. Harriet sighed. I know you're worrying about me. Thanks. Harriet could have taken my nagging as a sign that I didn't trust her, but she seemed to have chosen to think positively. Still, I'm trying to change. I want to become stronger. I thought that it wasn't just about physical strength, but a matter of mindset. Ellen believed her physical strength was ready, but her mind wasn't. Harriet thought neither of them was ready. In the end, after countless events and incidents, both Ellen and Harriet changed significantly. Rather than a single event being the cause, it was the accumulation of many events that planted the desire to become stronger in both of them. I'll show you this time, Harriet said confidently. Lately, she always seemed serious and solemn due to various issues, but it seemed like it had been a long time since Harriet had smiled genuinely. Should I look forward to it? No matter what you expect, Harriet grinned. It'll be more than that. Leaving those words behind, Harriet left. It was hard to believe, but there was a certainty that Harriet's words, promising to show more than whatever was expected, were not lies. I know 2 people who have made it to the Unlimited Tournament. One is Harriet de Saintoin, who just left for the stadium. The other is, of course, Olivia Lands. After Harriet left, I was at the dormitory's front gate. Were you waiting for me? Well, yes. I didn't expect that. Surprising. Olivia narrowed her eyes and smiled as she saw me while leaving the dormitory. By the way, Senior, you can't use divine power, right? I knew Olivia was confident in her abilities, though I couldn't tell exactly how capable she was. However, Olivia's strongest talent was divine power. But naturally, since she had given up her faith, Olivia wouldn't be able to use divine power, regardless of whether she could or not. At my words, Olivia smiled. Of course, I can't risk a religious trial. Would they go that far? Unauthorized use of divine power is, of course, prohibited. Is she confident in winning the tournament without using her strongest ability, divine power? Of course, qualifying for the main event already validated her skills. In response to my question, Olivia tilted her head and gave a subtle smile. Are you worried? Well, I'm sure you'll manage on your own. Tusk. Olivia stuck out her tongue as if she almost felt good about it. She was confident even without her most important ability. I wonder how capable Olivia truly was. And there was one more thing I was curious about. I have a question. What is it? Didn't you say you didn't participate in Miss Temple last year? Same with the tournament. I didn't have time last year because I was doing volunteer work. You said that even before that, you weren't particularly interested. Ah, yeah, that's right. Olivia isn't a show-off. Before all this happened, she was always humble and considerate of others. She even took a year off to provide rear support during the Demon War. Anyway, Olivia Lands may have changed a bit, but she's not the type to enjoy showing off. She has never participated in Miss Temple or any tournaments. Do you want to know why I suddenly decided to participate in all this? Yes, I do. People around her would have persistently suggested that she participate in Miss Temple or tournaments, but why did she suddenly decide to take part in everything? Well, it's actually not that big of a deal. In response to my question, Olivia's face turned red as she scratched her cheek with her finger. The reason why Olivia Lands, who had no interest in showing off her beauty or power, suddenly became interested in both. Embarrassed, Olivia cautiously opened her mouth. Well, it's because of money. Money. Yes. Aha. Money. A person who seems to be more indifferent to money than showing off is participating because of money. Olivia laughed awkwardly. It was a somewhat foolish and innocent expression. It felt like I was seeing Olivia Land's true face for the first time in a long while. It reminded me of the Olivia Lands I first met, who had kindly and seriously conversed with me despite the abrupt request for a meeting from an impolite freshman. Actually, I was disowned, right? If we're being technical, it wasn't really my fault. Ah, yes. So, I don't have any money now. Ah, that's why. When she was the daughter of the Holy Knight Commander, she might have lived without ever worrying about a lack of money. However, now that Riviera Lands has been dismissed from his position, and Olivia's relationship with him has been severed, Olivia might have escaped from all the problems in various ways. But in the end, she's facing a bizarre problem that's difficult to share with others. In short, she has no source of income. That's why she's participating in tournaments and Miss Temple, both of which offer substantial prize money. It all came down to money in the end. Olivia's face turned red as she seemed embarrassed to say it. Still, it's quite surprising. Don't you receive a monthly allowance from Temple in order to maintaining your dignity? Royal class students receive a monthly allowance under the pretext of maintaining their dignity. 4 gold coins per month. That's equivalent to 400 million won. It may not be a lot to some, but it's a substantial amount. On top of that, Olivia doesn't seem to have any interest in luxury. She doesn't wear any fancy jewelry or accessories, and she doesn't seem to have any expensive hobbies. So isn't the monthly allowance from Temple enough? Well, yes, but Olivia bit her lip slightly. I didn't want to say this because it sounds foolish and like I'm making a fuss, but Olivia eventually let out a deep sigh, looking at me as if she had given up. I've been personally sponsoring an orphanage since long ago, but just because I've given up my faith doesn't mean I've given up on those children. I originally had plenty of money sent by my foster father, so there was no problem. But even after all this happened, I couldn't bring myself to reduce the sponsorship amount. The places are financially tight as it is. So, I've run out of money I saved, and now I'm reaching my limits in various ways. So, I could understand why Olivia was hesitant to speak about it. She knew she would inevitably be called a fool for it. She didn't originally sponsor the places with the money she made herself. However, she couldn't bring herself to reduce or stop the sponsorship amount, even in this financially difficult situation. That's why she needed the prize money from the tournament and Miss Temple, which she wouldn't have been interested in originally. In the end, picking a fight with Ellen for no reason was also because of money. Olivia's lips trembled as if making an excuse. But I'm not that desperate, right? What do you mean by that, desperate? I wouldn't join Shanipel just to be able to take their sponsorship money. I once asked Olivia why she couldn't live for herself. Did she think I would get angry if she told me the real reason she needed money? Actually, I did consider it after talking with you last time, but I thought that wasn't right. So this is fine. The prize money belongs to the person who won it, regardless of how it's used. The places Olivia sponsors probably aren't financially well off. I don't know how much her sponsorship money amounts to, but if it's reduced, those places would be inevitably affected. Seeing that I didn't say anything, Olivia smiled weakly. As expected, am I a fool? Olivia murmured in a deflated manner. I do think you're being foolish. Helping others while not being able to take care of oneself could be seen as foolish. I thought so before, and to some extent I still do. But is that a bad thing? However, there's no reason for someone who doesn't live that way to look down on someone who does, just like how I live my own way. There are people like Olivia. I can't know or judge the right or wrong of it. At my words, Olivia looked at me with wide, surprised eyes. Although it's not a bad thing, I never said that it was the right thing to do. Thank you, Reinhardt. But Olivia smiled brightly, as if she had received my support. Every time I saw her genuine expression, not her usual pretentious one, I felt like I couldn't breathe. You're a great source of strength for me, really. Olivia playfully smiled, stroked my head, and gave me a little wink. Okay, I'll definitely win. I didn't say you had to win, though. Don't be so mean. I got the gist of it. Olivia quickly ran out of the dormitory. Her speed was always impressive. Anyway, Olivia did not participate in the grade-based tournament. If the prize money was the goal, she could have participated in the grade-based tournament. Did she think it wouldn't be fair since her opponent would be a fifth grader? She actually attended one more year, and she wouldn't be able to participate in the sixth grade tournament. So it seemed like she could only participate in the unlimited tournament. As I watched Olivia walk away, I felt even more troubled. Miss Temple and the unlimited tournament. Olivia was the overwhelming favorite to win both, and Harriet and Ellen, who participated in it, were clearly at a disadvantage. So, leaving my personal feelings aside, I was rooting for Ellen and Harriet. They were obviously fighting a losing battle. However, Olivia was participating in both competitions not just for her own amusement, but for a very serious reason. Now I don't know who to root for anymore, and the fact that the orphanage's financial situation is an issue, that was something I couldn't understand. It can't be. Ah, excuse me. After Olivia left, someone called me as I was about to return to the dormitory. It was a student, and since I was the lowest grade in the royal class, it had to be an upperclassman. Yes. Are you Reinhardt? Yes, I am. She was a friendly-looking female upperclassman. She called me, but she was looking far away, not at me. More precisely, she was staring in the direction where Olivia disappeared. What were you talking to Olivia about? Well, it wasn't really anything important. But who is this person? I see. The upperclassman in front of me started staring at me. I didn't feel any hostility from her gaze. But how should I describe it? I was engulfed in a strange feeling, like goosebumps crawling up my spine. She was smiling at me, but it didn't feel like a genuine smile. So, who are you? Ah, I didn't introduce myself. The upperclassman held out a hand to me. I'm Schmidt. Radia Schmidt, a sixth grader. Ah, okay. I shook her outstretched hand. Contrary to her friendly appearance, I felt something as I held her hand. She was not an ordinary person. Feeling a sense of discomfort, I stared at the upperclassman. What brings you to me? Ah, no, Reinhardt, I don't have any business with you. The mysterious upperclassman showed me a subtle smile. Not yet. What? Leaving those eerie words behind, the unnamed upperclassman slowly walked away from me. Chapter 307, I had met a senior who gave off a strange vibe. But in the end, I couldn't find out anything about that person, except for their name, Radia Schmidt. She had a knack for making people feel uncomfortable. She was definitely different from Bertus and Charlotte, but I couldn't exactly explain what was different. Harriet was in the main round, Group C. Olivia was also in the main round, Group C, since the top 32 matches would continue anyway. It seemed like I had to arrive early to watch Harriet's match. Harriet was the only first-year participant in the royal class, so there were probably some students from B class who wouldn't come to watch the matches. Surprisingly, though, everyone was flocking to the stadium. Even if they weren't particularly close to Harriet, they were curious about a first year, especially a magic major, participating in the unlimited tournament, and it seemed like they wanted to support their classmate. It was amazing that there was a sense of camaraderie among classmates, even though there was no close relationship between the A and B classes. All the first-year students, except Bertus, who was not in the dormitory at all, were heading to the stadium. Hugh, sigh. Ah, sizzle. Hey, why do you keep sighing so annoyingly? As I kept sighing heavily while walking, Liana, with her face flushed, yelled at me, sending sparks flying. Everyone looked at us because of the commotion, but I didn't even glance at them. Aren't you worried? Our kid is about to be sandwiched between terrifying seniors. It's like our kid went into a tiger's den. There won't be any first-year students in the waiting room. If some tough guy in there says, "Hey, cute junior girl, what are you doing here?" This isn't a place for kids to show off their skills. Can Harriet handle that? What if there's someone there who picks a fight out of the blue like me? Is Harriet a kid? Isn't she? Ah, we were classmates. Still, I can't help but worry about our stubborn kid. No matter how much she says she'll do fine on her own. Sigh, I sighed again. Liana frowned at me, who kept sighing heavily due to unnecessary worries. Why don't you hold a memorial service for negativity? A memorial service. At the mention of a memorial service, Detamolian, who was following me blankly, looked at me quietly. Well, not a memorial service, but maybe a simple spell to bring about positive energy. Datto, if that has an effect, wouldn't it be like cheating? Is it? Yeah, let's not do that. Okay. Charlotte stopped Detamorian from doing something. Judging by Charlotte's expression, it seemed like she was more worried about possible side effects than cheating if Detamorian did something. Don't worry, Reinhardt. Seeing that I continued to be anxious, Ellen calmly spoke to me from the side. Harriet will do well. On what basis? Just because. Ellen neither smiled nor frowned. She just had her usual slightly dull and plump expression. I believe she will do well. I believe. That expression seemed somehow familiar. I had said to Grand Duke Seven that his daughter is the most magically talented person in human history, and she could easily surprise the world with what she can do. The topic that was mentioned was the tournament participation among seniors, and I couldn't help but sigh heavily. I had high expectations, thinking they were going to do something great and show us something impressive. I wonder if the feelings of the Grand Duke, who had heard about the Magic Research Club's project, were like this. When someone is important, every single thing they do seems inadequate. Maybe it's because of worry that we think they can't do even the simplest tasks. I find Harriet lacking. But is it because I think so highly of her? Is it because I hope she doesn't get hurt? I'm not her parent. Nevertheless, thinking about her in that way would ultimately be a disservice to Harriet. Still, our stubborn one. If she gets defeated right from the first match, what am I supposed to do? It's not easy to change my mindset. At this point, it's an illness. Don't worry, Reinhardt. She'll do well. This time, it wasn't Ellen, but Louis Ankton who reassured me. Naturally, the members of the Magic Research Club were also present to watch Harriet's match, and Senior Redinner was no exception. None of their expressions showed any noticeable concern. Hey, Reinhardt, stop worrying about useless things and prepare to be amazed. Redinna laughed while covering her mouth. Do they have some secret weapon? It seemed like the Magic Research Club members had come up with something for Harriet's tournament together. Obviously, the least interesting tournament among grade-based tournaments would be the first grade one, because the skill level is the lowest. Therefore, the most interesting tournament would naturally be the sixth grade one. However, as grades increase, it's common for juniors to be stronger than their seniors. That's why there's an unlimited tournament. Starting from matching grade-based tournament winners, there's now the unlimited tournament that disregards grades altogether. And this event has become the biggest match of the festival. It's true that sixth grade tournament winners often win when they advance to the unlimited tournament, but there are also many cases where they don't. Thus, this event is undoubtedly the festival's main attraction. It would soon be the stage to determine Temple's strongest. Of course, the condition is that only participants are considered. Wow. The crowd's anticipation and cheers were incomparable to those of the first grade tournament. An enormous number of people had gathered, and even the standing seats were filled. Ah, it's so noisy. Liana's voice came from behind me. A considerable number of royal class seats were also occupied. There must be other royal class participants besides Olivia Lands and Harriet. While other people couldn't distinguish the voices due to the overwhelming cheers, I could differentiate the murmurs by enhancing and focusing my hearing. Who's going to win? It going to be senior radia? No, I heard Olivia is also participating. Ah, really? I've never seen that senior fight before. Isn't her major in divine power? Her major was that, but I heard she's incredibly good at close combat too. Really? Who said that? Ha! I heard it from someone. Who was it? Most of the murmuring around were about Olivia, who had come to see other people but ended up talking about her. There were even fifth-year students who came to watch Olivia's match, including the Student Council President Series, Van Owen, and members of the religious club, Grace. They only exchanged glances due to the crowd. Save Turner even acknowledged that Olivia was the strongest of the next generation, so it's easy to guess her skills without seeing them. To my right is Charlotte. To her right, the teacher and Charlotte's bodyguard, Save Turner, is seated. Olivia always talked about how good she was at fighting, and she also said she hated violence. Both were known to be true. That's why the royal class audience mostly talked about Olivia's skills. But the important fact is that hardly anyone has seen Olivia show off her skills. There are many rumors about her being amazing, but no one seems to have seen it firsthand because she doesn't like to show off her powers. There were many people saying she was amazing, but no one said they had seen it and how it was. Is Olivia really that great, Turner? Charlotte, sitting next to me, whispers to save her in Turner. Charlotte seemed to be bothered by the rumors she heard from the surroundings. You should call me teacher now, Your Highness. Why is she so sensitive about her title? If that's the case, you should have addressed me casually as a student of the temple in the first place, right? That's not possible. How could I be so disrespectful? Oh, so you consider all my classmates who call me Charlotte and address me casually as disrespectful? That's not it. Temple has its rules, so we follow them. No, if I say this, then as a teacher, I should follow the rules and call Her Highness Charlotte, right? Self-contradictory, isn't it? I made a mistake while speaking. What should I do? Is it an illusion that I can read her thoughts without looking at her face? Let's just change the subject. Hmm, Olivia Lands is an excellent student. She's particularly outstanding among the talented royal class students of the temple with promising futures. Ah, how much so? Save Turner, with her arms crossed, watched the arena where the competition has yet to begin. If there's a student at a slightly lower level than Olivia, even if not quite on par with her, I would be very surprised. Turner. I mean, teacher, how do you know about Olivia Lands? Most of it I heard from my junior, Eppinhauser. As far as I know, Olivia Lands hasn't taken any close combat classes since her third year. Now I understood why most students talked about Olivia's skills but hadn't actually seen them. There was no reason to show it even in class. Why? She said she didn't want to learn more techniques to hurt people. Interesting. Eppinhauser said Olivia was already at a level where she didn't need to learn more at that time. Ah, Charlotte seemed incredulous. So, the moment she said she didn't want to learn more, she had already learned everything there was to learn. That's one way to put it. I don't want to learn any more techniques to hurt people. There's nothing left to learn. What a funny girl. Anyway, since then, Olivia hasn't taken any practical lessons or participated in competitions. Of course, I haven't seen her true skills either. So even Savelin Turner only heard about it from Eppinhauser. So it's just a rumor. Savelin Turner shook her head at that question. It's unlikely to be a baseless rumor. Why? Didn't you know that Olivia Lands provided rear support during the Demon Realm War? I heard she did, healing the wounded and working in the medical field. Yes, that's right. Savelin Turner looked at Charlotte. She didn't participate in the Demon Real War. She couldn't, rather than didn't, but she must have known the details of the situation during the war. During a time when every hand was precious, do you think someone with powerful divine power like Olivia Lands would only be able to do that? You don't mean she was actually deployed in combat? Of course, they say she wasn't deployed in combat according to her own wishes. However, anything can happen in the rear support area. For example, surprise attacks from the demon army. That's true for me and everyone at Temple. We were all thinking too naively. We all thought that Olivia had simply treated people and cared for the wounded because she provided rear support during the war, like the nickname Saint of Iridian. We all just thought that she had done noble work like an angel in a white coat and returned. I won't go into the details since it's not a pleasant story, Savelin Turner said, looking at the arena where the first match was about to begin. Olivia Lands encountered numerous dangerous situations and tasks in unsafe places, and she returned alive. Olivia is not a greenhouse flower. She has experienced real war and survived it. Is that why she hates violence even more? It wouldn't be a good memory for Olivia. That's why she said she only went to provide support. They called Olivia Lands the Grim Reaper in that region. Olivia killed countless demons on the battlefield where she went to save people. That's why even her allies feared her and called her the Grim Reaper. He didn't think Olivia would like the nickname Saint of Iridian all that much, but he was sure that she would dislike Grim Reaper even more. Chapter 308. The Unlimited Class Tournament was on a completely different level compared to the first-year tournament I had experienced. A significant number of participants were from the Royal class, and even those from general classes had skills that couldn't be ignored. First of all close combat participants in the main event had achieved magical reinforcement, though many people struggle to awaken their magical reinforcement by graduation. The fact that some have done so means it's not impossible. It's a place to determine the strongest at Temple, so of course, magical reinforcement is a fundamental requirement. The tournament bracket was also arranged in a way that ensured strong competitors wouldn't face each other too early and be eliminated in the preliminaries. As I watched Group A's matches, I saw the mysterious female senior who had spoken to me earlier in front of the dormitory. Royal Class 6th year student Radia Schmidt. She was also a participant in the tournament. It seemed like she was considered a favorite to win before Olivia's name came up. Was she conscious of her competitors? If Olivia didn't participate, her victory would be almost guaranteed, but Olivia's sudden participation made winning more difficult. Did she harbor resentment because of that? Olivia should be in the 6th year class, as she had been away for a year. That means Olivia and Radia Schmidt had spent a long time together at the temple, but Olivia's bizarre behavior began only recently, but it didn't seem like she had a bad relationship with anyone. Royal Class 6th year, B-2 Radia Schmidt. Regardless of what she was thinking, the important thing was her incredible skills. I had felt it when we shook hands, but seeing it with my own eyes was even more impressive. Amazing. Indeed. Ellen and I couldn't help but say that after watching Radia Schmidt's entire main event match. A monster who simultaneously used holy power and magical reinforcement as a paladin. Both the winners and losers in the matches following her tidy victory were undoubtedly extremely skilled. Even though I had won the first-year tournament, I knew I couldn't compete with them. It wasn't that I was arrogant about winning, but seeing the seniors' skills made me realize how much further I had to go. I wasn't sure about Ellen, but I still had a long way to go. The audience was also excited, watching the students fight fiercely using magical reinforcement. Charlotte didn't seem particularly interested in such things, but she was focused on listening to Savalin Turner's commentary next to her. Listening to it indirectly was quite helpful as well. She would say things like who would win in this situation, or that the outcome was clear based on certain actions. Almost all of Savalin Turner's words were accurate. Of course, there were those who had no interest at all. Adelia, wake me up when it's Harriet's turn. Ha! Oh, all right. Liana laid down, resting her head on Adelia's thigh. Since we were seated in the order of Ellen, Liana, Delia, Liana rested her head on Adelia's thigh while placing her legs on Ellen's. Ellen seemed indifferent and didn't move, but I couldn't stay still. Do you want to mess around wearing a skirt? It doesn't matter since I'm wearing shorts underneath. Liana nonchalantly laid down and tried to reach under her skirt. What are you trying to do? Slap. Ouch. Just as Liana tried, Ellen, who had been still, suddenly slapped Liana's thigh with a crisp sound. Stay still. Ah, okay. Ellen stared at Liana, who nodded her head while lying down with a flustered expression. Perhaps worried that Liana would do something foolish, Ellen held onto Liana's skirt tightly. Bang! Crash. In the meantime, two students who had used magical reinforcement were fiercely fighting. Although it wasn't too difficult to follow with the eyes, it was a monstrous fight that I couldn't guarantee my victory if I were to stand in front of them. Now, Harriet has to face those monsters. How are you going to deal with them when even I lack confidence? Our blockhead. Can you really do it? I feel like I'm going crazy with anxiety. Tremble, tremble, stop shaking your legs. Ellen finally said a word to me. Well, I can't help but feel anxious. Sigh. Somewhere, a sigh very similar to mine, as if the ground was collapsing, could be heard. It wasn't because of anything else that I suddenly focused on the sound of the sigh. It was somewhat familiar, and the feeling was very similar to mine. Honey, please stop. Aren't you anxious? Our baby will do well on her own. Harriet's parents sat side by side. It wasn't a strange thing for the Harriet's parents to come to the temple, considering it was the festival season. Moreover, it was natural for them to come and watch, since Harriet was participating in the unlimited class tournament. They didn't seem to recognize me, since the seats were not that close, but it seemed certain that the Grand Duke Seven and I had the same thoughts. Since I was like that, it was definitely enough to attract scolding from those around me for my mental state. But should I go and say hello? It seems like the misunderstanding from last time has been cleared up. Isn't it rude not to greet my friend's parents who came all the way here and pretend not to see them? But going to greet them is also a bit weird. What should I do? Let's think about it after this is over. Anyway, it's somewhat comforting to have a comrade who shares the same anxiety. Unlimited class tournament, main round, Group C, third match. That was Harriet's first match. The only first-year student participating, and simultaneously the only Magic Major participant in this tournament. Royal Class First Year, Aminus for Harriet de Saint-Owen. Harriet, dressed not in a school uniform, but in long-sleeved attire that seemed easier to move in, stood still. A first year, and a Magic Major at that. Even those unfamiliar with her knew she was at a disadvantage. Naturally, her fellow Royal Class First Years, as well as Liana, who had been lying down, now sat upright and gazed down at the arena. Her opponent was Erisen Class Fourth Year Asa Shelkin. Although Harriet didn't know her, just like all the other unlimited class tournament main round participants, she would be able to use magical reinforcement. Though she was introduced as a regular class student, there was every possibility that she had transferred from the Orbis class. She was armed with a sword. Meanwhile, Harriet, being a magic major, had no weapons. The unlimited class tournament proceeded from the round of 36 with the best of 5 matches. Tension was evident on Harriet's face. It was her first time fighting someone in front of so many people. Would she fail her casting? With the announcer's brief introduction, the first set began. What would Harriet show us? To better grasp the situation, I enhanced both my vision and hearing. Asa Shelkin gazed at Harriet. I don't know how a magic major, and a first year at that, made it to the main round. As the fourth-year student aimed her sword at Harriet, she spoke calmly. If it was luck, that ends now, Junior. Harriet gave no response. The key to suppressing a magic major is to strike quickly and decisively. Not giving them a chance to attack, Asa Shelkin's body emitted a faint blue glow. Magical reinforcement. Thud. With that, she charged in an instant, her movements like the wind as she approached Harriet. Harriet reached her hand forward as she watched the charge. Crash. Asa Shelkin's thrust was blocked by a blue barrier that spread out from Harriet's hand. It was likely a protection-type magic. So far, so good. Did she cast it beforehand? However, defensive magic cannot be maintained indefinitely. Asa Shelkin seemed to know this and continuously striked at Harriet's barrier. Bang, crash, clang, heavy blows infused with the power of magical reinforcement. Defending alone wasn't a viable strategy. The blue glow of the protection spell seemed to reach its limit, gradually fading. All of us silently observed the spectacle. Savelin Turner watched the situation intently, not making any hasty judgments. Crash. With Asa Shelkin's strike, the protection spell vanished, and seizing the opportunity, she thrust her sword again. Had the next protection spell not been prepared yet, it seemed as if she was allowing the attack, but at that moment, swish, Harriet's figure vanished. In an instant, Asa Shelkin lost her target and swung her sword through the air. She couldn't see it, but the spectators could. On the other side of the arena, Harriet appeared. Short-range spatial teleportation magic, blink. A spell every battle mage should master first, Savelin Turner said. As she spoke, Asa Shelkin quickly turned her gaze towards Harriet, who had widened the distance between them. However, zap, a blue lightning bolt formed in Harriet's right hand and struck Asa Shelkin's body. Arg. Thanks to the defense provided by magical reinforcement, or perhaps a sufficient anti-magic training, Asa Shelkin flinched but did not fall. But she couldn't easily shake off the shock from the lightning. In that brief moment, rumble, a scarlet fireball blazed above Harriet's right shoulder. It was launched at Asa Shelkin as soon as it was cast. Boom! Before the explosion of the fireball subsided, I witnessed an unbelievable scene. As soon as the fireball hit, another one was created and shot from Harriet's left side. Kaboom! Another fireball was fired at Asa Shelkin, who was enveloped in the explosion and noise. Strange. Savelyn Turner also narrowed her eyebrows as she watched the scene. Her casting speed is very fast. The spectators felt that Harriet's magic casting speed was very fast. As if not to give any chance to escape, Harriet hit Asa Shelkin with 3 consecutive fireballs. Had she already reached her limit? As the third fireball struck, Asa Shelkin was recalled with the light of the recall artifact. First set. Harriet de Saint-Ouen, a freshman, wins. What on earth had happened? What did Harriet do? Harriet looked directly at me amidst the numerous spectators. As if she thought I could hear her naturally, she said, "What do you think?" I didn't know what Harriet had been doing, but I could tell that this abnormal talent had begun to cause abnormal events. Whoa! And the audience cheered, intoxicated by the destructive power and brilliance of the magic itself. I didn't know what she did, but it's clear that I wouldn't stand a chance against Harriet now. I smiled at Harriet. The mouse was worrying about the cat, but it wasn't an entirely bad feeling. What did I tell you? I said she would handle it on her own. Well, I knew this would happen, of course. Meanwhile, the Grand Duke of Saint-Ouen had changed his stance. Chapter 309, the result was a 3-0 landslide victory for Harriet. Her opponent, Asa Shelkin, had a bewildered expression on her face. She was completely defeated in magical combat. It was inevitable. The disadvantage of magic is casting. However, Asa Shelkin was always 1 beat behind in front of Harriet's abnormally fast casting speed. Harriet didn't have the ability called no casting, but her casting speed had become incredibly fast, and she toyed with a close combat specialist. Rudener's no-casting talent was therefore absurd. A character like Harriet, who has ample magical power, can overwhelm combat specialists just by having a faster casting speed. If there is no casting at all, they would be pummeled without even a moment to catch their breath. The audience was cheering, but we couldn't help but be taken aback by what we saw. Harriet being capable of doing that was quite strange. Savelyn Turner, who had been watching all the fights and making various comments, was no exception. Magic requires casting. That's right, it's common sense. At Charlotte's response, Savelyn Turner shook her head. She also seemed to find the situation somewhat peculiar. However, advanced battle mages can use magic almost instantaneously without the calculation process called casting. Yes, that's true. Harriet de Saint-Ouen seems to show the casting speed of a skilled battle mage. Savelyn Turner's expression revealed a thought that was almost certain, saying, "Such a thing is impossible." From Savelyn Turner's perspective, a skilled battle mage wasn't just about being at a lightweight level. It meant a battle mage who had been honed in real combat. At least a 10-year veteran battle mage's casting speed. Was that really possible? Among the many magicians, only battle mages care about multi-casting or chain casting. There's no reason for the rest of the magicians to have fast casting. It's more appropriate to pursue precision over speed. But what could be the reason to devote time to that technique? While having a fast casting speed is impressive, it's ultimately limited to battle mages. Magicians who focus on combat are looked down upon by other magicians, as they had heard before. Fast casting is a skill needed only by magicians who live by the sword. It seemed hard for Savelyn Turner to understand why the noble-born heir of the Saint-Ouen family was proficient in a technique typically learned by battle mages. Harriet wanted to possess actual power. That's why she was devoting time to a technique that had little connection to her noble birth. Of course, both Savelyn Turner and I couldn't fully understand how all that was possible just by investing time. What on earth happened at the Magic Research Club? Adelia smiled awkwardly at my gaze. Is this a secret? Harriet seems to be doing quite well. Ultimately, it seemed certain that Harriet possessed considerable combat power, contrary to my expectations. Ellen said Harriet would do well. I'm not sure if she knew it would turn out this way, but Ellen didn't seem too surprised. During the round of 32 matches, I found out that Harriet, contrary to my worries, had proper skills. Harriet clearly had enough skills to win the unlimited tournament preliminaries and secure a spot in the main event. As Group CS round of 32 matches progressed, the moment everyone familiar with the competitors had been waiting for arrived. fifth-year Royal Class, Olivia lands. Being famous, there were people who recognized Olivia and cheered, and the reaction from the Royal Class was enthusiastic. The announcer gave a detailed introduction of Olivia. There were many embarrassing things said, but Olivia just stood still with a faint smile. However, there was a problem. She had given up her faith, but she can still use holy power, and at a very powerful level. But if she uses holy power at this event after giving up her faith, it would cause problems. To avoid any issues, she must fight without using her holy power. Her opponent was a fifth-year male student, introduced as a general class student, but he seemed to be from the Orbis class. It seemed like Olivia knew her opponent. After all, the Royal and Orbis classes had a fair amount of interaction, so it's not that strange to know each other. Olivia didn't look at me. Everyone was curious about the extent of Olivia's skills, and it was Savelyn Turner's first time seeing her skills in person. Then, we will begin the last match of Group C now, with the declaration of the start. I was curious about how Olivia Lands, who was fighting without using her holy power, would perform. Her opponent was armed with a spear. Olivia had no weapons. The spear-wielding opponent's body was enveloped in blue mana. Olivia looked at her opponent with a smiling expression. I apologized to the audience. Olivia's words reached my ears. My match will be a bit boring. Woohoo! Olivia's body was wrapped in blue mana, as if burning. I had guessed that Olivia could use magical reinforcement. Without using any holy power, unarmed Olivia moved. No, I could only know that she moved, as I couldn't follow her movements with my eyes. Zizang. Ki. Ugh. The next moment, Olivia had already struck her opponent's abdomen with her fist. Her opponent, thrown into the air by the immense force of the blow, fell far beyond the boundaries of the arena. The destructive power of her bare fists, even with magical reinforcement, was unbelievable. Ah, was that too much? The first set ended in the blink of an eye. A powerful championship contender. No, at that level, isn't she the only championship contender? Ellen and I blankly stared at Olivia, who had blown away her opponent, who had also used magical reinforcement just like her. She had to fight without her sacred power. Was that supposed to be the handicap from the start? There seemed to be no one who could stand against Olivia in that state. She was nicknamed the Saint of Iridian. Wouldn't it have been more appropriate to call her the strongest in Temple? After all 32 matches were finished, a brief break was given, and the top 16 matches would start soon. Just like the first-year tournament, each group's winners would face the semi-finals and finals tomorrow. So if Harriet wins this round of 16 and the next round of 8, she can challenge for the finals. However, Harriet's goal is not the finals. In the waiting room for the athletes, Harriet was sitting quietly on the sofa. She wanted to go into the room and sort out her thoughts alone, but wouldn't it be better to get a grasp of her potential opponents beforehand? Your name is Harriet, right? You're amazing. We'll meet in the next match, so please take care of me. Ah, yes. There were people who were nervous, but the woman senior who would meet in the next match seemed cheerful. A Royal Class alumnus, she was known as a supernatural power user, not a close-range fighter. Her ability was wind. She easily subdued her opponents by blowing them away with air pressure, causing them to be disqualified. Harriet was wondering how to deal with that. Do you want to eat this? It's delicious. Ah, no, I'm fine. The woman sat next to her and murmured various stories. But if my wind is blocked by your protection, I don't have any other way to counter it. I actually don't know how to fight that well. She seemed to have already accepted her defeat. She relied on her wind to blow her opponents away and disqualify them, but her opponent was Harriet, who could use protection. The senior woman, who was humming because she thought she would lose due to the bad compatibility, was in her 4th year, but somehow felt a little cute. She might be pretending to be weak, only to suddenly reveal her hidden skills. At first glance, she didn't seem to have much desire to win. Harriet found the woman who kept talking to her a little annoying, but she didn't really dislike her. You don't seem very nervous. Nervous? There's no reason to be. She nibbled on a macaron and took a sip of her black tea, then laughed heartily. Anyway, Senior Olivia will win in Group C. Since Olivia participated, it was impossible to aim for victory, so she seemed to have given up early. Seeing her reaction, Harriet thought it was possible. She wasn't even able to see what had happened properly. Most participants can use magical reinforcement, but she was exceptional among them. She was at that level without even using her main sacred power. After everyone saw Olivia's overwhelming presence, they seemed to have given up halfway. If it were me, how would I have faced her? Harriet contemplated, but no clear answer came to mind. Olivia Lands. She had entered the unlimited class tournament to challenge that person. Harriet had just witnessed Olivia's skills, and it was to the extent that she didn't think she could win against her. However, Harriet wanted to at least stand in front of her. She had to make it to the quarterfinals, the last match of Group C, to face Olivia. She knew she probably couldn't win, but she wanted to at least face her. She didn't know why. Olivia Lands was undoubtedly stronger than Ellen. Harriet didn't used to have any feelings of rivalry, but at some point she started to have them. The desire to become stronger naturally leads to the desire not to lose. Harriet talked with the other participants and watched Olivia Lands approaching from afar. She had spent a long time at Temple and was now calmly laughing and chatting with her competitors, who were also her acquaintances. Ellen said she didn't like her. Harriet also didn't like her. Olivia's eyes met Harriet's as she walked towards her. Hello, hello. Ah, you're Reinhardt's friend too. Nice to meet you. Olivia smiled bashfully. Too, that word. It put someone else before her. Harriet was annoyed by that. She had often seen Olivia picking fights with Ellen for no reason. Harriet knew where Olivia's desire to pick fights came from. Olivia disliked Ellen. Ellen disliked Olivia too. You were amazing. A first-year student is already that good. You're facing me in the Group C finals today, right? However, Olivia didn't dislike Harriet. Her kind expression and tone, her attitude that showed not even a hint of hostility, her unreserved praise. Are you feeling okay? Do you want me to cast a healing spell on you? Her unnecessary consideration. Harriet knew that Olivia didn't see her as a threat at all. It was as if Olivia felt there was no need to show hostility towards someone like her. It felt even more dismissive because she wasn't just being ignored. Let's do our best, both of us. I don't like you. You don't dislike me. Harriet disliked this situation because of the gap between their feelings for each other. I don't like you. Huh. That's why Harriet suddenly threw cold water on the warm atmosphere. Olivia looked at Harriet quietly, scratching her cheek. Oh, is that so? Olivia showed a subtle smile, as if she had read something from Harriet's expression. That was the expression Olivia occasionally showed when she looked at Ellen, a subtle smile with a hint of mockery. So what? Harriet stared at Olivia. Ellen was annoyed and angry at receiving undeserved hatred, but she wouldn't know how sad it is to not even receive that hatred. She wouldn't know how painful it is to be treated with kindness by someone who dislikes you because they don't see you as worthy of being their opponent. So, I'm going to make you dislike me. I'll make it impossible for you to ignore me. Just I don't like it. Really, that's too bad. At Harriet's words, Olivia showed a bright smile. I'm not really interested in you. The words "in you" implied that she might not know how she felt about others, but she had no particular interest in Harriet alone. As expected, that person was intentionally ignoring her, even if Harriet couldn't win. She'll make herself impossible to ignore. Harriet gritted her teeth as she looked at Olivia's back. Harriet achieved a remarkable growth. She easily succeeded in advancing to the finals of Group C and the top 8. Her opponent in the top 16 was a fourth-year Royal Class wind user with supernatural powers, but Harriet defeated them effortlessly. After blocking the wind and counterattacking with 5 firebolts, the opponent surrendered. There seemed to be no need to do more. So, the finals of Group C as expected, Olivia also easily defeated her top 16 opponent and advanced to the finals of Group C. Harriet de Owen, Olivia Lands. The winner between the two would advance to the top 4 and have a chance to compete for the championship tomorrow. Although Harriet had successfully finished 2 matches, the Grand Duke of Owen eventually fainted again. Tap, 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 tap. Please stop shaking. Ellen's scolding. Honey, why are you like this again? Her opponent isn't too bad. The Duke likewise was scolded by his wife. No matter how remarkably Harriet had grown, she still wasn't a match to Olivia Lands. The only hope was that Olivia Lands wouldn't use her holy power. That meager advantage was Harriet's only chance of winning. All Royal Class students, regardless of grade, held their breath. Harriet, a first-year magic major, was doing well in the unlimited tournament. Olivia Lands, rightfully dubbed Temple's strongest. The two faced each other on the battlefield. Chapter 310, Harriet faced Olivia Lands, who was smiling faintly across from her. Unlike Harriet's stern expression, her opponent's face was full of composure. Harriet didn't like that arrogant attitude. Was I like that once? There was a time when everything in the world seemed trivial and ridiculous compared to herself. She couldn't understand why people struggled so desperately in a world where everything was determined from birth. There was a time when she just laughed at others without trying to understand them. Although she couldn't say she had completely let go of her past self, she at least realized she needed to change. Her opponent was arrogant. Of course, Olivia was known as an altruistic person, as her nickname, Saint of Iridian, suggested. But for some reason, she acted terribly wicked in matters related to Reinhardt. She blatantly picked fights with Ellen. She deliberately ignored me, that expression she wore each time. With a subtle smile, she hid her true intentions and tried to provoke others. Harriet knew her chances of winning were slim. She had seen that monster fight. But that mask, that disgustingly thick, sinister mask, whether it was due to anger, frustration, or rage, she would tear that mask off at least once. She wouldn't let herself be ignored with that expression forever. Now we'll start the final match of the top 8 Group C main round. Olivia Lance stared at Harriet quietly. I don't like being sticky. I'll end this quickly. Olivia's body was enveloped in blue mana. Dense mana surrounded her. She didn't like being sticky. Harriet found Olivia's words absurd. Isn't that something someone who sticks to Reinhardt like glue shouldn't say? Oh, that. Smiling, Olivia didn't rush but slowly walked towards Harriet. I like him enough to do something I really hate. Can't you say something like that? Olivia continued to approach Harriet with a dazzling smile, a person honest with their feelings, someone who can be honest, a person who pushes forward, even if it means hurting others because of their feelings. Accepting that gaining something means losing something else. She tries to possess Reinhardt, even if it means hurting me and Ellen. For a moment, Harriet felt a surge of envy towards Olivia, but as quickly as it rose, it subsided. Her opponent was only provoking her. The moment, Harriet tried to stop thinking about her opponent's words to maintain her composure. She lightly kicked the ground. Tap, the sound was soft, swish, but the speed at which she charged was anything but slow. Zing! As the protection activated in front of Harriet's eyes, Olivia's fist slashed through the blue barrier. Crash! With a single blow, the protection shattered, and the fist came inches away from Harriet's nose. Pat! Just before allowing the attack, Harriet quickly created distance with a blink. Olivia immediately turned around and smiled as she saw Harriet breaking out in a cold sweat. You're fast. She casted blink right as her protection was collapsing. However, unlike Olivia, who seemed relaxed, Harriet had no time to fool around with her. Zap! A lightning strike hit Olivia's body directly. It was the same strategy Harriet had used in the first match. After creating distance with Blink, she poured multiple attack spells to strip away the magical reinforcement protecting her opponent. This simple method had left many dumbfounded during the preliminary matches. If close combat is frightening, then don't allow it. Once casting is complete, lightning-based magic has a near-instantaneous effect. Evading it is almost impossible. Of course, a regular person would be knocked out or even killed by such a strike. But it was different for someone with magical reinforcement. The best strategy was to render the opponent combat incapable with a powerful fireball. So far, it had worked perfectly. However, Olivia acted as if the lightning strike meant nothing and charged at Harriet once more. She barely even flinched. Naturally, Harriet had anticipated this. Boom! The moment Harriet waved her hand, the ground erupted and a stone wall was formed. Protection was easily penetrated, so she created a physical wall instead. Just this much. Trusting in her overwhelming physical strength, Olivia pressed on. Do you think this will stop me even a little? Crash. Breaking through the stone wall with her bare hands, Olivia Lance charged towards Harriet. I'm not trying to stop you. In that short moment, Harriet had already finished casting her spell. There was no way a wall could stop Olivia. Her opponent's strength was overwhelming. If so, victory could come through other means, not by force. The wall was erected to hide her from the opponent's sight. The spell she used was hallucination. It causes an illusion that prevents the recognition of one's existence. Magic is boundless, confusing the opponent's perception and causing them to lose by disqualification as they struggle alone. Now, the opponent shouldn't be able to perceive her presence. Olivia had broken through the wall and charged out, but Harriet had disappeared without a trace. However, Harriet felt it the moment she cast the spell. Resistance. The magic aimed at Olivia was repelled. How come? Although not top tier, it was at least a mid-level mental magic. It wasn't a spell that could be resisted so easily. Harriet had no choice but to watch Olivia's fist flying towards her. The first set was taken by Olivia after a short battle. After being desummoned and resummoned to the arena, Harriet stared blankly at Olivia's smiling face. It wasn't just that the higher-level hallucination magic was less effective than illusion. It hadn't worked at all. I have a rough idea of what you were trying to do. Olivia, seemingly wanting to make it known, spoke to Harriet while placing her hands on her hips. Almost all mental magic doesn't work on me, cute junior. The moment Harriet heard this, it felt like her head was frozen. It wasn't widely known that Olivia Lands had an immunity-level resistance to mental magic. It's only natural that Harriet didn't know. However, not knowing this caused all of Harriet's plans to vanish entirely. She thought that mental magic would be the solution since she couldn't physically match her opponent, but it didn't work on them at all. There's no possibility that it was a bluff. Harriet had clearly felt that the cast magic had no effect whatsoever. She had anticipated some magic resistance, but she never expected it to be completely ineffective. Why are you making that incredulous face? That's how the world is, right? Everyone has their innate abilities. This place is where those with innate talents gather. Temple. The royal class of that place is where such people gather. Just like how you are an unbelievable person in your own way, I can't help but be an unbelievable person in my own way too. The second set was about to begin. If that's all you've prepared, you might as well forfeit. Olivia still maintained her smile. Before you become even more miserable. Harriet discovered in the first set that her trump card was useless in an already disadvantageous situation. It was hopeless, magic immunity. She thought that the only one with such a talent was a B-class girl named Scarlet, but there was another person with a similar ability. With her only strategy shattered, Harriet's mind was in chaos. Damn it. Blockhead. Then a shout pierced through her chaotic thoughts and reached her ears. From one side of the audience, she heard a familiar voice. She didn't even need to look to know. There was only one person in the world who would call her that way. Don't freak out. That person was shouting towards her. It wasn't a command to win or encouragement to keep going. It was simply telling her not to freak out. That shout in itself wasn't any kind of support. However, Tusk! Harriet could see Olivia Land's expression slightly distort upon hearing the same shout. Reinhardt had clearly said that people tend to support the weaker side in such situations. It was a bit sad because he said it in a situation where her own defeat was certain. But in the end, the world only cares about the outcome. Reinhardt was supporting her. Just go for it without freaking out. Reinhardt wasn't supporting Olivia Lands. He was supporting Harriet de Saintoin. I guess this is what they mean by feeling like a winner even if you lose. Harriet smiled as she looked at Olivia's hardened expression. The smile vanished from Olivia's face. There was no playful provocation or mocking words. Harriet's confused thoughts had been calmed by Reinhardt's cry, but in the end, an even worse outcome might be waiting for her. This is a bit sad. Olivia Lands was angry now, at Harriet, at Reinhardt. I'm annoyed. Let's finish this quickly. The announcement for the start of the second set had already been made. Once again, Olivia charged in. Harriet didn't use protection this time. Suddenly, numerous strings of blue magical lines appeared on the back of Harriet's hand, emitting a blue glow. Gasp! Crash. In an instant, the arena cracked, and the entire stadium collapsed. Ah! Seizing the opportunity while Olivia Lands staggered from losing her balance, Harriet spread out her hands. The magic just cast was shockwave. It had caused the terrain to collapse. It was by no means a low-level magic. Moreover, another high-level magic was unleashed. One set. There would be no more. She would take one set using every means and method. Harriet stretched her hands up to the sky. A massive fireball incomparable to that of a normal fireball. Take this! Flame strike rushed towards the staggered Olivia Lands. Boom! A massive explosion of flames engulfed Olivia Lands. The blue magical lines on the back of Harriet's hand and forearm were shining gracefully. The sudden destruction of the stadium and the overwhelming sight of the flames strike. The audience had been left speechless. This doesn't make sense. Savile Turner, who had been watching the situation, spoke briefly. No matter how much of a genius Harriet de Saint-Ouen is, it's impossible to cast a large-scale destructive magic of that scale at such speed. Are you saying she cheated? I don't know, but it doesn't seem like a normal way of using magic. Just looking at the pattern that suddenly appeared on the student's body. As Seyval in Turner mentioned, blue characters had appeared on Harriet's hand. They had disappeared now. She had cast large-scale destructive magic in succession. The time gap was almost non-existent. Ellen, me, and Liana, everyone was baffled by the sight. Could it be Harriet? I shook Ellen's shoulder. Did she? Did she get tattoos? Harriet. She seemed to have gotten tattoos for some reason. No, it's not like she couldn't get them. She could, she can, but is that what's important right now? Still, at Liana's scolding, I felt like crying. There were definitely people who knew what that was in this place. Louis, what's going on? What did you guys do to our blockhead in the Magic Research Club? Louis looked back at me from the front row at my almost screaming question. He didn't seem to have expected this kind of reaction from me. No, no. Why are you so upset? Louis sighed deeply, as if to calm me down. It's an application of scroll magic. What does that mean? Louis looked at Harriet, standing on one side of the half-destroyed stadium, and spoke. Harriet is writing and using magic scrolls in real time. What on earth? What kind of bizarre thing is this? What did you guys do to our blockhead in the Magic Research Club? Not only was Reinhardt confused, but the Duke and his wife were in the same state. Thus, they couldn't even pay attention to Reinhardt, who was calling their daughter names like blockhead. What on earth is that? Well, I'm not quite sure. Even the Duke, who was proficient in magic, couldn't figure out what bizarre thing his daughter had done to herself. It was a sight that no one had ever seen or heard of before. Of course, the Duke wasn't as shocked as Reinhardt. He was a magician before he was a noble, so he simply lived according to the magician's way of thinking. It seems our daughter has already caused something astonishing. The outcome of this battle was not important. The Duke sensed that his daughter had developed a new line of magic that had never existed before. Casting. It is both the beginning and the end of magic. However, casting ultimately requires time, and no matter how fast it becomes, it cannot reduce that time to zero. Magic is a powerful and convenient force, but when used for combat purposes, the fatal flaw of casting time existed. If given enough time, magic could destroy everything. As such, because casting required time to accomplish, even the most skilled battle mages sometimes died in vain. Casting is a natural process. It is unthinkable to eliminate it. It is no different from nonsense that gives an answer without any formula. However, Harriet knew of a senior's example, Royal Class 2A, Number 1, Rudina. Her talent was no casting. Although it was called supernatural powers, Harriet had seen with her own eyes that it was possible. Magic manifested simultaneously with thought. If it was possible for others, why couldn't she do it? But obtaining supernatural powers was not an option. Like many battle mages before her, Harriet tried to significantly reduce casting time. Of course, she didn't acquire supernatural powers. She simply found a different method. At the Magic Research Club, Harriet and others racked their brains and pondered. The answer was found not by Harriet, but by Louis. Louis Ankton, who understood magic but couldn't use it. That's why his way of thinking was different from ordinary magicians. Scroll magic can be activated instantly. That's right. A scroll is a paper imbued with magical power and inscribed with a magic circle, right? Yes, but people's bodies already contain magical power, right? Yes. So what? Can't we assume a person's body as a scroll and draw magic circles on it to activate the magic? Ah! Everyone's reaction to Louis Ankton's idea was that it was some bizarre nonsense, but the idea itself wasn't entirely wrong. Scrolls basically require a magic circle drawn on a medium imbued with magical power. Medium imbued with magical power, paper magic circle. Formula, assuming the medium is a person, and the formula is inscribed directly on the person's body. It would be a very intuitive understanding that the magic would activate. Even Harriet, who had a profound understanding of magic, couldn't grasp this bizarre claim. Detamorian said that the warriors of his tribe would have shamans draw war paint on their faces in order to draw out extraordinary power. I know that shamanism is the root of magic, but I don't know what war paint is, but drawing magic circles on people's bodies and drawing power from them. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I've heard that it actually works. If the war paint utilizes the magical power within a person's body, then what I'm suggesting isn't that different, right? Louis' idea was just a wild guess. In order to reduce casting time, he suggested using the human body as a scroll and having the human itself function like a scroll. It was an extremely radical idea. At Louis' words, Adelia frowned. But assuming that works, if someone engraves a fireball magic circle and can activate it, would that person only be able to use fireball? If they wanted to use other spells too, they would be covered in tattoos. Just thinking about it made it clear that it wouldn't be a pleasant sight, and everyone's expressions became uneasy. Even if it worked, having numerous spells engraved all over one's body would inevitably result in a tattoo-covered appearance. Besides, we can't even learn scroll magic in the first place. It was Christina's point. Magic related to scrolls was top secret, so it couldn't be taught at temple. So whether it worked or not at this point, it was an unattainable magic. No, it doesn't have to be. However, Harriet shook her head at that statement. We can engrave runes instead of magic circles. Language. Everyone was puzzled again by this unexpected statement. If we engrave runes, there's a magical system that allows us to derive numerous spells by combining the necessary character sequences. As she spoke, everyone understood what Harriet was trying to say. It was an ancient magical system that was not as old as shamanism, but was the true origin of magic. We just need to engrave runes. With runes, it would be possible to implement all existing spells in the world. Chapter 311, My Body Becomes a Magic Scroll. Instead of manually controlling complex magical power each time I cast a spell, I simply call upon the runes engraved on my body and inject magical power, activating the magic. The body is the paper, and the characters form the magic circle. It's not quite instant casting, but it's close. A never-before-seen magic system that combines rune magic and scroll magic with the human body. Louis Ankton, who came up with the initial concept, was convinced that it wouldn't work. Magic has evolved, and runes are too primitive. Abandoning the advanced system for a primitive method of implementing modern magic through the ancient magical language is highly inefficient. First of all, it required the process of reinterpreting modern magic into runes and reconstructing it. A deep understanding of runes was obviously necessary. Harriet could do that. The esteemed St. Owen's Grand Duke family, known for their magical prowess, had emphasized the importance of runes since Harriet was very young. So she had a deep understanding of runes, even if not quite at the level of a dedicated scholar. However, on top of that, she had to memorize an enormous amount of rune formulas in their entirety, activating and rearranging them as needed. Harriet could do that too. Memorizing was an incredibly easy task for Harriet. That's why Harriet's body, rather than her mind, took care of most of the practical work needed for magical power manipulation after magic computation. All she needed was to memorize numerous rune combinations for various spells. The body becomes an infinite magic scroll as long as the magical power permits. Therefore, Harriet, without supernatural instant casting powers, obtained a power rivaling that of Redina. Krrrr, it's not over yet. Harriet reached out towards the acrid smoke rising from the collapsed arena. Blue magical lines in the shape of runes engraved themselves on Harriet's right arm. The larger the scale of the magic, the larger the magical lines covering her body. At this moment, Harriet's entire right forearm was shining with runes. Krrrr magic restructured and activated through runes. Thunder. She would finish it with a bolt of lightning from the sky, not a simple electric shock. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, and people began to murmur. Flash. A bolt of lightning struck the arena, but Olivia endured them both. The audience couldn't help but be astonished at the sight of such high-level destructive magic being cast, and a person who could withstand it with her bare body, even if it was an unlimited class tournament contender. The smile on Olivia's lips disappeared. It was as if she was saying the jokes were over. Magic lines began to form once again on both of Harriet's right and left arms, hidden by her sleeves. The arena had collapsed, and there was no meaning to being outside of it anymore. If Harriet allowed even a single attack, she would lose, and if Olivia Land's iron wall-like magical reinforcement barrier disappeared, she would lose. The situation in the arena itself favored Harriet. The uneven ground caused by the collapse made it difficult for Olivia Lands, who had to get close to move. However, Olivia was not affected by such ordinary standards. Olivia, who seemed to fly across the ground and approached, came closer without any missteps. Of course, Harriet, who had done the unprecedented act of using magic engraved on her body, was not someone who belonged to ordinary standards either. Harriet cast a spell at the fragments of the arena floor where Olivia was jumping and would land next. What she cast was a simple telekinesis. Thunk! With a dull sound, the rock Olivia was supposed to land on suddenly flew off to the right. In other words, the footing suddenly disappeared. Crash! Ugh! Olivia stumbled on the ground and fell forward. Stumbling and falling in the midst of an intensifying battle was a critical situation. However, the way Olivia fell forward so comically created a rather amusing scene. And Harriet, who had created the spectacle, did not cast an offensive spell but laughed at Olivia instead. Wow, really? As Olivia staggered to her feet, she looked at Harriet, who had a mocking smile on her face. She had never imagined she would be laughed at like this. By such a brat. By a mere magician. Really? Damn. Annoying. A dark flame was kindled in Olivia's heart. With her neck and forehead muscles tense, Olivia Lands gritted her teeth and calmly approached Harriet again. This time, the same trick didn't work. It was an unexpected attack before. Being cautious alone prevented such a weak point from being exploited. In no time, Olivia charged in, and just as she was about to stab with her fist, Harriet disappeared using short-range teleportation. However, the moment the teleportation ended, Harriet found herself facing an incoming rock. It was too late. There wasn't even a brief moment to cast a spell. Swish. It wasn't that Harriet dodged the rock because of her quick reflexes, but simply because the trajectory of the flying rock missed her. The speed of the flying rock was so fast that an ordinary person might have died from a broken head if it had hit them. I missed. Olivia licked her lips, as if disappointed. Knowing that Harriet would run away using short-range teleportation when approached, Olivia had targeted the moment Harriet teleported away and thrown the rock. Unfortunately, she didn't hit her due to the distance. Harriet felt chills down her spine. Quora. Immediately after, the tremendous roar caused by the lightning bolt expanding the air shook the arena. For a moment, silence followed in the area where the lightning had struck. Ha! Soon after, Harriet smiled as she saw Olivia Lands, who had emerged from the debris. The victory wasn't decided yet, but she was confident that she had succeeded in landing a blow. Battered and bruised, Olivia Lands appeared from the wreckage of the collapsed arena. This really ticks me off. Harriet had landed a blow, but the fact that Olivia Lands was still a monster remained unchanged. She had endured a flame strike and a thunderbolt with her bare body. The flame strike was a large-scale destructive magic, and the thunderbolt was a powerful, albeit narrow-ranged, offensive magic for attacking individuals. The same patterns of attack and evasion were becoming increasingly predictable, and the opponent was finding ways to counter them. In the brief moment of spatial teleportation, and upon arrival, the opponent was able to target them with stones. The next shot would not miss. This was the last chance. Her remaining mana was not significant, as she had already used many powerful spells. You seem to be running low on mana now, huh? Olivia Lands was aware of Harriet's dwindling mana. Boom. Seeing Olivia advance, Harriet chose to use the terrain rather than casting attack spells. Using telekinesis, Harriet lifted debris from the stadium and threw it. Bang! Crash! Olivia shattered the boulder-like debris while advancing. Ellen had broken walls and sliced doors with the divine sword called Lament. Olivia Lands was doing all this with her bare hands. There was a limit to how much stadium debris could be thrown at the rapidly approaching Olivia. However, Harriet seemed to have no other choice but to throw the debris, while Olivia continued to advance, breaking the debris. As a result, a massive cloud of dust was inevitable. Upon reaching Harriet, Olivia saw her blink away again and gritted her teeth. Annoying. Olivia guessed that Harriet's intention was to obscure her vision with the dust. Now, it was impossible to determine which direction the opponent had moved. The dust was so thick that even the audience couldn't fully grasp the situation. Ha! Suddenly, the blue magic surrounding Olivia's body exploded violently. Crash. It was like what Savelyn Turner did when she fought against Charlotte, engulfed in darkness. The magical shockwave instantly cleared the lingering dust. As if clearing away fog, Olivia blew away the dust and kept an eye on Harriet, who reappeared on the opposite side. The stadium had been reduced to a level beyond a mess. Nothing left to throw. To Olivia, it seemed that Harriet was struggling even with spatial teleportation and was resorting to petty attacks, like throwing large debris with telekinesis. But Olivia had destroyed all the large debris. Only pebbles remained. Short-range spatial teleportation and shallow tricks to raise dust while fleeing were coming to an end. At this point, the little mage had been entertained for too long. I don't have to throw anything anymore. However, Harriet was smiling. I've thrown everything. What? Thrown everything? What exactly? Only then did Olivia notice the stones embedded around her, despite having released the magical shockwave. These stones should have been blown away by the shockwave, but they remained. Olivia looked at the scattered fragments and pebbles amidst the chaos. She couldn't see clearly, but she noticed something strange in the arrangement of the fragments. My magic may be almost depleted, but it doesn't matter if I don't use it. Harriet threw the fragments. Unbeknownst to Olivia, Harriet had been arranging the scattered fragments, a method using the natural mana. Reinhardt had told her to figure it out, but Harriet still didn't know how to do it. However, there had always been a way to utilize nature's mana, in the form of what's called a magic circle. Magic circles are used in various places, but large-scale magic circles are primarily designed to draw upon natural mana, although they can also use mana from magic stones. In a short time, Harriet had managed to set up a magic circle in the arena. Woom, oh no. Olivia could only watch in a daze as the wide-ranging magic circle, which she could no longer escape, began to react. I won, with Harriet's smile. As the magic circle set up by Harriet emitted a blue light and formed its completed shape, the magic was activated. Inferno. A fire-based destruction magic that was even superior to Flame Strike. It was too wide-ranging to avoid. Olivia sensed it. She was doomed. Seeing the crimson flames starting to surge at her feet, Olivia cried out in despair. Just you wait. People who say just you wait are the least scary. Their exchange seemed too childish considering the elaborate and intense battle they had just had. Koala, crimson hellfire engulfed Olivia and shot towards the sky. This time, Olivia couldn't withstand the magic. Harriet de Saintoin wins the second set. The audience stared blankly at the eerie fire pillar surging towards the sky like a snake's tongue. Harriet wasn't used to fighting itself, but she knew what was important in a fight. Hide her information as much as possible. Harriet hid her trump card well, concealing what she was capable of and catching Olivia off guard. She led Olivia to believe that throwing fragments was her only remaining method of attack, while hiding her true intention of installing a large-scale magic circle on the ground. However, in the end, it was a fluke. Olivia underestimated Harriet too much, and Harriet made good use of her tricks. Moreover, of course, Olivia didn't use her divine power until the very end. If she had used her divine power, she could have survived Harriet's final attack. Ultimately, Olivia lost due to her own overconfidence and the many restrictions she faced. Regardless of the process, the audience's excitement was at its peak, as this was the most spectacular battle in the tournament so far. The set score was 1-1. Now, Olivia wouldn't let her guard down. Harriet and Olivia were summoned to the restored arena using restoration magic. Olivia glared at Harriet as if she would devour her on the spot. She would no longer be careless, underestimate her opponent, or fall for any more tricks. So while waiting for the match to start, Harriet suddenly raised her hand. I surrender. It was only natural for Olivia's face to turn pale at those words. Don't. Don't surrender. I can't continue because I'm too tired. Running out of mana and other excuses wouldn't work. In Reinhardt's case, he couldn't recover from the unstable condition caused by magical reinforcement, but a regular state of magical exhaustion could be resolved by a standby mage casting a mana replenishment spell called Siphon Mana, an unexpected declaration of forfeit. Due to the forfeit declared by Harriet de Saintoin, Olivia Lands has been determined to be the winner of Group C in the main tournament. Naturally, they couldn't force a player to continue fighting if they didn't want to. Don't forfeit. You don't do it. Despite Olivia's protesting, Harriet had no intention of fighting any longer. Harriet knew she couldn't defeat Olivia. All right, just one more set, only one more. If you win the next set, we'll count it as your victory. I'll forfeit then. I said I don't want to, okay? Why should I do that? I can't even fight properly. Arg. Harriet's initial goal was not to defeat Olivia, but to prove herself as a force that couldn't be ignored. Harriet succeeded in doing just that. Chapter 312, the Group C main event had come to an end. Therefore, neither Olivia, who advanced to the semi-finals of the tournament tomorrow, nor Harriet, who forfeited, had any reason to be at the tournament venue. You really are a bad person, you know that, right? I only did it because you taunted me. Well, even so, you're still bad. Olivia followed Harriet with a flushed face, grumbling. Olivia didn't win the match. She was more like a victim of victory, so even though she had won, she felt like she had lost. In fact, it felt worse because she had won. Harriet glanced at Olivia, who was complaining beside her, and said, "Be quiet. The match is over, so stop bothering me and go your own way." I'll get my revenge. Just wait and see." Even though Olivia had won, she made excuses like a loser and fled the tournament venue as if running away. Harriet looked at Olivia's retreating figure and laughed. Still, she thought Olivia had some self-control. Although she seemed furious from head to toe, she charged at Harriet during the match, but didn't touch a single hair now that it was over. If Harriet was that angry, she would have lost her composure and tried to hurt someone, or something like that. But Olivia, feeling like she couldn't contain her anger, she chose to run away instead. Harriet wondered if Olivia was a person who strictly followed the line she had to uphold, but it didn't seem that way either. She's such a strange person. Harriet still couldn't quite figure out whether Olivia Lands was a good or bad person. Of course, even if she couldn't determine if she was good or bad, she was definitely someone Harriet disliked. When she left the main stadium, there was a crowd of first-year Royal Class students. Reinhardt shouted, "Nice job, you did it," even though she lost. Everyone had expressions as if they themselves had won. "I knew you could do it. You had the least faith." Well, ahem. Reinhardt's excited shout caught not only Ellen's, but also all the other students' attention. Harriet knew that Reinhardt had been anxious and restless. Everyone gathered around Harriet, praising her for her incredible performance. Even though Olivia couldn't use her divine power and had underestimated her, winning a set was still a tremendous achievement. Of course, it wasn't just the students who came to greet Harriet. "Sweetie." Mom." Harriet was hugged tightly by St. Towen's Madame. Harriet knew her parents were in the stands and would come to see her, so she wasn't too surprised. However, being called sweetie in front of everyone made Harriet's face turn red. "You did great, my sweetie. Are you hurt anywhere?" "Don't call me sweetie." Because of her parents' arrival, the students subtly stepped back and watched the scene unfold. If they knew she was treated like this at home, the situation would become even more unbearable. St. Owen's Duke also watched with a proud expression, clearly delighted by his daughter's impressive growth. For quite some time, the Madame fussed over Harriet, asking if she was hurt and praising her for doing an excellent job. She then hugged Harriet and looked at someone else. "But, Reinhardt." "Ah, yes. It's been a while." Everyone was surprised that St. Owen's Madame knew Reinhardt. "It's been a while. When and for what reason did Reinhardt have a chance to meet Harriet's mother in person?" Reinhardt's face turned pale and froze. "If I heard correctly, the person you called a blockhead seems to be our daughter." At that, Reinhardt's pale face almost turned green. The Madame looked at Reinhardt with a gentle and kind smile. "Is that right?" "Ah, well, yes, that's correct." The response came not from Harriet or Reinhardt, but from Ellen. Reinhardt stared at Ellen with a frozen face. "You're trying to get me killed, aren't you?" Despite the look, Ellen pretended not to know and evaded the subject. For some reason, Ellen had a defiant expression on her face. The Madame's smile deepened, but within it was a chilling smile that seemed to hide thousands of blades. "Reinhardt, would you like to have a little chat with us?" "Well, that's the thing is." Chuck then, St. Owen's Duke, who had been happily watching the situation, suddenly approached and put his hand on Reinhardt's shoulder. "A story that left you with no choice but to call my daughter a blockhead." St. Owen's Duke's expression hardened menacingly. It must be quite an amazing story. It had to be an amazing story, St. Owen's Duke conveyed with just his eyes. "Please kill me." In the end, Reinhardt gave up willingly. He wasn't beaten to death. However, when St. Owen's Madame patted my shoulder while saying she had no idea her daughter had such a cute nickname, it felt more chilling than having a knife at my throat. Harriet didn't know what to do. Whether she defended me or not, it would be an awkward situation. That's right. I had no choice but to think of it as belatedly paying the price for teasing the Duke's daughter and a princess of a nation by calling her a blockhead. St. Owen's Duke did not say he would kill me if I called his daughter that way again. He just looked at me with a cold gaze. It was even scarier because he didn't say anything. Listen. Ah, yes. But what am I doing here? Inside a restaurant in Temple. I was sitting with St. Owen's Duke's family. Naturally, the Duke exchanged brief greetings with Charlotte and Savelin Turner before bringing his daughter here to eat. And then, somehow, I ended up coming along as well. I didn't mean to follow. And I wasn't told to follow either. It was as if St. Owen's Madame had naturally led me here. We didn't plan to come here to eat, but as we strolled and talked leisurely, we ended up in the restaurant. What is this? What's going on? Harriet seemed just as perplexed. Why is he sitting here? No, why did Mom bring him here? That's the expression she had. Feeling somewhat stunned, the menu came out, and Harriet and I absent-mindedly played with our forks and knives. Let's not say anything or show any unnecessary curiosity. If we say something wrong, it could become irreversible. What could it be? Meeting Harriet's parents in Arneria alone, and now sitting here together. Even if Harriet and I were engaged to be married, isn't this sequence of events backward? Can you show us again how you did that, honey? Yeah, I was curious about the details behind the principles. Fortunately, St. Owen's Madame and the Duke didn't seem to have the luxury of focusing on me, and I felt the same way. The two sets fought against Olivia. Harriet's skills displayed there had surpassed my expectations by a long shot. Ah, so I haven't named it. Maybe I should call it the application of scroll magic to the human body. Harriet rolled up her right sleeve. There were no tattoos visible. But as she focused, blue magical lines floated on Harriet's arm and began to form characters. The Duke stared at the complex strings of characters and nodded as if he understood. Runes, ha? Yes. So you're saying you reverse-engineered modern magic into runic language? Yes. Only St. Owen's Duke could truly understand how difficult that was. That's why he stared blankly at his daughter, who calmly replied. It seemed certain that he was amazed by the unbelievable feat his daughter had accomplished. Harriet smiled subtly. It's not just me. The Magic Research Club members helped a lot. The idea was someone else's. The Magic Research Club, you say? Harriet glanced at me. Yes, the one he created. At that, St. Owen's Madame and the Duke's gaze fell on me. You boasted that my daughter would show her worth in the Magic Research Club. Although it wasn't the way I wanted, Harriet had already done something unbelievable, with the help of the Magic Research Club members. In the end, I was right. The Duke and Harriet discussed the newly developed magic for a while. For the most part, I couldn't understand anything. She turned her body into a living, moving magic circle. I couldn't figure out how making her body functioning as a magic circle had anything to do with significantly reducing casting speed. My daughter, this is likely a line of magic that only you can use in this world. Ordinary magicians would take much longer to reverse engineer modern magic into runic language, remember all its contents, and recall it when needed compared to the existing casting methods. This method can eliminate the stages of magical manipulation during casting, but the calculation process is even longer. Yeah, I guess so. In the end, this method is about forcing your way through by using your brain. It's actually a loss for an ordinary magician to use this method. It increases the formula and skips the stage of actual magical operation. For Harriet, it's a way to use magic almost instantly, but for other magicians, it's rather a waste of effort. Anyway, she was called a genius, but seeing Harriet pull off something truly genius made me feel oddly proud. I felt like she could beat Ellen if they faced off. Why do I feel good about this situation where I'm confident that she could beat her in a fight? Why do you have the same expression as my mom and dad? It's, it's annoying. Harriet's expression soured, noticing that I had been making a similar expression to her and the St. Owen's Duke. St. Owen's Madame, the Duke, and me. It seems like the three of us are feeling the same way right now. How is it? You're not suffocating, are you? I'm fine. I have to hold my breath to wear something like this, but you don't even have to do that. Honestly, isn't it unfair at this point? Liana dressed Ellen in a dress and clicked her tongue while looking at Ellen's calm demeanor despite wearing a tight dress. The Miss Temple contest is tomorrow, and it's the main event of this festival, along with the unlimited tournament finals. So Ellen and Liana were checking everything one last time. As a result, Liana had been busy going back and forth between Ellen's room and Cliffman's room. Liana was the busiest during this festival. Reinhardt's tournament is over. and Harriet's unlimited tournament is over. Now, only Ellen and Cliffman have things left to do among the first-year Royal Class students. As Liana touched Ellen's cheek while looking at Ellen standing in front of the mirror, she asked, "Why the long face? Something wrong?" "No, not really." Ellen looked at her reflection in the mirror. It didn't seem much different from usual, but did it look like she was in a bad mood? Ellen tried to force a smile, but it didn't work well. A natural smile was difficult for her from the beginning. So when she forced a smile, it turned into a strange expression. It wasn't ugly, but it didn't look like a smiling face. But now it was harder to smile than usual. Reinhardt's appearance today kept flickering in her mind. Sigh, well, you're not even concerned, right? What will we do if our blockhead loses? No, it's one thing to lose, but what if she's utterly defeated? I don't seem nervous. I got it, I'm not nervous. I'm not okay. I became nervous again when, his restless and anxious appearance sighing heavily. Wow, what is that? What is it, what happened? Look, the blockhead did it. I believed in her, seeing Reinhardt genuinely worried and cheering for Harriet. Ellen was surprised too. She had managed to land a blow on Olivia even though she had forfeited. Would I have been able to do as well as Harriet if I were in her position? Ellen thought she wouldn't be able to. Then, if I were in that position, would Reinhardt have worried about me like he did today? Would he have cheered me on like he did today? I believe that even though he might have worried, he wouldn't have been as restless as he was today. Reinhardt seems to have a hard time dealing with Harriet. He usually treats her casually, but worries about her in times like these. She's good at everything she does, so he wouldn't worry that much. Even if she loses, he would believe that she can pull himself together. It's because Reinhardt has a harder time dealing with Harriet that he worries and pays more attention to her. Seeing Reinhardt like that, Ellen couldn't deny the uncomfortable feeling that was already taking root in her heart. Jealousy. She was jealous of Harriet. Because of that, the biggest question of the day and the feeling of having a stone lodged in her heart lingered in her mind. It's been a while. Reinhardt seems to have been acquainted with Harriet's parents, both the Duke of Saintoin and his wife. Considering Harriet wasn't surprised by that, it seemed she already knew about it. How? No, not just how, but why. Why did Reinhardt meet Harriet's parents? Did he meet them together with Harriet? Why did they meet, and why didn't Reinhardt tell her about it until now? No, there's no reason for Reinhardt to have to tell her that. But still, even though she realizes that there's a lot she doesn't know about Reinhardt, she doesn't want to be ignorant about things like this. She doesn't want to find out about things like this. Of course, she's not the only one who had such questions. It's kind of amazing that the Duke and the Madame know Reinhardt. While adjusting Ellen's dress and trying out various accessories, Liana casually mentioned that. Everyone was surprised to see Reinhardt being dragged away by the Duke of Saintoin in front of the stadium. It's possible that they might have met somehow. Is it? Even though she was the most curious about the reason, Ellen said that. At some point, she started lying, pretending not to be curious about what she's curious about, pretending not to be bothered when she actually is. Ellen hated herself for changing like that, for lying and hiding her emotions. Still, if they're close enough to have dinner together, is Reinhardt close to the Duke's family? At Liana's words, Ellen gritted her teeth. If she didn't do that, her face in the mirror seemed like it would twist strangely. Smiling was difficult, but Ellen could manage not to show any expression at all. I think this should be enough. I'll go check on Cliffman. He probably doesn't know how to dress properly and is struggling. Okay. When Liana left her room, Ellen finally relaxed her jaw. Ellen looked in the mirror. She saw herself dressed in a glamorous dress, baring her shoulders, wearing a necklace, earrings, bracelets, and other dazzling accessories. Not bad. She thought so herself, and Liana kept saying that it would be strange if she didn't win Miss Temple looking like this. Let go of all the useless thoughts, jealousy, feelings of inferiority, and doubts, because they don't help at all. Ellen didn't care about anything else. Seeing herself dressed like this, she wondered what Reinhardt would say and what kind of expression he would have. That's all she was curious about. She believed that Reinhardt would be surprised by her appearance because she herself was somewhat astonished. After that, she was both afraid and somewhat excited about what Reinhardt would say. In her room without Liana, Ellen tried to force a smile as she looked in the mirror. It still didn't work well. But the fact that she was trying made her feel like someday she would be able to smile. Ellen practiced smiling boldly in front of the mirror. Olivia Lands was lying on her bed in her room. Although Olivia won the Group C finals today, everyone knew that they had witnessed a rather ugly scene. Fifth year a 0, Olivia lands. Except for a few cases, Olivia is still kind and gentle to everyone. There isn't much change from before. However, knowing that Olivia would be a bit sensitive today, her classmates, who were younger in age but of the same grade, did not come to congratulate her. So Olivia was alone now. Lying down, Olivia stared blankly at the ceiling of her dorm room. Assuming she used her divine power, she could have somehow withstood the final magical attack. No, it wouldn't have even gone that far in the first place. Divine magic isn't limited to just healing and protection. Adding to that, Olivia looked at the black smoke boiling from her hand. Corrupted divine power. Olivia could also use that. If Tiamata had been there, she wouldn't have been humiliated by such a brat. She won, but she lost. She couldn't forget the expression on that insolent girl's face as she declared her surrender. She knew precisely that her victory would be complete through surrender. Even if she won, she would break even, or rather lose. She had to win all her matches, but she conceded a set and was defeated. So, it was a complete loss. Even if she won the tournament, the fact that she lost to Harriet de Saint-Ouen wouldn't change. There's no point in thinking about it. What if this? What if that? It's all meaningless. I lost to Harriet de Saint-Ouen. Only that fact remains, feeling disheartened but unable to shake it off. In the end, disciplining those kids or defeating them wasn't the original goal. Money is needed. Money. If she wins the tournament and is elected Miss Temple, she can receive a cash prize. That was the original purpose. Just focus on that. The semi-final and final opponents in the tournament won't be easy, and she needs to prepare for Miss Temple as well. Olivia sluggishly got up from her bed and opened her wardrobe. Having sold almost everything she didn't need, there was nothing in the wardrobe other than her uniform and ordinary everyday clothes. If only I had the dress I wore at the sponsorship event. She sold all her belongings to help someone. She even sold all the dresses and accessories her foster father had bought her for various events. There was no reason to go that far. But then again, there was no reason not to, because one's true needs cannot be satisfied by material things alone. That's what Olivia thought. Ha ha! So Olivia stared at her wardrobe, which had no clothes other than her uniform, and laughed emptily. The Saint-Ouen couple had dinner and left in the evening. The Duke was a busy man, so it was clear that he had forcefully made time for Harriet's tournament today. Why? After seeing the couple off, Harriet suddenly said that. What did I say? I didn't say anything. She must have been holding back from saying something unpleasant in front of the Duke and Madame, so now was the time to let it out. Harriet's face turned red as she gasped for breath. Ah. Because you were calling me like that, Mom will now tease me. Her lips were trembling as she spoke. Did she think I would definitely pick a fight, saying something like, "You're such a kid"? What's there to tease? You're a kid, after all. I knew it, you're teasing me. It's been a while since I've seen such a sharp response. How can I not tease her when she's like this? I can't help but keep poking fun at her. Try acting like a kid. You must have done it without me. I won't do it. I don't do it at home either. Harriet's face turned bright red as she stomped her foot. Yeah, she definitely wouldn't. I know that too. But you're just too susceptible to provocation and manipulation. Getting angry and throwing a tantrum over something like this already makes her a child. She's gotten stronger, but her mentality remains the same. It's amusing. Can you try? I won't. Why should I do that at this age? What's with that? Why is it so cute when a 17-year-old says at this age? It's really like a kid. I stopped teasing her because I thought she might start casting spells at me. On the way back to the royal class dormitory, people were still bustling around. The crowd would only grow until Friday. Today's unlimited class tournament, C Group Final, must have been quite a topic. From my perspective, it was a battle on a completely different level compared to the other matches. A first-year student casting spells at near-instant speeds. A fifth-year student charging like a tank while taking all those spells with her bare body. Leaving everything else aside, it was impressive. But it's strange. As Harriet walked quietly, she muttered softly, "What's strange? Mom calling me like that. Don't you think? It's strange. What's with her? Was she still thinking about that?" It seemed like Harriet was genuinely embarrassed by it. Well, I guess it could be a headache for her in her own way. The Duke of Saint-Ouen and the Madame seemed to continue treating Harriet like a child. But isn't that something that can't be helped? Seeing Harriet feeling embarrassed, I chuckled. Why would it be strange for parents to love their child? The Duke, who seemed calm and stern, but whose love for his daughter was evident. The Madame, who couldn't bear to let Harriet out of her arms, constantly hugging her. Harriet seemed to dislike it, but I found it heartwarming. Although I'm not sure why I had to watch that entire spectacle from beginning to end. Of course, most people who come from such an environment tend to be spoiled brats, right? What are you trying to say? Well, you're not exactly a spoiled brat, are you? It was clear that she had grown up in a somewhat dysfunctional environment, but is it a sin for parents to love their children? And Harriet de Saint-Ouen, at least in this version, wasn't all that bad. Even if what you're saying is true, why do you always phrase it like that? Spoiled brat. I've never, ever heard someone say that to me before. Naturally, Harriet was furious at my words. It's kind of funny that I would say something like, your parents are good people, and you've turned out well, so there's no problem, in such a way. Is it possible that I have some kind of disease that prevents me from speaking straightforwardly and kindly? But how can I stop when I see her getting all red and angry? While bickering like this, we return to the royal class dormitory. It's winter, it's night, and as such, it's cold. It's cold. It's winter, you idiot. Of course it's cold. Do I have to be called an idiot just because I said it's cold? Maybe not for someone else, but you, especially when you're talking to me. How many times have you teased me with nonsense? Harriet starts getting worked up again. But this time she started it. Today's weather did feel especially cold. It's midwinter and night, plus we were both wearing thin clothes. Our breaths were coming out white. How much colder will it get? Of course, it's not an extreme climate, and the weather won't be that harsh. Speaking of which, magic is like a guard, right? Why do we have to be cold when we can just not be? I nudged Harriet, who was walking quietly beside me. Hey, it's cold. What? It's cold. What do you want me to do about it? Try doing something. Why me? Harriet stared straight into my eyes, which were asking her to do something. On the deserted island, Harriet had summoned a heating sphere and placed it in the kids' tent. Magic, spirit speech, or whatever, magic is the best. When I asked Harriet to do something, she pouted her lips and slowly closed her eyes. I thought she might summon the heating sphere she'd used on the deserted island. Suddenly, Harriet grabbed my hand. She couldn't even look at me, her head bowed. No, this is. I still remember when I first awakened my magical reinforcement ability, and I was in so much pain that I asked Harriet for help. Instead of using a sleep spell, she unexpectedly sang me a lullaby. When I realized the misunderstanding, I felt like I could have died of embarrassment. Was my request for magic misunderstood yet again? No, wait, not this, but magic. I know. Her words stopped me in my tracks. I'm not that much of an idiot. Her voice trembled as if it would break any moment. She knew I was asking for magic, but she held my hand instead. Harriet led the way with her head down, holding my hand. She didn't grip it too tightly. I couldn't hold on tighter or let go. I followed her as she led the way, holding my hand. How was your day today? Harriet asked. It was the best, I replied sincerely, without pretense. We didn't exchange any more words. We just walked in silence. The dormitory was quite far away, requiring us to take a tram, but Harriet just walked past the tram stop and kept going, as if she wanted to walk forever like this, as if she hoped the place we needed to return to would never appear. Chapter 313. When preparing for the Miss Temple contest, one can't spend all day dressing up and putting on makeup. After taking off her dress and removing her makeup, Ellen took a shower. Liana didn't just help with the dress code and makeup, she even made Ellen practice her facial expressions, insisting that thorough preparation was necessary. Although she didn't feel like she had done much, Ellen was quite exhausted, both physically and mentally, because she was not used to it, and it was all new to her. Nevertheless, she didn't dislike it. She realized that she was discovering a completely different side of herself that she hadn't been aware of. As a result, she had wondered dozens of times throughout the day whether the person in the mirror was really her. After completely drying her hair, Ellen laid down on her bed. Tomorrow is the start of the Miss Temple contest. Growl Ellen frowned at the sound coming from her stomach. Usually at this time, she would be having a late-night snack with Reinhardt. Ellen thought of Liana's stern warning, don't eat anything you pick up tonight. Why? If you eat something and your face gets swollen the next day, what are you going to do? I don't know. Just don't eat it. You can bear it for one day. Okay. It's not like she's starving, and she can certainly endure not having a late-night snack for one day. However, routines can be scary. Growl, when she didn't eat at the usual time, her body sent signals, and she wasn't supposed to eat. The urge grew stronger when someone told her not to. Although there were many nights she went to bed without having a late-night snack, she felt even hungrier tonight, knowing that she couldn't eat. Ellen was usually strong-willed, but she hardly gained weight due to her exercise and body type. Moreover, the royal class dormitory always had an abundance of food supplies, and Reinhardt would provide anything she asked for. Ellen realized that she hadn't tried to resist eating in a long time, but she wanted to show a better appearance tomorrow, even if just a little. She couldn't let her hunger get the best of her. She tried to force herself to sleep, but sleep didn't come easily. Wondering if it was because of the moonlight pouring in from the window, Ellen got up from the bed to close the curtains. And then, as she reached for the curtains, Ellen saw the street outside the dormitory. In the darkness, under the moonlight, she saw two familiar figures, Reinhardt and Harriet de Saint-Ouen. They were holding hands and walking together. Ellen silently watched the scene from her room. With her head lowered, seemingly shy, Harriet walked beside Reinhardt, and Reinhardt walked beside her, their hands lightly touching. Ellen stood there, as if frozen, watching the scene. Holding hands. Just how special of an act was that? She had held hands countless times and hugged just as many. She had done it all as a friend with Reinhardt, so she should understand it as something that friends can do. But Ellen couldn't take her eyes off their joined hands. They can hold hands. They had held their own hands countless times before. Did I think that being able to touch Reinhardt was my exclusive privilege? That's why, seeing Harriet just holding hands with him, why is my heart like this? It was so fragile as if it would break. I'm here too. Really, really. Sometimes. I think I'm really. Pathetic, the words Harriet once said echoed in Ellen's head. Ellen naturally realizes that Harriet has always felt this way, in a place she doesn't know, watching from afar as they create unknown stories and memories, creating a relationship she can't intrude upon, only being able to watch, unable to do anything in this situation. This feeling of betrayal, helplessness, anger, sorrow, and injustice. Harriet expressed these feelings with a single word, pathetic. It seems like it's not an emotion that can be expressed with just that word. Ellen looked at the two returning to the dormitory. It might already be too late. Harriet is doing what she needs to do. There's no need or reason to hate her for that. If Ellen wanted to hate her for that, she should have accepted Harriet's hatred long ago. Harriet is also trying her best in her own way, and there's no need to hate her for that. Ellen tried to convince herself. So, she just needs to do what she has to do. Show a better side of herself tomorrow. Maybe Reinhardt will see a slightly different side of her after seeing her tomorrow. After talking about various things, it might be a little different from before. That's all that needs to happen. Today is today, and tomorrow is tomorrow. With her eyes tightly closed, Ellen tried her best to erase the lingering image of the two in her head. That night, I swung my sword in the training hall. Cliffman and Ellen were not there, so I hit the training dummy. I could have asked Savelin Turner for guidance, but it was late, and she tends to get enthusiastic when teaching, which would have made it hard to sleep on time. So I swung my practice sword at the dummy. Crack. Damn it! The practice sword broke. Had I swung the sword so hard to the point of losing myself? I didn't think I had been that immersed in swordsmanship. I had lost track of time. It was already well past bedtime. It would have been over much sooner if I had taken lessons from Savelin Turner. My entire body was drenched in sweat. I gathered the broken pieces of the practice sword, threw them into the trash bin, and opened the window of the training hall. A chilly breeze brushed against my cheek and wet clothes as it passed through. Right now, somehow I felt agitated. What should I do? No matter how much I think about it, I can't figure it out. It's way past bedtime, and I don't want to swing my training sword in this state because I might break it again. So, I decided to take a shower and go to sleep. I thought about eating something, but without Ellen around, I didn't feel like eating anything alone. Ah! As I walked down the hallway, I bumped into someone. The person who saw me tilted their head. The person I encountered was none other than Bertus. Shouldn't he be busy managing the magic train right now? What's he doing in the dormitory at this hour? What's up? Not sleeping yet? Bertus said what I was going to say. Just came from the training ground. Training late even during the festival. Impressive, Bertus chuckled. What about you? I had some work to do, but now I'm going to rest. Has his work on managing the magic train during the festival ended? Bertus had dark circles under his eyes, either from working overnight or having too much work. He shouldn't be praising me for training during the festival. Isn't he working even harder than usual? Ah, I heard you won the tournament. Congratulations. Ah, thanks. Bertus patted my shoulder and walked towards his room. He seemed to have been working really hard these past few days, considering that fatigue was showing on his usually emotionless face. And just when I thought he was about to enter his room, he suddenly turned to look at me as if he remembered something. Ah, wait a moment. Ah, what? Cold sweat covered my body. Although the others safely passed by, he hasn't yet. This is his first time seeing me after he saw me disguised as a woman. Bertus narrowed his eyes and stared at me intently. No way. He couldn't recognize me, right? Even though we met face to face, it was just a brief encounter, right? Bertus furrowed his brow while staring at me, then shook his head. No, I think I'm just tired. Bertus said something that sent chills down my spine and went into his room. Upon entering his dorm room, Bertus dragged his heavy, waterlogged body to the shower and then collapsed onto his bed. Managing the magic train during the festival. He didn't think it was a trivial task. The magic train is the most important means of transportation in the Empire, and it always has many passengers, even more so during this period when people from all over the continent flock here. Therefore, there are people who have never seen or heard of a magic train in their lives. Children cry, seeing it as a monster, while even some adults panic and flee. This is because even in the remote countryside of the continent, there are people of high social standing. Those who come to the Empire to see the temple festival have the money to pay for the warp gate fees. Thus, most of the people who come to the Empire are from high social standings in their regions. There are countless people who complain about the lack of a noble-only section on the magic train. They argue with others about how could they possibly share the same mode of transportation with commoners. Ants establishing hierarchy was laughable, but Bertus had to do a good job at this. Trying to solve every incident and accident as smoothly and safely as possible, the stress was unbearable. So, unable to rest properly, Bertus decided to return to the dormitory to sleep for at least today. At the moment, Bertus felt like his head was about to explode. But when he saw Reinhardt, he suddenly thought of something. He was too busy with work to think about it, but he remembered the silver-haired girl he had met last time. As soon as he saw Reinhardt, the image of the silver-haired girl came to mind. He couldn't forget her. He had committed an unthinkable blunder by spitting tea on a woman's face he had met for the first time, and Bertus would never forget her face for the rest of his life. They look alike. Definitely. He thought it might be a mistake due to fatigue, but upon reflection, they did resemble each other. Of course, he would need to see them side by side to be sure, but there was no doubt that the silver-haired girl and Reinhardt looked very similar. However, Bertus' thought process took a rather strange turn. For starters, Bertus was so busy that he didn't know about the festival or the ongoing events. At most, he knew that Reinhardt had won the first-year tournament. So he didn't know who the silver-haired girl was or that she had participated in Temple's cross-dressing contest. Thus, to Bertus, the silver-haired girl was just a silver-haired girl. Two completely different people, but they looked alike. Even their somewhat sharp tongues were similar. When he asked about her silver hair, she said it was dyed. Moreover, Reinhardt was from the streets. Does Reinhardt have a sibling like a sister? It was entirely possible that Reinhardt could have a blood relative, as there were cases of children being abandoned. All he had to do was ask Reinhardt if he had a sister. Of course, the answer would probably be yes or no, but Reinhardt would be curious about why he was asking. Well, it might not be. People can coincidentally look alike. If Bertus were to tell Reinhardt that he met someone who looked like his sister, Reinhardt would be very disappointed if it turned out not to be true. Should I look into it separately? There was no need to tell Reinhardt about this. If it was true, Bertus could help Reinhardt find his long-lost family. And if it wasn't, he could just get back the handkerchief he couldn't at that time. Thinking it was such a trivial matter, Bertus slowly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 314, Friday. Today, there are the Miss Temple contest and the Unlimited Class Tournament finals. Olivia Lands, who has to participate in both, will undoubtedly be very busy. Royal Class first-year students didn't seem too interested in the Unlimited Class Tournament, which starts from the semi-finals, as their classmates weren't participating. Ellen, Liana, and Cliffman seemed busy preparing for the contest. However, Ellen approached me in the morning and looked at me quietly. Today, I knew what she was going to say. Are you going? Yeah, Ellen had watched all my tournament matches. Even if it wasn't for that, there would be no reason not to attend the Miss Temple contest today. I still didn't know how to handle the Miss Temple title, but I was determined to make Cliffman the Mr. Temple even if I had to use magic. There was no reason for me not to attend the contest. Ellen hesitated, then looked at me with a resolute expression, as if she had made up her mind about something. Make sure to come. All right, prepare well. Yeah. After the contest was over, would she have something to say? That's how her expression felt. Ellen left with Liana to prepare for the contest somewhere. The others seemed to be enjoying the festival on their own, but I decided to move around alone during the day, without anyone accompanying me. I decided to go watch the unlimited class tournament finals, which most of my classmates weren't interested in. Of course, some would go to watch, but I was still planning to go alone. I owed Olivia a lot. She always looked after me and did everything she could for me, but I always treated her poorly. Yesterday, I even openly supported Harriet. Just because someone is good at everything doesn't mean they're strong in every situation. I didn't know if there would be others going to watch the finals separately, but I planned to watch the unlimited class tournament finals without accompanying anyone. It was only 3 matches starting from the semi-finals. Thus, even if I watched until the finals, I wouldn't have to sit for a long time. Wow, the cheers of the crowd were tremendous. The fact that Harriet lost didn't change. However, just because the outcome was the same as I thought, it didn't mean the process was similar. Like my tournament had various ups and downs, the unlimited class tournament had a few unexpected events. Olivia had only lost 1 set so far, and it was the set taken by Harriet. As I was waiting for the match to start, I heard someone calling me from behind. Reinhardt, you came to watch the finals too. Oh, Charlotte. It was Charlotte. I said I would watch alone, but the seating area was designated, so I couldn't help but run into someone if they came. Anyway, did Charlotte really have a reason to watch the finals? The reason was right behind her. Your teacher is here too. Yes. It seemed that it wasn't Charlotte, but Savelyn Turner who wanted to watch the finals. Charlotte couldn't leave Turner's side, and Turner must have wanted to watch the finals. Charlotte wasn't a fool, so she must have read Turner's intentions and suggested they watch the finals together. If you're going, you should say so. Why did you come alone? Oh, just because. Really? I thought it would be better to come alone rather than bring someone with me, but I had no intention of changing seats just because I came across someone. Charlotte and Savelyn Turner naturally sat down next to me. Charlotte looked around and folded her arms. What? Nothing. This area is the Royal Class exclusive VIP seating. That means there are other VIP seats as well. Charlotte had just been looking at the VIP seats for distinguished guests. I saw Count Bolton. Bolton. As I tilted my head, Savelyn Turner looked at me. Didn't you exchange greetings at the last sponsorship event? At the sponsorship event, I had forgotten many names I greeted and then forgot about the event. Bolton, who is that? Kid, you have a bad memory. I momentarily sensed such thoughts passing through Savelyn Turner's gaze. It's Count Ilian Bolton, the current Holy Knights commander. Ah, right. I really had heard that name before. Ilian Bolton, the Holy Knights commander who took office after Riveria Lands was dismissed. I didn't know much about him, and since I didn't sponsor him, I had completely forgotten about him. Charlotte showed a subtle smile. I looked for him yesterday but couldn't find him, but he's here today. I guess it's because it's the finals. Maybe he doesn't want to see Olivia win. Well, I'm not sure about Count Bolton's thoughts, but it would be a somewhat unpleasant sight. How would the current Holy Knights commander, a promising future religious leader, feel about watching a talented person give up their faith and win the tournament without using any divine power? It certainly wouldn't be pleasant. Once I recalled the name, I could recognize his face as well. He looked stern and inflexible, different from Riveria Lands. He was not wearing a knight's armor, but formal attire, and the people around him, who seemed to be his close associates, were undoubtedly holy knights watching the stadium quietly. Savelyn Turner, who had been quietly listening to our conversation, tilted her head. It might not just be about Olivia, he might be rooting for the other side. The other side. The top 4 contestants, don't you know? I don't remember anyone other than Senior Olivia. Charlotte laughed, as if she didn't even bother remembering things that had nothing to do with her. Among the top 4 contestants, there is a student who is confirmed to join the Holy Knights after graduation. Ah, really? He might be hoping that person defeats Olivia. It couldn't be helped that Olivia gave up her faith. So they might be hoping that the future Holy Knight would take victory from Olivia, who couldn't even use divine power. Indeed, there were quite a few contestants in the unlimited class tournament who seemed to aspire to be Holy Knights. Most of them were also quite skilled. Royal Class 6th Grade A-3, Jordan Windsor. Royal Class 6th Grade B-2, Radia Schmidt. Radia Schmidt. The girl who was curious about what Olivia and I had talked about. She seemed like a nice person, but something about them felt odd. She was incredibly skilled, using magical reinforcement combined with divine power. Due to spending a year together, Olivia and Radia Schmidt were actually close friends who had lived in the temple for a long time. Perhaps their relationship soured when Olivia abandoned her faith. If Radia Schmidt joined the Holy Knights, there's a good chance she would have been jealous of Olivia. In many ways, they were comparable. Radia Schmidt was incredibly skilled, but ultimately she couldn't surpass Olivia. I thought I might have seen her if she belonged to Grace's club, but my brief conversation with her outside the dormitory last time was our first meeting. As we exchanged various stories, the host slowly began to proceed with the competition. Now entering with only 1 point lost in the set so far, Royal Class 5th Grade. Olivia lands. With the cheers of the crowd, Olivia was teleported onto the stadium. Despite a minor accident yesterday, Olivia had regained her relaxed smile. However, the difference was that Olivia, who had fought barehanded until now, was holding a sword this time. Perhaps there was no need to take a penalty from the semifinals onwards. Or maybe she thought that if she let her guard down like yesterday, she could lose a set pointlessly. The top 4 competitors were 2 6th graders from the Royal class and a 5th grader from the Orbis class. All Royal class contenders were in their final year of Temple High School. Olivia Land's top 4 opponent was a 5th grader from the Orbis class, Melon Venia. It must have been bitter, with the Orbis class disappearing just before graduation. The Orbis class was the cradle of the revolutionary forces, and most of the related students and teachers either withdrew or quit teaching. Those who remained were either not captured or decided to stay in Temple after being captured. The revolutionary forces. Thinking about it always gave me a headache. Regardless of my concerns, the first top 4 match soon began. The process wasn't that important. 3-0. It was a complete victory for Olivia Lands. Perhaps Harriet had a chance against Olivia only because she used magic. Or was it because Olivia was even stronger with a sword? The opponents seemed to struggle, but they were no match for Olivia. More than anything, the opponent seemed frustrated, but their expression didn't seem too soaked in defeat, as if they knew the outcome would be like this. The next top 4 match. Royal Class 6th Grade A-3, Jordan Windsor. Royal Class 6th Grade B-2, Radia Schmidt. Up to the top 4, it was evident that the contestants had skills that were beyond question. After all, I had seen the match between Radia Schmidt and Jordan Windsor. Radia Schmidt tended to beat her opponents with a double buff, while Jordan Windsor was quite skilled even though he couldn't use divine power. Naturally, they were exceptionally skilled opponents that I couldn't possibly challenge at my current level, and even Harriet wouldn't have been able to defeat them. It wasn't just Olivia who was a monster. The other upperclassmen of the royal class were monsters as well. These carefully selected talents had honed their skills over 6 years. While Olivia was an extraordinary monster, the others were monsters too. Talent didn't lie. Frankly, even if Erich was considered useless now, there's no guarantee he'd still be useless in 6 years. He seemed to be making an effort these days, so there was a possibility that he might awaken his magical reinforcement after 3 years. And after another 3 years, he could become a monster who could enter the unlimited tournament. Olivia Lands was originally a classmate of the 6th graders, and if it weren't for the fact that she participated in the Demon Realm War, she would have been living with them in the temple, so she would have been closer to the 6th graders in reality. Classmates from the same royal class would face each other in the finals of the unlimited tournament. It seemed like it would be a pretty interesting and unique experience. If there hadn't been the gate incident, I wondered if Ellen and I would have faced each other in the unlimited tournament finals when we were older. But I'd probably lose. Even if I made it to the finals, I still imagined myself losing to Ellen. Honestly, it didn't seem like it would feel that bad. The second match of the top four turned out to be much more interesting than I had anticipated. Take care, Radia. You too, take care. The two didn't seem to have a bad relationship as they exchanged smiles and greeted each other. Despite being in different classes, they seemed quite friendly, perhaps because of the time they had spent together. However, that was only for a moment. Their expressions hardened. The friendly atmosphere vanished, as if it was never there to start with, and the two began their match. Melanvinia, a fifth grader from Orbis class who had just been defeated by Olivia, was a far more skilled opponent than me. On top of that, the two fighting now were sixth graders from the temple. This would be the last time they would face each other in a tournament like this. Regardless of how they usually were with each other, this would be the last time they would be able to test each other's strength in this kind of special battlefield. So they had no choice but to be serious. Ah! A blue magical force wrapped around Jordan Windsor's body. It didn't feel like the explosive flames that surged around Ellen. It was the complete opposite. It was the feeling of putting all his energy into maintaining stability. It was compressed and refined, with no unnecessary magic usage, like a well-honed blade. It wasn't weak in scale. It was an extremely efficient magical reinforcement method that used just the right amount of power where needed. In fact, the kind of magical reinforcement that Ellen and I should learn the most from might be Jordan Windsor's method. Radia Schmidt's case was a bit different. She suddenly drove her sword into the ground of the arena. Thud! The metal sword pierced the stone floor, and from the ground, white thread-like lines began to rise, wrapping around the sword. The white light that enveloped the sword soon began to wrap around her body as well. That wasn't all. Not only white light emanated from Radia's body, but also blue magical energy flowed simultaneously. She enhanced her body with divine power and used magical reinforcement as well, a method of adding strength to strength. I could use self-suggestion, but that double reinforcement is unfair. Savelin Turner quietly said, watching the spectacle. The divine power of the war guard Als. I already knew that she used Alz's divine power, as I had seen Radia Schmidt's match before. There's nothing complex about Alz's divine power. Yes, it was something I knew as well, war guard Als. Divine power focused entirely on offense, unable to use the power of healing. Although the divine powers were not limited to healing, most divine powers could use some form of healing power. However, the priests of War Guard Als could not use the power of healing, a power specialized only in destroying and breaking things, a force of destruction specialized in slaughter and massacre. That is the divine power of the War Guard. Having absorbed enough divine power from the ground, Radia Schmidt pulled out the sword wrapped in white light and stared at her opponent, clad in blue and white light. Here I go. Yes, they were not only extraordinary, but also among the top talents among the extraordinary. The two monsters, who could be called the essence of the royal class, clashed. Crash. Although it was just swords colliding, I could see the shockwave that seemed to compress the air. It was clear that the weapons they were given were powerful artifacts capable of withstanding most fights, since their battles were of such a high level. Hence, this was a true battle of the extraordinary. In the second match of the quarterfinals, Radia Schmidt of Class B emerged victorious. The set score was 3-1. Jordan Windsor had better magical reinforcement, but Radia Schmidt had access to Al's divine power. That was the most significant difference. The destruction-focused divine power was chilling even for me to watch. Jordan Windsor was defeated by Radia Schmidt, who received the support of divine power. It's common for Class B to surpass Class A when they become upperclassmen, since there's no change in the number of people between Classes A and B still. It's a bit weird to see it with my own eyes. I could see the defeated Jordan Windsor gritting his teeth. Regardless of their usual relationship, they both trained with all their might throughout their time at Temple, and ultimately, one suffered a decisive defeat due to a significant difference. Accepting defeat is difficult for anyone. I didn't really empathize with either of them. The only one I could have empathized with today was Olivia. Of course, unlike me, the audience didn't have anyone to empathize with, so they seemed satisfied with the spectacle provided. But could Olivia really win this? Olivia wasn't allowed to use her divine powers, while Radia Schmidt was in a position to give it her all. What was the relationship between Radia Schmidt and Olivia? If Radia Schmidt had been jealous of Olivia throughout their time at Temple, she would have wanted to defeat her with all her might. After some time, the final match approached. It was a match between classmates. Olivia Lands from A-1 and Radia Schmidt from B-3. The final scene was a bit different from what I had expected. Olivia, who always had a relaxed smile, now had a hardened expression, while Radia Schmidt was smiling. Olivia. Yes, there was something tense about their atmosphere. Before the match, Radia Schmidt's gaze and smile, which had been normal when talking to Jordan Windsor, felt a bit different. Radia Schmidt. There was something like madness in her eyes. Your divine power feels stronger than before. Return to the embrace of the gods, Olivia. You were born for that. You were made so that you can't live outside of it. Radia I. Come back, Olivia. It wasn't the jealousy or inferiority complex I had expected. Radia Schmidt felt something entirely different towards Olivia. I told you. I've given it all up. I've said it over and over again. No, Olivia. Your divine power, your talent, your dignity, all of it. You are the only person truly capable of uniting the 5 major religions. You are the only one who can put an end to this long history of faith and move on to the next era. Radia Schmidt smiled as she spoke to Olivia. Olivia received the divine power of Toan, while Radia Schmidt received the divine power of Als. Though they were both part of the 5 major religions, they had different beliefs. Still, Radia Schmidt was trying to bring Olivia back to faith. Olivia looked troubled. Come back, Olivia. I'm sorry, Radia. I have no intention of going back. That's when I realized that I didn't know the specifics of Olivia's life at Temple, just as Riviera Lands didn't want to lose Olivia's talents. Many people felt sorry for Olivia, and among them, there must have been classmates who were influenced by her. She must have heard such stories repeatedly after giving up her faith. She must have heard it not only from religious officials, but also from numerous classmates she had been close to. Those who got along well with her, while maintaining their faith, tried relentlessly to persuade her to change her mind when she gave up her faith. Olivia must have been tired of it. In the end, contrary to my expectation, Radia Schmidt didn't feel jealousy towards Olivia Lands, but rather she was one of her passionate followers. What are they talking about? As Savelin Turner and I focused on the two who were far away, Charlotte asked Turner. She's trying to persuade Olivia to regain her faith. Ah, Charlotte sighed. That must be exhausting for both of them. A sense of despairing fatigue was evident in Olivia. She must have known that she would suffer from this for the rest of her life. Olivia was going through more than I had thought. My answer is the same, Radia. I have no intention of returning to the divine embrace. Upon hearing Olivia's words, Radia closed her eyes for a moment. I see. Then prepare yourself. Prepare. Yes, prepare. Radia Schmidt drove her sword into the ground once again. Prepare to endure the sadness. Kagak. Radia Schmidt didn't seem like a wicked person. When she briefly spoke to me earlier, she had a gentle smile. But when she was talking to Olivia, she was an entirely different person. Her smile vanished, and in its place was a mixture of madness and obsession on her face, giving off a different vibe than during the semi-finals. Everything that happens from now on is the will of the divine, guiding you, the lost one, back to the right path. Whoosh, divine power surged from the ground, enveloping Radia Schmidt. Chapter 315, Divine Power and Magical Reinforcement. What was about to happen? Even if Radia Schmidt won against Olivia, there was no reason for Olivia to regain her faith, claiming she was nothing without divine power. SHHHHHHHHH. With magical reinforcement, Olivia began the unlimited tournament. I have a bad feeling about this. Me too, Savelin Turner, and I couldn't shake the ominous feeling, having overheard their conversation. Radia Schmidt was up to something. Quacking. Contrary to the ominous feeling, it was hard for me to tell who was winning by watching them. One thing was clear. Radia Schmidt was also incredibly skilled. But Olivia Lands, using only magical reinforcement, didn't falter either. If she used divine power, she would have an overwhelming advantage. What was Radia Schmidt trying to do? Force Olivia to use divine power, sensing her impending defeat. Olivia said that if such a situation arose, she would be brought before a religious trial. She didn't use divine power even when facing the prospect of losing a set to Harriet. What would happen if Olivia, having officially renounced her faith, were to use divine power? Although I had some idea, I wasn't entirely sure, so I asked, She wouldn't end up in a good situation. Charlotte spoke with a negative tone. Those who use unauthorized divine power are treated like witches. Savelin Turner added, priests or holy knights. Whether they received ordination or not, there was a kind of license for divine power. Even students like these, who were in a kind of apprentice status, were still no exceptions. It was probably to maintain a monopoly on divine power. Olivia wasn't just someone who secretly healed people in some rural village. She was known as the Saint of Iridian. Upon renouncing faith, divine power should have vanished. It was a power derived from belief in a deity. Yet Olivia's divine power not only remained, but grew stronger. However, she wasn't allowed to use it. Unauthorized divine power would be considered heresy. If such a thing were to happen, Olivia wouldn't be treated like a witch. She would simply be brought before a religious trial. If Olivia used divine power, she'd be using unauthorized divine power in a public setting. There would be a high likelihood of her facing an inquisition or religious trial. Radia Schmidt wanted to force Olivia to use divine power. But how? Olivia didn't use divine power even in the moment she lost to Harriet. During the tournament, Olivia fought believing divine power was something she didn't possess. If she lost, she lost. There was no reason to force herself to use divine power. Kaboom! Quacking. The stadium shuddered under the force of Radia Schmidt's attack, yet Olivia Lands managed to deflect it with just a single sword. Not only did Olivia withstand the devastating divine power using magical reinforcement, she also managed to counterattack. It made one wonder if this was even a fight between humans. That's impressive, both of them. The world's strongest monster praised them from beside me, an indication of the ferocity of the battle. Radia Schmidt was giving her all, utilizing every tool at her disposal. Olivia Lands relied solely on magical reinforcement. Had Olivia not been there, it's likely Radia would have gotten first place. Radia's skill was extraordinary, but she didn't envy Olivia. Rather, she sought to restore Olivia to the position she rightfully deserved. Obsession, not envy. Both were equally exhausting. With a roar, a burst of white light emitted from Radia's sword, imbued with divine power, before plunging into the ground. The force was almost unbelievable, a destructive divine power that surpassed even magic. The stadium, reinforced further after Harriet's battle, was visibly torn apart in real time. And yet, Olivia was equally incredible as she faced that power. Deflecting or evading the dangerous attacks, Olivia timed her own counterattacks perfectly, preventing Radia from gaining momentum. In terms of raw power, Radia had the upper hand, but Olivia's precise and swift attacks and counters applied pressure on Radia. Thus, the outcome of the match was somewhat predictable. Radia was putting up a good fight, but Olivia would win. She wasn't underestimating her opponent like in her battle against Harriet. Even without using divine power, Olivia was fully engaged, not letting her guard down. Radia Schmidt's hidden trump card. If she intended to force Olivia to use divine power, what strategy could she have? Olivia launched a series of sharp and precise attacks against Radia. The relentless onslaught left Radia with no opportunity to catch her breath. One strike after another, Olivia diligently attacked Radia's divine power-based defenses and the defenses created by magical reinforcement. Finally, she managed to create an opening. This was the end. Sensing her victory, Olivia drove her sword into Radia Schmidt's chest. Just as Olivia was about to claim the first set, a sudden explosion of red energy erupted from Radia's body. "What is that?" Savel Interno gaped at the sight, and Olivia, taken aback, retreated hastily. "Radia, what are you doing?" "Olivia, you have to win, right? You need the money. That's why you entered the tournament, isn't it? To help the children." Surrounded by a sinister red aura, Radia offered a chilling smile. "Defeat me with all your might. Give it your all." At first glance, Radia Schmidt, enveloped in a sinister crimson glow, was anything but ordinary. Savelin Turner seemed to have an inkling of what that red aura was and mumbled vacantly. "Berserk! How could a mere student possess such power?" "What's that?" "It's a power rarely used by the high priests of Als." Berserk. Though unfamiliar with the details, just the word itself gave an impression. Olivia Lands cried out with a pale face. "Radia, stop it right now. It's a power that consumes one's life." It was an extreme method used by Al's paladins when they needed to draw strength by burning their lives. Al's paladins weren't just like berserkers, they were berserkers themselves. And now, Radia Schmidt was using that power in the final round of the tournament. Radia knew why Olivia had to win. She knew that it wasn't for herself, but because Olivia needed the prize money. So to ensure Olivia couldn't defeat her without giving her all, Radia was resorting to this insane act of drawing strength by burning her own life. Was she doing all this just to force Olivia to use her divine power? Boom, crash, bang. Radia Schmidt, wrapped in that red aura, was now relentlessly pushing Olivia back. Charlotte looked at Savelin Turner with a worried expression. Shouldn't we stop the match? Yes, but Berserk is an extremely rare ability among the powers used by Al's priests. Even within the Al's church, there are very few who can use it. Olivia seems to know, but I'm not sure if the organizers know what's going on. To the uninitiated, it would appear that Radia Schmidt, who had been on the verge of defeat, suddenly gained strength. They wouldn't know that the red aura was burning her life away. Looking at the Paladin commander, Elaine Bolton, and his entourage, their mood was quite uneasy as well. Elaine Bolton was watching the arena with a grave expression, and even the paladins with him were exchanging bewildered glances. Even among the high-ranking paladins with the commander, there were those who didn't know what Radia Schmidt was doing. With clenched teeth, Olivia was fending off the powerful onslaught from Radia Schmidt. The match needed to be stopped immediately. However, if the organizers didn't understand the situation, the match would continue as is. Olivia was being pushed back by Radia Schmidt, who was summoning her utmost strength. Suppressing her quickly would be ideal, but that would require the use of divine power. That option was out of the question. She could hold out without using divine power, but if she did, Radia Schmidt, having exhausted all her life force, would die right there. Therefore, there was only one way to stop Radia Schmidt, who was attacking while burning her life. Stop the match. Or, Olivia had to give up the fight. There were no other options. Lady Turner, please stop the match immediately. I'll take full responsibility. Yes, Your Highness, Charlotte said gravely, and the moment Savelin Turner nodded in agreement. I concede. With a vacant expression, Olivia declared her surrender. Olivia sat in the locker room, trembling, her face buried in her hands. She had given up. When I grow up, I want to be just like you. Heh, that's a small dream, isn't it? Aim to be even greater than me. But you're the prettiest, kindest, and most amazing person I know. Hey, don't flatter me too much. She had surrendered. Olivia, thank you always. No problem. It's what I have to do. Even so, I hope you won't push yourself too hard now that there are circumstances. Headmaster, I'm still fine. I think I can earn a lot of prize money at the temple festival this time. Prize money? Yes, the tournament and other competitions. Stuff like that anyway. She had ended up giving up. There was no other choice. There was no such thing as a second-place prize in the temple tournament. Most of the audience was bewildered. The much-anticipated final match had ended so anticlimactically. Very few knew the details. There was a need for discussion about whether Radia Schmidt's actions warranted disqualification. So for now, the competition had to be wrapped up, lukewarm though it was. Olivia couldn't even bring herself to think about the awards ceremony. It wasn't just about the prize money. Though the pain of not winning was deep, Olivia felt like her head was about to burst. She felt like she was going crazy. She couldn't understand why she was doing this to herself. How long had she been sitting there, dazed? Olivia, Radia Schmidt was walking towards her. Clang! She threw away the flashy trophy that was proof of her unlimited tournament victory, as if she had no interest in it. Radia approached Olivia. Why did you give up? You needed the money, didn't you? There was no trace of joy from winning on Radia Schmidt's face. All she wanted for the price of choosing to burn her life away was for Olivia to use divine power in a public place. Radia Schmidt had risked her life to force Olivia back into the path of a priestess by dragging her to a religious trial. She had risked her life as if it was the natural thing to do. With divine power, Olivia could have subdued Radia Schmidt, who had used Berserk. But Olivia didn't do that. If Radia Schmidt had continued in that state, she would have met her death. Olivia was forced to choose. She chose one of two paths, giving food and clothing to starving children without a budget or living a life forced into religion. She had to choose forcibly, and Olivia made her choice. This isn't the Olivia I know. Radia wasn't happy about her victory at all. Instead, she looked down at Olivia, anger burning in her eyes. The Olivia I know would have subdued me in an instant, taken the prize money, and helped others. You should have done that, definitely. In Radia Schmidt's mind, Olivia was not someone who would give up in such a situation. Since she had participated in the tournament to help someone with the prize money, she should have used her divine power without thinking about herself in that situation. The Olivia everyone expected. Radia Schmidt was furious that she hadn't acted differently. Olivia, pale and trembling, looked distraught. Yeah, I'm selfish. I'm going to live selfishly now. That's how I'm going to live. This is me. This is who I am now. So just leave me alone. No, Olivia, no, this isn't right. You should have used your divine power just now. Radia Schmidt shook her head firmly. She then knelt before Olivia, looking up at the terrified girl. Her abyss-like dark eyes stared intently at Olivia. Olivia, you can be a good person again. Look at me. I risked my life, not thinking about myself to help you. I wasn't always like this. I admired how you always helped others, Olivia, and I've been trying to become that kind of person. That's why I did this. So let me help you this time, Olivia. If things continue like this, it'll only get harder for you. More difficulties will arise. You'll face even harsher situations. No, the fact that you're growing more distant from the guards is already a horrible enough ordeal. I didn't do this for nothing. This was the only way no one would get hurt. Olivia couldn't really hear Radia Schmidt's words as she spoke too quickly. In the first place, she didn't even want to listen. Radia Schmidt thought that the person she had admired was falling apart. That's why she believed it was time for her to help Olivia. I never asked you to do that. Please. No, no, Olivia. I'll give you my prize money. I don't want you to become a bad person. You can help the children. But promise me one thing, that you'll return to the guard's embrace. It's not too late. It's not. No matter what you say to someone who has closed their ears, they won't hear it. Olivia was so afraid to look at Radia Schmidt's eyes any longer that she squeezed her own eyes shut. In the end, Olivia burst into tears. Please, don't do this to me. Please, just leave me alone. Why does it have to be me? Why, please, leave me alone. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. I don't think I'm making a mistake. No, Radia couldn't let that statement slide, and she shouted angrily. Olivia, you can't say things like that. You were chosen by the gods. You, a perfect person born with the blessings of all 5 grand spirits, cannot deny the gods. Yes, yes, yeah, that's right. You're going through a phase of wandering. Oh, the gods are giving you this trial to make you even more perfect. Oh, this is all the gods' will to bring you greater glory. So let's think slowly. Let's start with going back to the temple. No, let's start by slowly talking about grace with others. Damn, you talk too much. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the hallway, causing both Radia and the weeping Olivia to turn their heads. Why do you keep proselytizing someone who clearly doesn't want it? Even street preachers don't latch on like this. The one approaching with a rough stride was none other than Reinhardt. He strode forward and forcibly pulled Olivia, who was crying, to her feet by her hand. Instead of just slapping their face for spouting that crap, you're actually listening to it. This is none of your business, Reinhardt, Radia Schmidt said sternly to Reinhardt. What the hell are you talking about? While pulling the trembling Olivia, Reinhardt seemed to hide her behind him. Our relationship has nothing to do with you. What? You better mind your own business. Reinhardt started to drag Olivia away, holding her hand. Where are you going? You can't take Olivia. This isn't right. At Radia's outcry, Reinhardt cast a cold glance at her. Mind your own business and stop babbling. Olivia, her head bowed, disappeared as Reinhardt led her away. Radia watched, gritting her teeth, as Olivia was dragged away lifelessly. Reinhardt. His name was like a thorn stuck in her throat. Olivia was gentle and tender-hearted, but had become stubborn and unyielding. Yet she was endlessly lenient with him. The holy maiden, who should have been pure, behaved as if she loved that guy. No, it all started when Olivia became friends with that Reinhardt fellow. He was the root of all these problems. If he disappeared, everything would be solved. Everyone was focused on the wrong thing. They said he shouldn't be touched. Because of him, an innocent child would die. Maggot trash. A demon-like guy. In Radia Schmidt's eyes, Reinhardt was the sole reason for Olivia's fall from the righteous path. He had to disappear. Only then could Olivia return to her former self, back to the righteous path. Gritting her teeth, Radia stared at the empty hallway where Olivia had vanished. That's right. It's you. For Olivia's sake, she could do anything. It would be better if you died. If you die instead of Adriana, Olivia will be fine. If only you were gone. Why does a child embraced by the divine have to be sacrificed because of someone like you? No, it should be you. A single unbeliever like you would solve the problem. Radia Schmidt's eyes widened with determination. Chapter 316, Temple Knight Commander Elaine Bolton had left the stadium with his followers. Using divine power like that, what a pathetic method. I think she didn't expect Olivia to forfeit. One of the apprentice knights said briefly, Radia Schmidt. Even if she wasn't Olivia Lands, Radia was a promising and powerful knight candidate. She was more than ready for real combat. He didn't completely believe her words. When she said there was a way for Olivia to regain her faith, he was just curious what that could be. All he saw was Olivia's determination, choosing to forfeit rather than using divine power and witnessing her friend die before her eyes. Why did she think that method would work? No, rather than thinking that method would work, it seemed like she had no choice but to try it. In any case, Radia Schmidt was even more extreme than Elaine Bolton had thought. Elaine Bolton knew very well that extremism, regardless of disposition, was dangerous. In Radia Schmidt's eyes, he could see her madness and obsession with Olivia. Radia Schmidt doesn't seem to give up easily. I think so too. It was clear that Radia Schmidt, who hadn't gotten her way, would cause more trouble. The follower whispered cautiously in the Temple Knight commander's ear. But what do you think about the possibility that Radia Schmidt is related to the Nameless Order? They are good prey for extremists, but they wouldn't want that level of extremism. The two exchanged an unknowable conversation as they walked away from the stadium. If Olivia had used divine power, there would have been something for the Temple Knight commander to do, but it hadn't happened. Therefore, the Holy Knights had no more business with Temple. I know you're not okay, but how are you feeling? Not good, but thank you for asking. I wanted to find a quiet place, but given the situation, there was no quiet place. So I ended up sitting in a cafe with fewer people, across from Olivia. Her mental state seemed to be severely damaged. Charlotte and Savelin Turner knew I was going to check on Olivia, so they asked me to talk to her. If she had just waited a little longer, Charlotte would have stopped the match. She just needed to be patient. But Olivia couldn't know that. If the battle continued, the drained Radia Schmidt would die, and if she used divine power, a religious trial awaited her. So Olivia had no choice but to forfeit. Radia Schmidt's expression was quite a sight. It seemed like she couldn't even imagine that Olivia would forfeit, and her face was drained of color. She must have believed that Olivia would use divine power and subdue her. In the end, Radia Schmidt received the prize money. It seemed like she didn't place any value on the victory. Olivia, with a gloomy expression, didn't touch her tea and kept her head down. Does this happen often? Yeah, not just her, others too. There are differences in degree, but Olivia seemed saddened that I learned about the numerous problems she faced after abandoning her faith. Olivia, who always seemed cheerful despite her wild temperament when bickering with Ellen or me, didn't get along well with her friends. It wasn't just because she wanted to see me that she kept seeking me out and annoyingly clinging to me. She was trying to escape from those people. Even if others persistently suggested she regain her faith, Radia Schmidt's case seemed extreme, bordering on madness. Olivia must have been shocked, never imagining she'd experience something like this today. What could I say to console her? What could be comforting to her right now? I had never experienced faith or the problems that came from abandoning it, so I couldn't understand how Olivia must have felt. She was someone the whole world expected great things from. She had chosen to abandon that, and people believed it was a mistake. Did everyone around her think she was living a wrong life even though she didn't? It felt like I was seeing the true face of Olivia, who always smiled brightly and kindly. Her bowed head hid her expression, but it was clear she had suffered too much from those around her. Just because Olivia could argue with Ellen didn't mean she could do the same with others. Some words and actions were possible for some people, but not for others. So, Olivia had been weathering away, ambiguously and awkwardly smiling as she pushed away and refused the suggestions of those around her. I don't know. Why are they doing this to me? I really don't understand. She had received too many expectations, and while she had escaped from her stepfather, who had the highest expectations of her, the pressure still came from those around her. I don't think I'm such a great person. She seemed unable to understand why people were so obsessed with her. In a cold, rational view, there had to be reasons for their obsession, even if not as extreme as Radia Schmidt's. Considering the hidden aspects, Olivia was a co-owner of Tiamata. If that was revealed, her situation wouldn't get any easier. Ultimately, Olivia had entered the tournament for the prize money, but she had not won because of Radia Schmidt. Actually, I wonder if anything was different before. Olivia, her head down, laughed listlessly. People wanted me to be a certain way. Nobody. Nobody was curious about who I really was or what I was thinking. If I didn't meet their expectations or desires, they would be disappointed in me. They'd say, "Is that how a daughter of a holy knight should act? And you must act like this." I existed like a doll to fulfill others' expectations. Olivia's life must have been like that, a life with excessive demands, prohibitions, and expectations. She must have lived a life where any attempt at freedom was labeled as debauchery and corruption. Now, I'm trying to live a life where I can wonder what my life is, what it means to live, and what I truly want. But people still want something from me. They think I've fallen, and they need to lead me back to the right path. They think because I've helped others until now, I need help in my current state. I don't think that way. I don't think I'm wrong. People try to give me help I don't want, and they don't even know that it's not help at all. Their worldviews were different from those who believed that living in God's embrace was the absolute good. In some respects, they couldn't communicate at all. I'm right, and you're wrong. How can a conversation work when it starts with that absolute premise? Only those with the same worldview could communicate. Olivia had managed to break free from that, but people, for whatever reason, believed she needed to return, even if it meant forcing her back. Radia Schmidt's case was an extreme example of this. Olivia wasn't just upset about losing the prize money or shocked by the events of the day. She was struggling because she knew this wasn't the end. She was dreading the future, uncertain of what other trials awaited her. I wanted to do something for her, but I couldn't expel all her classmates, nor could I threaten each one of them individually by saying I'd split their heads in two if they continued to pester Olivia. Reinhardt. Yes. Usually I might have been a bit gruff, but I softened my tone at that moment. I didn't want to cause her any more pain. With a heavy gaze, Olivia lifted her head to look at me. Her eyes were rimmed with red, as if she were on the verge of tears. I know it's wrong to ask for this when I'm feeling like this, but what is it? Just say it. Can you give me a hug? Her expression was one of a person about to break down into tears. The expression on her face was that of someone who thought they had no one on their side, wishing for at least one person to be there for them. It wasn't because of any other emotion. She just seemed to genuinely want comfort. No, never mind. I'm sorry. Really, I'm terrible. Seeing my hesitation, Olivia forced a smile through her trembling lips. It's okay. In the end, I moved to sit next to Olivia and cautiously put my arm around her shoulder. She buried her face in my shoulder. Her shoulders shook gently, bit by bit, as if she were exhaling her first breath after being born. Olivia cried very quietly. Thank you, Reinhardt. I felt pathetic, wondering what I should say to console her. I realized then that comforting someone wasn't only about words. After crying for a while, Olivia practically fled from the cafe. So embarrassing. She seemed embarrassed by the fact that she had been sobbing in front of everyone. I think your swollen eyes are embarrassing enough as it is. Ah, really? Olivia's face turned pale at my words, and she started touching her face. Not that it would do much without a mirror. What should I do? I have to compete in the Miss Temple contest today, and what if my eyes are swollen? I'm just kidding. They don't look that bad, so don't worry. But even a subtle difference can change everything. I failed to win the tournament, so I really need to win Miss Temple. What should I do, Reinhardt? If I can't win, then? Olivia looked like she was about to cry again, but she held back, probably thinking that crying would make her eyes even more swollen. Was she getting better? It seemed like she was returning to her usual self. In the end, what's done is done. The tournament was over, and now Olivia had no choice but to aim for the title of Miss Temple. I couldn't tell who I should root for to win Miss Temple anymore. Olivia was so worried about her swollen eyes that she touched her face and muttered in a desperate voice, "Ah, I don't even have a dress to wear like this." "Why don't you have a dress? You had one for the last fundraiser." At my words, Olivia smiled awkwardly. "Well, I actually sold that one." I didn't need to ask why she sold it. Olivia seemed to think I would be angry, and she was sweating nervously. She had sold her own property to help others. It was hard to know what to say about that. "Can't you borrow one?" Borrowing one would also cost a lot of money. It seemed like she would have to go in her school uniform. It might even look like she didn't prepare and was relying solely on her looks, which would make her look haughty. I thought about Olivia, standing among people dressed in glamorous outfits, wearing her school uniform without proper makeup. I wasn't sure what that would actually look like, but it seemed like it would be quite miserable. If she had won the unlimited tournament, it might have been different, but she had forfeited the final match. A dress. Are you mad? No, not that. Dress. No, it wasn't possible, but their body shapes seemed similar. Though I was taller, my size had shrunk back then. It was too precious to discard, so I had given it to Elaris to sell. It probably hadn't been sold yet. However, there could still be someone who remembered it clearly. But wouldn't there be a similar design available somewhere? This was really dangerous. Wouldn't it be better to just give her money to buy a dress? But honestly, it wasn't just a small amount, and there wasn't much time left. Instead of going to a boutique and searching for the right size and design, wouldn't it be better to just wear that dress? I knew there was no need to go this far. Olivia looked so pitiful now. I wanted to help her because she looked so miserable. Go to the dormitory and wait for a while. Ha! Just wait there if I tell you to. All right. If she asked where the dress came from, I had nothing to say. But so what if they found out? Olivia was in this situation. I might as well sell my pride a bit. I had many things to apologize for this time. What would they do if they knew? Kill me. Without understanding the reason, I left Olivia, who was bewildered by my request to wait, and headed out of temple. That person, she was eliminated from the tournament finals. Eliminated? Yes, apparently she forfeited, but I don't know why. While preparing for the Miss Temple contest, Ellen tilted her head at Liana's words. Ellen had thought Olivia would win easily, but she was taken aback by the unexpected news. The details were not known, but the audience seemed quite angry that the tournament finals had ended in an unsatisfactory manner. Forfeit. Someone who seemed certain to win had forfeited. Although Ellen could roughly guess that there must have been a reason for it, she was curious about what that reason might have been. Reinhardt would have gone to watch the finals. Would he know why? Oh, there she is, that person. Liana pointed out the window, and Ellen could see Olivia outside on the first floor. Olivia was alone. For some reason, Ellen found herself relieved at that fact. Olivia's expression didn't look good at a glance. There was no way to know why she had forfeited, but her eyes were swollen. Was it bad luck? She had cried. And then she returned alone. Ellen had thought that Reinhardt might be with her, but that wasn't the case. Look straight ahead. Ah, okay. Liana turned Ellen's head and started to fiddle with various things. Although they couldn't know what had happened with the tournament, Olivia was about to participate in the Miss Temple contest. She wasn't aiming for the Miss Temple title either. Ellen steeled herself. She planned to show a good side of herself today. She had practiced smiling in the mirror a lot. It hadn't gone well, but she was trying diligently. She intended to stand in front of Reinhardt with a different appearance than before. Once the contest was over, regardless of the results, they should spend some time together. They hadn't had time together during the festival because they had both been busy. Reinhardt would surely make time for her today. Ellen couldn't know what expression Reinhardt would have, nor did she know what expression she should wear. For today, Ellen decided to forget everything else and focus only on her feelings. Harriet, Olivia, and everyone else would be out of her thoughts. For today, she resolved not to think about anyone other than Reinhardt. Chapter 317, the Miss and Mr. Temple contest was slated to start at 7 p.m., and it was already 4 in the afternoon. Time was running short, and although the size might not be a perfect fit, I figured it would do. The outfit I'd worn hadn't been too particular about sizing anyway. I worried that Elaris might have sold it in the meantime, but it had only been 2 days, so she probably hadn't. Since participants needed to gather beforehand, Olivia would need to arrive at the contest venue even earlier. So I had to deliver the dress to her before that. If someone pointed out that the dress had been worn by the winner of a cross-dressing contest, well, I had no idea what I'd say. Whatever, it would work out somehow. Embarrassment never killed anyone. Considering there was no time to waste, I hurried off to the Alaga market, where Elaris's shop was located. This is driving me nuts. The fastest mode of transportation in the Empire was the magic train. During the ongoing temple festival, the Empire was teeming with people, and as a result, the magic train station was packed. Despite sending 3 full trains, I still hadn't managed to board one. I wouldn't be late, would I? Regardless, the magic train would undoubtedly be faster than walking or running, so I anxiously waited to board. I couldn't fathom why I had to ride this hellish train upon arriving in this new world, but somehow I barely made it to the Aliga market. Now all I had to do was go to Elaris's basement room, get the dress, and leave. However, while I didn't have eyes on the back of my head, I seemed to have developed something akin to a sixth sense, a feeling of unease. A creepy, sticky sensation followed me, as if something unpleasant clung to my back. Intuition told me that I was being followed. If you're going to tail me, at least try to hide. Radia Schmidt stood in the middle of the bustling Aliga market, clad in a school uniform, without making the slightest effort to hide. She watched me intently. What do you want? I thought she was a bit off, but I didn't expect her to blatantly follow me. Radia Schmidt approached me with a subtle smile on her lips. Reinhardt, I have a favor to ask. What is it? Stay away from Olivia, please. The look in Radia Schmidt's eyes sent shivers down my spine. Had Olivia been subjected to this kind of obsessive pleading all this time? Experiencing it just once was horrifying enough, but for Olivia to have endured this constantly was nothing short of a miracle. It's all because of you. Olivia's change, her fall from grace, her distance from the divine, it's all your fault. All you have to do is stay away. If you do that, Olivia can return to her old self. Don't you think so, too? Senior, I think you're misunderstanding something. Olivia decided to give up her faith before she met me. It has nothing to do with me. The sequence of events was all wrong. Olivia had already reached that point before she met me, so blaming me for her change was baseless. Radia Schmidt stared at me with a bewitched expression. No, it's your fault. Olivia could have been turned back. I'm sure she could have changed her mind until then. Everything went wrong after she met you. It was impossible to reason with someone who had already made up their mind. They didn't even consider that the Temple Knights had mistreated Olivia. No, if this was their thinking, then of course they'd believe that such treatment was necessary to lead her on the right path. There was no way I could change their mind with all the conclusions they had already made. This person wouldn't be persuaded by my words. Please, Reinhardt, stay away from Olivia. I'm begging you. If only you weren't here. If only you weren't here, Olivia could return to the right path. I'll kneel if I have to. I'll do whatever you want. So let go of Olivia, please, before something more tragic happens. Let Olivia go, before it's too late. I found their attitude unfamiliar. They hated me, but they'd do anything for Olivia's sake. They were even willing to commit suicide for her. Why would they go to such lengths? I found myself thinking the same thoughts Olivia had. Just like Olivia couldn't understand why they had to do this, neither could I. Let me ask you a favor, too. Leave Olivia alone. Even if that person is a once-in-a-lifetime genius, there must be others with similar faith and abilities. Why insist on clinging to Olivia, who clearly dislikes it? You're not lacking in abilities or faith, so I don't know what you're expecting from Olivia. Just do it yourself, won't you? No, Olivia is. Olivia is unique. Only Olivia is worthy. Olivia was born for that destiny, Radia Schmidt shouted, drawing the attention of passers-by to our confrontation. It was as if they could sense that something was amiss. Only Olivia can unite our great faith and become the Saint Empress of the impending millennial empire. What? The sudden nonsense left my mind reeling. A millennial empire? What kind of absurdity is this? Olivia was born for that destiny. Only Olivia is worthy. It's a role that suits her perfectly in terms of appearance, talent, ability, and disposition. And you're the one ruining it. All I could read from Radia Schmidt's eyes was a dark abyss. For someone who believed in the divine, their eyes only revealed darkness. It didn't seem like Radia Schmidt simply wished for Olivia's faith to be restored. It seemed apparent that they wanted her to become the master of a much larger and grander destiny. But one word caught in my throat: the Saint Empress of the Millennial Empire. What on earth did that mean? If Radia Schmidt was just a madman, I would only have to deal with them. But there was undoubtedly something that couldn't be easily dismissed. What do you mean by the Millennial Empire? At my counter-question, Radia Schmidt's expression hardened once more. Someone like you doesn't need to know. As if realizing a slip of the tongue, she tried to hide it. It wasn't just simple nonsense. There was something there. Emotions intensified, leading to things that shouldn't have been said. If it was just a casual remark, there would be no need to cover it up. Several inferences were possible. While those who urged Olivia to regain her faith might have personal motives, Radia Schmidt's intentions seemed different. Radia Schmidt appeared to be discussing the independence of the five great divine faiths. They were already an independent force, but it seemed like there was an intention to establish an entire nation. It wasn't impossible for it to be just Radia Schmidt's delusion. But if there was a group with such thoughts, the issue became complicated. There might be another revolutionary force. Then it wasn't a simple matter of brushing off a lunatic. Naturally, things could only escalate. They were forcing their beliefs on Olivia, not just for themselves. Why did they have to push so hard? The expression that didn't even consider their actions as coercive was repulsive. The attitude of not even thinking about right or wrong because what they were doing was right was too unpleasant. A corrupt clergyman is disgusting, but a fanatic is both disgusting and unsettling. There was so much I wanted to say. Countless harsh words boiled in my head, but they couldn't be spoken aloud. He watched Radia Schmidt closely. This person had followed him blatantly on the street. He could see her fidgeting with their hands subtly. She was the type who would risk her own life to bring Olivia back, which meant she might be willing to kill someone to bring Olivia back. There was no need for intuition. A mixture of anger, hatred, resentment, and obsession told him everything. An irreversible event. She said something sad might happen. Wasn't this what she was talking about? This person was going to try to kill me. Considering the talk of the millennial empire, she seemed to have a sense of mission. No matter who saw it, she would think killing him was justice and try to do so. Having seen such madness before, it wasn't difficult to predict that. That's why she asked him to distance themselves in an attempt to persuade him. If that request was refused, it was highly likely Radia Schmidt would choose to kill him. He didn't want a fight on the street, but if the other party started, he would have to as well. There was a high probability that, if he fought with this person, he would die. Fortune had favored him many times, but there was no guarantee it would continue. Would the reaction change if she knew he was the owner of Tiamata? Nothing would be more effective for a fanatic like her than Tiamata. But he couldn't rely on Tiamata alone. If he was a champion of Toan, she might ask him to persuade Olivia together or impose another annoying restraint. Radia Schmidt was too dangerous. Moreover, there was a high chance she knew even more dangerous facts. First, he had to find out what that was. It seems like my senior, and I have a lot to talk about. If you don't distance yourself from Olivia, I have no more to say with you. How about we find a quiet place to talk? At my suggestion, Radia Schmidt's face hardened. It was more out of surprise than panic, as she hadn't expected such a proposal. She had come to kill me, and now her prey was suggesting we go somewhere secluded to chat. She was probably prepared to kill me and face trial for murder. But if she killed me in secret and hid my body, she wouldn't get caught. A perfect crime that would rid her of the thorn in her side me. I'm fine with that. Radia Schmidt smirked chillingly, perhaps envisioning her perfect crime. I couldn't help but shudder, but I had no choice. But I have something to take care of first. Let's deal with that. It won't take long. You can come with me if you want. All right. She would soon realize that she should have attacked me right away if she wanted me dead. Her greed for a perfect crime would ruin everything. I found it quite fascinating that I could calmly have such thoughts and conversations with my life on the line. My errand had changed slightly from the original plan. Even so, it wasn't that different. After all, I still had to find Elleris. Thinking that her prey was willingly walking into a trap, Radia Schmidt looked quite pleased. As it was daytime, Elleris should have been at the store. Since we had already arrived at the Allaga shopping district, my walk with Radia Schmidt wasn't very long. She didn't ask where we were going or what we were doing. She must have been focused on how to dispose of me after my errand was over. The hunter didn't realize that she had become the prey. How could she imagine that? Because she was the first-year tournament champion, Radia Schmidt had to be confident in her ability to subdue me, something I was well aware of. No matter what I did, even if I sensed her intentions and ran away, she would believe she could catch me. Suddenly, Elleris, as always, was lounging at the counter when she saw me enter and was surprised. Seeing the unfamiliar temple female student behind me, she was startled again. Elleris might have found the situation bewildering, but things were far from ideal. I announced my purpose for coming to the store. I did have a genuine reason. Don't ask questions, just cancel out the noise around us. Yes. Elleris didn't fully grasp the situation, but followed my instruction immediately. The soundproof magic spread, and Radia Schmidt narrowed her eyes, sensing that something was off. Of course, she couldn't have predicted this. She couldn't have expected me to waltz into a random store and calmly issue orders to the owner. And if you have any binding or disabling spells, use them on this person. Something strong. This isn't a normal situation. Yes, you. Elleris still didn't understand the situation, but she followed my orders precisely. Radia Schmidt's face betrayed a hint of defeat as she tried to act, but Elleris was faster. Clang, clang. Ah! With a terrifying casting speed, pitch-black chains materialized out of thin air and bound Radia Schmidt's limbs. Clank, clank. Her arms were hoisted into the air, and her legs were tied to the ground. Radia Schmidt struggled, trying to unleash her divine power, but the chains Elleris summoned merely rattled slightly, refusing to budge. You brat. What is the meaning of this? It was natural for Radia Schmidt to be flustered, since no one could have predicted such a situation. Thump! Elleris then locked the shop door completely, so no one could see this scene. Elleris had not asked me anything, just doing as told. Aye, can't you just release me now? Who is that person, and what does she want with me? Radia Schmidt couldn't comprehend the situation, but as she had no intention of understanding me, I had no intention of making her understand either. Release me now. As she only said what she wanted to say, I would only say what I wanted to say. Swoosh, do you recognize this? Tiamata, you have. How can? Hard to believe, but I am the owner of Tiamata. In this world, they call me the champion of Toin, or something like that. It must have been a difficult situation to believe. The one she tried to kill lead into a trap and summoned Tiamata. But Radia couldn't think that the Tiamata in my hand was fake. Even though it hadn't been revealed to the world for a long time, she couldn't fail to recognize the sacredness emanating from its appearance and the relic itself. Before making a radical choice, Radia Schmidt tried to persuade me to distance myself from Olivia, so I would give her a chance. From now on, you must answer my questions properly. If you stretch the truth, glare at me with weird eyes, or spew nonsense, you know. I tapped Radia Schmidt's cheek with Tiamata's blade. You never know if the divine power you love so much might split your head open. With wide eyes, all Radia Schmidt could do was stare at me. Chapter 318. Fanatics tend to be a peculiar bunch. In the face of the divine, they appear powerless, yet they still possess free will. Radia Schmidt had tried to kill me. She never actually said it, but the circumstances were so clear that I didn't need to hear it from her. Radia Schmidt, who had obediently followed me with such intentions, eventually realized that the person she had tried to kill was the champion of Toan. Believing that her devotion to the divine was second to none, Radia Schmidt had to accept that she had tried to kill the Toan's champion without recognizing him. Fanatics never doubt the divine. Usually, they don't doubt themselves either. They believe in themselves who believe in the divine and not in the divine itself. They believe that their faith in the divine makes it impossible for them to be wrong. But then a different truth unfolded. The person she had tried to kill was actually chosen by the divine. The moment Radia Schmidt acknowledged that, she had to admit that she was wrong, and fanatics cannot do that. If they could, they would never have fallen into the abyss of fanaticism in the first place. So, Radia Schmidt couldn't admit that what she had tried to do was the gravest sin against the divine. She had to create a logic where she couldn't be wrong without denying or doubting the divine. That belongs to Olivia. It's not something you should have in your hands. Naturally, Radia Schmidt had arbitrarily decided that I was the relic's thief. It seemed that she had created the logic that the Tiamata, the relic of Toan, had to belong to Olivia because Olivia had served Toan. Yeah, it's Olivia's too. What? We share it. I can't show you right now, but this Tiamata belongs to both me and Olivia. Our souls are bound together simultaneously, I guess. Oh, she might not like me saying this, but what can I do? To put it simply, I grinned and whispered into Radia Schmidt's ear. Olivia and I are pretty much soul-bound. Why you blasphemous, despicable worm? How dare you speak such filth to the Toan's representative? Toan's representative, huh? From the Saint Empress of the Millennial Empire to the Toan's representative. What on earth did this crazy woman think of Olivia? She seemed unable to accept that the goddess of purity was in a soul-bound state similar to mine. You demon. Return the Tiamata. It's not something a creature like you should possess. The Tiamata is a relic passed down through generations to the priests and holy knights of Toan, not meant for unbelievers like you. Are you sure this place is soundproof? Yes, it is. I found this quite fascinating. I secretly thought that if I showed her the Tiamata, she might prostrate herself and apologize. I didn't rule out this reaction, but seeing her hatred for me intensified after seeing the Tiamata made it all the more intriguing. Radia Schmidt was no faithful servant of the gods. She was merely one of those who interpreted the gods in their own way, accepting them as such. Perhaps she didn't want to admit she was wrong, which is why she was spouting such nonsense. If I was such an unworthy person, then why did Tone allow me to become the master of Tiamata? Then she'd have to admit that Tone was flawed. At that moment, Radia was basically saying that Toan had made a mistake because she didn't want to admit she was wrong. Fanaticism was no different from self-suggestion. Humans needed logic to protect themselves. So wasn't Radia Schmidt actually just accepting her own belief that decided to kill me, rather than acknowledging the gods? Fanaticism wasn't a steadfast and strong belief or faith. It was merely a belief gone mad. Fanatics couldn't be faithful. I had no intention of discussing faith and the nature of gods with Radia Schmidt, who was suffering from cognitive dissonance. Radia Schmidt gave me a chance to distance myself from Olivia. Because I refused, Radia Schmidt tried to kill me. I gave her a chance too. I told her that I was Toan's champion, the one she was trying to kill. Would she still do it? Radia Schmidt insisted that I was a person who had stolen Tiamata through some dishonest trick, didn't believe that Olivia and I shared ownership, and would lose her mind if she found out. She thought that my very existence was damaging Olivia's purity. I don't know what filthy trick you used to steal Tiamata, which should have belonged to Olivia, but divine punishment awaits you. Now she was utterly convinced. She would keep making up words and logic to protect herself. I'll make you regret it. I don't know what kind of conspiracy you had with that wicked sorcerer. Whack. Ouch. I struck Radia Schmidt's noisy head with Tiamata's hilt. Quiet, just answer the questions now. What's this millennial empire? You're hard to understand. Want a taste of divine power? Do not discuss divine power with such blasphemous lips. You're not getting it. I looked at Elaris. Sorry, Elaris. Yes, there was no point in hiding anything in front of someone who was going to die anyway. Can you make her listen better? I mean, she's so full of energy, but too much. Elaris silently stared at me and then slowly walked toward me. Without saying a word, she stood next to me and gently pressed her face against Radia Schmitz, who was tied up. Am I free to not hide anything? I knew what she was talking about. Yeah. Elaris took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and then opened them again. Her crimson irises and elongated black pupils were revealed. At the overwhelming sight, Radia Schmidt gasped and trembled. Vampire. How? Radia glanced back and forth between me and Elaris. No matter what, seeing a person like me holding Tiamata and commanding a vampire like Elaris as a minion must have been unbelievable. Yeah, in truth, Radia Schmidt's words were a mix of right and wrong. No, they were rather understated, calling me a devilish bastard. I'm not a devil, but an even more sinister demon king. I had no choice but to be a more evil existence than what Radia Schmidt imagined and defined. Radia had underestimated me. On the brink of losing her mind due to events beyond her imagination unfolding continuously, Radia Schmidt was terrified. Elaris, revealing her true form, brought her face as close as possible to Radia Schmidt's, staring into her eyes. I am a vampire lord. They call me Elaris, the ruler of the Tuesday of the Seven Nights. Ah, Radia Schmidt was already consumed by fear in the face of something beyond her comprehension. Even if you don't say anything, with one sip of your blood, I can make you my slave and find out everything. No matter how unyielding your will, resistance will be futile. Ah, you, ooh, ooh. Do you want to spill the secrets that will be revealed anyway and survive as a human? Or do you want to spend the rest of your life as a vampire, hiding in the shadows? With bulging eyes, Elaris whispered, embedding the words into Radia Schmidt's eyes. Make your choice. Secrets are meaningless before me. Elaris drove that point into Radia Schmidt's mind. You are, who are you? You were right. I'm not a maggot, but something similar to a devil. That's impossible. How can something like you be in temple? Funny girl, you've been calling me a devil, and now that I'm a real devil, it doesn't make sense. So, what do you want? Did you call me a devil knowing I wasn't one? She had been shouting that I was a devil, but she probably never thought I was actually something similar. My mere servant, a vampire lord, had easily subdued her. She must have thought that I was an even more extraordinary being. My existence is indeed like that, but there was no need to inform her of the secret that, in reality, Elaris was much stronger than me. I'm going to ask you a second time about the Millennial Empire. If you don't answer, you might end up becoming a vampire. At my words, Radia Schmidt's complexion paled considerably. Do you think you can commit suicide if you become a vampire? Your life and death will be determined by your master's will. If you want to become a vampire clergyman or something, keep stalling. I didn't know what actually happened to those transformed by a vampire lord, but I made it up as I went along. Radia Schmidt was so consumed by fear that she would believe anything she heard, regardless of whether it was true or not. Until a moment ago, Radia's behavior towards me had been a ruse, but now it was a delusion. Being stronger than an active holy knight and being so easily subdued, that power was merely a servant's ability. And if I had such a minion, my power would be incomparable. An entity with Tiamata, an unidentified being calling itself something like a demon. She would start to think of myself as something beyond the realm of her wildest imagination. Keeping secrets would be impossible. Radiating with fear, Radia Schmidt contemplated her transformation into a vampire. She might have imagined destroying such a being, but she hadn't considered becoming one herself. Her resolve to commit suicide if turned into a vampire would be useless. Her mind would be dominated. From a promising knight of owls, she would be plummeted to a being who drank human blood and lurked in the shadows of the night. Could there be a greater humiliation in her life? Shivering with fear and shame, Radia trembled like an aspen tree. Secrets could be incredibly weak at times. Once one realized hiding them was futile, they were all too easily revealed. Even secrets worth guarding to the death were no exception. The Millennium Empire is the plan pursued by the Nameless Order. Radia Schmidt at some point started addressing me with extreme reverence. Nameless Order. Another unfamiliar concept appeared. A mix of misery, wretchedness, and fear was woven into Radia Schmidt's expression as she spoke of it. What is this Nameless Order? It's a religious community formed by members of various factions and organizations of the five great divine faiths. So, the purpose of this nameless order is to unify the forces of the five great divine faiths and establish a theocratic state. And they plan to crown Olivia Lands as the founding queen. In summary, yes, she looked like she wanted to object, but fear held her tongue. Both Elaris and I couldn't help but grow serious. So they're just like the Republicans, only with a different nature. It seems so. Within the five great divine faiths, an extremist group called Nameless Order sought to establish a separate nation from the empire. Judging by the term Holy Empress, they likely intended to establish a system similar to the empire. Do you know the scale of this? As Radia hesitated and bit her lip, I clicked my tongue. Don't try to sneak in any lies. If you do, I'll turn you into a vampire and interrogate you again. Ah, no, I swear. I won't lie at all. Fearing vampirism more than death itself, Radia desperately shook her head, despite being bound. Their forces are not yet large, but they continue to grow. They anticipate to soon possessing power on par with one of the five great divine faiths factions. Damn it. This is bad news. Fortunately, their forces seemed small for now, but was their expansion pace incredibly fast. Soon, they'd possess power comparable to that of a single faith faction. The situation was even more serious than I'd thought. Not only were there revolutionary forces at play, but religious factions had come into the mix as well. They weren't just from a single order, but from within the Temple Knights and the entire five great divine faiths. The fact that radicals were coming together, excluding the moderates, meant that they had enough influence to affect the entire five great divine faiths. I clenched my head in frustration, wishing the ground would swallow me up. The empire was in shambles. If the revolutionaries and these religious factions erupted simultaneously, the empire would be torn to pieces. Radia seemed to not understand the situation. She appeared to be certain that Elaris and I were evil beings, but she also seemed very uneasy about the crisis facing the empire. If she knew the truth, she'd be even more shocked. The Demon King and his minions were practically rolling on the floor, trying to save the empire from collapse. As insane as it sounded, It was true. But how long has this nameless order been around? I asked, trying to determine whether they were a recent development or if they had been around for a while, like the revolutionary forces. If they were an existing force, why had they grown so explosively recently? It hasn't been around for long, Radia replied. Really? But why are so many people flocking to it? Because of the religious persecution. What was she talking about now? Radia gritted her teeth and lowered her eyes at my words. Many believers think that the former Temple Knights leader, Riveria Lands, was demoted because the Empire started persecuting the religious orders to keep the Temple Knights in check. Oh, the picture became clearer just by hearing that. From the perspective of the religious folks who didn't know the truth, the demotion of war hero Riveria Lands would have looked like that. But then, don't tell me Riveria Lands is the one who created this nameless order. Radia Schmidt's silence indicated that she couldn't say anything. Seems that way. That was already an answer. He must have started the rumor himself, that he was demoted due to political pressure, regardless of what he actually did. No, Sir Lands was unfairly slandered and— Shut up. You're a Temple student. You should know better. What's slander? It was an unavoidable measure to wake Olivia up to the right path when her heart was wavering. Ah, damn it. Didn't I tell you to shut up? I didn't want to discuss this matter with Radia Schmidt any further. Riveria Lands had considered everything he had done to Olivia as justified. As for Riveria Lands, after his demotion, he had been secretly creating a clandestine order, stirring up trouble. That meant this was yet another historical turning point caused by Olivia Land's survival. Right. In the end, this mess was mine to clean up. Damn it. Olivia and Charlotte were no different. Did individuals whose very existence corresponded to a turning point in history always have to go through such crises once more? If Riveria Lands had remained in his position as the leader of the Temple Knights, nothing would have happened. That meant Riveria Lands truly had the ambition to make the empire independent of the five great temples and establish a holy empire. However, he couldn't have pursued that hastily, so it had nothing to do with the main story. But after his fall from power, he chose the path of a secret organization. Riveria Lands would have claimed that his downfall was due to political religious persecution, and he fueled resentment among religious figures. He then gathered people under the premise that they needed to create a country exclusively for the religious, creating a secret organization called the Nameless Order. Taking advantage of the perceived victimhood from persecution, Riveria Lands expanded the organization to a frightening degree. His achievements as a hero of the Demon World War would have also lent support. At this rate, a massive force equivalent to a single sect of the five great temples would be formed, and they could completely uproot and shake the five great temples. Riveria Lands intended to promote Olivia to the position of Holy Empress. He would have wanted to sit in that position himself, but that would create an internal conflict. If he were to establish the Holy Empire and declare himself its first Holy Emperor, his sincerity would be doubted. But if he were to create a nation of guards and place a talented, virtuous, and skilled adopted daughter in that position, claiming she was the only one qualified, then he would have at least some justification. Moreover, Riveria Land's exoneration could only be done through Olivia's words. If she were to say that Riveria Lands had not treated her unfairly, then all accusations against him would be turned into false charges by the Empire, regardless of the truth. Having seen her abilities firsthand, Olivia's existence itself seemed to justify the situation. He would want to sit in the position himself, but couldn't show his greed, so he intended to promote Olivia to the position of Holy Empress. Riveria Land's obsession with Olivia was likely because she could provide both justification and exoneration for him. What a son of a bitch. As I spat out those words, Radia Schmidt looked even more frightened. This couldn't be left alone. Riveria Lands, of course, and the Nameless Order were seeds of a massive turmoil. They all needed to be swept away. If their power didn't increase significantly now, it would be impossible to deal with them later. But how? If accusations of conspiracy and sedition were brought against them, and the royal family was moved to action, actual religious persecution that never existed before would occur. Then, even those who were moderate would quickly turn into extremists. The very involvement of the royal family and government forces in this matter was already causing a massive conflict. First, I needed to organize my thoughts. I had to think about how and in what way to infiltrate them. All right, now the last question. Was the order to kill me also given by those nameless order bastards? Radia Schmidt sincerely wanted to kill me. However, it could be that she wanted me dead or that she had received orders to do so. At my words, Radia Schmidt vehemently shook her head. No, no, this is my own decision. Are you sure? You're not lying because you're afraid I'll mess with those bastards. No, no, it's not that. It was originally a different plan. It's my own decision. How much did Radia Schmidt hate the idea of becoming a vampire? So, then what was the other plan? Radia Schmidt hesitated, struggling to speak. But in the end, knowing what I would say if she stayed silent, she forced herself to speak. Adriana. Adriana, a second-year student at Temple. They have her at the monastery. What? A completely unexpected name left me feeling as if my head had been wiped clean. Why Adriana of all people? Why is Adriana being mentioned here? The image of Adriana flickered through my mind. My last memory of walking with her near the Artuan monastery flashed through my head. What were they planning to do to Adriana? No, what had they done to her already? Explain in detail. If I had something like a tether of reason, it had just been severed. Olivia was in her dorm room. It was approaching the start time of the Miss Temple contest, and she should have been preparing at the venue, but Olivia was waiting in her room at Reinhardt's request to wait for a moment. She didn't know what he was up to, but it seemed like he had something in mind. Still, if it got too late, she'd have to leave soon. She didn't know what Reinhardt wanted, but if there was no news in the next 30 minutes, Olivia intended to head to the contest venue. Knock, knock. After waiting for a while, Olivia jumped up at the sound of knocking on the door. Reinhardt, what on earth? However, it wasn't Reinhardt who knocked on Olivia's door, but a dormitory maid. Oh, I apologize. The maid smiled warmly and handed Olivia something. I don't know who you're waiting for, but here's a letter, Miss Olivia. Ah, thank you. Olivia took the letter the maid handed her and closed the door. There was no sender's name on the envelope, only the address where it was sent from. Who could have sent a letter like this? Olivia opened the envelope. Inside, there were just 2 lines of text. Do you remember a girl named Adriana? I have her with me now. The only person who could call himself her father was Riveria Lands. She didn't know why or how it had happened, but he now had Adriana with him. Reinhardt, Adriana, and Eva from the first-year B class. The 3 of them played a crucial role in saving her. By now, the rumor had spread, and everyone who knew the story knew about it. Soon enough, it meant that the 3 of them played a decisive role in Riveria Land's downfall. Reinhardt and Eva were students at Temple. That's why it was dangerous to mess with them. That's why it was relatively easy for Riveria Lands to go after Adriana. Whether it was for revenge or whatever reason, Riveria Lands now had Adriana with him. The letter had no sender's name, only the address where it was sent from. It must have been an invitation to come to that place. Using Adriana as bait, her stepfather was calling her. She didn't know what he wanted to say or what he intended to do to Adriana. The only thing she knew was that the girl who had saved her was now in danger because she had saved her. As if entranced, Olivia stood up from her seat and opened the door to the dormitory. Why? Why would he? What could he possibly want from her? Why was he going this far? Gritting her teeth, Olivia dashed through the dormitory hallway. The thought of winning Miss Temple had already been completely erased from her mind. Chapter 319, Adriana had been taken by the Nameless Order. To be precise, it was Riveria Lands who took her. Firstly, Riveria Lands aimed to make a comeback by having Olivia Lands defend him, and secondly, he wanted to establish Olivia Lands as a mascot representing his own desires. Riveria Lands initially intended to make Olivia the next leader of the Holy Knight Order. Because of an unexpected variable called disgrace, Riveria Lands adopted the method of creating a secret religious organization. Riveria Lands' disgrace, regardless of the truth, incited backlash within the religious community, and as a result, he still wielded influence in the religious world, which continued to grow. Adriana leaving Temple had, in fact, adversely affected her safety. Riveria Lands would try to coerce Olivia, and Olivia would have no choice but to accept the deal since, otherwise, she would be risking Adriana's life. Unlike the final match with Radia Schmidt, there was no option to forfeit. As long as Adriana was held hostage, Olivia would become Riveria Land's puppet. The sun had set, and it was already night. Inside Elaris's shop, I saw Radia Schmidt tied up and hanging her head. Today, Radia Schmidt had suddenly used a dangerous power called Berserk in the final match. She had also continually urged Olivia to return to the embrace of the divine. But in the end, Olivia had forfeited. It seemed like a clumsy plan, even to me. Moreover, Radia Schmidt had kept telling Olivia that if things continued this way, something even more tragic would happen. I thought it was the nonsense of a madman. She kept warning that if Olivia didn't obediently return, someone would be hurt. It was said that one's arm bends inward. As a fellow member of the five great divine faiths, Radia Schmidt had tried to convince Olivia using an impossible method to prevent Adriana from getting hurt, and she had tried to kill me as well. It was because I was not a member of the five great divine faiths, and she believed that I was the main culprit who had led Olivia astray. She had decided that it was better for me to die than for Adriana to be harmed. That's why this bizarre incident happened today. Adriana was in danger like this. I had to act as soon as possible. Where is Riveria Lands? Although the revolutionary forces were already running late, the nameless order created after Riveria Land's disgrace was still not that large in scale. If I didn't crush it at this stage, things would get out of control. Radia Schmidt believed that I was a very dangerous and evil being whose full extent could not be known. She would think that Riveria Lands could be assassinated by me. That's why she couldn't speak. However, if she didn't speak, there were ways to force her to open her mouth. Tears welled up in Radia Schmidt's eyes. Please, please. Unable to say either to let her go or that she couldn't speak, she began to sob. Just kill me, please. She longed for death instead. Knowing that we wouldn't kill her quietly, she believed that our best option right now was to grant her the mercy of death. Please, please. Death, a clean death. Please. The moment Riveria Land's location was revealed, it would be a massive act of betrayal, and she couldn't bear it. But becoming a vampire was also unbearable. That's why Radia Schmidt pleaded for death from the two wicked beings that we were. In front of Radia Schmidt, who begged to be killed while bound, I crouched down. Why are you crying? I reached out to Radia Schmidt's tear-streaked cheek and gently wiped away her tears. Why is this betrayal? I don't understand. I'm a champion of Toan, and as such, everything I do represents Toan's will above all else. My actions are more in line with divine will than someone like Riveria Lands, who was expelled from his position as a knight and became power-hungry, creating a faction within the five major religions. Right? Sob. My sophistry only made Radia Schmidt's sobs grow louder. Isn't God omnipotent? Although you think I'm an evil being, if I weren't someone who could wield Tiamata, I wouldn't have become its master. Whether I meet a miserable end or a greater hero appears and takes Tiamata from me, all of that will be part of the plan Toan devised before it happens. Right. God is omnipotent, indeed. So, regardless of what I face as part of an omnipotent being's plan, my actions align more with divine will than someone like Riveria Lands. Right, since my will is God's will, Toan wants this right now. The nameless religious order is heretical, so it must disappear. Now, don't cry, Senior. This isn't something to cry about. Not at all. My actions are just blindly following God's will. You're not cooperating with some unidentified, wicked, and strange being, but with the champion of Toan. How is that betrayal? I held Radia Schmidt's face in both hands and smiled at her. Despair was etched into her eyes. Now you can walk the right path, Senior. You just strayed for a while. So this isn't betrayal. My words were both denied internally and eagerly believed. Why is this betrayal at all? I genuinely think so. Repent, repent. Now return to the right path. Why is it faithless to escape from the clutches of the false prophet Riveria Lands and join the champion of Toan? It doesn't matter if the apostle of the goddess of purity seems contradictory by controlling a being that opposes her, like a vampire. If everything is Toan's will, it's easier to accept. If all of this is part of God's plan, if we admit that, she wouldn't have to become a vampire. Instead, it would become an even more glorious task. Is it? Really? Really? Like that? Radia Schmidt looked at me with teary eyes, as if seeking answers. This wasn't a matter of persuasion, it was of desperation. Trust me, Senior. He replaced the fanaticism she had until now with a different one. Trusting me is no different from serving the divine. Fear can drive people mad, and it was no different for those who had already gone mad. If only she submitted to me, Radia Schmidt would create her own logic to defend me. all the suspicions and doubts she possessed. Because it was all the work of Toan's champion, she would suppress all questions under the belief that it was all God's will. All of this. I truly hope it's all part of God's plan. That's right. I am a God even greater than the 5 divine beings. So believing in me is no different from serving the divine. I patted the head of Radia Schmidt, who knelt before me, sobbing. I gritted my teeth. I had hoped that nothing would happen today, of all days. At least for today, a place I had to go to had come about. In front of the sobbing Radia Schmidt, I turned my head and looked at Elaris, Kol Sarkigar and loyal. This wasn't something I could handle alone. Even if I could do it alone, it wasn't something I should do alone. The Nameless Order wasn't the only problem. Signs of division were spreading everywhere. The Empire must not fall. We'll all go together. Yes. This incident must be attributed to Valia's name, not Reinhardt's. Humanity's enemy must appear once again. Miss Temple contest participants' waiting room. Ellen was dressed in a gown, receiving her final check. You look amazing. Thank goodness. The starting time for the Miss Temple contest was drawing near. The scale of the contest and the venue were on a different level from the cross-dressing competition. Though it wasn't at the main stadium where the tournament finals took place, the contest was held in a massive concert hall. Liana had been attending to Cliffman's side, but now she came to Ellen's. But I don't see that senior around. As Liana adjusted Ellen's makeup, she tilted her head. She'll come. It was either that she had already arrived but she hadn't seen her, or that she was running late. Ellen was more concerned about something else. Reinhardt had left the dormitory in the morning and hadn't been seen all day. When she left, most of the A-class members and even the B-class ones came to see her off. They were almost all coming to watch the contest, but Reinhardt wasn't there. What's Reinhardt been up to all day, though? I haven't seen him at all, Liana grumbled. Well, if he doesn't show up, it's his loss. Saying that it would be a loss for him not to see Ellen looking so pretty, Liana diligently took care of Ellen's makeup. Ellen clutched the hem of her dress quietly. There's no way he wouldn't come. She knew that, and yet an odd sense of unease kept tickling her heart. He would surely come. She had even asked him to make sure he came. There was no way he wouldn't. Ellen took several deep breaths to calm her anxious heart. We had gathered everyone. Elaris, Sarkigar, and even Loya. We moved using Elaris's mass teleport. Since I was dressed in temple uniforms, I changed into regular clothes that I had left at Elaris's house. Flash. Our location was on the outskirts of the southern part of the central region, quite far south of the central area. The place we arrived at was a small village set up in the southern part of the central region. It was more of a very small village with less than 20 households than an actual village. Just a few people living there and farming in the outskirts. It was just one of those average neighborhoods in the outskirts of the city. We had teleported onto a hillside on the outskirts that led to the crossroads of that neighborhood. A large-scale teleport. Radia Schmidt shuddered after experiencing the mass teleport. Will it really be okay? At Laura's words, I nodded with a stern expression. I hadn't explained the details yet. I just said there would be a big fight, and we needed help. Even if they found out later, Sarkigar might not be able to understand why I had to risk stopping the Empire's division, but I decided to trust Sarkigar. More than anything, now was the time when Sarkigar was most needed. Radia Schmidt, not knowing that Loya and Sarkigar still existed, was trembling with fear. She probably thought they were terrifying beings on a similar level to Elaris. Our goal wasn't that village. Beyond that hill, there's an abandoned monastery. There. That's the temporary base of the Nameless Order, right? Yes. Though they were an internal faith community, they couldn't hold meetings in public places. So, for now, they would have regular meetings in these outskirts, until they had enough power. Their scale might grow a bit more, or they might start to stand out in the religious world, but they hadn't gotten that far yet. It was like killing a monster with an unstoppable growth rate before it became too powerful. Radia Schmidt eventually submitted, fearing what would happen if she refused to obey me. Become a vampire or accept this as God's will. I had Tiamata, and it was an excellent item for Radia Schmidt to rationalize her actions. Radia Schmidt's fate would be determined after the matter with the Nameless Order and Rivria lands was over. Is Adriana being held captive in the monastery? Yes. I don't remember the exact location, but she was definitely there. Adriana was bait to lure Olivia. Radia Schmidt thought that it would be better for me. a non-believer and the instigator of Olivia's downfall, to die than to use Adriana's life to lure Olivia. It was unlikely that all members of the Nameless Order were at the abandoned monastery, but the core members would be staying there. Riveria Lands. At the very least, I had to kill Riveria Lands, the core of this mess. No matter what happened. I couldn't be sure if everything would be resolved, but there was no doubt that what had to be done right now was essential. How many forces do they have? About 20 high-ranking holy knights, came the response. What about their abilities? They all participated in the Demon Realm War, led by, Riveria Land's closest associates, those who resigned with him when he stepped down as leader. If they were Riveria Land's closest associates, then they must be veterans among veterans who experienced the Demon Realm War together. There would be other forces, but with 20 battle-hardened high-ranking holy knights and Riveria Lands, it wouldn't be easy. Elaris was a powerful sorcerer, but she was also a vampire. Fighting against the Holy Knights would undoubtedly be difficult. Our plan wasn't to engage in a head-on collision. All right, the plan isn't too complicated. First, we had to get Adriana out of there. Sakigar, sneak in and locate Adriana. If you can bring her out without being noticed, do it. Sakigar would use his infiltration skills to determine Adriana's whereabouts. If you can't bring her out, come back. If that's the case, you can disguise yourself as Riveria Lands to extract her later. Radia Schmidt probably didn't understand what I was saying, but there was no time to explain. If we can safely bring Adriana out, Elaris will use large-scale destructive magic to obliterate the monastery. It would be great if we could kill them all, but that might not be possible. In that case, we'll have to fight. Securing Adriana was the top priority. After that, total annihilation. Elaris clenched her fists. She didn't say she couldn't do it, and it wasn't the time for that. If left unchecked, more casualties would be inevitable. Elaris must have agreed that action was needed now, and we should take this opportunity to show them. Show them? What? It was important to know who was responsible for this. What would happen today couldn't be dealt with discreetly. Fortunately, this area was on the outskirts of the royal territory. Even if a disturbance occurred, the royal family couldn't immediately respond. Radia Schmidt refrained from making direct remarks because of that. Let's make our existence known. The remnants of the demon race. We would reveal their existence. Revolutionary forces and the dissatisfaction of the 5 great temples. The common enemy reappears, temporarily mending the Empire's divisions. Sakigar still seemed to not understand. Why would you? Wait. As Sakigar tried to express his doubts, Loyal suddenly raised his hand, stopping him. Loyal pointed to the hill below. Someone's coming. There was a road leading to the village. Olivia! Radia Schmidt's eyes widened, and I was equally astonished. Olivia was coming. It was clear that she had been lured out using Adriana as bait. With a desperate expression, Olivia ran at a frightening speed towards some unknown destination. Now Olivia was involved. We couldn't waste any more time. Sakigar, not just Adriana, but that person too. Get her out of there right now. Yes, understood. Sakigar transformed into a sparrow and darted across the night sky. My heart raced wildly. Adriana and Olivia. Neither of them should be involved in this fight. Chapter 320. Where the hell is that asshole? Liana de Grants, with her arms folded, scowled as she muttered under her breath. The Miss and Mr. Temple contest had already begun. Students from the royal class who had come to watch the contest were all seated in the adjacent seats, observing the competition. Indeed, Harriet quietly mumbled in response to Liana's irritated tone. The contestants were undoubtedly all from the royal class, each one with exceptional looks, and if their appearance wasn't enough, they all had at least one outstanding talent. Ellen's participation number was 9. With contestant number 7 just finishing, it was almost Ellen's turn. Classmates, including Kono Lind, were all present, except for Reinhardt. What could he be doing? Harriet felt conflicted. She didn't know what was going on with Reinhardt, but she had expected him to be there. However, he hadn't shown up. According to Liana, a 5th-year senior had also not appeared in the waiting room for some reason. What could he be doing? He should be here. Why isn't he coming? Harriet simultaneously felt relief and disappointment at Reinhardt's absence. She knew her own wish for Reinhardt not to come was cowardly, but she was also afraid to see what Ellen would be like today. Everyone found it strange that Reinhardt was nowhere to be seen. In her mix of anxiety and impatience, Harriet silently watched the situation unfold, not even understanding why she felt so uneasy. The contestant with number 7, who had managed to calmly complete her dance during the appeal time, left the stage, and it was time for contestant number 8. As that person's turn passed, Harriet grew even more anxious. And then contestant number 9. Now, our next participant is from the Royal class. As you all know, in the Royal class, the numbers represent the ranking of their abilities. This contestant is from the Royal class, first year A class, ranked second. It's Ellen. With the sound of applause, Ellen walked onto the stage. Harriet had known, of course. Though she was always in her uniform or training clothes, Harriet was aware of Ellen's striking appearance. However, seeing Ellen properly dressed up, Harriet couldn't help but stare, her mouth agape. It seemed Liana had been searching for the color that suited Ellen best. Ellen was now wearing a pure white dress, her hair tied up with a ribbon accent. Wearing matching white heels, she stood out even more compared to the other contestants. Liana looked satisfied with Ellen's appearance, while classmates and even strangers in the audience stared at her, dumbfounded. Having practiced smiling tirelessly, Ellen's smile now appeared quite natural, completing her flawless look. At this level, she could easily compete with Olivia. That's what Harriet thought. But no matter what the audience thought, Ellen stood still, smiling as she scanned the seats, as if searching for something. Her eyes met Harriet's. Ellen's gaze swept past Harriet, searching for someone who wasn't there. Her eyes eventually returned to Harriet, asking a question. Did I miss him, or is he not here? Harriet felt a tightening in her chest, even though she wasn't the one Ellen was looking for. Ellen seemed to be asking Harriet if Reinhardt had come. Unable to find an appropriate response, Harriet found herself trapped between laughter and tears. Her expression must have been an odd one. Ellen lowered her eyes, as if Harriet's discomfort had already given her the answer. Miss Ellen, do you have any particular reason for participating in the Miss and Mr. Temple contest? Ah, Ellen parted her lips. She must have had something she wanted to say. Harriet saw Ellen lower her head, standing there, trembling slightly. Is there someone special you wanted to show your appearance today? Ellen couldn't answer the host's question. It was a question that cut straight to her heart in this situation. She needed to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Watching Ellen struggle, Harriet clenched her teeth. A moment ago, Harriet had thought it was fortunate that Reinhardt hadn't arrived. However, seeing Ellen's pitiful state, she had only one thought in mind. Ellen seemed on the verge of breaking down. Above all else, Harriet didn't want that to happen. Where are you? Unconsciously, Harriet clenched her fists. What are you doing? Harriet resented Reinhardt's absence. Sakigar watched the situation from the outskirts of the abandoned monastery. The once grand structure had long been abandoned, giving off a rather eerie atmosphere. Sakigar didn't quite understand the situation. He had hurriedly followed when told there was a job requiring some effort, but he didn't yet know the ins and outs of what was happening. He only knew there were people to rescue and enemies to eliminate. He didn't know why, but he knew they needed to reveal their presence. His goal was, as always, infiltration. This time it wasn't kidnapping, but rescue. Transformed into a sparrow, Sakigar flew effortlessly over the monastery wall and headed inside. Security wasn't tight, but there were some forces stationed here and there for defense. Among them, there were about 20 elites who posed a real threat. His lord had ordered him to rescue 2 women, one woman trapped in the monastery, and the other who had just rushed into the monastery. There were more armed individuals in the monastery who could use divine power. Sakigar belonged to the demon race. Although he wasn't as incompatible with divine power as the undead Elaris, infiltrating this place, where high-ranking paladins roamed, wasn't particularly pleasant. However, pride never interfered with carrying out orders. Sakigar entered the monastery, flying cautiously and watching for signs. Where is Adriana? Without even needing to be that careful, Sakigar could hear the anguished voice coming from the courtyard. It was the woman who had just arrived at the monastery. That's for you to find out after you give your answer. You know what answer will come. Then you also know what will happen. What do you want? Sakigar approached the scene where the conversation was taking place, in one corner of the monastery's courtyard. A middle-aged man sat in an old chair centered around a bonfire, accompanied by a few paladins, and across from him was a young blonde woman dressed in temple robes. Sakigar knew that the middle-aged man was Riviera Lands. Return to temple. Then retract all your testimonies, declare that you regret your actions, and confess your remorse. The five great divine faiths, centered around the holy knights, will break away from the empire and establish an independent holy empire, and you will become the first holy empress of that empire. What kind of nonsense? Olivia Land stared at Riveria. Holy Empress, independence. Hearing those words alone made it feel like Olivia's breath was stifled. What if I can't do that? Then regrettable events will start to happen. Are you saying you'll kill Adriana, a child who hasn't even become a nun yet? Let's call it an unavoidable sacrifice. God will understand. Olivia's expression was filled with blatant contempt and disgust as she looked at Riveria Lands, who used the name of God as a shield in front of his evil deeds. Is this your way, Father? Losing power made you so angry and resentful that you abandoned your humanity instead of your faith. This is a necessary choice to confront the threat against the five great divine faiths. Besides, you know well that no one will be harmed if you just promise to return. I'm not going back. Are you saying that even if something happens to the child who saved you? Despair and anger flickered across Olivia's face. Although Riveria Lands believed in the vision of using Olivia as a figurehead for the Holy Empire, in reality, he was after the restoration of his own honor and a chance at regaining power by making Olivia recant her words. Why me? Why must it be me? If you want to do something, just do it. I don't understand why you need to put me forward like this. I don't understand why you're threatening me by putting other people's lives on the line. I really don't. As I always say, there is no one else as qualified as you. Please don't try to justify it like that. In the end, Olivia's sadness overcame her, and she shed tears. It's just about wanting power, isn't it? You want to use me to satisfy your own desires. So you created this strange group. You want to regain power by making me recant my words for the sake of restoring your honor. Olivia, I don't expect you to understand my intentions. People have roles and destinies they're given, and I live for those. Riveria Land's attitude was unwavering, like a wedge that wouldn't budge. My role was to lead the Holy Knights to victory in the Demon Realm War, and now it is to protect the Holy Knight Order of the five great divine faiths from the grasp of the Empire. In front of the sobbing Olivia, Riveria Lands showed no personal emotions whatsoever. And you are my successor. I decided it and I raised you for that. If it doesn't happen, I will make it happen. Why? Why would you? If you refuse, do you think it will end with just Adriana? Olivia's eyes widened. Do you think I won't touch Reinhardt? What? What are you talking about? As soon as the name Reinhardt was mentioned, Sakigar, who had been watching the situation, quietly observed Riveria Lands. Sakigar didn't fully understand, but he knew that Riveria Lands had to be removed. He was a threat to Valia. Sakigar clearly saw Olivia's expression contort as soon as Reinhardt's name came up. That woman was undoubtedly an ally of Reinhardt's. Sakigar gained that confidence as well. If Adriana isn't enough, I'll simply find someone else precious to you, Olivia. I called you here to show you that this can't be the end. Give up, Olivia, before your small pain turns into a greater one. Olivia's eyes seemed to die upon hearing those words. Adriana was just the beginning. If she didn't give up, Riveria Lands would use any means necessary to crush everything precious to Olivia, one by one. Since threats and torture to Olivia personally wouldn't yield anything, Riveria Lands sought ways to make her give up from external sources. He knew she could endure her own pain, but not the pain of those dear to her. Familiar with sacrifice, Olivia would rather sacrifice herself than see her loved ones hurt. Like when Radia Schmidt tried to self-destruct using her berserk ability, Olivia chose to forfeit her victory with a self-sacrifice called giving up. Riveria Lands knew how to manipulate Olivia. You are a devil, in a tone of despair, Olivia spoke. The surrounding knights flinched at her words, but Riveria Lands raised his hand to keep them from intervening. Fine, if I can't escape this, I guess this is the right thing to do. A massive surge of divine light and blue mana began to engulf Olivia's body. Using both divine power and mana to strengthen her body, Olivia glared at Riveria Lands. When either you or I die, this problem will end. In the face of this desperate situation, Olivia chose resistance over living with it or submitting. If she died, no one else would be sacrificed. But before that, she wanted to kill Riveria Lands, the one who orchestrated this terrible situation. However, Riveria Lands remained calm in front of Olivia, who was filled with hostility. Did you think I didn't know you would make that choice? Riveria Lands gestured, and two knights appeared from somewhere in the corridor. The moment you try anything foolish, you'll witness Adriana's death. Senior. Adriana, with a tormented expression, was being dragged onto the field by the knights. Olivia stared at Riveria Lands, her eyes wide. You, monster. Even if you try something here, you'll only end up dead. And before that, you'll have to watch Adriana die. From the guilt on Adriana's face, it seemed she knew she was being used as bait in some terrible scheme. In the end, Olivia couldn't reach out. The moment she tried anything, the sword aimed at Adriana's throat would do its job. First of all, I don't understand why you think this is such a bad thing. All of this is the first step in protecting our followers. It's about saving many people. With a slight change of heart, you could save countless lives. Olivia couldn't respond to Riveria Land's words. No, she wouldn't. The perpetrator believed his own words so deeply that nothing could get through to him. He didn't doubt himself because he believed the path he was taking was truly righteous. Olivia knew her stepfather all too well. He was that kind of person, always demanding something, never persuaded. Please don't worry about me, Adriana cried out, her expression filled with guilt as she faced Olivia. Disillusionment colored Adriana's expression, going beyond disappointment in everything that had happened. She had lost her motivation for life, disillusioned by the fact that all she had striven for amounted to so little. I'm fine, really, just do as you wish. Adriana, don't say anything, I. Olivia couldn't finish her sentence. What was she supposed to do to save Adriana? To save Adriana, she couldn't stand up against them. She had to pursue something she didn't even want, something related to the so-called Holy Empire. She would have to lie and say that all the cruel things her stepfather did to her were false. Adriana was just the beginning. Olivia tried to sort out her thoughts coldly. First, she would listen to them. Once she confirmed that Adriana was safely released, she would die. If she died, no one could torment her anymore, nor could she torment anyone else. Her death would be the ultimate revenge on Riveria Lands, because those who wanted to use her would least want her death. With these thoughts, Olivia decided to accept their proposal for now. Just then, thunk, ah, whack, ugh. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The throats of the two holy knights holding Adriana were abruptly cut. In the midst of the sudden fountain of blood, both Olivia and Riveria Lands were shocked. Out of the darkness, a shadowy figure caught Adriana as the headless corpses of the two knights flailed around. Humans! The figure, like a shadow given form, murmured as it opened its red mouth in the darkness. How utterly wicked you are! The figure, which looked more wicked than anything else in the world, smiled as it spoke of human wickedness. Swish! As the dark figure reached out its hand, shadows swiftly wrapped around Olivia's body. What's happening? A demon, spreading its wings that appeared like a shadowy membrane, the creature soared into the sky. Whoosh! Muahaha! With a laugh that tore through the night sky, the monster disappeared into the heavens, carrying Adriana. Olivia, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, could not resist and found herself dangling in the night sky, trapped by the monster. What the let me go? Her frail and cute scream was completely out of place in the grave and ominous atmosphere. What is that thing? It looks like a demon. How could a demon be on the Impearl Road? Riveria Lands cursed at the unidentified demon monster that suddenly disappeared with Olivia and Adriana, but no one knew its true identity. However, their bewilderment didn't last long. An even more baffling situation unfolded. Rumble. Dark clouds shrouded the night sky, flashes of lightning dancing among them. In an instant, lightning bolts began pouring down from the heavens. Countless bolts of lightning rained down. A rumble echoed through the air. Ah, it's magic. Knights who were struck by the lightning activated their divine power to protect themselves. Those who failed to react in time were instantly charred black and crumbled to dust. The highest level of destructive magic, Thunderstorm, had been cast. It's a demon attack. The knights quickly assessed the situation and shouted, but things were far from good. The thunderstorm was only the beginning. An eerie, distorted sound echoed around the monastery, and then massive shockwaves erupted from the north, south, east, and west. A series of 4 explosions rocked the area. Explosions were cast one after another, causing the already devastated monastery to collapse and crumble to dust. Knights, priests, and lay members who couldn't use their divine power effectively were shattered to pieces. It was a massacre. Suddenly assaulted by a high-level magician, the knights began to experience hell on earth. Rain of lightning poured down, and the monastery was blasted away by the explosions. And then the ground shook violently, and flames erupted from the earth. A storm of lightning rained from the sky, and a storm of fire surged from the ground. A fierce firestorm engulfed the earth, as if to sweep everything away. This is, Riverier lands watched as the lightning and ground fire devoured the knights. In front of the headquarters of the Holy Knights, a sudden firestorm had once erupted. A dragon had appeared, and an unidentified lycanthrope had caused chaos. Riverier Lands hadn't been in charge of the succubus escort at the time, but knew of it through reports. It was the same feeling as before, an unidentified demon attack. In the midst of the sweeping firestorm, someone emerged through the flames and lightning. A silver-haired wolf-like demon, a lycanthrope, was there, and beside it, a figure with flaming red hair, curved horns protruding from its temples, appeared human, but was something else entirely. A lycanthrope and an unknown demon appeared amidst the hellish chaos. The demon held a sword with a white blade over its shoulder, seemingly immune to the flames and lightning. Riverier Lands. The situation was a string of incomprehensible shocks. Riverier Land's eyes widened, shouting even as the heat and lightning struck him. "Who are you?" "Me," the demon boy approached, dragging his sword across the ground. "My name is Valia, the enemy from the demon realm, and the rightful heir of the Darklands." The boy pointed the sword with the white blade at Riverier Lands. Recognizing the sword, Riverier Land's eyes widened further. "How did you corrupt priest?" From beginning to end, Riverier Lands could not understand any of this situation. It's time for divine punishment. But even if he couldn't understand it, the situation was unfolding. The demon king, wielding a holy sword, was trying to kill him.